What's up, everybody? What's up? Hopefully, this is the right configuration because it's been tripping. Everything has been kind of like in a slow motion type of thing. The video has been jumpy. I think it has a lot to do with a lot of people being on the server. Today is like the Super Bowl of politics, everybody. Everybody's using up everything, streaming like crazy. Um, it's about time, ladies and gentlemen, for our vote to count. Um, if you've been in this game like me, working on things for the past 2 years, just constantly getting in and telling the facts. It seems like it's been 20 years since Donald Trump came up on the scene, but it's only been 9. But still, I felt like I aged in like dog years. I feel like it's been 72 years since this man started causing havoc on this country, dividing people for no reason. Looking good now? Oh, good, good. It's about time because it wasn't working for a while, so I had to kind of figure stuff out. So this has the normal latency if anybody's doing TikTok as well. Um, so this is going to be like slower response to you guys. So whenever you say something, it may seem like 30 seconds has passed before I said something to you. That's going to be the reason why. But it's better quality, so we going with the quality. Um, and we're going to start watching MSNBC, CNN, things of that nature while we talk about this. I'm going to have commentary about it because, again, it's the Super Bowl, so we got to actually watch the game and listen to these people. Um, just getting in a little bit before that happens. Y'all know we have spent so much time, we have spent so much time focused on this, and now it's the day. I don't know how many texts I have gotten to donate. Some of them I believe were hacking because at one point, I don't know about y'all, but at the end, like a couple days, I got people telling me, I'm Kamala. I'm like, okay. And it would start off of, I'm begging you to donate today. Begging. I was like, oh, no, that can't be her. That's somebody from Russia talking about begging. I don't know if anybody else got those, but it's like, what? Be a long week, right, Mark Chapman? It's going to be a long week. Definitely, definitely. But we're going to get it in tonight. Some states going to come in, smaller states. Y'all saw the New Hampshire, the one that historically small town has like 6 people in it. They keep on like losing people. People, I don't know if they're dying off or just bouncing, but they have like 6 people that live there. All six of them voted, and they're secret ballots. So it came out 50-50. 3 voted for Kamala and 3 voted for Trump. So it's not like they always come up with like the breakdown of how the world is like or anything like that. They're just the first ones to vote. They get to vote at midnight the day of. So and then it gets counted like immediately. Everybody else got a lot of people in their town, so it's going to take a while. But these small towns are going to come in by the end of the night. We in it for the long haul, baby. I'm here for a minute, so we're going to keep going in. 1:30 p.m. Yeah, it's 8:30 a.m. here in Australia. What time is it? Oh, where you are? Hey, Judy, it is 1:35 right now p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we getting it in. Can't wait. We're going to start watching whichever one is on. We're going to be able to see the commercials, so we're going to be switching back and forth and coming back to me. But I thank you guys for being around throughout this whole year, the stress of trying to keep everything straight. One of the things that Donald Trump did to this country is to make people question mainstream media. And, I was in mainstream media for over 20 years. And I left it mainly because of the fact that a lot of it was get there first, not get there factually. And I've been a straight facts guy my entire life. Even if I got myself in trouble, I would tell the truth because I didn't want that on my heart or on my mind. And so I found out, getting in the entertainment world, in the media, it's not always truth. It's always, first. And, people may get some random person saying something and the news will run with it. if you haven't been in a news game or understood it at all, or been on the outside looking in, you come back at the lunch break, okay, you'll realize that three should demand a recount. But you'll realize in the news industry, a lot of us have had our fights with it, our doubts with it. For the most part, they seek the truth. But because of ratings, they seek the immediate truth. And so what that means is people they rely on, they find out, or they're experts or whatever it may be, and they'll give you their opinion, and not always based in fact. And so news will run with it quick. All of this came about, and I'm going to blame the right people for this. All of this came about because America, you want shit too fast. Let me tell you this again. You want shit too fast. You run with the quickest person that can give you something. I call it the TMZ generation. You guys want it so bad that TMZ will pay for it. And that's how news got destroyed way before Trump. News was falling apart because TMZ was running out there, world star and everything. Everything they did was go out there, find somebody to say something, get it on their website first, and then the news started realizing TMZ started making a crap ton of money doing this. And then Americans, you started giving TMZ credit for going out there getting gossip. This reality world BS. Going out there getting gossip, but they're not getting gossip based on actual facts. They're going to the person and asking them, hey, you come out of the airport and tell us this or whatever. Here's $1,500, or here's free advertisement, or here's whatever. And that became real. Trump saw that shit because he was a reality person, that you guys were willing to accept shit immediately and not always factually. And so when you got into a world of always wanting to get shit first, fast, you get lies first. Every once in a while, you'll get the truth. And if you pay for it, more than likely, you'll get the truth a lot sooner than somebody who's doing investigative, trying to get a gotcha, meaning like they're literally trying to find out if you're breaking the rules or the laws by wearing undercover shit and talking to you and pretending that there's somebody they're not, so they can catch you in something, which is the best way to find the absolute truth than to go pay somebody, because that person will tell you anything you want to hear. Or they'll rat somebody out, and here you are in the news having to act like TMZ, which is not the news. It's entertainment news. But they get a lot of things right because they pay for it. They don't have to do the homework. They brandish the cash, you tell them what they need, and they're done with it. They don't have to work as hard. And so you started to distrust news because, again, it depended on who was paying for it and who was not. The person who was paying for it was getting it first, so you ran to it. And now you got trash as news instead of real news. Journalism is going out the window. That's what led me and others to come out and say, we're getting tired of the BS. Let's just find the facts. They're not going to always be fast, but they're going to be factual. What do you want, speed or actual facts? Because I can tell you a lot quick. But telling you the facts takes time. Because you got to measure them between one person telling you something and another person telling you something, then you doing your homework and finding out both of them lying to you a little bit. Then you find out the actual facts. Then that's when we report it 2 or 3 days later, because we had to check and see if these people were lying. And both of them, I ain't talking about Republican and Democrat, I'm just talking about two different people telling you one about an instance, no matter what it is, a crime that just happened, or a discount that's coming up or whatever, or a new product that's coming out. You got 2, 3 different people telling you. Nobody knows the truth. You got to do your due diligence, do your homework, and then you'll find out what is the truth. Thank you, Rochelle. So That's why I wanted to break down news for you, because a lot of people, take news for what it is. They think it's like, oh, it's truth. In fact, there's a lot of people who don't do any homework. Our country, because we are privileged to so many different ways, and I'm not talking about race-wise. I'm talking about United States is more privileged than, Pakistan or whatever. We're more privileged. So we got a day to day where we don't have to worry about a lot of things. We're worrying about bills. We're worrying about taking care of our kids to the dentist. We're worrying about, our car insurance. We're worrying about all these different things day to day. We ain't worrying about survival in the sense of, we got a tyrannical government that's always trying to either, take over shit or close our business down or whatever it may be. We don't have that. And when people are in that survival mode from a bigger source, cars, houses, that shit is secondary. Survival of everyday life is primary. And because we get so caught up in this car, house, kids, this, that, and the third, we don't pay attention to how the country is running until bills start to get higher. People start raising prices on shit. They start price gouging you. And then you start understand what's the government doing? Well, obviously, if you've been paying attention the whole time, you would know. But now you got to catch up. And while you're trying to catch up, you're calling everybody a liar. And you don't know who's lying or who's telling the truth. You just jump on one team because your best friends won, or your mom's won, or your brother's won, your husband or wife has won. Do your own homework. You were born into this world by yourself, and you're going to leave this thing by yourself. Then do the homework by yourself. Don't go on cruise control. Get your ass behind the wheel and drive this bitch called life. Don't let everybody else determine how your life is going to turn out. You got two people running for president. One want women's rights to go back to 1789, which means even black people aren't even free at that time. A lot of people who are immigrants couldn't even get into this country at that time. That would be Jewish people. That would be Asian people. That would be Latin people. All of y'all, 17 something, you ain't getting in here. You second class citizens. The jobs you can get was stereotypical. Chinese people are doing laundry. They wouldn't allow them to get into other businesses. That's one person talking about going back so far in the past that all your damn rights are gone. And then the other person talking about, we got a seat at the table for everybody. Speak up or shut the fuck up. Speak up. What do you want? I want to bring you to the table. One wants to take you back to 1789. The other one wants to take you toward the future. It's up to you. How effective or how involved are you in your day-to-day life? It's not just the federal, your state and local. If you're wondering why certain things that happen to you in your town, it ain't because the president and the federal. It's the state. I'll give you an example. And this is a sad example, but it is the truth. I want to take you back to Ahmaud Arbery. How did Ahmaud Arbery and his family get any justice? It wasn't the local. It wasn't the state. Right? The local and state, which most people don't vote, had these racist people empowered. So much so that an ex-police officer told the lady who was going to end up being prosecuting him, hey, we homies. I didn't do anything. This black dude, please, he's black. Don't make no difference. He's like 1/5 of a person nowadays. She was like, I ain't doing nothing. We good. Just go about your business. Continue doing what you're doing. You see another one, shoot him. We good. Didn't do anything. It took social media to go viral to get the federal departments involved to get those three racists behind bars. The federal came in and did something. It was your local and state that did jack shit. Because why? Because they were connected to that community and just the white folk. The black folk in that community, Ahmaud Arbery and his family and friends, they didn't have anybody behind them to help them. And that's because the people of color in that state didn't vote for that local sheriff, didn't vote for that local, prosecutor or whatever, didn't vote for him. They allowed these Republicans to put these racists, and some Democrats, don't get me wrong, to put these racists. You didn't do your homework. The country you live in depends on who you vote in power. If you put these people in power, then ask yourself why you're in the same situation. Don't bitch and moan about it. Get your ass up and do something about it. If you want racism to stop in your particular city or state, start paying attention to who's running that bitch. If it's a Republican or a Democrat that's doing like racist things, then you need to get your people together. Start pointing out what these people are doing, what they previously voted on. Do they have your best interests at heart? And get your ass to the polls. Whenever that person is running again, vote their asses out. Keep going until you get somebody who does something for your city and your state. That's somebody who stops being racist. That's somebody who stops being sexist. That's somebody who doesn't want women to take care of their own bodies. Get their ass out of there. I don't care if it's a woman or a man. If they're talking like that and it's against your values, get them out. It used to be one party used to say they're a party of small government. Since when does small government determine when a woman can leave a state or not, if she's pregnant or if she needs to take a pregnancy test to travel from state to state? Because you got to ask yourself a question, ladies and gentlemen. If you still got time to vote, you got to ask yourself a question. How in the world are they going to know if you're going from one state to another to have an abortion? How are they going to know that? They're going to have to, what? Put up like the stop signs and stuff like that. The police are going to have to stop people every once in a while. They're going to pull your wife and daughter out the car and have them pee on a stick. Are you pregnant? Are you traveling? The fuck? I'm going on vacation, but we want to know. Because you got to question things like here. Here's the thing you got to question. There are good officers, but there are many officers that are being arrested for assaulting women, for doing things to women on the street because they can get away with it. There are many officers out there just breaking the laws. If you don't believe that, think about the stop and frisk. Because this right here is going to be the same thing. Stop and frisking women to find out if you're pregnant traveling to another state. And if you are, you can go to jail. Donald Trump even said that there had to be some kind of penalty for women getting abortions. I mean, I don't understand how any woman can sit there and listen to a man tell her that if you get pregnant, I have control of your sexual region, your reproductive region. You don't. You get no say-so in it. You either do as we say or go to jail. What are you, a cave woman? I mean, what the hell? That takes you back to I don't know when, where you had no rights. And if you look at Project 2025, they're trying to take your rights away to vote. And if you haven't looked at Project 2025, you don't care about your own well-being in this country. You don't care about your own well-being. You're welcome, Bob. To the end and never give in. You're right, man. I appreciate you. You don't care about your country. You don't care about your women. You don't care about yourself if you are a woman. I can understand. This is the thing that kills me. I understand if you don't want to have abortions, don't get one. It's just that simple. Who was it? It was Kamala Harris when she was a senator. She asked, I forgot the guy who was going for it. I think it was Kavanaugh, Brett Kavanaugh. Do you know of any laws that are being written or even thought of about the male anatomy? Is there any kind of bill or law coming up saying that men, get women pregnant and don't pay child support, they get castrated? Is there any law like that? No. Is there any law that's trying to govern any region below our waist? No. Ask yourself why. Then realize how sexist you are if you think it's okay to deal with a woman's reproductive region, but have problems if somebody says your reproductive region has to be, taken care of. You not necessarily get castrated. Let's say you have to get a vasectomy if you have more than 3 babies. You miss 3 payments. They got to cut snip. There could be laws created to do that. But do you hear of any being created? So why the hell you trying to mess with a woman's reproductive system and you got a problem if somebody even talks about your own? We need to get past this stupid shit. Control what's going on in your family. You, your wife, your girlfriend, your family, if you're religious, whatever your religious leader, y'all get together and make a concerted effort to make the best decision for you and yours. Stop trying to get into my bedroom. Stop trying to get into my into women's vaginal regions and men's, whatever. We ain't even doing that with men. But it's enough already. I can't believe it even makes sense for people to sit there and say, you basically gonna sit in somebody's house and tell them, hey, I'm a senator. I just want to knock on the door. Boop, boop, boop. Is your wife pregnant? Say what? Yeah, I just want to know. We got to get a P test. For what? Because we don't want to have abortions. We want people to have babies. I mean, think about this for a hot second. Ladies, no matter what race you are. But this is what happened to our mothers and sisters when I mean black people. You do know what white Republican racist men are trying to do, right? Do you understand what they're doing to you? Because they really don't give a shit if black babies die and Latin babies die and they don't like immigrants. Anybody they consider other, y'all babies can just, fall out, gone. They're worried about white women and y'all babies. Why? Because they want you to reproduce, because they're scared of their numbers dwindling. That's the only reason this shit is even a real thing. Have you ever realized that the numbers came out first? Oh, by 2050, whatever, it's going to be more brown people than white people. Oh, really? Yeah, we're not producing enough. That's where these stats came out. And you realize when those stats came out, you got these racist ass white men trying to overturn Roe versus Wade. It doesn't coordinate to you that you realize that once they realize that white women aren't producing babies fast enough, they want to do the same thing to you that they did to black women back in the day. How many of y'all know what happened to black women back in the day that were enslaved? I'll wait. I'll take a sip of this coffee. What's up, astronomy? I don't see anybody saying anything. I'll get to you. Back in the day, they had breeding houses for enslaved black women. And those breeding houses were to create additional slaves to sell and to breed like thoroughbreds. Strong, tough people that would be good. Even though there's a baby, it's like, we're going to breed this buck with this woman right here is kind of sturdy. And so they had to stay in houses while slaves just ran in and out of them just so they can get pregnant. They stayed pregnant, got pregnant, had the baby, sold it. Got them back in there. Somebody was always hitting it, always hitting it, always hitting it. Can you imagine a woman, you spend your whole life going from pregnancy to pregnancy to pregnancy because they're trying to produce like cattle. White women, that's what they want to do to you. It's just not kosher to say out loud. They don't want you to have abortions, so they're forcing you to have babies. And even the ones that, I don't know, TikTok, I'm on YouTube, even the ones who rape, right? They want you to have the baby. Why? Because they care about the numbers more than they care about you. Who would tell somebody you got harmed, keep the baby? They don't give a shit about your baby. Think about it for a second. Most babies in this country that are born and given up, these people want to cut back funding those kids. So if they really cared about the actual kid itself and life itself, why don't they care about the children after they come out? You would think Republicans would be happy about welfare, because then it takes care of a lot of kids. Reproduction would be supported. The more kids, the more money we give you, you guys can stay at home. You would think they would want that, considering they're trying to just reproduce. And they would do that to you guys if black people, Latin people, Asian people, others were held away from receiving those funds. If welfare was only for white women, they would impregnate y'all and put you in breeding stations, because then they can continue building upon their race. That's what these racist white men want. They keep telling you this shit, and I don't know why these white women sit around and be like, oh, he just loves me. No, he don't. He thinks of you like cattle. Keep raising my children. We got to have power. I don't give a shit about what happens to the kid. As long as he can vote, They're trying to breed y'all. That's the main reason they're doing this. 100% breeding you. And you think they care about children. Tell me, when's the last time you heard any bill being created by the Republicans that takes care of young children? I haven't heard one. I'm 53. Tell me the bill that they're working on that helps women have children and actually takes care of said children. They don't have it. So how can you care about something that you won't even take care of once it's born? And the main reason that most people get abortions is because their body is the baby's already either unalived or dying inside of them. And doctors are afraid now to even operate on people or even have an abortion without the woman damn near dying first. I look at it like this. What's up, Tommy B? I look at it like this. I want to ask y'all a quick question, right? And this is a serious question. I want y'all to answer this if you can. Are you more afraid of an immigrant in this country or a white nationalist male in this country? I want to know, white nationalist male or an immigrant? Which one is more likely to harm an American citizen? An immigrant or a white nationalist male? Hey, Georgia girl. Exactly, Rochelle. Exactly, Ava. Why do I say this? And it's not because I hate any particular thing. I'm going to tell you how it works. Think about this for a second. This is the logical part that people don't pay attention to. Throughout this past 2 years, right? A little bit less than that for some. People have been trying to pay attention. Donald Trump said to the Republicans, stop the immigrant bill that's going to stop, the people crossing the border and all these things of that nature. It's going to be more strict. Even liberals didn't even like this bill, but they agreed on it because the fact that it is an issue and they can always amend it to make it better. But we need something immediate. They turned it down, which made Biden have to do an executive order, which to me, the president shouldn't have to do an executive order. We should have an effective government that runs it the way it has been, the way it's supposed to be run. Most people don't realize our country has been run by executive orders for the past, 16 years. Why? Because Republicans have tried their damnedest at every turn to not be an effective governing force. Way back when Obama was there, Mitch McConnell said, I'm going to do everything I can to make him a one-term president. He became 2 terms, but they made it hard to pass anything. They created this non-governing and always canceling and not giving a damn about the people process. So even when Donald Trump came in, again, nonstop doing nothing. Once he left, what did the Republicans do in the House? Absolutely shit. They didn't govern not one bit. The lowest performing House in history, and they want the House back? I'm like, you didn't do shit while you was there. You didn't prove you could govern. So you start to ask yourself, when we talk about the white nationalist male and the immigrant, Republicans decided to not do that bill and to run on fear, fear, fear of the immigrant. During this whole entire 2 years, they only brought up 2 or 3 instances of immigrants unaliving or harming American citizens. 2 or 3. Now, the more accurate number, they say around 10 million or so got in. Donald Trump and all the Republicans, 20 million, 30 million, it could be more, right? They're only hurting their case if you are logical to say that more have come in. Why? Because the amount of people that have actually been immigrants that have harmed anybody that's an American, they only brought up 2 instances, possibly 3. There was only 1 that was recent. The other ones were a decade ago or some craziness. I can name you right now more white men that have killed, mass murdered in the past year or 2 years or 5 years than one immigrant. They've only named 1 or 2 in the last 2 years. All right? And let's not even go back to mass unaliving people. Let's focus on just the last month or 2. Or even since before then, talking about Roe versus Wade. Let's go back to when Roe versus Wade was overturned. In the last year or 2, you know how many women have died due to white nationalist males' decisions on overturning Roe versus Wade? You know how many of those have died? More than 2. So you're worried about immigrants when only 2 of them have ever done anything that you can even count in the last decade. But I can name you 8 women that have died in the past few months for the same situation of what white nationalist men have made a decision to do. Knowing that it wasn't too long ago, 50-something years ago, when Roe versus Wade was finally determined. Prior to that, if you knew history, I'm 53. It's been in place since I was 3 years old, but I've known about its history because I ain't stupid. Prior to this bill coming into place, you understood why Roe versus Wade was needed. Why did it pass? Go back and look. Women were dying in droves. See, back then, they were doing alleyway abortions and shit. Have you ever heard what those are? Women were taking coat hangers to themselves, bleeding out. The kid died and the mother died. Teenagers was dying left and right. When it started affecting a lot of white women and white young women, that's when they started to realize, oh shit, we got to do something. So if you know the history of Roe versus Wade prior to and why it was needed, why in the hell would you want to get rid of it? Because you think people have evolved and won't do that shit again? No, that's not going to happen. Women did that because of dire reasons, because they were, raped by family members and was in a conservative Republican home, or not even Republican, but just a conservative home, religious home, and they did something they weren't supposed to do, their parents would have killed them coming home pregnant. So they were ready to use a hanger, drink bleach, all kinds of shit they was doing. And they realized it was safer for this to happen, Roe versus Wade, and then counsel people if they get pregnant that, hey, you can do this and you can do that and have options, but make the abortion the last resort. but still it's there for the women and their families to make that decision. That's the humane thing to do. And that's why Roe versus Wade came about. Just like the abortion, not abortion, but the immigrant situation. Republicans don't really care about the immigrants. Republicans are focused on making money and having power. Immigrants are the main source of them making a crap ton of profit because they pay them barely nothing and they make money. So you really think these people who are greedy really care about immigrants? No, they use immigrants to make you, the average citizen, afraid of the other. Specifically white people. You got other people of different races that want to assimilate with white people so much that they take on this same fear of white ideology. The others are coming to take us, even if the others look like you, which is straight odd to me. How black and Latin people will be sitting here talking about, yeah, these other people. I'm like, fool, you're the other. Why would you treat other people like they treated you? It's just insane to me to see a black person talk about people who are other, and we've been other and enslaved in this country. And once you feel like you don't came out of the otherism, you're gonna otherize somebody else. Some of the dumbest shit. It's crazy. But when we look at this, hopefully in the past, in the future, we'll look back at this and say, you know what? That's when America effed up. We had a hiccup with this craziness, a decade pretty much hiccup of this craziness. I pray to God that Trump loses. That when we had an illegal abortion, they tried their best to make it seem as though that that people who were having abortion were just, for lack of a better term, were hoes. People who going out and have sex left and right, have an abortion the next day, just get it over with. I mean, keep on having sex and get it over with. Promiscuous people. But it was so much deeper than that. People who want to get pregnant, who want to start a family, and they have medical issues. Meaning they may have, diabetes. They may have a heart condition. They may have, something wrong with their fallopian tube or whatever it may be. And the baby may be growing kind of weird, or maybe breech, or maybe all kinds of different things. Or maybe have the cord around the baby's neck. These are things where they have to get in there and do what they can. And if a doctor's worried about that he may unalive the baby, that mother is going to die. And we're sitting here having a debate about it. Maybe she should die. No, I'm pro-life. Fuck her life. I want the baby, honestly. But the baby life, just do the damn operation. The hell is this back and forth shit? They need to stay out of women's private regions and start focusing on shit that really fucking matter. Let's get back to like normal here. Leave the laws and shit that have already given people opportunity and all that. Leave that shit alone. Let's work toward the future. What else do we need in this country to work for each and every person, each community? We pay too many taxes to be sitting here talking about revising shit that happened back in the past that we already debated. We debated this shit 50 years ago. Why are we still debating it? I mean, have we run out of shit to do that we got to go back to old shit to try and see if we can change it? The 21st Amendment, 19th Amendment rather. I mean, these things have already been passed. Why are we talking about revisiting women being able to vote? It's insane, y'all. Check out Project 2025. Vote, vote, vote. Now, we're going to get to some of this news, checking some stuff off. Yes, we did. I'm going to watch some of y'all comments as we continue down this path. Let's see what we got. I'm doing this. I've been putting this together, y'all. We're going to see what happens. But I'm going to bring down my mic. News. Is it up? There we go. See if we can get
to show you this, asking folks, what time
Steve
did they make
Kornacki.
up their minds in this thing? Was it recent? Was it long ago? A lot happened in the last week. Has that been on people's minds? So we ask that question, and you can see right here, 92% are telling us that it was more than a week ago that they made up their minds in this thing. Only 7% saying in the last week. Now, in a close race, that 7% can be crucial, but I think one of the bigger takeaways here, it's been a while. I think a lot of people have been kind of locked in and waiting for this moment, potentially, Nicole. So, again, that's about 30,000 feet with all the disclaimers. It's about to get real soon enough, but we wanted to share that with you.
What's so interesting, Alicia, is that the campaign's theory of the case was if the stakes could be elevated in the minds of voters, that if people understood our very democracy was on the line, that they would do better. And I think that's the first time I've seen the democracy on par with the economy as a top issue.
And you and I looked at each other and said we were both surprised by that democracy number being quite so large, even with all the disclaimers that we offered. But I also think there's the possibility that some folks who are motivated by Dobbs
I hope you're wrong too, Big Wedge.
A functioning democracy is necessary in order to protect some of those fundamental rights.
Right.
Since we've sort of poo-pooed the exit polls, or at least put our disclaimers in. Let's talk about the fact that that comes on the heels of us questioning polls throughout this process, right? That you look at Wisconsin 2022.
The first poll closes in 47 minutes.
Then abortion just stops. Abortion access stops in Wisconsin. They're doing polling. Democrats are feeling good. Even their own polling was not capturing the number of voters who were newly animated by this issue, or the extent to which it was the issue that was able to move Republicans voters to Democrats. It was the issue that moved swing voters to Democrats. It was the issues that got voters off the couch. So I agree with you and you that we're going to continue to see that as we look at all of these results.
Now, can I completely go back on something I just said 10 seconds ago? I'm got to completely go back on what I said 10 seconds ago, because I'm going to read too much into the exit polling. And it's wrong, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Okay.
It's all we have right now.
It's a safe space, Cornell. You do you.
Thank you. That makes me feel good. Thanks for seeing me. If you look at the last midterm election, and on the question, there were several questions about what's the most important issue, what issues you're voting on. If you look at the voters who were most animated about democracy, Democrats, at least in the congressional battlegrounds, Democrats won those voters by better than 20 points.
Yeah.
Again, you should throw away early exit voting, but I got to tell you right now, if that's such a big issue, and given what I think historically Democrats have won that by, it's a very good sign for Democrats.
Is Steve Kornacki still here in the studio? I mean, I think a question too is that I've not seen democracy on par with the economy among a general electorate.
And I still don't believe it.
I mean, that's kind of made me gasp. I mean, and because it was the campaign's theory of the case all along, that if the stakes could be raised, and if the viewers understood kind of what all of us who marinated in it every day, who understand what it means to call back into active duty General Stanley McChrystal so that you could court-martial him. I mean, that's, I worked in the White House, and I had to follow that. I mean, but the voters are so informed, and they're so smart, and in this election, they're waiting 3 hours to vote. That's also a vote that's not in there yet. Those are people standing in lines right now to vote.
Maybe it's something you told me a long time ago, and you said when you were at Bush, it's like, we're going to define what the race is going to be about. And maybe they've done a pretty good job of defining what the race is going to be about.
Well, actually, you know, that was an Aaron Sorkin line, too. That was Annette Benning saying on Election Day, people care about what I tell them to care about. And I think in this case...
I thought it was you.
No, it was me. It's always me quoting...
Great artist.
It's always me quoting somebody else. I sit down every day with a page of quotes. But it does suggest that, you know, sometimes events are so massive, and Dobbs may be that event that is so massive. Other times campaigns do a very skillful job at pushing issues forward, and it suggests that this campaign has done both. Realize the massive nature of Dobbs and the reaction that people don't talk about and go public with these tragic miscarriages.
What's up, Patrick
and
Griffin?
health implications, but also that what the messages that were pushed out on democracy got through.
I think it's also, I mean, one of the things that's tricky about these exit polls when you ask somebody what's the most important issue, it's like, you know, if you get asked that, well, I put, you know, the economy is a little above this, but my third thing doesn't really matter to me at all. I'm really voting on these two. It's a very blunt instrument, right? That does not take anything away from it. And I think Alicia said something that's profound and true, which is that for a lot of voters, I think there are going to be a lot of voters who are going to have said in this set are going to have said abortion and democracy are kind of the same thing, that they think the Supreme Court is in the worst standing that's been in a very long time. It is seen as a corrupt.
Ever, since the question's been asked by Gallup.
And it is seen particularly as a corrupt institution. And so the corruption of the Supreme Court is a democracy issue. What this campaign did was campaigned really on two things: Donald and Dobbs. And in the broadest sense, meaning women's health, broadly defined. Dobbs as a placeholder for that, not just abortion rights, but women's reproductive health and women's health more broadly. And Donald Trump. And they snap together because people think that Trump is personally responsible for endangering women's health. But Donald, when you say we're campaigning on Donald, unfit, unhinged, unchecked power, those are all just code. Democracy is the pleasant way we say that. We want to preserve democracy. What they campaigned on in a tougher way when they turned very contrasty was, they didn't have to say Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. What they said was unhinged, unstable, going to be unchecked. And then you had the backup of what I think of as still really the greatest October surprise of this cycle, was John Kelly deciding to call your husband.
I hear you, F. Wood. After the election, they say when he loses,
let Mike tape him. Because
we got to see what's up with that.
These generals have been saying these things about Trump to book authors on background for a while. For Kelly to get to the point where he was willing to go out and understand that a quote in the New York Times could be dismissed as fake news by millions of people, but his voice on tape couldn't be dismissed. It's very savvy, obvious in one way, but also savvy and ballsy, and not something that we've seen military leaders do very often. Gives you a sense of exactly how much of a threat Kelly thought he was. I think that at the moment when they were making the Harris campaign was making this negative argument about the threat he posed, to have Kelly drop that thing. I always thought for a year, if one of these generals comes out, it could really be important. I think it was really important when the story of this race is told. That will be huge.
I think that at a time when journalists and journalism was the first institution Donald Trump sought to tear down. I mean, enemies of the people happens in 2015 and 16.
Fake news.
Right, fake news. That's 2015 and 16. And that the success of that was what John's talking about, the erosion in the reported out stories. And there was some incredible journalism in this cycle. But to the degree that you could break through with any of it, it was hearing John Kelly. And I remember asking Sarah Longwell week after week, what would change, what would break through in her study of the Never Trump voters to get them not just to not vote for Trump, but to pull a lever, to fill in a bubble for Kamala Harris. And it was the generals, the generals, the generals. As John's saying, as Harris sought to articulate with Liz Cheney by her side, what using the American military against what Trump describes as the enemies within would look like, General John Kelly pops up on tape and describes the history and the horror for the men and women of the military of being used in any domestic sense.
Can I add an asterisk to this and then just pop it over to the actual pollster, which is, I want to remind us, though, that Donald Trump has tried to jujitsu this democracy argument and act as though Kamala Harris and Democrats are the threats to democracy. And so I think we are seeing those numbers and viewing them through one lens. And I just want to add the possibility that there are Republican voters or Trump voters who are going and saying that that is their top issue.
Yes.
And that is why they're voting for Donald Trump.
I think that's completely
sure,
fair. And I think what we've also seen, to that point, we've actually seen Republicans sort of that move into as an issue space, but not still the immigration, the border.
Yeah, but it's never Trump immigration and the economy for the Trump voter.
It's real. Sort of, it's hard to break through to a Republican if you're not talking about immigration or inflation.
It's amazing because we've talked a lot about how he has bungled this in the home stretch, and I think we've talked less about the opportunity cost of him not choosing to close out his campaign and his closing argument by talking about the economy and talking about immigration, which are the two things that his campaign thought issue-wise could actually propel him to victory.
Well, I mean, issue-wise, those two things, as John said, I think we all are prepared, if Trump prevails tonight, to cover it in that way. That those issues were issues that
I'm not prepared to.
Well, say more.
Maybe not prepared, but but then
I mean, I guess I'm prepared to. If he wins, the voters decide who wins. I'm not any of us.
No, I think that's
and I think he's lied on those two issues for so many years that there are people that cannot take in the data about the economy under Democratic presidents.
I think that's fair, and then I was told to wrap. So.
Oh, no, keep going.
Keep going.
It's my show.
She's the captain now.
What did you want to say?
No, I was going to say, well, if he does win, he's going to do something that he hasn't done in two prior elections. He's going to have to get over 47% because we don't see the third party voting.
Yeah.
And if you're going to tell me after all that he's now doing better than he did in the prior two elections, that's going to be hard to take so explain it. So we're not who we think we are. We're not who we propose to the world we are if that happens.
And the only thing I would add to that, no one's telling me to rap, I wonder why. It would be that they heard it not from us, right? They heard it from John Kelly.
Yeah.
They heard it from Mark Esper. They heard it from Mark Milley, not in their own voice. They heard how he was as president from 23 cabinet officials who worked for him and voted for him anyway. And we will have to rumble with that should he prevail tonight.
Even though they're not telling you to rap, you're going to rap. You're just going to do it.
They're not telling me.
Madman at the wheel, Nicole. Let's just keep going. Who needs commercials?
All right, we're going to take a quick break. I do want to share one more piece of news. It's so exciting, all this stuff coming in. The Secretary of State of Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, just tweeted this, quote, "Turnout is off the charts all across Michigan." When we come back, she didn't say, that was me. When we come back, we will check on another of the key battleground states for all.
We're not going to show any commercials, so we're going to try and switch it over from one thing to another. So let's get back to the two shot in a second. At least we try not to show any commercials. Let's see what we got. Before it gets to the commercial, let's switch it over. That's me. There we go. CNN? Nope, that's not CNN. Oh, we got to select it. There we go. There we go. CNN.
Harris voters say they're coming out.
Sound like they're going
to
to a commercial too.
For Harris. Only 29% of Harris voters say that they're out there casting their ballot to oppose Trump. Now, those numbers are even bigger in this direction for Donald Trump supporters.
Decaf.
Among his supporters, 80% of them say they're out there casting their ballot for Donald Trump. 17% say they're showing up to cast a ballot against Harris. We also asked about certain qualities that each coalition was looking for. So among Harris voters, 35% of them say they were looking for a candidate that has good judgment. That was the quality that mattered most to them. 28% of Harris supporters say they were looking for somebody who cares about people like me. 21% say has ability to lead. And only 13% of Harris supporters said they were looking for someone.
The music's
to bring
not
about
even
needed
necessary.
change. It's a complete reversal when you look at the Trump coalition here. 41% of Trump supporters said the most important quality was looking for somebody who had the ability to lead. Right up there, almost tied, 39%, looking for a candidate who can bring needed change. And then everything else was in single digits. Only 9% of Trump supporters said they were looking for someone who cares about people like me, and only 7% of Trump supporters were looking for a presidential candidate who has good judgment, Anderson.
Oh, fascinating. That's fascinating.
Listen, that explains a lot. That's like literally, like, if you don't care,
Too much.
If somebody cares about you or has good judgment, Donald Trump is your candidate. They know he doesn't care about them. They know he has terrible judgment.
They want someone who's going to fight for him.
But somebody who doesn't care about them, only cares about himself. I do think this is helpful because it literally is upside down world. And I think it's important to point out that Kamala Harris has crossed the bridge of convincing people that she cares about people like them, that she has good judgment. That is an important value that I think is going to show up in a big way today.
I'm also surprised immigration has gone down in its significance of top issues, which was 1 and 2 for most of this race. And I have to wonder if that's because Donald Trump led on it for so long, but I think Kamala Harris was able to negate some of that steam by saying she would have signed the border bill that he had passed. I think that may have resonated with voters, that they realize there's 2 candidates who care about this issue. They simply have different approaches.
I'm not sure if I were any candidate that I'd feel good about the fact that my own voters were motivated by good judgment, and I got 7% of the people who said that you had good judgment. She's 35%. This battery goes back to the thing I was talking about. I mean, I think people think Donald Trump's strong. They say his supporters say he has the ability to lead. But the question is, who is he leading for? Is he leading for me? His supporters may believe that, but this issue of caring about people like you, this issue of has good judgment. I mean, these are character issues about the character of your leadership. And I think people are making a judgment as to where are my interests best served, with the strong guy who knows how to lead, or with a person who I think hears me, is going to be thinking about me. And that's really
these
the
exit
dynamic
polls
of this
are
race.
a little bit like a Rorschach
Yeah, but
test.
again,
I mean, you can
I'll
kind
go
of
back.
see
Listen,
in them whatever you
I'll
want.
just go back to Van's point because I love this point, right? All that's great, but if your check engine light comes on, you don't care.
I
about
don't
it.
like this dude at all.
I don't care about any of it.
I think built into what you're saying, again, it is a Rorschach test because I would have been with you. I think Donald Trump was way ahead on the economy, but he melted down in this final stretch in the closing message. And Kamala Harris is talking about home health care for people who have senior parents. She's talking about the opportunity economy. She's tried to turn that message as somebody who her parents didn't own a home until she was in high school. Yeah. She related on the issues of understanding the economic struggle, and he was talking about the things I'm not even going to repeat they used as a closing message. I think that's where it may have shifted.
I do think that she's been able to kind of walk him down in the economy by talking about stuff like, if you have a kid, you're going to get $6,000 for the newborns. Like, walk them down, and close that gap.
We're going to break down more exit poll information straight ahead. Also, we're getting closer to the first results of the night in the presidential race. First votes that have been counted. There's a lot coming up on election night in America. Stay tuned.
Yeah. I don't understand how they literally believe that Donald Trump has their back. You talk about a man who grew up with not a silver spoon in his mouth. He had a gold toilet under his ass. And they literally think this man who never really pays his bills cares about him. And the thing that kills me also is that people are like, oh, I saw this one guy earlier say an exit poll. They just asked him a question after he left. Said something about, he had more money in his pocket. His 401k did better under Trump. How? Donald Trump's economy tanked at the end. What part of you? It kills me when people try their best to look at a full picture and say it's great when only this much of it. This much of it was great. This much. The rest of it was trash. We were under a pandemic. 1 million people lost their lives. You're trying to tell me that a man that mismanaged COVID told everybody it was less than the flu when he knew from day one, if you listen to his own voice, when he had an interview, right? He literally would, was it Bob Woodard or something like that? I forgot his name. You can look him up. The interview with the guy who's a big time reporter, older guy. He literally told him, I remember the exact kind of words. He goes, 5% worse than the flu. He's talking about 500 times worse than the flu. And he told the world, it's nothing. You don't have to wear a mask. Friends of his died listening to him. People died listening to him. And you think that would be the guy who couldn't manage something that he was even handed, literally handed the playbook for how to deal with a pandemic by Obama, and this fool tossed that shit out, defunded the department that would end up having to take care of this, and then tried to call Dr. Fauci out as if Dr. Fauci didn't know what he was doing. Do you know who Dr. Fauci is? This is what kills me, man. The Republicans came out with this nonsensical BS, and everybody who just is ignorant as hell just listen to it. Dr. Fauci is the reason why AIDS patients are not dying in droves like they were to begin with. He was one of the only doctors who really gave a damn about them personally to find out what is it that they're having a problem with. He sat down with AIDS patients when they had to wear masks and shit because they thought of it as like the global pandemic of like dynamic proportions. He had to walk around them and treated them like humans as opposed to some kind of disease. Asked them what was going on, because otherwise people were just listening, looking at germs and cells and trying to figure it out. He literally listened to the people, calmed them down, became friends with a lot of them, mourned their lives because they couldn't save them, consistently thought, how can I start saving these people that are becoming my friends? Going to their funerals, having compassion, empathy, and realizing the task of saving their lives was on his back. We owe this man a debt of gratitude. And you got these dipshit ass people out here talking about him like a dog. We didn't have to wear masks. Lord, do your homework. Go back to 1919, when we had the Spanish flu, the last time 100 years prior that we had a pandemic. Ask yourself the question. Wearing a mask and distancing is normal. Nothing new. They did the same thing 100 years ago. That is the first step to get the country going toward the right direction, to give the scientists time to figure out the solution. It is about a collective effort to figure out. You guys have got to do your part and stop getting the damn disease so that we can do our part to figure out how these people are dying. If there's droves of you dying, it's harder for us to focus on how to solve the problem. So do your part. Wear a mask. Keep the disease level down so that the ones who have it, we can focus on how to test them and see what the strand is doing. If you're continually creating new strands by not wearing a mask, you're making it harder for the doctors, the nurses, and the scientists. In 1918, 1919, they knew this shit. And they wore masks and they distanced themselves. Now, for the most part, back then, everybody did it. Was there some dissent? Yes. Some Americans did not want to wear the mask. But for the most part, the government did not make it a political issue. They told people, this is how we save ourselves. They didn't come out as the president back then saying, I don't want to wear a mask. I'm not going to wear a mask. No, we shouldn't wear a mask. No. They kept with what the department told them to do for diseases, what to do. They came out, let those people speak. The president sat his ass down out of it and just was the leader, but telling you what the department is telling him what to do. He didn't make it a political issue. He didn't act like he knew better than the doctors. He literally let the doctors determine. And that's what every pandemic that we've had. You think that the pandemic that we had with COVID was the last pandemic that we had since 1919? No, we had a shit ton of them since then. But you know why you didn't hear that much about them? Dr. Fauci stopped a lot of them before they killed. Some of them only killed one person in this country. You owe that to the doctors, and the leader of that was Dr. Fauci. And you got dipshits out here who have no idea about science. They don't even believe in science. And they're out here bad-mouthing him, talking about taking some horse pills. And somebody said ivermectin or whatever. I'm like, what the hell are y'all talking about? Joe Rogan and all of them sitting here talking like they got law degrees. What or doctor degrees. They got medical degrees. They don't have any degrees. Joe Rogan just tells comedy. He was like the guy that was on Fear Factor. Hello? The guy who's on steroids. That dude. You going to listen to him and get ideas on what is good and what's not for your health? It's insane. I'd rather listen to a doctor every day. People were taking medication based on a comedic reality TV show, podcaster, and they're taking ivermectin, however you say that shit, based off of him and Donald Trump. You put your life, in the hands of those idiots. I'm sorry. I'd rather talk to somebody who who helped do something. I don't know where it got to the point where people think you don't need a degree or you don't need any education towards shit. Let me see. I feel like ivermectin will work. There you go. I think I'll take that. Oh, cyanide? Just a little bit, a pinch of cyanide. It ain't gonna kill me. The fuck are you talking about? Who are you? You have no degree. You have never performed any kind of scientific theories, nothing. You don't even know what a Bunsen burner is. And you're going to sit here and try and tell people? I mean, Donald Trump wants to put the dude who killed a bear, baby bear, left it in a park, going to keep him at the top of CDC. And this dude took ivermectin and talked about he got a worm in his head. What? Y'all, it is insane. It is insane. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Yeah, there was people who took this stuff that's supposed to be in pools. I remember the 2 older people who died taking it. I'm like, this man killed people by telling them to take a drug that was meant to clean your pool. How the fuck has that got to do anything with a virus? Insanity, yo. Insanity. It is some of the craziest shit I've ever recognized in my life, that our country is filled with people who are this crazy. I mean, you make a decision about your health based on someone who doesn't even have a doctorate. I mean, they've never went to any kind of medical school. They think if you do something scientific, it's like some kind of magic trick. Oh, wow. It actually floats. Well, no shit. It's some of the craziest things. Yeah, he cut animals open. He ran to the beach because he heard on the news that there was a whale that had been beached. He ran to the beach with his kids, y'all. At least one kid. With a saw, electric saw in hand. Went out there and cut the head off a said whale. Left the rest of the body there. Bounced, attached it to the top of his ceiling, and drove home with it. With the guts and shit, just juices coming inside the car, hitting the baby. The child. It wasn't a baby, but the child. The most idiotic, poorest decision. Why would a child need to see dad cutting a whale's head off? And to be riding around with it like it was like the Christmas Vacation. Dad tying the Christmas tree on top of the car. This was a whale's head. What'd you do to it when you got home? Weird. And you want him running something. I wouldn't let that man run my car, let alone drive it. And that's the type of leadership he's talking about putting into place. Boy, y'all don't shut up. Big time. Everybody in the Kennedy family don't want nothing to do with him, Rochelle. You know your whole family don't want nothing to do with you. Even your kids. Something's wrong. You ain't even see his wife or anybody who's he's dating, or anybody come out and support him during that run for president. It's insane, y'all. Very much so. Let's see if we can get one of these back up. I think the CNN may be back up for a second. Let's see. Too shy. I don't want to show this commercial, but there we go. CNN's up. Let's go. Let's go.
As an example, it's also about whether her union allies succeed or fail in getting some of their workers to set aside guns issues or cultural issues or social issues or affinity for Donald Trump. You just heard the worker saying no tax on overtime pay. Can labor unions convince their workers actually organizing and other labor issues are more
important? Oh, yes.
Look for the margins in a place like this. And if Vice President Harris is losing votes there, she wants to track Biden, but let's assume she's a little below Biden in Macomb County. Well, then you're doing the math. She has to make it up in more affluent Oakland County. This is her coalition is very complicated. If she's going to lose a little bit because of the dynamics, the question is where can she make it up? And so Michigan is one of the fantastic opportunities to do that as we start to come into votes. And remember, The 3 blue wall states have voted together since 1992. We'll find out tonight if that pattern continues or if it is broken.
All right, thanks, John. We're just minutes away from the very first votes of the 2024 election coming through in areas with the earliest poll closings, and we're getting closer to the end of voting in battleground Georgia, the first pivotal battleground state on our radar tonight. After months of anticipation, the results are finally coming soon in this historic presidential race. We'll be right back.
We'll go to CNN or MSNBC if we can get there. Gotta switch it over. There we go.
No, I was vocal that I would never back him again.
Have you backed him before?
Oh, yes.
When did you vote for him last?
Well, I was a delegate to the 2016 convention, so I voted for him twice.
I'm anxious. I'm worried about what if Kamala does win? What is Trump going to do? Are we going to have another January 6th? Am I going to be hoarding toilet paper tomorrow? What if Trump does win? What is going to happen? So it's scary. Yeah, it's scary.
Voters, in their own words, really describing a country on the edge of the knife, which is what it feels like for a lot of people. In so many ways, tonight's presidential election is unique, quite unprecedented in modern American political history. Never before have Americans gone to the polls, having just experienced the last time around the losing candidate assemble and direct a mob to incite an insurrection with the stated goal of stopping the peaceful transfer of power to the person who won. So we might find it encouraging during these anxious hours of waiting that from what we have learned so far, according to exit polls, voters seem to care about preserving democracy, what has endured for nearly a quarter of a millennium, our country, our democracy. Joining us now to talk about that, co-founder and executive director of Protect Democracy, Ian Bass. And Ian, Alicia has already stipulated that some Trump voters view the democracy, I think the way it goes in MAGA world is that because Donald Trump was held to the same rule of law in America, that is the threat to democracy in Donald Trump's telling. But there are some Republicans who feel like democracy is threatened by a former president being charged with the crimes he is charged with carrying out. But this seeing democracy as an issue on par with the economy is rather unprecedented, and it's something that broke through in the midterms, but we've not seen this in a presidential election. What do you see in that data?
I see the fact that we are at a moment, a turning point moment, and we've been talking about this for months and years, in which not just the United States, but the world is going to decide whether the 21st century is going to be a century of freedom and democracy and greater rights, or a century of darkness and a turn towards something more authoritarian. And 2024 has been the year of elections around the world. And so far, in countries like Poland and France, and most recently in Moldova, the more pro-freedom, pro-democracy side has been prevailing. And the question today is, will the U.S. turn the corner and really cement those gains? And like everything else in this country over the last couple of years, it's balancing on a knife's edge. And I think what we need to understand is that whether we survive this moment, this threat to democracy, depends on every little thing. Everything matters. And, you know, we've gotten questions over the last couple of years. You and I have talked about it. It seems like nothing matters. It seems like anything Donald Trump does doesn't stick to him, the impeachments, the indictments. And I think what we're seeing today in a race that could come down to a small number of votes is that every single thing matters, which is why we need to remind people right now, polls are still open. If you haven't voted yet, it matters. Vote.
And if you are listening, I never say this, turn us off and go vote. Get in the car. If you can find us on the radio, keep listening. But please go vote. I mean, I think it's such an important point because the study of autocracy, which, as you know, is what I spent some of my maternity leave reading about, is to weaponize despair and helplessness. The things that you just articulated are tools of the autocrat. I mean, thinking that nothing matters is a strategy, not an accident. And what I think is so amazing, and John Hallman talked about it before, should Should the pro-democracy coalition win, it will be in some ways, we don't know yet, but it appears powered by women and young people, which is how the two examples you cited, Poland and France, averted a turn towards something more autocratic, but also the broad ideological coalition that came together to protect democracy, the confident campaigning alongside Republicans like Liz Cheney. Tell me how you see the final messages from the two sides.
Well, look, we've always aspired to being the world's first multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious democracy, where people from different opinions and backgrounds can join as one nation. That is a wild idea in the history of human civilization, and we've never actually fully achieved it here in this country. And we are on the verge of moving into that world, and I think what we have seen in the person of Donald Trump and the ugliness that he has carried with him is a last-ditch attempt to stop that. And I think it all came out in the final week as Trump and Vance were putting down women. They were making racist, sort of appeals and jokes, and really making this ultimately a decision. Are we going to go backwards and become a racist and less equal country, a more racist and less equal country, or are we going to go forwards and actually try to come closer to that ideal that our founders laid out for us 250 years ago that is up to our generation to finally deliver on? And I am optimistic that in the next couple of days, or even sooner, we will find out that we can be that better America.
In a democracy, everyone has a vote, and it takes time. We're already learning that some ballots are being recounted in Milwaukee to count everyone's vote, but that is as central as anything. We know 4 years ago from what Donald Trump did in public, he wanted to stop the voting because the early indicators, the kind of vote that came in early, favored him. He is all but certain to repeat past patterns, and all that we have from the past is bolstered by things he's already said, that he's told his supporters he can only lose if people cheat, and that he will describe counting or tabulating or recounts as cheating. What is your instruction from a democracy viewpoint to how to cover him tonight if he falsely seeks to claim victory before all the ballots have been counted?
Well, the great thing about this country is in America, the voters pick our leaders. Our leaders don't pick the voters. And so ultimately, this is in our hands. We know that voting in this country is incredibly secure. We've had an amazingly smooth election day today. Credit to all of the incredible election workers who have done their jobs in one of the most trying circumstances they've ever been a part of. And we now need to wait and make sure that every vote is counted and trust the process and only listen to the official results. We know Donald Trump is going to claim victory as a lie before the votes have finally been counted because he's told us he's going to do that. And that's a sign of weakness that should be ignored. We wait for the final vote counts. We celebrate the final tallies once they're there. And here's the thing. About 8 years ago, when we gathered a summit on democracy in the early days of the Trump administration, the brave Russian dissident activist Vladimir Kara-Murza, who was detained and imprisoned by Vladimir Putin until he was recently released as part of the deal that the Biden-Harris administration negotiated, met with a bunch of American democracy activists and said this: in your country, in the United States, you still don't know who's going to win your next election. That's not true for us in Russia. Hold on to that with everything you've got. That's what's at stake today, preserving our freedom, our ability to choose our leaders, and our ability to not know who's going to win the next election. We're still there. We've got to preserve it. So once again, stop watching television, go vote, get others to vote. This is what's on the line, our freedom to do that into the future.
I'm going to embarrass you now. For the next 7 months, when we had the audacity to cover this as a beat, Autocracy Could It Happen Here, you generously educated us and informed us, and I think gave a lot of people courage to go out and vote, not just vote, but tell people that their vote was about democracy. So thank you for your work. And to your point, we have no idea how tonight's going to turn out. If you have not exercised your glorious right to vote, please go do so. Thank you, Ian Bassan. And Cornel, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being real. Thank you for changing your mind about exit polls on live TV. I mean, that was like, Doug Rose had a shirt on that said, real men vote for Harris. Real men and real pollsters change their mind about data on the air. I love it.
I didn't really change my mind.
He didn't.
Early exit polls are trash.
Garbage. And they're not even data.
They're not data. The third wave is I don't even know what our network policy is, but I think we're very judicious about waiting until there's enough data but
and
it will
I think the things about the issue stuff is all, and when did you decide to vote? Those are all reasonable.
Yeah. Haman, thank you. A treat for everybody. Alicia is grabbing you. Jesus, take the wheel. Alicia is taking the wheel. I have to scoot over to the other studio. You will be in her gifted hands. I will see you in a few moments.
We're going to see Nicole at the top of the hour. As for us, we need to take another quick break, and then we'll be right back on the other side.
Is showing promising signs. I've been speaking to an election official there on the ground. Most polls will close at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the exception of 2 polling places in Cobb County and a few others requesting an extension. Now, by law, the state has to report all the mail-in ballots received by Monday by an hour after polls close. But officials say that I've been speaking to, they expect around 75% of Georgia's overall vote to be released at around 8 o'clock. And then an official I've been speaking to says the majority of precincts will still report their first batch of results after polls close. Now, in Michigan, the Secretary of State, I just spoke to the Secretary of State, just got off the phone with her, and she tells me they're on track to match and possibly surpass their turnout record from 2020. The Secretary of State also tells me that at 9 p.m. Eastern, all the early in-person votes and the vast majority of today's Election Day votes should be in, and then they'll be made publicly throughout the night. She also notes, and this could be important, Aaron, depending on how close this race is, that 7,000 overseas ballots have not been returned yet. So, again, another factor in all of this. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Secretary of State there earlier, Secretary Benson, saying if it comes down to a margin of 7,000, we could be waiting. If it's not that tight, we may find this out much more quickly. So we will see. All right, Pam, thank you very much on the voting desk. Let's go to Sarah Murray. She is in Atlanta with new information on the voting there. What have you just learned, Sarah?
Well, Aaron, we learned that there are 5 locations here in Fulton County that will be staying open later because they had to be briefly evacuated today because of these non-credible bomb threats. Obviously, this is an issue that folks in Georgia, as well as a couple other states, have been grappling with today. Now, we just learned from county officials here in Fulton County the polls will be open anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes past this 7 p.m. deadline when they were expected to close. Again, this is designed to give voters an opportunity to vote to make up for the period that these locations were closed today. Now, as Pam Brown was just pointing out, Georgia does have a rule that says an hour after your polls close, you need to report early absentee advanced voting. And in speaking to officials, they still believe we are going to see very timely results in Georgia, even though we have these 5 locations in Fulton County that are going to be staying open later, as well as a handful of other locations across the state. Still a lot of optimism from officials here that we are going to see some speedy results tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Republican Secretary of State there has been so confident in that. We hope that's the case. All right, Sarah Murray, thank you very much with that latest reporting from Atlanta. Let's go over to John King. I'm peeking behind you at the wall. I see Pennsylvania is up.
So as you were translating what that means, I want to try to add to that as well as we go through it. Number one, let's start out west, and I'm going to walk over this way for a minute. If this race comes down to Arizona and Nevada, which is distinctly possible given how close it was, you get the impression from what we just heard, the counts there could take a little bit longer. If it comes down 11 and 6 in terms of the electoral votes, if it comes down to out west. However, it's also quite possible when we get these, which some will be late tonight, some could be tomorrow or beyond, we'll get more. So let's wander back over here and go through what we just heard. And I'll have Pennsylvania up because you just heard from Kate Baldwin. So let's start with Kate Baldwin. She's here in Bucks County. This is one of the key collar counties right around Philadelphia. Democrats need to run it up big in Philadelphia and then do well in the suburbs around it. Bucks County, blue collar, cops, firefighters, close to Philadelphia, which is just here to the south. This has been the most competitive of the collar counties. The more affluent, more educated, Montgomery and Delaware, have become overwhelmingly Democratic. Look how close Bucks County was in 2020, 52 to 47. Go back to 2016, it's even closer, 48 to 48, or 49 if you round up Secretary Clinton to 48 there. So that's a very important point when Kate is saying, you know, there could be keeping precincts open a little bit longer to deal with that. That's what happens on election night, number one. Number two, if you're still voting and you see things on social media, check with your state officials or your county officials. Be careful about what you believe on social media, especially if it's coming from somebody who has a stake in the outcome of the election. So that's Pennsylvania there. I just want to go quickly down to Georgia where Victor Blackwell was because he makes an important point. Both Sarah Murray here in Fulton County, some bomb threats, so they're going to keep polls open, an absolutely essential area, 10% of the state population. You see how important it is to the Democratic coalition there. But then where Victor was out here in Gwinnett County. Again, as Victor noted, this was Republican territory 8, 10, 12 years ago. It is increasingly Democratic territory now, you see right there. So keeping the polling places open for a little bit longer could be incredibly important. And again, bomb threats, that's unusual. Keeping polling places open a little bit later because something happens, that's part of the process, Jake. Happens all the time, and we just need to be patient.
All right.
Yeah,
Thanks
Rachel,
so much. And we're getting a new read on the issues that matter to voters. David Chalian back with more exit poll information. David, how concerned are people about this issue of protecting democracy?
Yeah, it's the #1 issue according to the exit poll of voters across the country in this election. 35% of voters in this election, Jake, say it is the most important issue. So we went a little deeper. Is democracy in the U.S. secure or threatened? 73% of voters nationally in this election, according to these preliminary exit poll results, say U.S. democracy is threatened. Only 25% think it's secure. Are you confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately in the United States? Well, 2/3 of voters in this election, 68%, say they are confident. 31% of voters say they're not confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately today. We also wanted
That's
to look
because
at
of
that
Trump.
by coalition of support here. So among Harris voters in this election nationally, Drake, 88%, nearly 9 out of 10 Harris voters are confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately. Only 11% are not confident. As I'm sure you could imagine, after the last 4 years, Donald Trump supporters, it's a totally different story. It's a split decision. Only 47% of Trump voters in this election say they're confident that the election is conducted fairly and accurately. 52%, a slim majority of Trump voters, are not confident, Jake. We also asked, are you concerned about violence as a result of the election? And overall, 71% of voters across the country, according to these early exit polls, say yes, they are concerned about violence. 27%, Jake, say no, they're not.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, Jake, thanks very much. Just looking at the new exit polls, anything surprise you on this?
Listen, I'm actually surprised by the number of Republicans in this exit poll that actually do trust the election. It's nearly half.
Given all the
trust
rhetoric
process.
from the former president.
Yeah, and as we speak, Donald Trump is espousing on his Truth Social that there's fraud in Philadelphia. It's been knocked down by local election officials. But this is
By the way,
happening
the top
in real
election
time.
official in Pennsylvania is Republican.
Is a Republican. But listen, I think it's not helpful to Donald Trump if democracy is actually as high on voters' minds. Now, people can interpret that different. I think that there are some on the right who are going to say, well, the threat to democracy is the other side. But I think by and large, that tends to capture the voters who are concerned about January 6th, stop the steal, and efforts to overturn the election.
I think this challenging this assertion of fraud in Philly and some of the other things he's said lately is one of the reasons why people are concerned about violence and about what's going to happen after the election, because this has become more and more a mantra as the days have come toward the election.
Look, I think Governor Shapiro and the team in Pennsylvania have done a laudable job in doing things. They're transparent. We don't have butcher paper up on the windows like we had in the last election. People are being shown things. There's like cameras there. So I am confident that this will be a fair election, a free election, and that it's going to come out the way it's supposed to come out. People are voting.
We had a fair one before, dude.
And I'm hopeful that our team wins.
Well, I mean, to me, it is interesting that democracy, which should be a shared value, has now become almost a partisan issue. When you looked at concern for democracy was not very high for a party, the Republican Party, that's supposed to be the party of liberty, the party of patriotism. Something's really happened. I think the Democratic Party, has picked up the banner of a deeper kind of patriotism and a deeper kind of commitment to democracy, and I think that shows in these numbers.
It's interesting, though, the people were critical early on of Kamala Harris for running on the defense of democracy idea. It seems, certainly just from these exit polls, that it
kind of redeemed it. But I don't think she ran on those alone. It would have been a mistake to do so. I think the people who cared deeply about that were going to be with her, and so that is in the mix. But on your point about democracy, look, Donald Trump's project has been to raise doubts about all institutions.
Our coverage
that's
continues
dangerous.
right now.
It is election night in America. These are live pictures from a polling place near Milwaukee, Wisconsin, one of the 7 battleground states expected to ultimately decide who becomes the 47th president of these United States. I'm Jake Tapper in the CNN Election Center. The very first presidential votes of 2024 are about to be posted. The American people deciding whether to elevate Vice President Kamala Harris to the top job or return former President Donald Trump to the White House. We're getting closer to the first major round of poll closings and our first chance to make projections. That will be about an hour from now. 60 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency will be on the line at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's when all voting ends in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Some polling places in the Eastern time zone in Indiana and Kentucky are actually closing right now, and we expect early results from those two states at any moment. Georgia is the first crucial battleground state on our radar this evening. The state was pivotal in the Democrats' 2020 presidential victory, and Georgia's 16 electoral votes could be decisive in this election as well. Our correspondents are tracking Election Day voting in all the top swing states and will be on the scene as the first vote counts are reported. Our correspondents are working their sources inside the Harris and Trump campaigns. Let's check in with Abby Phillip, who is at Harris headquarters at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. And Abby, what are you hearing from the campaign at this hour?
Well, Jake, these are the critical turnout hours for the Harris campaign, and I'm here with my colleague Jeff Zelady. He's got some new reporting about how the Harris campaign, Jeff, is trying to, in these final moments, reach the people that they need to reach who maybe haven't voted yet.
It's so
a lot of them are
extraordinary.
closed
Even
already.
as, the vice president is at the Naval Observatory
East
here, about
Coast.
100 miles away in the campaign's war room in Wilmington. They are checking these turnout numbers and literally going door by door. A senior advisor told me just a short time ago, if you have not voted yet, you will get a knock on your door, or someone will give you a phone call. Just a few moments ago, the campaign sent out a blast release trying to get volunteers to call people who have not voted. So that is how micro this is. But on a broader sense, the Harris campaign, as you've been reporting earlier, she is feeling optimistic, we're told, but cautious. And one question is, yes, they do believe turnout is high in cities like Madison and Milwaukee and Detroit, but the high turnout can obviously go both ways. So the question of the gender gap is front and center here. But we're at Howard University, obviously, and her supporters will be coming in here shortly. And I'm told that she has also been working on a speech. We do not know if she will deliver it here tonight, of course. It could be one of two kinds, but we do know that she will be acting very quickly to whatever the Trump campaign does. So look, 1 hour before polls close in critical Georgia, this election is still
She
going on.
got gospel
People are still
playing,
being
y'all.
contacted if they have not voted.
And as you know, Jeff, one of the key advantages the Harris campaign thinks that they have is a turnout operation that is within their campaign. They have full control over it, and they believe it's been working at full capacity in the last couple of weeks. Back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Abby. Thanks, Jeff. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now, who's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, what are you learning about Mr. Trump's mindset this evening?
Well, Jake, there's obviously a difference in Trump and his campaign itself. Trump himself has been making baseless claims about fraud happening already, even though officials that we're talking to in those cities like Philadelphia say they have no idea what he is talking about or what reports he's referencing. I'm here at the convention center with Kristen Holmes as well. And obviously, there's what Trump is saying on Truth Social. What are you hearing from the campaign about the numbers that they're tracking behind the scenes and what they're paying the closest attention to?
Well, Caitlin, right now, everything is coming down to voter turnout on Election Day. I mean, there's a lot of confusion and a lot of wondering about how that early voting actually translates on Election Day. Are those new voters? Are those new Republican voters? Or are those people who were going to actually show up on Election Day? There's a lot of trying to track that. Now, we will be going on Trump is he's actually the exact same thing we hear the Harris campaign is doing, is trying to reach those voters to drive out turnout today. He has done at least 5 tele-rallies with various demographic groups that includes rallies in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, as well as rallies targeting young men, unregistered voters, and seniors. They are trying to get as many people to show up at the polls as they possibly can. Now, in terms of what they're tracking, they are actually looking at one of their apps that they had set up, the Trump Force 47, which is their way of essentially giving away their ground game to people on the ground, to volunteers. They are looking to see how many of those volunteers are tracking their people that they were supposed to reach out and bring to the polls actually voting, because if they're not tracking the number, they want to reach out again and make sure that they're actually doing everything they can to get those people to the polls. This was part of their ground game strategy. It's also why it's so risky, because you're depending on volunteers instead of actual professionals. We'll obviously obviously have to see if it pays off.
Yeah, it's a big bet that they are making on this election day vote. They felt good about the early vote. We'll see how they feel about the numbers that we're seeing coming in now. And obviously, Jake, North Carolina and Georgia, those polls set to close. Those are two of the states that the Trump campaign is watching the closest as maybe a read on how the whole night can go for them.
All right, thanks, Kaylin and Kristen. We're getting another important read on the electorate from the exit polls. David Chalian's back. David, what are we learning about when voters made up their minds about who they were going to vote for, whom, I should say, for president?
Jake, we've talked so much about how each candidate was closing at the end and the very small slice of voters left undecided. Most voters decided long ago. Look at this. When did you make up your mind and decide on your presidential vote? Only 3% of voters nationwide in these preliminary exit poll results say in the last few days. 3% say in the last week. 6% say in October, 7% in September. 80% of voters say before September they were already locked into their choice. And it looks pretty similar if you look among Harris supporters versus Trump supporters. Among Harris supporters, only 3% in the last few days and 3% in the last week. Again, 80% before September were locked in. And on the Trump side, we look at his supporters in the last few days, 3%, in the last week, 4%. 81% of his supporters were locked in before September. So it was a small slice of folks here that were deciding at the very end, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, fascinating stuff. Dana Bash, I mean, most people made up their minds long ago, but still, in an election with margins this thin, 3% making up their mind in the last few days, 3% making up their mind in the last week, that's not insignificant.
It is not insignificant, and this matches exactly what we've been told from both campaigns.
Yeah, I'm not that great on CNN often,
yes,
so I'm
relative to the whole
gonna switch out of there.
It's very small, but how
real quickity
targeted
quick. Let's go.
They have tried to be towards those what we call late.
Oh, look, the snacks are here. Originally, they had 10 voting machines in the location. Now they've got 12. They're in the process of setting them up right now. There's less than 2 hours until the polls close here. Every single person just showing the snack people. Thank you.
See if I can make this bigger for y'all, see if it works.
Be able to get in at the end of the night. Maybe I just want to check in with people at the end.
There we
They seem
go.
to be having a serious conversation.
Orange makeup dripping.
50% white. Look how close it was. Joe Biden carried this in 2020. Now, Biden carried it in 20. Trump carried it in 16. Obama carried it in 12. There are not many counties that have had that trajectory in American politics. There are 25 of them. This is one of them. We're going to look at this one for a clue maybe about how North Carolina.
We got to have a bigger screen. The smaller screen over here.
How North Carolina is going. We're up at Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. Again, lots of places to look, but we're going to zoom in on Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden is from originally. Remember now, Joe Biden won the state of Pennsylvania by just over a vote. This is Lackawanna County, where the city of Scranton is. Look at this journey Lackawanna's been on. It used to be just an overwhelming, blue-collar Democratic county. Barack Obama won this by 28 points. Donald Trump comes along. He nearly wins the thing in 2016. Then Joe Biden, originally of Scranton, gets it back up to 8.5 points for Democrats in 2020. This is a key question tonight because the Trump people think if they're going to flip Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania, and this is the heart of northeast Pennsylvania, is a key place where they think they're going to do it. Is Trump back to his 2016 level? Is he flipping Lackawanna County? That's where the Trump campaign wants to be. Are the Democrats holding the Biden number? That would be an extremely good sign for Democrats right there. Now we'll go over, moving to west here, to Michigan. Michigan, by the way, it was very slow in 2020, as you may recall. They have early in-person voting now for the first time. They also have pre-processing of mail-in ballots. That's a key thing. It's a technical term, but it means they're going to count things a lot faster, we think, in Michigan. So again, Biden won this by 2.5 points. There's a lot of places to look. We're going to talk a lot about Wayne County and Detroit, but I'm going to look immediately north of Wayne County for a test I'm going to be returning to throughout the night. Call it a tale of two counties. And those counties are right here. The red one is Macomb. This is the big blue-collar suburb. This is ancestrally the home of the famous Reagan Democrats. And this is Oakland County. This is the more upscale suburb, higher income, higher concentration of college degrees. Demographics here, these are the demographics that have been good to Democrats. The demographics here, these have been Trump-friendly. Now, here's the test we're going to be applying throughout the night. Take a look at this. In 2016, when Donald Trump won Michigan, the only Republican in 3 decades to pull that off, here's how these two counties went. Clinton won big by about 53,000 in Oakland. In Macomb, Trump won by 48,000. The key, basically, Trump's Macomb number canceled out Clinton's Oakland number, and Trump won the state by about this much. 2020, look at this. Joe Biden ratcheted up that Oakland number. He almost doubled the Democratic support here, the percentage. 108,000. Meanwhile, Trump lost a little ground in Macomb. There was a 70,000 vote gap. If there's a gap like this, Democrats are feeling good. If Macomb is more balancing out Oakland, advantage Trump. We're going to be watching that one throughout the night. And then let's head to Wisconsin. We'll get to the Western stuff later, but we're just taking you through the East and the Midwest closings right now. Wisconsin, again, a lot of places we could look here, but the word I'm going to use, if this is a word all night in Wisconsin, is bow wow. And what I mean by that, we got the 3 counties in the sort of the Fox River area here. B, Brown County. O, Outagamie County. That's where Appleton is. And W, Winnebago County. That's where Oshkosh is. And then right here, the Collar County, sort of around Milwaukee, 3 core Republican counties. That's Ozaukee County. That's Waukesha County. That's Washington County. Wow and bow. You got to go backwards to get the bow there. But the importance here is these 2 collections of counties tell 2 stories that are going to be key to the outcome in Wisconsin. Let me just show you again. These are the bow counties, and what's happened in them, they're very demographically similar here. They've got the same sort of about 85% white, a lot of blue-collar white, the median income about at the statewide average in these places. In 2016, Trump brought the Republican number up. This collectively in these counties, he got it up to 10 points. That was a big improvement for Republicans in 2020. He gave back some of that improvement. This dropped from 10 to 7. Given how narrowly perched Wisconsin is in terms of the result, this was a very significant drop in support for Trump. So the Trump campaign wants the bow number back at 10, wants the bow number higher than 10. They need that tonight. Now, the wow number has been diminishing for Trump and has been diminishing for Republicans since Trump came along. You can see in 2016, Trump held more of the Republican support, almost won the wow counties by 30. lost 5 points. There's a lot of population in these counties. Waukesha County's got 400,000 people. These are places with large concentrations of college degrees, higher incomes. These are suburbs. Again, this is an area that's been good to Democrats nationally. The suburbs of Milwaukee have stayed a little more Republican than other suburbs nationally. Can Democrats make another big cut in this Republican margin here? That would be a very good night. That would give Kamala Harris a great chance in Wisconsin.
Steve Kornacki, I know this is the start of a lot of talking that you're going to do tonight and a lot of information you're going to be giving us. Thank you for that outlook on what we're going to be looking for and sort of bellwethers that we're going to be looking for with the first couple of major poll closing hours. Right now, it's about 17 minutes past the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Lots of poll closings, of course, coming up at 7 p.m. We are just getting started right here. We're so glad that you're spending election night with us. Ahead this hour, before we get to that poll closings at 7, we've got Senator Raphael Warnock joining us live from Battleground, Georgia. We'll have Steve guiding us through the first votes as they come in. We've got so much more to get to. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. It sometimes feels a little more like a steeplechase, but regardless, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Who voted for Biden
Your
last
parents have
cycle
given
in
you some
2020, but he
amazing
told
gifts.
us
Celebrate.
just a short time ago he's voting for Trump this cycle. Jimmy Fandy is a small business owner, father of 3 and soon to be 4 next week, as I found out. But Jimmy, tell me, what was your deciding factor in this election?
I was thinking Trump would be a better choice on this elections. He would run for when he run the office. I think he will get a lot of stuff down, like when he was a president. The economy and stuff. That what we were aiming for this elections, more than just more than just just vote for somebody. So that what me and my wife just vote on.
You said the economy was stronger for you as a business owner when Trump was president than during the last 4 years of Biden.
That's correct. Yeah, I feel like that's what I feel like. Even though with a lot of stimulus, a lot of that stuff coming through, but I feel like business would run a lot better when Trump was the president. But when he's if he wins this time, I think we would get to that ladder.
Question: some voters you hear they wonder whether their vote will count. Do you have faith in the voting system here in Michigan that your vote will count and the votes will be counted fairly?
I mean, in this Macomb system, I think is legit. Yeah, but I feel last time was robbed it. A little bit.
You have a question about the 2020 election.
Yes. Because I looked at the the poll. It was was dominant one day, and then another day it just flipped upside down. So.
Well, as we know, there was no evidence found of flipping then. But in this election, you're confident your vote will count. Jimmy Fan and his family, congratulations on the baby-to-be. Thanks so much for joining. Of course, the big question looking forward, will there be more voters like him and what that'll mean for the state of Michigan?
Right, and of course, what he just said to you, Jim, is so important. When he said, all right, he didn't really have faith last time, but this time in his specific voting area, he has confidence in the system and in his vote, and that's what's important. That's what we want to hear. Let's go to Sarah Seidner. She's in Cedarburg, Wisconsin, just outside Milwaukee. Sarah, now it looks like, I don't know if this is the after-work crowd that you're seeing, but it does look like it is quite busy right now.
It is, and it's been getting busier. And as you mentioned, 5 o'clock hit, and we started seeing another run of people. It's been sort of trickling all day. It was lots of people in the morning, and now we're starting to get a lot more people in the evening. I do want to bring in quickly the Fellows Lease family. What we have been seeing that is so lovely here in Cedarburg is that entire families are showing up, voting separately, but together. Please tell me, what was your big issue? Was there one or two that you showed up for?
I think honesty and integrity would be 2 really important factors in the candidates.
And as for you?
Yeah, I would go with that. I think honesty, integrity, and plans for the future, a forward-looking candidate is what I was looking for.
Would you mind sharing with me who you voted for and why?
I voted for Kamala Harris, and I'm super proud to the idea of the first ever woman being in the seat of the presidency is remarkable, and it's so exciting. And I think it's really important having daughters. We have another daughter that's home tonight, but these 2 to see this process and just know that there's no limits to what they can do in their lives.
And as for you?
I'm so excited for these girls to see this election with a female on the ballot and to have that opportunity for leadership from a female perspective, I think it's awesome.
I noticed that you did this lovely thing where they were showing you the ballots and sort of how it was working. I heard you guys talking back and forth. And it was just wonderful to see families teaching and also learning about this really important process that we all should be taking part in. And Cedarburg, as we understand it, may have up to 95% of the voters come in to vote, which is an incredibly high number. So thank you so much for doing your civic duty and coming in today as the whole family. I love it. It's wonderful. Appreciate it. That's a scene here in Cedarburg, a picturesque town with a very big family feel.
Yes, absolutely. And interesting when they were telling you, Sarah, honesty and integrity, just that feeling from that.
What's your name?
Thank you so much.
Sage? Hi, it's Kamala Harris. I can't wait for you to grow 10 years more.
I mean, every candidate has a choice what to do with their last day on the campaign trail. I feel like actually showing up and doing some work is a good example to set. I don't know, Nicole, how do you feel about the way this campaign has closed and brought us to this day?
I don't think that she could have contrasted herself with any actions more than she did in probably the last 2 days. I mean, hers has been sort of a case study in humility, right? At every big moment, she has taken her platform and asked people for their vote. She's assumed nothing. She's talked about the work, and then she goes out and she does the work. To the degree that people wondered how comfortable she'd be campaigning alongside a Cheney. Zero discomfort, zero. It has been a campaign of an extraordinary contrast where on the other side, and again, we have no idea which one voters will choose.
Yes.
But I mean, it's an even race. And I'm always so cognizant, being from the West, that it's 324 in the West. If you live anywhere in the West, go vote. But especially if you live in Nevada or if you live anywhere that's a battleground, don't watch us, go vote, or put us on in your earbuds and go vote. But the contrast in the closing days is just been so profound. Mm-hmm. And being willing to do the work herself, while Republicans and battlegrounds don't see evidence of any of that kind of work. Other work's being done, right? There's a lot of stuff happening on Twitter or X or whatever it is, but not this kind of traditional campaign work of humbly asking people to vote for them, that her campaign will be about her. On the
That's
other
what
side,
you're hearing, that Republicans aren't seeing evidence of the Republican ground game the way that Democrats are.
Correct. And in households where there are registered Republicans and Democrats, the Harris campaign has talked to them, to people with Harris signs outside, saying no one will know who you vote for. They've asked for those voters too. Mm-hmm. And so I think we'll find out if there's still power in the humility of asking for people's votes.
So much of our predictive muscle memory, Joy, about these elections is saying well, what are Democratic voters doing and what are Republican voters doing? And one of the wild cards in this race is, are a lot of Republican voters going to be voting for Kamala Harris?
And also there are huge numbers of independent voters who are sort of in amorphous. We're not sure where they go. And, at this point in the campaign, and Nicole knows this better than I, we should turn back to that side because she's much more of an expert than I am. But at this point, you're speaking in many ways to voters who really don't pay attention to the campaign early on and know the issues necessarily. So they're looking in this last couple of weeks for indications of where they should go if they haven't decided already, or whether they should get off the couch and vote at all. And so what you've seen in the last couple of weeks, if this is an audition for managing a complex organization like the United States, Kamala Harris has passed the audition flawlessly. This has been, in many ways, a perfect campaign, a brief, and she had barely any time to put it together. But just as a managerial matter, it's been brilliantly done. She's reached out to every possible constituency, and what the campaign is talking about now is the granular get out the vote effort that you just don't see on the other side. On the other side, you're seeing Charlie Kirk, to whom the Trump campaign outsourced the parts of its ground game they didn't give to Elon Musk, going on X Twitter this morning and begging people to vote. So their ground game is to go on Twitter and beg people to vote, or X, whatever they're calling it now, whereas the Harris campaign's ground game is literally multiple taps at each door. Mm-hmm. They're going back to people, texting, calling, going to the door, do you need a ride? It's like what Obama did. It's numerous touches on voters who don't vote that often, because that's who this ground game is for.
Well, and the reason we're talking about it is because in a tight election, that stuff matters.
That's it.
I mean, I think if the polls were different, different if we were at a different moment in our country's politics. This might not be the first thing you turn to us and we both say.
Yeah.
But it's not that kind of election so far as we know.
And I think I just think we have a lot of clues that these late deciders really matter, and that's not always the case. Sometimes it's close, but there's other things going on. Here, late deciders matter. You know, some people, they know they're going to a restaurant, they look at the menu in advance online, because they're those kind of people. Other people never do that. Other people, and you say, how come you didn't do any research? You know, these are different valence level decisions for different people. Chris?
I'm sitting there at the table when we sit down being like, everyone just get to the menus. Let's be ready. Okay, she's going to come out. We're going to be all ready. Right?
I will order for everybody.
But this has to do with what you care about and what your obligations are. And other people are closer to politics or government because it's adjacent to their job or things they care about or someone in their household, and other people's less so, and it depends on the year. There are late deciders, as amazing as that might sound to someone who's followed this closely. And what did they see as they did tune in that late last 10 days, right? They saw Donald Trump demeaning people, hosting misogynist hate gatherings, talking about murdering innocent Americans who happen to be journalists, which is his special extra problem, people who can hold him to account. And they saw something very different from the closing campaign of Harris, which is, oh, wow, she's with very famous Republicans. You don't have to be a political junkie to know that the Cheneys are famous Republicans. So I'm watching late deciders. I'm watching the women's vote. And we have Steve Kornacki here all night. He talked about the Bow Wow counties. I want to know whether the Ohio rapper Lil Bow Wow knows about this yet. We'll find out about it tonight.
Lil counties as well. Joining us now from Atlanta is Georgia U.S. Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. Senator Warnock, it's an honor to have some time with you today. I know today is a full sprint day for all Democrats in Georgia. Thanks for being with us.
Yes, indeed. Great to be with you. Welcome again to Battleground Georgia.
How are Democrats doing in Battleground Georgia? Obviously, Democrats have had a lot of practice in very tight, very consequential races in your state in the last few years. How would you stack up the effort in Georgia right now versus what we've seen in those critical earlier elections that we've covered so tightly here?
Yeah, we've been through a few tight races in Georgia. I might know a little something about those races. But I have to tell you, I've been moving all across this state. Today I was in the metro Atlanta area. I was in Fayette County, which all of us will be watching tonight. And I can tell you there's a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm. We'll see how that turns out tonight. I was also down in Fulton County, just moving around our state. Last week, or a couple of days ago, I was in Macon, Bibb County. There's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement on the ground. I was down in my part of the state, down in South Georgia, Liberty County, and also Savannah, Georgia. I have to tell you the story. I was visited my mom, because there's no way I can go down to Savannah and not visit my mom. And one of these young canvassers literally came and knocked on the door. He was looking for my niece, who had lived there a little while ago when she was in school, and he asked, was she there, and was she planning to vote? And we went through the whole questionnaire. I think he was so focused on his job, it never occurred to him that he was talking to his United States Senator.
I love the debriefing that canvasser is going to have at the end of the day. I talked to this guy, his name is Rafe something Warnock? I don't know. He gave me that. I can just imagine the heads exploding.
But just as you described, but that is the effort of the Harris campaign. Literally going out, knocking on doors, engaging neighbor to neighbor, asking people for their vote. This is democracy in progress.
Senator, we've been talking a lot about how there are things about this election and the sort of modeling that people do in terms of trying to predict what's going to happen in this election that feels harder than usual, in part because the 2020 election cycle was so specific and so different because of COVID, but also because of some other things. Fundamentally, what it comes down to, when we think about that modeling, is getting out base voters, but also persuadable voters who are in the middle, and maybe persuading some voters who were on the other side to cross the line and vote for your candidate. What can you tell us in Georgia about the balance of the effort there between that traditional getting out the base vote and the persuasion effort?
Well, you certainly cannot take your base for granted. You've got to get out there. You've got to ask them for their vote. And we saw that from Kamala Harris. You know, there was concern, right? Everybody was talking a few weeks ago about black men and whether they were going to vote for Donald Trump. Well, I will see tonight, but I've never believed that there'll be huge waves of black men voting for Donald Trump. Our biggest threat was apathy, lack of engagement, not understanding or getting just how serious this is. I think if we turn out our coalition, black men, black women, other people of color, we turn out students, we turn out those independents, even those Republicans who are deeply disaffected by what they are witnessing in their own party, that's how we win. I have to tell you, I'm glad to be a part of a party that feels like our outcomes are likely better. Our future is with an expanding electorate. We want to see more people, not less, show up. We want to see every eligible American vote, and we want to reassure them, in spite of what we're hearing tonight, I need to say that their vote counts. And the way to respond to these threats and the things that we're hearing, the games that are being played even by some of our foreign adversaries, the way to respond to that is to show up. It's safe to vote, and we've got more time, so Georgia, show up, and let's do for the country what we did in 2020, 2021, and 2022.
Senator Raphael Warnock of the great state and the all-important swing state of Georgia. Sir, thank you. I can see the energy, sort of, you're exuding this energy that everybody in the country is feeling right now. But to have you for this hour, it means a lot to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Keep the faith.
Right. Much appreciated. I will say what he referenced there in terms of foreign adversaries, there were false bomb threats that were phoned into a Fulton County polling place today. Both federal and state officials now saying that they ascribe those false bomb threats that were phoned in Fulton County, they ascribe them to Russia. Of course. They're never going to leave us alone. But do we care? No, we don't care. All right, much more ahead. We're going to check in with voters. Steve Kornacki's watching the votes already coming in. Stay with us. Big night.
For clues. Yeah, John, we'll continue to check in with you, back with the team here in New York. Scott, obviously you're from Kentucky. Where will you be looking over the next hour or two?
When you sleep more deeply,
in terms of
you wake up more energized.
Yeah, Eastern time zone, so the state's bifurcated right down the middle. And so all the county results we have now are in the east. The two big counties, Jefferson and Fayette, are the two Democratic counties. So obviously we'll be looking to see overall Democratic enthusiasm there. But if you're looking to see where Trump, if he's having any trouble in the white, college-educated suburbs,
I can't stand this dude.
Boone, Kenton, and Campbell, which are the three counties in greater Cincinnati, you would detect it there. Now, in the early returns John just showed us, we're not picking up any of that right now. It doesn't look like we're seeing any flight from Trump. Still more votes to count. One other issue, all of Eastern Kentucky, that's Appalachia. If rural turnout goes gangbusters out there and people are, beating down the doors to vote out in East Kentucky, that might also tell me something about what rural areas in Pennsylvania and other swing states may do.
Just talking about Pennsylvania, it seems like, I think Trump has been already kind of laying the groundwork about alleging voter fraud, which there's no evidence of in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I think he's been doing that for several weeks. He's been conditioning audiences and telling them
tweeting about it tonight.
Yeah. No, I know he's tweeting about it tonight. And look, I think that is they have a strategy post-election for this. We'll see how it turns out. It may be the election. It could go his way. Maybe it'll swing her way in a bigger way that will be more decisive. But this is, I've said many times, my concern about Donald Trump has less to do with issues, though I disagree with him deeply. But his political project requires him to tear down faith in institutions and rules and laws, and even the most fundamental thing, which is elections.
The fact that he's doing that tonight, Alyssa, does that tell you that he's worried about what they're saying?
It's a mixed bag, because in 2016, even when he won, he claimed that there was massive fraud. He stood up this election integrity commission within the White House that then he folded because it found no widespread fraud. So this is something baked into his DNA. But the clip at which he's doing it, the way he's doing it, targeting Pennsylvania, I think that they're nervous. I think that his behavior in the final stretch of it, I think they recognize their closing message was nowhere where it needed to be. And some of the early projections we're seeing show a momentum that I think a lot of Americans are feeling, that this Trump era may be coming to an end.
Look, he should be scared in Pennsylvania because there is an energy. There is a surge. Look, you talked to me a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I'm chewing my fingernails down to my elbows. I'm just worried. The Puerto Rican vote by itself has been lit on fire. Now, people will tell you, different things about it, but what I'm hearing, I talked to a young woman named Camille Rivera. She's with La Brega y Fuerza. It's the only Puerto Rican PAC. They were begging for money. Nobody cared about them, but they had built the only voter file for Puerto Ricans. When this insult comment attacked Puerto Rico, she said it was like wildfire. She said people remember, Puerto Ricans culturally, they vote a lot. They vote a lot on the island. And so there is a big tidal wave of Puerto Rican vote coming in Pennsylvania.
Could turn out to be the most expensive joke in history.
On the issue of Pennsylvania, I talked to the Trump campaign just a couple of minutes ago. They actually have Trump sitting in a room right now calling into radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, encouraging last-minute turnout. I asked my source there, how you feeling? And he said, would rather be us than them, but it's tight.
All right, we are nearing the first major round of results in the presidential race. After 7 p.m. Eastern, it is a jam-packed hour ahead as voting ends in the battleground state of Georgia. We're also waiting votes from all the swing states that will decide the presidential election. We'll be right back.
Both of them on commercial right now, so we're going to have a little chat. I can't stand that dude on CNN. I promise you that. It's crazy how there were that guy when Trump was like on the quote unquote outs, he lost the election to Biden. He came toward the center, started talking about, if Trump didn't say these types of things and a lot of things he says is whack, whatever, and was against him for the most part. As soon as Donald Trump started running for election for the president, and he began way early. I remember that. He ran earlier than any other president has ever ran for the presidency, for the main fact of trying to stay out of jail. As soon as he ran, then he started talking about, they're coming after me for this, that, and the third. It's like, dude, they were coming after you before you started running for presidency. They had already started putting all this stuff together. They were supposed to announce that they were going to indict him, and then this dude, like a week or so beforehand, says he wants to run for president, and immediately started a campaign of misinformation that they're coming after him only because he's running for president. They've been coming after you since the day you left office, and it was legal for you to do so. Now, they were doing it in a slow freaking pace. I mean, a snail's backwards pace. You should have got indicted, a grand jury rather. You should have got a grand jury immediately after you left office. And within that first year, you should have been charged with it. Within that second year, you should be already serving time. But for some reason, the federal department and all that took forever, yo. Forever. Who gets a case tried, or even they know they got evidence on you, and they wait damn near 4 years to try you on it? Everybody had been working since the day he left office. They were working before he left office. They just couldn't actually indict him as a president. And here it is, 4 years later, and only one case that went through. I think one or the other one, he got charged for one. The other one was going through, and they had to slow it down. Then whatever her name, Eileen Cannon or whatever, she started messing up a case and then had to throw it out. And then they're trying to bring it back. Jack Smith's trying to bring it back. I think MSNBC is back. Let's get it.
Now, we do have the cuffs, we do have the jail cells, we do have the
He said F around and find out, yo.
Prisons. So if you're going to try to turn an election into some form of coercion, if you're going to try to bully people,
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
You're going to try any of that nonsense, we're not playing. F around and find out.
We're not playing. I'm amazed that he said F throughout and didn't let that go. Chris, I mean, this issue has to loom over this election because of what happened when Donald Trump lost the last election. But I do feel like it's not just one party in that expectation. Law enforcement is part of that expectation, too, and they know what the other side is telegraphing in terms of potential crime or violence.
Yeah, and I think it's those sort of clear messages. The first thing he started with, I think, is really important, which is it's safe to vote. I mean, one of the concerns that was expressed, and one of the things I think we even wrestled with in our coverage leading up to today, is the idea that the perception of chaos, the perception of menace and threat, can serve the purpose even in the absence of actual chaos, menace, and threat. Which is to say, people get freaked out, or they think like the polling place is going to be unsafe, and sending the message like things are. You've seen, we've seen the images from Philadelphia and Temple University sending that message. It is safe to vote. It is an orderly process. And I will reiterate again, the thing that we've reiterated many times since 2020. There are thousands of people, Democrat and Republican, staffing poll sites today, doing their job with fidelity to the Constitution, with fidelity to the democratic process, that is lacking at the top of the ticket of the Republican nomination, who is sending out these wild, like there's so many people across the ideological spectrum, across the partisan spectrum, who are just staffing various centers across this country in every pocket and corner, just doing the right thing today already on the election. And it's an indicator again
Alice
of like
Wagner's
why leadership
wearing that blue
matters.
suit,
And the loudest voices at the top not being that way, that's the dangerous part.
Watching us, just that line from President Barack Obama saying, thank them, respect them and thank them. It's like, oh, right, normal leadership that calls on the better angels of our nature. I want to jump to Steve Kornacki here just for a moment. Steve, I understand we don't expect usually much that tells us anything from the earliest votes out of Indiana and Kentucky, but I understand that there might be something interesting that we're seeing early out of Indiana.
Yeah, there is. I've been saying to folks before this, if in this 6 o'clock hour we get one county between Indiana and Kentucky that could be useful as a barometer for later, it'll be Hamilton County. Hamilton County is right here, and it's blue, and it's directly north of Indianapolis. Let me call it up for you. We've got about 60% of the vote in now in Hamilton County. They're going a little bit faster in Indiana than we've gone before. I didn't hype this too much because I didn't think we'd have numbers. We do. Now, what this reflects, we believe, is the early vote, is the mail-in vote. That's going to be the most Democratic friendly. But now they're getting into the same day vote, it appears, too, which is the more Republican friendly we expect. So you're getting more of a mix in here. Now the significance of this is we don't think Indiana's up for grabs, but Harris is leading by 1 with about 60%. And let me just show you and see if you were watching earlier, this might look familiar. Look what's been happening in Hamilton County in the Trump era. I'll be using the term Trump era a lot tonight. I'm talking about 2016 to the present, because 2012 is the last pre-Trump era presidential election we had.
Indiana.
Mitt Romney was the Republican nominee, and Romney, like all Republicans before him, used to absolutely clean the Democrats' clocks in Hamilton County. This is a big, growing suburban county, bedroom communities. This has the highest level of educational attainment, meaning the highest concentration of voters with 4-year degrees or beyond. Again, we've been talking about these as Trump-hostile, Democratic-friendly voters. That's what you've been seeing. Romney by 34, 2012. Trump only by 19 in 2016. Look at that slippage. Last time around, look how close the Democrats, they got it down to 7. If you were watching earlier, this might remind you of a county outside Atlanta we're saying is going to be key. The question here in Hamilton, as in that county in Georgia, can the Democrats flip it tonight? It won't really mean anything, we think, in Indiana, but this county demographically is similar to counties we're going to be talking about all night in battleground states. So this may be an early barometer. And I caution, it's only 60%. We have a lot of the vote. There's still a lot to come, probably a fair amount, if not all, same day there. So we want to see how that breaks. But the key here is, are the Democrats making progress, further progress? Trump, lost a lot of ground in 16, even more in 20. Could the Democrats get this to within, a point or two? Could they actually flip a county like Hamilton? If they do, and this may be overtaken by Georgia soon, but we're keeping an eye on these next few minutes because this could be a test of what's to come in some of those other counties. I mentioned Fayette County, outside Atlanta, a lot of similarities between here and there.
Steve, I'm going to ask you an Indiana question. Absolutely brush me back if you don't have this. I haven't asked you in advance if you've got it. But given that we do have some significant vote out of Indiana, do we have anything on the governor's race?
We can call it up right now, as a matter of fact. And that's the Hamilton County governor's race, not surprisingly. So, yeah, you've got 50. This is the first time I'm seeing it, actually. But Mike Braun, the senator, leading the Democrat here by 15 points. Just so we can compare that to the presidential race. So you got 15 there for Braun. And he's running about 4 points behind Trump's number statewide right now, which, again, given where the expectations are, we'll see where it shakes out in Indiana, but given where the expectations are, the Democrats would probably need more separation from the Trump-Harris race if they're going to win Indiana than 4 points.
Fantastic. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate it. That Indiana governor's race, just one of those potential wild cards that we're watching for tonight. That's Republican U.S. Senator Mike Braun, who left the Senate essentially to run for this governorship. Jennifer McCormick, a former Republican in Indiana. She was state school superintendent. She left the Republican Party. She's just been running an unexpectedly strong race for governor in Indiana in what's considered to be a deep red state. So that's one keeping an eye on, and we are getting in real vote from Indiana already. All right, we got lots still to come. Votes here already. Lots of people to hear from. We'll be right back.
Georgia, for the Harris campaign, for the Trump campaign?
I think it's more important for the Trump campaign than it is for the Harris campaign, just because there are other ways. There are other ways for both of them to get to 270. But Georgia as a state, it was kind of a shock when Joe Biden won it in 2020. I think it was the first time since Jimmy Carter back in 1980 that a Democrat had taken the state of Georgia.
It was a shock to Donald Trump too.
Yeah, and so the idea that Georgia was even in play, most people didn't think, including me, that it was a swing state. So I think were Harris to repeat Biden's victory, that would be a big problem for Trump. Not as big a problem for Harris if Trump takes it.
Although we should note, Dana Bash, I mean, if you look at this exit poll information from Georgia, it does suggest an electorate in that one state that seems inclined to hear what Donald Trump has to say. You look at that number about who would you rather trust in a crisis, 51% Trump, 47% Kamala Harris. And then more voters in Georgia say that hurricane aid is not going to the people who need it the most. That was a message that Donald Trump was putting out there after the hurricane, that too many migrants were getting that aid from FEMA instead of the people who need it. I mean, FEMA pushed back, said that was not true, it was a lie, and still that was a Trump message.
It was, I'll just add to that, the numbers that David showed us on the economy. Huge, huge issue for people in Georgia as they go to the polls, as it has been across the board. And Georgia is really interesting to me because, first of all, you were just hearing from our reporters. I mean, right now there are bomb threats that are shutting down polling stations, threats in Georgia. That on top of the fact that residents of Georgia lived through the fight over 2020 and the misinformation that Donald Trump put into the sort of information stream like almost nobody else, maybe other than Arizona, in this country. And it was Republican versus Republican on that. And yet you still have a slim majority saying that they trust Donald Trump more in a crisis than Kamala Harris, which makes me think, we're going to see the numbers, but makes me think what you do, which is that Georgia is looking better for Donald Trump than Kamala
I know
Harris.
it sounds like a paradox, but Georgia's the state that's the home to Marjorie Taylor Greene and Raphael Warnock. It's always had this moment, and we saw with Biden, of like, is it transitioning? Does it represent the quote unquote new South? And it has such a diversifying suburban community that I think this will be sort of an interesting election to see, are Democrats on the path to doing something sustainable there?
One other thing, yes, economy, the biggest issue by 40%. We tend to think that favors Trump over Harris. But democracy, 28%, abortion, 14% as the second and third issues. So cumulatively, that adds up to 42%. I mean, the issue set is not terrible for Kamala Harris in terms of what people think the most important issue is out there.
Yeah, but also one of the things that the Trump campaign has been doing in its own way is giving people who are Republicans but not a fan of Donald Trump's behavior kind of a permission structure to vote for him because of the issues that they support him on. And you really can't find a better example of that than the governor of Georgia, who Donald Trump has insulted. Donald Trump's even gone after his wife. And yet it's very clear that Governor Kemp, Brian Kemp, is supporting Trump and letting Trump use his sophisticated political machine.
I'm also glad you're bringing up this point because both campaigns have tried to look to the voter and say, it's okay. Your vote is private. You may not feel so confident about this, but it's okay to vote for me.
Let's go to Aaron Burnett now, who's giving us updates from the battleground states throughout the night. Aaron.
All right, Jake, and here we are, as you can see, battleground states across the country getting ready for polls to start closing. Still lines across the country. Voting is about to end, though, in Georgia. Victor Blackwell, that's where you are, and I know you've been talking to officials there. We're getting ready for things to close, just watching some of the action behind you. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we are just minutes away from the polls closing here in Georgia, with the exception of those 10 precincts across the state where there have been extensions granted to compensate for the evacuations and the voting stop down because of those non-credible bomb threats that were called in throughout the day. 2 precincts in Cobb County, the latest they're closing at 7:20. 5 in Fulton County, the latest they're closing at 7:45. 2 here in Gwinnett County, the latest closing at 7:58. Now, those are all in the Atlanta metro area. There's also 1 precinct in Glenn County in southern Georgia near the Florida line. That will be closing at 7:35. For all other precincts across the state, voters have to be in line by 7 p.m. So as long as they are in line, they will be allowed to cast their vote. And then once the voting is done, the memory cards from the scanners will go in one vehicle, speaking specifically here in Gwinnett County, to the voters' elections office, and then the ballots will be sent in a separate vehicle. So you'll have hundreds of cars, 2 from each of the 156 precincts, in a caravan off to the office, and then they can begin to be tabulated.
A caravan, a parade of sorts. And what's so important is how transparent it is. The Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, Victor, just the other day, telling, by every 15-minute period what they expect to have come out. They just want everyone to see the transparency there. All right, as those polls get ready to close, you see Victor there in Georgia.
Democrats are very encouraged by what they're seeing specifically from college campuses. In Wisconsin especially, there are schools, O'Hare and McClass, and they sit in the 3rd Congressional District in Wisconsin, for example. That's important. Those students at those schools, they could flip a congressional district. They could be the difference between the Democrat winning that race or the Republican, and definitely turn out for Vice President Kamala Harris. So folks feel good. I also did get some, obviously, I know Georgia is closing soon, but in Milwaukee, there was that whole thing with the ballots and the Milwaukee ballots being recounted. I asked, is there a real concern about that? And even the Milwaukee County GOP chair just noted that even the chair doesn't think that they were tampered with. And the Democrats and the Republicans in the state, they just want to ensure that all the ballots are counted. They just want to be safe. So Democrats are encouraged.
Abundance of caution. That's okay.
Yes.
Keep counting. Okay, Claire, you grew up in the Senate with a lot of people who are up for election this year, who you speak of in, very informal ways. The rest of us don't. We call them senator. But how are you hearing from them? What are they saying about where the races sit in those key Senate seats?
Yeah, I'm going to need oven mitts to handle my phone before the night's over. It is smoking. Listen, I think having talked to Senator Schumer, Chuck, earlier today, I think they're cautiously optimistic about a state that I'm going to keep my eyes on.
4
That's
minutes,
Texas.
almost 5 minutes.
Keep in mind that
wait.
there just was the big story about the Texan woman who died because of, and you've got a lieutenant governor down there who's trying to get the court to force women to give him their medical records. There's just a lot going on down there around the Trump abortion ban, and it's really draconian in Texas. And I think that between that and Cancun, Ted Cruz has his hands full
As in where
down
Ted
there.
Cruz went, yes.
The others are close. Feel pretty good about Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. Sherrod and John in Montana and Ohio. They've got the roughest road to go. Frankly, we have no business even talking about holding the Senate based on the map that the Senate had this time, the Democrats in the Senate had this time. It's a really tough map.
It is, and just to add to that, as you know well, what's hard when you run in a presidential year in a red state in the Senate is you have to run so far ahead of the person who's at the top of the ticket and rely on split ticket voting, which is really challenging to do. Okay, Michael Steele, you're always hearing all sorts of things.
Yeah.
What about some of your Republican
Now that
friends,
Republican I
colleagues
like.
out there? What are they're all at the bar?
They're all at the bar. Yeah.
What
Can we go?
You,
I think we're going.
Let me ask you about this.
Or we can just bring the bar here. That's what I'm talking
not
about.
quite yet. It's a little early. I'm in the coffee phase of the evening. But let me ask you about North Carolina, because you have been very hot to trot on North Carolina. So what are you hearing from people on the ground right now?
There are a couple of things that I think are really important to stoke here. And North Carolina is one of them, as the feeling is she's going to pick up North Carolina, which aligns with what I saw 6-8 weeks ago. And we talked about it on our show quite a bit, that there are things on the ground there that were very important to take note of. One of them was the undervote that was happening in states like North Carolina.
The quiet vote.
The quiet vote. And you know where you saw that play out? Iowa. Iowa is one big crosstab for this night. And when you go and you look at what happened in Iowa and you start peeling it back to and applying it to other states, you begin to see a pattern. And so when you're starting to look at how this is playing out, North Carolina becomes very, very interesting. The reality of it is the gubernatorial candidate there is dragging down the presidential candidate. And that is, which is amazing, given that the presidential candidate is pretty good at doing that on his own. But it speaks to one of the things that I keep trying to emphasize and help people understand. Elections are not just top-down enterprises. It's not just about electing a U.S. senator. It's about electing the state rep or the state senator who's going to help her get her number. Because unless she's fantabulous and doesn't have to worry about down-ballot races play an important role in how top of the line, top of the ticket,
150%.
Such an interesting thing to watch. A big part of the Georgia story from 2020 was that. All right, Rachel, all of the insiders are texting. Everybody's talking. We'll come back with more updates in a bit.
All right, well, we'll send over some portable chargers and some oven mitts for Claire. Alex, I'll actually extend to you the same sort of question that Jen just gave to the insiders there, which is, what have you been hearing?
That one was me.
Vibes check beyond just looking at the data.
Well, I mean, I will say from the raft of undecided voters and just people in the world that I talked to in battleground states over the course of the last weeks, everyone's focused on women. Everyone's focused on the gender divide. Everyone, you know, Michael mentioned the quiet vote, the notion that women are going into the booth and pulling a lever different from the lever their husbands are pulling. That was a direct appeal from the Harris campaign. But also this phenomenon in the Atlantic today by Elizabeth Bruning about what wives want and what married women are going to do. Because traditionally married white women have given their votes to Trump in the last 2 election cycles. Does abortion change that calculation? Are women who are married seeing their fates tied more to women elsewhere? Is this a moment for, I guess, not to be heavy-handed about it, but sisterhood? Can abortion unite women in states where abortion access isn't threatened to the fates and risks faced by women in states where abortion access is threatened? And I think that's a huge question. It's going to, in many ways, maybe even determine the outcome of the election, how women see each other in each other's shoes.
It's a practical matter. In the case of a national abortion ban, even if you're already in a state with a ban, it means there'd be nowhere to go. Means there'd be no escape. All right, this election alert means we are getting to our first big poll closing in about 7 seconds at the top of the hour. We've got 6 states closing, and here are our first projections of the results in these states. Starting with Georgia. In the great state of Georgia, the presidential race in Georgia at this hour, NBC News projects it is too early to call, although we do expect we'll get a lot of Georgia vote very quickly. Moving on to Kentucky, where we had some polls close an hour ago, but now the state of Kentucky is closed. There, NBC News projects that Donald Trump has won the presidential election in Kentucky. Moving to the Northeast, to Vermont, NBC News projects that Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of Vermont. Moving now to Virginia. NBC News projects that in the state of Virginia, the presidential race is too early to call. Moving now to South Carolina. South Carolina polls are closed, and NBC News projects that it is too early to call. And finally, our last poll closing of this hour is in Indiana. We had Indiana, some polls closed an hour ago. Now the state of Indiana has closed. NBC News projects that in Indiana, the race is too early to call. I will say we are expecting quite a lot of vote from Georgia and most of Florida, even as some of Florida's voting precincts are not closed. We'll get a lot of that vote soon. Right now, in terms of the road to 270, We're very early on that road. Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 3. Let's take a look at what we've got in the Senate race thus far. We do have some Senate races in states that have just closed. In Virginia, we've got Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine and Hung Cao, who is the Republican challenger right there. NBC News projects that the Virginia Senate race is too early to call. Going now to Indiana. In the Indiana Senate race, we've got Republican Jim Banks and Democrat Valerie McRae. NBC News projects that the Indiana Senate race is too early to call. And up to Vermont, where incumbent independent who caucuses with the Democrats, Bernie Sanders, is facing Republican Gerald Malloy in Vermont. The Senate race, NBC News projects, is too early to call. Let's look at a couple of governor's races. In Indiana, we have a very closely watched governor's race, which itself is interesting given Indiana's reputation as a strong red state. Republican Mike Braun versus Democrat Jennifer McCormick. The Indiana governor's race is too early to call. And finally, the Vermont governor's race at this hour between Republican incumbent Phil Scott and Democratic challenger Esther Charleston. The Vermont governor's race is too early to call. Those are our initial projections for the first big round of poll closings. But there's going to be a whole night full of them. Steve, what have we got since we last spoke to you?
Yeah, so what's about to happen here in Georgia is that by this new state law, every early vote from every county has to be reported out in the 7 to 8 o'clock hour. The early vote is more than 4 million votes. We know that. It's about 80% of all the votes. So we're just waiting. This could start lighting up any second if it goes to plan. While we wait for that, I do want to show you Florida, because Florida is a state that counts super fast. And while we don't think of Florida as that competitive tonight, one that we wanted to look at, and I wanted to flag, is right here. This is Osceola County. This is a biggie just south of Orlando. Why am I flagging this? Because this is one of 3 Hispanic majority counties in Florida, and this county has the highest concentration of Puerto Rican Americans of any county in Florida. 1/3 of the population in Osceola County is of Puerto Rican descent. So obviously, given the events in the campaign trail, we were very interested to see what plays out here. Now, here's the backdrop for it. Donald Trump has actually been doing much better in this county than Republicans have done in the past. Donald Trump lost this by 25 when he first ran. Look at this in 2020. We talked about his Hispanic voter growth in 2020. A 25-point deficit became a 14-point loss. This was one of his biggest leaps in Florida. What you're looking at here is even closer right now with the vote that we're looking at in Osceola. Now, take this one step further. What we get in Florida in these initial batches is the early vote. It's the vote by mail combined with the early in-person vote. Usually in Florida, this initial number, and it's 70% of the vote, is as good as it gets for a Democrat in any given county, because then they count the vote that was cast on Election Day. That's usually more Republican, and that actually increases the Republican share. So if that pattern holds, Donald Trump, in one of the most heavily Hispanic counties in Florida here, is poised to take another big step forward. And again, given the events of the last week, you know, the fact that there's a large Puerto Rican population has made this of particular interest. We'll see, because there's the possibility here, these patterns we're used to where Republicans vote more on Election Day, you know, maybe that blows up a little bit this year, but we're going to see. That's been the pattern. We wanted to keep an eye out for that county. Again, all eyes, though, on Georgia. I'm hoping to see some light up here. What they're doing in Georgia, just so you know, I said Florida is one of the quickest, most efficient vote counting states in the country. Of all the big states, it is the most efficient. What they're doing in Georgia is trying to replicate what they do in Florida. In Florida, the law is half an hour after poll close, all the early vote reported out. In Georgia, it's now 1 hour, all reported out. So you see how fast it starts coming in Florida. That's the aim of this law, that they're first time it's been in effect here. That's the aim of this law in Georgia tonight. Look, we're about 5 minutes past 7, nothing yet. But again, if it goes to plan, we're going to get a lot fast here.
Chris.
Just something to keep your eye on in Florida tonight. The last New York Times Siena poll had Trump up 13 points in Florida, which is sort of an outlier and surprised a lot of people. One thing I'm looking at tonight is what you might call the Florida heat sink effect, which is we have the Electoral College. I think it's a terrible system, but it's what we have. From the Electoral College standpoint, it makes no difference whether you win Florida by 1 point, 10 points, or 20 points. There are many MAGA diehards who have moved to Florida over the last 4 years. We know this from moving data from colder Midwestern states that are in play. there is the possibility that Donald Trump and Republicans end up on the wrong side of that trade.
Let me interrupt you here for a second. We do have a couple of additional calls. In Indiana, in the presidential race in Indiana, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won in the state of Indiana. We've got an additional Indiana call in the Senate race. The Indiana Senate race, NBC News now projects that Republican Jim Banks has won that race. Again, early calls just after poll closings in Indiana. There is an additional race in Indiana that we are watching that's got nationwide eyes on it, which, again, is a remarkable thing given Republican prospects broadly in Indiana. But that governor's race in Indiana has been one to watch, and so we'll keep eyes there. So sorry to interrupt you.
No, just to finish that point, that we know that a lot of conservatives have moved to Florida. We've seen it in the voter registration data. We know the state is moving to the right, partly because of influx of folks. There is an inefficiency in the Electoral College to winning Florida by 10 or 13 points. I personally think we should have a national popular vote. It shouldn't matter if you move from Saginaw, Michigan down to Orlando, how much your vote counts, but it does matter for our purposes. And so one of the things I'm looking at tonight is that Florida margin, because it might be much bigger and you might think, oh, wow, that shows strength. That might actually not be the best outcome for Republicans in terms of the efficiency of the distribution geographically of their vote.
One of the calls that we just got on the presidential race was the first call for Vice President Harris. She has been projected by NBC News to be the winner in Vermont, and I reiterate that now because, interestingly, Vermont's governor is a Republican. His name is Phil Scott. There isn't a call yet in the Vermont governor's race. It's still too early to call. But Governor Phil Scott of Vermont walked out of his polling place today and said this. He said, quote, "I did some soul searching and thought about a lot of different things and came to the conclusion that I had to put country over party. I voted for Kamala Harris." The Vermont Republican governor up for re-election in a very blue state, saying that he crossed party lines to vote for the Democratic nominee for president.
Yeah. That is also the question that is laying out there. You were talking about Florida, and so, I've always got to text my Florida friends. It's kind of what I do. But the other interesting thing that's happened is that you've seen a lot of Florida voters migrate. Republicans have been winning the voter registration game for a long time in the state of Florida, but independents are winning it harder. And so you're starting to see a big part of that electorate in Florida be independent and no party affiliated. And the turnout, it looks like, as statewide voter turnout, and we'll get all the final numbers of, when we get them approved to say, but it's looking like it's going to be like a quarter independent. Now, that does not mean that Donald Trump is going to, obviously, Florida is a Republican state, but it does throw into kind of the air kind of what happens with particularly white and Latino voters who may have in the last week, to your point, watched Donald Trump do some really strange, crude, odd things that I think this Vermont Republican governor also watched, and people in the end who decide late going, there are some indications that late breakers are leaning toward Harris.
And I think we should watch for that also in states that have a lot more money and ads and energy pouring into them. What was so interesting about Iowa, and now we get to learn tonight or in the coming days how it lands, but Iowa was outside of these holy seven battleground states that really one of the few things the campaigns agree on. Both campaigns said it looks like these seven, and then maybe there's more. And so what happens in those final really key 10 days and whether places that aren't getting pummeled with ads got news and information, and the women's vote, whether that breaks one way or the other, is what we're watching for as well.
Well, and also you have to keep in mind that a lot of those undecided voters who are making game time calls want to vote for a winner. And I really think this is unscientific.
Good point. Yeah.
But the last week has been a very good close for Kamala Harris, not a good close for Donald Trump. He hasn't been able to fill the rallies. He's addled. He has racist comedians opening. Whatever. It's been a trashy week for Donald Trump. It's been a very strong week for Kamala Harris. And if you're sitting there in the line thinking, I want to vote for the person who has a W at the end of their name after this is all over, that's a good thing for Kamala
And can
Harris.
I just add that I think it's important for us to say that, if you're watching, as Nicole said, stay in line. There have been some extended voting hours, so I just want to, say to people, hopefully you're listening to us on Sirius XM and not at home if you are in one of these states. And NBC now is able to report this as well. You have Cambria County, Pennsylvania. You have extended voting until 10 p.m. Eastern because there were voting machine outages this morning. This is a court order. So if you're in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, if you're in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, extended extended till 9:30. There are 2 precincts in Cobb County, Georgia, that will be open for another 10 minutes. So if you're in line, per judge's orders, you can still vote. 2 precincts in North Carolina, Wilson County, and 1 in Burke. Both are extended till 8 p.m. Eastern time, and 1 more, St. Clair County, Alabama. A judge has ruled that polling locations affected by ballot printing issues stay open until 9. So I think to that point, late breakers are probably they're election day voters for the most part. So don't get out of line. And also be careful what you're hearing in those lines. We've seen a lot of threats. We've seen a lot of sort of strange rumors. Try not to spread them. Yeah. Don't text them to people. Don't spread disinformation on accident. Just stay in line and do your thing. You got one job. Vote.
Don't be dissuaded. Don't be afraid.
That's
don't let anybody talk you out of it.
Exactly.
While we are waiting for what we expect to be a large number of votes reported out of Georgia, let's go live to Scottsdale, Arizona, where Liz Kreutz has been talking to voters as they've been queued up to vote in Arizona. Liz, what have you seen today?
Hey, Rachel. Yeah, we are in the critical Maricopa County. Often people say so goes Maricopa County, so goes the state. And right now there's a very long line here at this polling location in Scottsdale right now. We'll show it to you. Maybe about 60 or 70 people here in line waiting. And some people saying it's taking about an hour for them to get inside there. Part of that is because of this long 2-page ballot here in the state. It's the longest ballot the state's had since 2006. So it just takes a long time to fill out. But not every polling place has a line this long. In fact, there are even there's a Republican group here that's been renting out a bus that they're calling the Trump train, and they're actually shuttling people from here to a nearby polling location that doesn't have as long of lines. There's also signs here that say it's fine, stay in line. So they're hoping people don't see this and get discouraged. As we talk about turnout, though, Rachel, right now, I think Republicans are feeling pretty encouraged here at this moment. Coming into today in Maricopa County, there were more than 1.5 million voters who had cast their ballots. Today, Maricopa County has seen more than 200,000 people cast their ballots. 40% of those ballots today have been from those independent voters, 39% from Republican, 21% from Democrat. Going into today, Republican turnout had been higher, which is to be expected since voter registration among Republicans is higher than Democrat here. I think Democrats have been hoping they'd see some high turnout today. So they're certainly going to be banking on those independent voters, those other voters, to see how they break and if they go for Harris here in Arizona. Rachel.
Liz, thank you. Liz Kreutz in Maricopa County. Really long ballots in Arizona. Maricopa County voters on average being asked to vote on 79 different items on their ballot. Seriously. But while we were checking in with Liz, we got the first big batch of votes out of Georgia. Steve, what do we got?
Yeah. Okay, so as we said, we expect a ton to come in here, and what's supposed to happen is all of the early vote. That includes vote by mail and in-person early voting that's been going on the last few weeks. All of that needs to be reported out by all of these counties in the first hour. So what we're seeing so far is it may be in some of these counties they're going to report that incrementally because it's varying what we're getting. But I'll tell you, I talked about, if you were watching earlier, what we call, or I call at least, the blue blob, which is the immediate Atlanta metro area. And 2 counties there, this is where Democrats are just trying to run up the score. Two counties here have substantial vote in right now. One of them right here is Douglas County. And you can see here, this is about 3/4 of the vote. And again, that is probably all of the early vote that was cast here. Now, to put this in some perspective, Harris basically beating Trump 2-1. This is one of these counties where the population's been growing. It's been diversifying, sort of an emerging suburb. It's now, the population's now about half black. It's a place Republicans used to win. Harris up 2-1 here. Last time around, Biden won this 62-37. He won by 25. Currently, Harris is about 32.5 up on Trump. The key question here, and this is going to be the key question in Georgia as we start to get these big batches around the state. What we expect from the past is that the rest of the vote in Douglas County is going to be more Republican-friendly. It's going to be the Election Day vote. The people who went out and voted today. You remember from 2020, that was overwhelmingly Republican. We don't think it's going to be anywhere near as overwhelming. We still suspect it's going to be more Republican than Democratic, but we don't know that. So the key here is maybe put a pin in this. 3/4 of the vote in Douglas, and it's 66-33-6 Harris over Trump. When this gets up to 100, has this moved? How much has this moved? Because that is going to be the story sort of statewide. If Harris lands somewhere around here in Douglas, that's progress for her. That's what the Democrats want to be doing. They want to be squeezing more out of this big population-dense, immediate Atlanta metro area. Again, I'm just showing you how this county has evolved politically. Look at this. It was a battleground in 2012. Donald Trump came along, lost it by 10. Biden 25, now 32 for Harris. Democrats in all these counties, these 9 counties right around Atlanta, this is what they want. They want to keep driving that number up, keep running up the big margins there because they've been suffering losses elsewhere in the state. So that is Douglas County. Take a look now. Again, this is part of that blue area we're talking about. This is Rockdale County. Geographically, this is small. It's very population dense here. And again, now Harris by about a little bit more than 50. This is all the early vote in Rockdale County. Put it in some perspective. Joe Biden won here by 41. Harris is leading by 51.5. The key question here, as the rest of this comes in, is this number receding back to 2020? That's where Republicans want it. Is it stabilizing here? Is it only falling back a tick? That's what Democrats want to have happen. Again, every one of these counties in the core Atlanta area, Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can. And then, if you were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening, there's one county, and it's right here that I singled out. It's Fayette County. This one has remained red, as all these other counties in here have turned blue, but it's been getting close. Now, this is when I say they may be reporting votes out incrementally here. I think we got all the early at once in these other 2 counties. As you can see, this is a very small number, and we know there were a lot more early votes than this cast in Fayette. But Fayette is the one we really want to pay attention to because, again, just putting this in some perspective, this is a very high-income, high-college degree concentration suburb right outside Atlanta, exactly the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era. Again, just to show you the history. This was 12 years ago, core Republican bedroom community county. Trump comes along. Look at that Republican margin drop. Look at it drop further. Democrats want to be flipping this county tonight. We only have 6%. We need a lot more vote here, but this one we're going to keep looking at because I think it's a test for more broadly how the night might be going for Democrats in Georgia. Just taking a look here, we can go to the far north to seeing what's in. These are the far northern part of the state. This is the most overwhelmingly Republican part of Georgia. So the question for Trump here, he's going to be winning these counties with 75, 80% of the vote. Trump just does not want to have slippage of, 2-3 points even in these places from what he got in 2020. So let's just take a look here. Again, this is relatively small, but this is, okay, Trump got 81.3 in 2020. He's at 80.3 right now. This is the early vote from Union County. Remember, one of these things that we saw in Georgia was Republican voters who were very hesitant to vote early, to vote by mail in 2020, really embraced early voting, especially in Georgia, just based on the numbers we were seeing from the early vote process. So look at all the early vote that came in from Union, very different from 4 years ago. And again, if the remaining 15 or so % from Union is more Republican than what's come out, Trump could be hitting that number from 2020. Again, it's not close here, but every one of these counties, they add up. Trump wants to be maintaining the number he got in 2020 because if you multiply this, there's dozens of counties like this around the state. And if Trump's losing a point or 2 in all of them, that does start to add up statewide. So that's what we're going to be looking for in North Georgia. Sorry, I didn't mean to get out of the state there. Okay, with Gwinnett. Let's see what's happening in Gwinnett. This is over 1 million people in Gwinnett. This is like the most racially, ethnically diverse county in Georgia, one of them most in the country. Okay, it's only 1,000 votes. I thought I was setting up for a lot more there. But this is what I mean about it coming in incrementally. So sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big one to keep an eye on tonight. Fulton is the biggest in this area. Gwinnett is right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic, a quarter Hispanic, a quarter black, about 15% Asian American, very diverse, growing Democratic So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in, and I'll give a shout if we got some more. I'm just
All
quickly,
right. So
there you go.
Georgia making good on its promise that it would produce a lot of vote very early. Let me just tell you one thing about Georgia. We're looking at Georgia vote right now because Georgia polls closed at 7. But as Joy was mentioning earlier, there are a number of precincts in Georgia where polls are still open because of a variety of reasons. There were a dozen precincts spread across DeKalb County, Fulton County, and Gwinnett County where precincts were able to extend their hours. They had to extend their hours because there were false bomb threats that were made in those polling locations. So again, a dozen precincts in DeKalb County. There's 6 of them in DeKalb, 5 in Fulton, 1 in Gwinnett County. There's an additional 2 precincts in Cobb County, 1 in Glynn County. Those have also been allowed to remain open late due to some other issues. So even though we are talking about the Georgia vote coming in and Georgia polls being closed, there's more than a dozen locations statewide where voting is still happening. So if you are within the sound of our voice and you are still in line to vote in Georgia, and your voting place is still open, stay in line. You will be allowed to vote. Don't let anybody tell you to get out of line. The other thing I need to tell you is that coming up in less than 9 minutes is our next big closing of a big important swing state, and that is North Carolina. We're going to take a break right now because when we come back on the other side of the break, we're going to have North Carolina's Democratic governor joining us here live. Don't miss it. Stay with us.
That's crazy. I was looking at you, Ava, having that basically coma for 4 days you missed. But yeah, this is going to be a nail biter. Usually by the end of the first night, Democrats are Republicans are kind of like way ahead because they usually vote. They go and vote. And then later the Democrats kind of pull in. And that's for certain states. When we close it down, we'll see pretty quickly the vote for those who mail in their ballots. A little bit later, you'll end up getting those who went in and did it today. That's probably going to take days. But usually, those who come in the day of in the last election or so, those numbers aren't so drastic. Therefore, if you got 30, 40, 70, they say like 70 million people who voted, 80 million people who voted, you usually don't get 70 or 80 million more on, that are going into the ballot and going into the places and actually doing filling out their ballot, the polling station. So that's why they can call them sometimes, because of the fact that the people coming in do not outweigh the amount of numbers that had already been mailed or did earlier that day. So yeah, so that's why we kind of know. Now, that's what kind of has me worried, is that these numbers coming in are the numbers of people who came in and who voted early. Now, those who voted early, I thought would be in droves the Democrats, or at least those who voted for Kamala. And for some of these states, those are the numbers that are hitting out first. It looks like, there's a lot of Trump people that mailed in their ballots. Now, traditionally, if you go back, I'm 53. Traditionally, if you go back in time, the majority of people who voted early were Republicans, because it was hard to get, a mail-in ballot. Back in the day, you had to be like handicapped or elderly, or you had to get validation to be able to vote early. And, that lightened up tremendously during COVID, but it was already lightening up for years before that. But during COVID, everybody was kind of allowed to do it. And once you get on those voting lists, like voting early, you pretty much are on them like every year, unless you like opt out of them. At least that's the experience for me. I can't say for everybody else. But I am highly nervous because it's like these are the early votes, which we expected to be for Kamala in a massive amount. And the early votes, they're just now coming in. But by the end of the night, these early votes do not match up. Ooh, it's going to be horrible, y'all. It's going to be horrible. I don't like to have everybody like on edge. I'm just going to tell you the facts, like how I feel about them right now. I do feel on edge, but I'm optimistic that she's going to win. I just, you got that nail biter. It's getting too close. It's way too close. I was expecting this shit to be more of a blowout. But like you said, it's just now ending. So it's going to take us a minute to be even, you'll be getting stuff by, what is this, Tuesday? By Friday, we should have a definite understanding of what's going on and where it's leaning. Because there's going to be a crap ton of lawsuits coming out. What kind of made me worry about the knowing that Trump is going to have lawsuits just crazily is that these Russians out here calling in bomb threats. So they're having to keep the polling open for another 2 or 3 hours. Trump is going to try and get whatever happened after that 7 to 10. Those votes cannot count. They're going to try and sue for that. So I'm just worried if there is a Republican judge in that town, a Republican leaning judge, whether they're going to allow those votes in or not. They should, but I don't trust any judge that is a Republican now, not after the Supreme Court gave immunity to a human being. It's like, I don't get it. But anyway, we're going to get back to the news here. I just said, wait, everybody come back from their commercial, fill in. All right, let's get it.
Controversial Republican candidates running for big jobs. Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate for governor, who has referred to himself reportedly as a Nazi. You've got a public schools chief candidate on the Republican side who has called for former President Obama to be executed on live television. I mean, you got some characters down ballot. What's the relationship between those down ballot races and those really extreme candidates and what's happening at the top of the ticket with the presidential?
Well, it shows you where the Republican Party is in North Carolina. They've nominated the most extreme slate of right-wing candidates in the history of our state, and maybe in the history of the country. In North Carolina, it will be so important to make sure that we win these races. And when you have a presidential race and a gubernatorial race, it obscures these down ballot races, and they have a difficult time getting the word out. I do think, however, that these races have become so important, with the governor's race over with Josh Stein over Mark Robinson, with the superintendent of public instruction, with our attorney general. Jeff Jackson is running against Dan Bishop, who is part of the Marjorie Taylor Greene group in Congress. I believe that people going to the polls voting for these Democratic candidates will end up helping Kamala Harris in her presidential race. I think with her ground game that she has had in North Carolina, it's the best that I've ever seen here. And with that bottom-up help, you've got a top-down and a bottom-up converging here, hopefully for our success a little later on tonight.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, about 90 seconds away from poll close in your state. It's an honor to have you with us here tonight, sir. Thanks for joining us, and we're sure we'll be checking in with you again.
Thanks, Rachel.
While we've been speaking with Governor Cooper, we have a projection to make. NBC News can now project that in the great state of Vermont Senator, independent senator, caucuses with the Democrats, Bernie Sanders has been reelected as Vermont's senator. That means NBC News has projected in Vermont that Kamala Harris has won the presidential there and Bernie Sanders is reelected there. We're also, of course, watching the governor's race in Vermont. Interestingly, there's an incumbent Republican governor in Vermont. He said after coming out of his own polling place today that he cast his ballot as a Republican governor. He cast his presidential ballot for Kamala Harris. Lawrence, checking in with you real quick before we get to this poll closing.
Just on the Senator Sanders reelection, it points out the flawlessness with Kamala Harris has held together the full range of the Democratic coalition. Bernie Sanders to her left, everyone else in the party held them all the way, right to the finish line. Not an easy thing to do, and something that in the past Democrats have really struggled with. Bernie Sanders enthusiastically out there for Kamala Harris every step of the way.
Yeah, and just as influential as he's ever been in national politics. All right, we are less than 10 seconds away from the next poll closing, and this one includes a big one, a big swing state of North Carolina. As we hit 7:30 Eastern Time, NBC News can project that in the North Carolina presidential race, no surprise here, it is too early to call. North Carolina, not the only state that's closing at 7:30. NBC News can also project in the West Virginia presidential contest. In West Virginia, Donald Trump is the winner. West Virginia's presidential race, NBC News projecting that right now for Donald Trump. And in Ohio, NBC News is projecting that in the presidential race, it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Looking at the road to 270, we are still just barely on our way. 23 electoral votes thus far for Donald Trump, with the West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky races called for him, and Vermont thus far called for Kamala Harris, 23-3 on the electoral votes. Let's look at Senate and governor's races. Let's go back to Georgia, to the Georgia battleground, the presidential race. Still too early to call. You see, we've got about 8% in, but Steve Kornacki's been watching the vote come in Georgia, and we are expecting to see quite a bit of vote come in Georgia within this first hour after poll closings. Now, forgive me, let's go to some Senate and governor's races. This is the Senate race, very closely watched Senate race in the great state of Ohio, where incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown is facing Republican challenger Bernie Moreno. NBC News projects that this is too early to call at this hour. And in West Virginia, we have a projection in the Senate race there. Now, this is the Senate seat that was held by former Democrat, now independent Joe Manchin. This is not a surprise. The Republicans have picked up the Senate seat in West Virginia. NBC News projecting that Republican Senate candidate Jim Justice will take that Senate seat in West Virginia, which, of course, is a Republican pickup. That's the one sort of lockdown, absolute guaranteed Republican pickup in the Senate this year. This is the Senate balance at this hour, 29 Democrats and 40 Republicans. With that seat in West Virginia, Republicans have one Senate pickup. Looking now at the North Carolina governor's race, this has been a very, very high-profile.
This dude called himself a black Nazi, and still it's too early to call.
Because of the controversial nature of the Republican nominee, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. NBC News projecting at this hour in the North Carolina governor's race, it is too early to call between Democrat Josh Stein and Republican Mark Robinson. And in West Virginia, we've got a governor's race as well. Democrat Steve Williams against Republican Patrick Morrisey. This is an open seat as Jim Justice leaves to run for Senate. In the West Virginia governor's race, NBC News projecting this is as yet too early to call. Over to Steve. Steve, what are you watching coming in?
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on Georgia here. And again, you see a lot of the counties lit up right now. In a lot of these, as we were saying, it looks like they're going to do this early vote incrementally rather than in one big batch. So while you see a lot of counties colored in right here, this is the running total statewide. And again, the Democrats, you see Harris far back there, but the Democrats depend so much on this Atlanta metro area, and there's not a ton in from there, especially from Fulton County, the biggest. We already showed you Gwinnett. Democrats are counting on a lot out of there. There's only about 1,000 votes there. So where are we seeing substantial vote in Georgia right now? One place that we just got a lot from is Houston County, and this is a place that apparently released all of the early vote all at once. This is 80% of all the vote we're expecting out of Houston County. Now, this is sort of the mid-state region, and this is the kind of a county where Trump lost some significant ground in 2020. He still won it, but his margin was reduced in 2020. The city of Warner Robins is here. There's an Air Force base here. It's about a third black. It's a pretty diverse county. In the early vote, you see Trump leading 56-43. This is the kind of place. Trump slipped in 2020. He does not want to slip any further. In fact, to have a good night in Georgia, he wants to go back a ways. Let me show you. This is what happened in 2020 in this county. This is what happened in 2016. Trump won it by almost 22 points when he won the Georgia and won the presidency, fell all the way to 12 in 2020, and he wants to get this number back up. So as we say, we expect the vote you're seeing right now, the early vote to be the best it is for Democrats because it includes that vote by mail, and we expect the remaining vote to be more Republican friendly. We don't know if that's going to happen. We got to see these completed counties, but if that is the pattern and if that holds, then that is a positive development for Trump in that county, and that's something he needs to replicate in a lot of other counties. We also got a big batch here. This is Oconee County. This is right outside of Athens, where the University of Georgia is. This is one of the wealthiest counties in Georgia. It's heavily white, high concentration of college degrees, yet actually still a very Republican county. And again, you're looking at all of the early vote here. And again, the kind of place Trump doesn't want to be slipping anymore from 2020. So again, he wants that number above 66. So that's only 2 counties, but that's what we're looking for as the Trump counties start to come in. Let me just take a look. I think we might have, and again, resetting statewide there. Those are the numbers statewide in Georgia right now. Again, for the Democrats, so much is going to have to do with that Atlanta metro area. Starting to get vote in here in North Carolina. Again, keep in mind, you see a lot of counties, the colors here. You only see about 26, 27,000 votes statewide in. Also going to come in very incrementally here. You know, look where Raleigh is, Wake County. This is one of the biggest Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. You got Durham County right next door to it. Something big just came in. We'll take a look here in a minute. Orange County. But I just give you a sense of North Carolina. A couple things. We expect what's going to be reported out here in the earliest part of the night is the vote by mail. Again, this is going to be very familiar in a lot of places. The vote by mail and the early in-person vote. And that's the majority of all the vote in North Carolina is going to be those 2 methods. Again, we expect that to be a little bit more Democratic friendly on the whole than the same-day vote. We're going to see if that's how it plays out. But as we get big batches in these counties, we're looking at that pattern here where perhaps the Democrats do their best and then Trump with the election day vote is trying to come back. Just give you a sense here on the political geography of the state we're going to be following tonight. A couple things to keep in mind. There are some big core Democratic vote-producing areas where the name of the game for the Democrats is to run up the score. This I just mentioned is one of them. It's basically the triangle. You know, you get state capitol there, University of North Carolina in Orange County, Durham here, Duke University is there, large black population, also a large the white population there, a lot of concentration of college degrees. Democrats run up massive margins there. We're going to look at Mecklenburg County. That's where Charlotte is. Democrats got a margin of 200,000 votes just out of Mecklenburg County in 2020. They want to grow that number there. They just want to run up margins in places like this. A lot of attention on the flooding in the mountains of western North Carolina. Asheville in Buncombe County is the sort of one of 2 blue counties out in the mountains. It's the much bigger one, and Democrats actually depend on a pretty big plurality out of Asheville. There wasn't much indication in the early vote. There was a lot of talk about, whether Helene was going to drive down turnout. We didn't really see that in the early vote. We want to see if that matches up with the same-day vote, but that's another place Democrats are depending on there for their votes. They're also going to depend on it here, Cumberland County, where Fayetteville is, so core Democratic areas, and we're also tonight going to be looking sort of in the eastern part of North Carolina. This could be key. These are a lot of rural counties and smaller counties that have substantial black populations. And these are counties, a lot of these Barack Obama either won in 2008 when he became the last Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning. And since then, the numbers have come way down for Democrats. They think they can get the turnout up here this year. We're going to be paying attention to those counties as they come in. But again, statewide right now in North Carolina, very early. That's what you see with just over 100,000 votes. And we'll just check back in on Georgia, and we are still about where we left off there.
All right, so we just had North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio poll closings. We had Georgia poll closings at 7, and we're watching that vote come in. We've been sort of promised by Georgia officials that vote will come in, that a lot of it will come in relatively early. So that's why we keep checking back on those Georgia numbers. While we have been talking, we have a new projection, again, in the great state of Vermont. The incumbent Republican governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, has been reelected. NBC News can project that Phil Scott will hold on to his gubernatorial seat in Vermont. He is a moderate and anti-Trump Republican in Vermont, a very blue state with a moderate Republican governor. Joining us now from a polling location at Arizona State University in Tempe, Arizona, is NBC's Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, it's good to have you with us. What have you been seeing? Who have you been talking to?
Hey there, Rachel. Yeah, we were just talking to some voters here. Just wanted to see how long have you guys been voting, standing in line?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So this is the back of the line. Let's show you what the front of the line looks like. Now remember, Maricopa County, it's the most populous county here in Arizona. It's also the swingiest county in Arizona. The margins the last time around, 2020, were very, very tight. 10,000 people. ASU, the campus that we're on right now, ASU students, the population is about 74,000. So a lot of people voting here. The line is hundreds of people. It goes all the way around, and it's about 70, 80 minutes right now. So we'll see how long this line takes to actually get through. That's what the app is saying right now. But we've been eavesdropping a lot. You got people out here working on their fitness, eavesdropping a lot on these conversations, talking to a lot of these voters. But we've been talking a lot about the gender gap. You've seen a lot of the younger women. This is a very weird thing. You got robots walking around on campus, kind of a surreal sign of the times. But for what's driving a lot of these young people out to the polls, other than the pizza, is a lot of the props. And when it comes to a lot of the young women that we've been talking to, reproductive rights is huge. It's a big driver. It's a lot of the conversation that we're hearing when it comes to a lot of the younger men here. We are hearing feelings of attacks on masculine identity. We've actually been hearing a lot of talk about the Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan podcast. In fact, a little while ago, we were talking to two guys. One of them said that he was on the fence until he said when Kamala did not go on the Joe Rogan podcast, that was what influenced his vote. He ended up voting for Trump, but he said that he was open to listening to Kamala on the podcast, and when she didn't, again, not necessarily all the issues, but the fact that he said she didn't seem like a real person because she couldn't talk for an extended period of time. So it's just some of the things that we're hearing from some of these college students wrapping around. I promise we're almost to the end of the line here. But another thing that is very apparent is the organizing. There's been some organizing, it seems like, with some of the fraternities, and these red hats, the MAGA hats, they stand out and they're being given out left and right here. And then you've got this battle of these stickers. You've got Harris Wall's campaign people going around giving stickers, and it seems like back in the day you'd go to a poll site and you wouldn't necessarily see or know who somebody was voting for before they went into the polls. We were at another polling site in Mesa, Arizona. Those hats are so prevalent here in Arizona. So we've been seeing a lot more of this kind of tribalism at the polls, heading into the polls. Whether it's any indication as to how things go in Arizona, it is too soon to tell. And Arizona, again, it could be a very tight race here. And if it is a tight race, it's possibly going to be days before we have a final decision. Rachel?
That's all right. We got days. We got weeks. We got as long as it takes. We are tireless, Scotty, just like you. NBC's Gadi Schwartz, thank you so much. Gadi, with students there at ASU, at Arizona State University in Tempe. Let me give you a little bit of an update. We were talking about some threats that were received at polling places in Georgia. We've got a little more detail on that out of DeKalb County, Georgia, which is east of Atlanta. It's a very Democratic, very deep blue county. Officials there that NBC News has spoken to say they have received bomb threats at 7 locations in the last hour, including 5 voting precincts. Police evacuated the polling sites. Polling sites include churches and community centers in Chamblee and Tucker and Decatur and Lithonia, Georgia. Some of these locations appear to include black churches. So again, we have heard about false threats being phoned in to Georgia voting locations. If you are in a place that has had its, whether it's Georgia or anywhere else, if you are in a place that has had its voting hours extended or indeed voting poll closings have not yet arrived in your state, if you are in line, you will be allowed to vote. These places that were just newly threatened in DeKalb County are being held open until 8/22, so they're being held open to account for the disruption here caused by these threats. Don't let anybody dissuade you from voting. They're trying to create the illusion of chaos as much as they're trying to create chaos itself. But your vote is your voice. It's your right as an American. Don't let anybody push you around. All right. It's getting very close to 8 p.m. on the East Coast. That is our biggest overall hour for poll closing. That means an avalanche of returns is on the way. We're going to take a quick break. Stay right there.
of Donald Trump, but it's still very early. 2% of the estimated vote is in. Still a lot of votes to count in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 58.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 121,029 vote lead. It's still very early, only 15% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In Florida, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.7%. Donald Trump with a healthy 822,900.
I don't know about that Rogan. I don't care about him. But you know these young kids, man. It's their Howard Stern.
In Ohio, Donald Trump with 56.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 42.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 31,716 vote lead. It's still very early in Ohio. Only 4% of the estimated vote in. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 10,020 vote lead. Still very early in New Hampshire, only 7% of the estimated vote in the Granite State. We're only minutes away from the biggest wave of poll closings in this entire presidential race. We are counting down to the top of the hour. That's 8 p.m. Eastern, when a total of 171 electoral votes are on the line. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Voting is about to end in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, the key Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. All eyes are on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in this hour ahead. It is one of the make or break battlegrounds up for grabs tonight, and the polling there has been 48-48 or 50-50.
I think he does, but he came out and supported Trump today.
Pull off a win in Pennsylvania, as President Biden did 4 years ago. Donald Trump
Or
aiming
maybe
for a
yesterday.
repeat of his 2016 victory there. Let's check back with our campaign correspondents. First to Abby Phillip, anchoring at Harris headquarters in Howard University here in D.C. Abby, what is the latest from Harris campaign headquarters when it comes to watching the returns come in from Georgia and North Carolina?
Jake, right now, my colleague Jeff Zeleny has some new reporting about what's happening in the state of Pennsylvania. Jeff, what are you learning?
Well, Abby, there's no doubt that the Harris campaign is watching Pennsylvania closer than any other state. They are looking to Philadelphia in particular, what they believe is higher turnout than the 2020 levels for Joe Biden. They're looking at a couple key precincts in Philadelphia. But if that were to be the case, if the vice president is to have a strong performance in Pennsylvania, she must do well in Philadelphia. Abby, as you well know, she closed out her campaign last night in Philadelphia with that big rally on the Rocky Steps. That's where the marathon ends. It's called the finish line. The big question for her campaign, if she reaches the finish line in the presidential race, can she have big enough margins in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh to carry the state? The Harris campaign is a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. They've always said the most straightforward path is the blue wall, but all eyes are on Philadelphia right now. That's why, as we speak, they're trying to get the rest of the voters out to the polls.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes left. Jeff, thank you for that. Back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Abby. And let's go to Caitlin Collins at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Caitlin?
Yeah, thanks, Jake. We're here at the Convention Center where Donald Trump is hosting his election night party. I'm with CNN's Kristen Holmes. And Philadelphia and Pennsylvania overall obviously has been a key focus for them. But after Donald Trump and the Puerto Rican remark fallout from his rally in Madison Square Garden, they were particularly worried because there are Puerto Rican strongholds in Pennsylvania.
There's more than 400,000 Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania, and he actually went to Allentown. There wasn't huge protests, but they were very concerned. Now, a lot of their concern focuses around some internal drama, which was that essentially after that comedian took the stage and made that joke, there was a lot of finger pointing as to who was to blame, who brought him on stage, who did not vet him. Now, internally, I am told that they have been circulating polls about Puerto Rican voters, even showing them to the former president, who was asked at multiple times, did this hurt my campaign? Is this going to hurt me with Puerto Rican
he's
voters?
worried about it.
He was worried about it. He was worried. He was watching the news, as he often does, and seeing the reports that Puerto Ricans were saying that they were offended by it, that they weren't weren't going to vote for him. And of course, this is particularly important in Pennsylvania, given the fact that there are so many Puerto Rican voters. And one thing, Caitlin, it's not just Pennsylvania. Across all of these swing states, there are large swaths of Puerto Rican voters. So whether it's self-preservation because these people want to show that they didn't impact the Puerto Rican vote, or it's because they actually think it could impact him in the long term, they're watching those numbers very carefully.
Yeah, and when the margins matter, something like that certainly can. Kristen Holmes, thank you for that. Jake, obviously something the Trump campaign is watching very closely from down here in South Florida behind the scenes.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some new exit polling. David, what are you learning about voters?
I'm not into his exit poll whatsoever. I'm going to address...
voters. Take a look, 33% of Pennsylvania voters say democracy.
I'm going to address some stuff real quick that she just talked about. Then we're going to get back to MSNBC. I know you guys are watching. Some of you guys are watching on your own. But this is about doing commentary as well as watching the news. The thing that the young lady just spoke about, she was mentioning that they were worried about who this comedian was and who hired him and what person vetted him. I call BS on that. Donald Trump, you can't, this is what gets me about even the news. They're even being disingenuous. You can't call this man the executive producer extraordinaire. This guy's his thing is he's more about an entertainer than he is a politician. He's a businessman. He's Mr. You're fired and all these, The Apprentice, and he knows exactly how to promote himself and all this trash that they mention about this man. And then when he gets somebody on stage that says exactly what that entire rally was all about, they're being disingenuous, because you can't sit here and say this man made a joke about calling Puerto Ricans, or at least their country, a floating pile of garbage. What does garbage produce? Garbage. So you're saying that the area and the people are garbage. And then nobody came up on stage and said, I disavow what he said. I don't believe what he said. You have to go back and look at that. Quit listening to the news, which really doesn't do this a service whatsoever. They pulled one thing out of that rally, and they blew it up and made it all about the comedian. The comedian played to his audience. Go look up what this comedian does. Go look up the conversation that this comedian had, that he said he had performed this somewhere else before, and while he knew he got the gig and the audience did not like it, and he says the audience in which he's going to perform at will. So forget you guys, basically, I'm catering to an audience. That's what comedians do. They cater to an audience, right? So he goes out, performs this ahead of time. Also, Joe Rogan came out and said that he saw the act, spoke to the guy, and said, don't do it because you're falling in for this trap. Do not do that. Do not perform those jokes. I wouldn't do it. The dude continued to do it. Not only did he continue to do it, he knew his audience, because as soon as he said these jokes, the audience clapped, they laughed, they enjoyed it. Now, on top of that, Rudy Giuliani spoke. Racist rants, sexist rants. Donald Trump Jr., sexist, racist rants. Donald Trump's oldest friend and so forth, that guy got up there and called her the devil or something like that. Somebody in the audience said, yeah, she is the devil. You got Dr. Phil coming out there talking trash and sexist. You got the Gordon Cordone, or whatever his name is, Cordone guy, the millionaire, the one who said, I can lose all my money and get it all back, and had his little thing, whatever. He tried that on his jet, that he's going to lose all his money and become a millionaire in a month or whatever with no connections. That guy got out there and called her a prostitute because she's got pimps. They've said she slept her way to the top. That entire rally was sexist, racist, toward everybody but white men and white women. They didn't say nothing about them. They've only talked about every minority. And it fit right in that location. Everybody clapped, had a good time. On top of that, Byron Donalds. This fool comes out right after the guy in front of him played out Dixieland on the way out. Audience clapping and cheering. Dixieland's about wanting to think about slavery as a positive thing. I wish I was in Dixie. Do you know who sang those songs mostly? They were in minstrel shows. And those minstrel shows were white men in blackface acting like slaves, wanting to get back to being in the land of Dixie where they pick cotton. How do you sell your soul so much that you walk out on right after the song Dixieland and not have a problem with that? Reminds me of the black guy on Fox, the one with the high top fade and shit. You got the Kid and Play in 2024. He came out when I think it wasn't Gutfield, it was another guy that literally said, well, what are you going to do, Donald Trump, when they decide to say that black people, the United States was built on the backs of blacks, and that, you know, all racism happened and there was such thing as slavery and all this other bullshit. He was really just telling you the truth about history. Donald Trump said he won't even fund the schools for teaching them the truth. And this black dude over here sat there and didn't say anything. Just, That's it. They literally just negated your history, bro. And you sat there and looked at them like, yeah, you're gonna stop funding them if you tell the truth about my people. I'm down with that. It is the most insane, absurd thing. This country, if electing this guy, just the idea that he is even anywhere near close is crazy to me. I don't know if we're as a country disconnected from reality so much that we can't see nor hear somebody saying it, or we're such a racist country that we have a problem with a actual person of color, again, being the president. We know we had that when Obama was president. People walk around with monkey signs to unalive him by hanging, all that shit. That's the reason why we have a Donald Trump as president. He led with the racist birther movement. And white people who don't think that they're racist were dead up on this birther thing. Oh, I'm not racist. It's just, was he born here? Donald Trump's family are immigrants. Was Donald born here? I mean, we can literally say, where's your birth certificate, Donald? Because your family comes from another country too. Your grandfather, and your mother are both immigrants. Your dad was born here from an immigrant, a first immigrant. So you guys are trying to take away the birthright of immigrants who came into this country. That means Donald Trump has to go too. Donald Trump's wife has to go. Donald Trump's son Barron has to go. It's just insane to me, the hypocrisy in everything they say. Hypocrisy. It's like, dude, everything you say is about you, but you put it toward other people as if other people need to be held to a standard that you won't even be held up to yourself. You worried about immigrants. I'm like, bro, you're an immigrant. I've been here. My family's been here longer than your family's been here. So let's go back 3 generations and kick out everybody who came in, if that's the case. Exactly. It's a dumb idea. And for anybody to think that this man who's failed, flunked out of school, you know this man did not have A's. He's always talking about his family's, his uncle was a scientist or whatever the hell he is. And he was a smart guy. You believe in genes? Yeah, I believe in genes. Like Jordache, Lee's, all that. But you talking about your genes? Get out of here, bro. You can't even hold a conversation. You on 4 different topics so much that when Kamala Harris beat the brakes off of him in that debate, this fool came out and said, I do this thing called the weave. I go here and I go there and I go here, and it all kind of makes sense. No, it doesn't. But all it takes for them fools to believe him, to believe anything, I do a weave. Really? When did you come up with the weave, bruh? When did it come up? We never heard of it. You just made it up, or is it the weave been going on your entire life? Exactly. He made it up. He didn't say nothing about the weave in 2016. Said nothing about the weave in 2020. It's just gotten worse because the man's old. And now he can't hold a thought. Now he made it up. It's a weave. You should have been doing the weave a long time ago. You just now doing it? Just because person, woman, camera, TV, his brain is frying up. The person who's going to be leading this country if Trump wins is going to be his sidekick, J.D. Vance, because there's no way this man can hold a thought, let alone be responsible to speak to leaders in other countries like Russia. How could you feel safe with this man around Putin, around North Korea? How can you be safe with this man around? He talking about they send him love letters. The hell is that shit? We ain't in love with North Korea or Russia. They want to destroy us. And he's talking about he got relationships with them. For what? To sell out America? Have we not forgotten that this man stole America's secrets and saying that he could actually have them? If you could have them, how come no other president on the frickin' 240, almost 50 years, whatever it's been, as presidents been around or whatever, none of them took that many fucking things to their home. But you say it can happen. Even bringing up laws that literally say the presidential, the Records Act, that shit's about things that you made. And even the news sit around and say, well, he keeps talking about the presidential record. Just bring a lawyer on and say, look, Presidential Records Act is literally things you made as a president. So if I took a recorder and I said, hey, how's it going, everybody? I'm the president today. And today I went out and ran. I came back home. I had soup and blah, blah, blah. And I spoke to a leader, and it was pretty cool. Hey, put that down. As a president, that still does not belong to you. But seeing as how it doesn't have anything to do, unless you have something in there about what you actually did with that person that you spoke about in that audio about that leader, as long as you ain't said exactly the decisions you made, you have to go through a process in which the government listens to it. No secrets in this, then you can keep it. But this man took private, secret stuff that should have never left the White House, took it to his crib and set it in a bathroom where everybody named Mama can get to. This man should not only be under the jail, he should be serving time and, if not, the death penalty for treason. You take one of those damn things and see what happens to you. You won't make it off the land. As soon as you took it out of the White House, they would cap your ass. And this man took it out, had it forever, lied about it, hid it, and has had the government in knots trying to get him. If anything in this country needs to do, it needs to be effective on its laws and stop letting rich people get away with shit. The law should not have to deal with how much money you got. It's how many facts you have against it. If somebody want to charge you with something, you should be able to have facts. You should not be able to have enough money to literally stall everything until you die. But if a person like me and you get charged with it, we're in jail 3 months later. That should be the same for rich that it is for poor. If you get caught with something, you should have a speedy trial, and within that 3 months or 6 months or whatever long it takes, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, that should be the exact same time that a rich person has, as well as a person who has middle class or poor. We should not have a system of our legal system that rich people can get past it. The law should be the law for all of us. All of us. Not like one gets it and the other one doesn't get it. We need to take the money out of that. and have the law work out as the way it's working. Even if these things can be prolonged like that, it shouldn't be about the money. It should be about the process. So if he can push it off for 6 months, the average person should be able to do it too. And it shouldn't be about money. It should be about actual following the law as it is. And if lawyers take on a case, they got to do it. Shouldn't be you sitting there getting charged $1 million to do a case. It's a case. You sign on, that's it. But the way we got this system set, the richer you are, the more crimes you can commit and get away with. And the lighter skin, mostly white men, they get away with the most. Have you ever heard of any other person, race in this country, get away with people catching you raping a girl by a trash can, and then your father comes in and says, he's a young man, he's got so much ahead of him, and then the judge says, you know what, you're right, you're on probation, go back to school, boy. Say what? That's a real case. Handed down for a real white kid who really raped a young white woman by a trash can when she was drunk. In this country, he went free on probation back in school. Do we know if this kid has raped again? We don't, because he faded back into white world where nobody looks at him anymore. Anybody that got away with rape needs to be under some kind of scrutiny that he's going to do it again, because you didn't even smack him on the hand. You just flicked that kid and let him go. And that girl, I bet you her life is destroyed right now. She can't have relationships. She probably has problems with having sex. She probably can't trust nobody. It's crazy how this country doesn't respect anybody but white men. It's insane. White women are even treated worse too. Better than black and Latin and Asian, but still treated second class to white men. It's just terrible. We need to just get rid of that shit and everybody get treated fairly when things happen to you. Trust the women, find the facts, and get down to the point. All right, let's get back to the news. You know I had to get my little 2 cents in for a second, but let's get it. I'm actually going to go to Steve Kornacki.
In Fayette County. Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see how much they can squeeze out of there. Another question here has been, and a big one that looms, is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area, there are some very big counties in sort of the fringes of the Atlanta metro. And unlike this area, they're all red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump lost the state. In fact, I can call those counties up here, and we'll just show you what they look like. It's sort of these counties here. There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping a close eye on these to see if there's, because these are big, highly populated counties, if there's Trump slippage in them. So a couple we want to call your attention to. This is one of the biggest, Cherokee County. Look at that, more than 80% of the vote. Canton, Georgia's here. This is getting a little bit more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would have been 90% white. Now it's about 75% white. The diversification of the Atlanta metro area is extending to sort of the ex-urban area. But again, the key here for Trump is this is what he fell to in 2020. This is still a great number, you know, if you just looked at it, but relative to what Republicans are used to in Cherokee County, Trump took a big step back in 2020. His campaign wanted to claw some of that back. And again, with the same day vote to be tallied here in Cherokee, Trump is already almost a point above the 2020 number. And again, they want to see that number get a little bit higher here. But again, they want to be climbing, not falling back and climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door.
Steve? Yep. Can I interrupt you just for a moment? We have a change in the characterization of the race in Georgia. It had previously been characterized, the presidential race in Georgia had previously been characterized as too early to call. We're now changing characterization to too close to call. So again, doesn't mean that we're anywhere closer to a result, but I wanted to get that in while you continue your exposition of why we feel that way.
No real movement in you.
So again,
Yeah, he stopped the
Want
show
to see
for that.
there if that Trump number
It
comes
was
out. All these
nonsensical.
counties in sort of
Could've
the
kept that one to
exurban area.
yourself.
Forsyth is another big one. And actually, you can see here a little bit less of the vote in, but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth, Trump is falling short of that number. And another key here just in Georgia that we're going to be watching, it's just slowly taking shape. Again, I will call these counties up sort of in a group on the screen so you can see them. In sort of south and in mid-state Georgia, there's a number of counties with large, they're rural counties with large African-American populations. And this is the place where Democrats think they can improve the turnout and either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020, and with almost all the vote in now, Trump 3 points ahead of Harris here. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see if there's trends in these types of counties. Randolph County, another, about 2/3 in, very, very small here. But again, this is what Joe Biden was able to do here in 2020. These are all counties like those small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all counties that add up. So is there a trend? This is only two. But that's a thing we're going to be looking for as the results come in and as this map fills in. Is there a trend there? So again, 37% of the vote is in right now. That's what it looks like statewide. A big one that's empty here is Gwinnett. This is another huge one that's empty. This is DeKalb County, right outside Atlanta. In fact, some of it's inside the perimeter here. It's about half black. There's a large college-educated white population, very Democratic friendly. Huge, huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here. We haven't seen anything from that yet. And I also think we've got some numbers here, yes, in Pennsylvania. And I just want to tell you what to expect here in Pennsylvania, because you see a massive Harris lead in more than 300,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, there's really only, we talk about this early in-person voting that, millions of people are doing in other states. They don't really have that in Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just vote by mail or vote same day. And what's happening in most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be reported out first and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear division, unlike in some other states where the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic and the same day will be more heavily Republican. And so that's what we're seeing. Look, the city of Philadelphia has released, and there's more to come. This is a giant batch all of vote by mail from Philadelphia here. So that's why this will be, it'll get a little bit better for Trump as more votes come in. But that's what you've got right there. You've got all the vote by mail, perhaps, in Allegheny County, or a very, very good chunk of it. Again, this is where Pittsburgh is. About 1.2 million people. The inner suburbs around Pittsburgh, too, heavily Democratic. So, again, big, big Democratic number there. And also in Lancaster County, well, only about 700 votes there. So, really, the two big cities in the state have come in. We're getting a little bit more now, Butler County and a few others. But, again, you can expect it's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania. So, you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead in these early, in the early hour and a half, whatever it is. And the story in Pennsylvania, it's going to be the opposite of the story we followed 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day. And the question will be, on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again,
Steve, can I interrupt you just for one moment? We have a call in a presidential race in the state of South Carolina. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump is the winner of the presidential contest in South Carolina. Back to you, Steve.
Yep. And I was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way. Let's take a look here at Michigan, and we've got, look at this, two biggies. So we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, They overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote
here. But it is what it is.
But
it's
remember,
early, I know.
We said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. You know, 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, you know, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double digit or higher a ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good.
Steve, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you just one more time. Well, presumably the first of many more times. In North Carolina, in the governor's race, NBC News can now project that Josh Stein will be the Democratic governor of North Carolina. He was up against the very controversial Republican candidate,
beat the other
Mark
dude.
Robinson.
That's good.
Republicans tried to get Mark
Black
Robinson
Nazi.
off the ballot, thinking that he would not only certainly lose this race, but he might lose it by so much it might even drag down the prospects for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in North Carolina as well. But NBC News can now project that in this race, the governor's race, Josh Stein will be the winner. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, just to quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan, again, 8 p.m., almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone, but we're going to be getting this hour most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, about 200,000 people. In 2020, Trump lost it by 6. Democrats would love to get that up to double digits, and they'd love to make further progress in this region. It's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties sent their candidates to Traverse City a couple times here. This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. Cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country. This is Leelanau County. It's one of the wealthiest in the state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they've given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just a little bit of the vote is in right there. It's where Traverse City is. But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. And of course, Wayne County, Detroit, the inner suburbs there, cities like Dearborn, where the Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing. All things we're going to watch as Michigan comes in and we move to the Tar Heel state. Now about 10% in here in North Carolina. And again, you see the Harris advantage. We're just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here in Durham County here, Orange County, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. Also important for Democrats, and there's not much here right now, but it's sort of, they call it the triad. This is where, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core Democratic counties and should be. We want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way. Just take a look, though, at Union County. Here's Here's the trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, are outside Raleigh, where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look, because we've got some. I'm checking these to see one thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. This is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think they can improve the turnout, think they can improve Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural eastern North Carolina. Not much to show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see it's in this eastern North Carolina area here. We want to see as these fill in, are Democrats taking strides forward there? They think they can with Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina, and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I've struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett. And we don't have many more from Gwinnett, but you're starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just seeing if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia, Rachel.
Thank you, Steve. We will be checking back in with you. I should also mention, just while we're talking about Georgia, we have been keeping an eye on this other story, which is false bomb threats that have been called in at polling places in Georgia. We're now updated from Georgia officials. At least 38 different election-associated locations saw bomb threats today. Fulton Police Chief says 32 bomb threats at different locations in Fulton alone. Some threats were called into 911. Some were called to the specific location. Some were emailed. The Fulton County Chief saying that all but 2 cities in Fulton County received bomb threats. They were spread all throughout the county. Obviously, this is concerning and disgusting. The intrigue here is that both the FBI and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger earlier today attributed at least some of these threats to Russian origin, which means that an enemy of the United States, a foreign adversary, is targeting American voters in Georgia to try to influence our election that way by terrorizing us. This is the sort of thing that is that has a functional effect in terms of how people think about getting out to vote. It will do some of what they want it to do, but it also has national security consequences for us as a country in terms of how we deal with the people in other countries who are trying to dissuade us from doing what we do as a democracy and who are trying to determine the outcome of this election. Raises questions on how we're going to contend with that as a nation. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Plus vote lead. Still early there as well. Only 4% of the estimated vote has come in from Michigan. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 55% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 44.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost half the vote in, 48% of the estimated vote in from battleground Georgia. In battleground North Carolina, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 46.5% of the vote. Harris has a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with only 11% of the estimated vote in from North Carolina. It is still very early in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Harris in the lead there, 51 of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.2% of the vote. Harris with a 58,000 vote or so lead. That's with more than a third of the vote in from Commonwealth Virginia, 34% of the estimated vote. John King?
Jake, starting to fill in more on the map. You're starting to figure out where we go. I want to caution everybody, if you look at the map, as we start to fill in more as we move at least to the Midwest, you have Kansas blue at the moment. Very reliably red state. We'll count the votes, see what happens. Remember, it shocked us after Dobbs with the referendum there. Ohio is still blue. We expect as more votes come in, that will swing back. But again, that's why we count votes. If you look at just big picture at the moment, Donald Trump in an unusual position. We'll see if it holds up. At the moment, he's leading in the popular vote. He, of course, lost the popular vote in both 2016 and by a much larger margin, more than 7 million votes in 2020. At the moment, he's 2.5 million votes ahead in the popular vote. But that's about 17% of the national vote. So we have a lot of counting to do tonight, into tomorrow, and beyond. It will take. So let's wander through some of the battleground states. Let's start in the biggest battleground prize of all, Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes right there. The vice president at the moment with a big healthy lead, guess what? Pennsylvania is not going to end that way, even if she wins it. It's just too competitive a state. So why is it such a big lead? Because most of the votes are from right down here in Philadelphia and the Democratic suburbs, but can still be instructive. Number one, we're still at the same place, 87%, 17% there at 87%. We haven't moved in Philadelphia. She's ahead of where President Biden was 4 years ago, but that's a tiny percentage of votes, and they're early votes. So let's move up here. This is the most competitive of the three caller counties. It's Delaware, Montgomery, and Bucks. Bucks has become the most competitive. At the moment, the vice president is getting 66% if you round up in Bucks County, but again, it's 11%. If the vice president ends up above 60% in Bucks County at the end of the night, she's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but it is very, very early. Why do I say that? Because Joe Biden won it last time with just 52%. This is a very tough, there's a good, strong Trump base in Bucks County. So what you see at the moment is mostly early votes, but we watch and we see. Another place here is Montgomery County. Again, when I started doing this is where Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush won elections. No more. It's a Democratic stronghold now. But you see right now, it's very early on, 800 votes when you add that up. So we won't even bother with the comparison. Then you just pop down to Delaware County. Same issue, about 15% of the vote in. So we can take a look here. I was just here the other day in Delaware County, and you see it's overwhelmingly Democratic, but you do see some pockets of Trump support. This is one of the places it's a key test. He's not going to win, Delaware County. Can he improve his standing in the suburbs just a little bit? That's Donald Trump's big challenge. Improve your standing in the suburbs just a little bit. 15%. He's at 24% right now. If you go back 4 years ago, he was at 36%. So if he stays where he is, he's in trouble in Pennsylvania. But again, these are very, very, very early results. So we've been looking at this from the vice president's perspective. Let's come back to 2024 and look at it from the former president's perspective, and that is these red areas out here. So this is Butler County. This is where the rally was, where the assassination attempt was made on the former president's life. Very small smattering of votes right here, but this is Trump country. This is Trump country. 81% of the vote at the moment right now. You go back 4 years ago, 67%. So let's see. Let's see. It's very, very early. So it's not. I'm not making the comparison now. It's just one of the places we laid out markers and we look. Does Donald Trump match or exceed his 2020 performance in these smaller red rural counties? That is his building block in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and in all of the battlegrounds. He runs it up in the small rural areas and he goes from there. Let's move down. North Carolina. Jake, I'll take it back to you. I'll be back in a minute.
That's right. I have a projection now. CNN has a projection. And CNN can project that South Carolina will go to Donald Trump. South Carolina, as expected, to the Republican with 9 electoral votes. Let's take a look at how that affects the electoral map. Donald Trump in the lead with 99 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Neither of them are particularly close, though obviously Donald Trump in the lead. John?
And Jake, as you come back, you just mentioned the Electoral Council. Let me just wander over here. It's very early in the night. I just want to wander over for a minute. These are the ones, the states we have projected and called. And you see, as Jake just noted, 99 for Trump, 27 for the vice president. We're very early. It takes 270 to win. The thing you look at when you look at this map is, are there any surprises? And the answer as of now is no. That the states that are red are states that Trump has won consistently in the Republican states, and the states that are blue are Democratic states. So we have no surprises on the map at the moment because those states, none of those states are considered battleground states. But you always watch on election night, every now and then you get a surprise. At the moment, the map is filling in as expected as we await for the states that tend to be the swing states and the battleground states. Just one point I want to note as we look big picture. Last time we were here, just a few minutes ago, Ohio was blue. Ohio has turned red now. Donald Trump with a very narrow lead, but it's the trend as the election day votes start to come in, states that are reliably one color or the other, one party or the other, tend to go back to their DNA. Trump now narrowly ahead in Ohio. We'll keep an eye on that as we do it. So let's look at the battleground states that will matter most. If that map fills in over there, who can get to 270? Georgia is one of the big pieces of the puzzle. And again, in a state decided by 11,779 votes, I believe, 4 years ago, Donald Trump ahead by more than 300,000 votes, or about half the count. Half the count is good, but there's still a long way to go. Just want to check. This is where the Democrats have to run it up. Remember, Cobb County, last time we checked, Trump was winning. Harris is now winning with 57% of the vote, 57% of the count in. She's got 57% of the vote. You move over. That's around where Biden was 4 years ago, a little tiny bit above. That's what she wants to do. You come over to DeKalb County. Biden was at 83. The vice president is at 75. Very early in the count there. Keep an eye on that. She'd have to make that would be a big, if she's underperforming Biden there, that would be a big deal. And again, just want to show you the Trump base. I'm going to just pick one randomly. Wilcox County, I did that one before, so let's pick another one. Pulaski County, right above it, 95% of the vote in, 70% for Donald Trump. Not a lot of votes, but this is what he does in rural America, 69% 4 years ago. So a little bit. 100 votes here, 100 votes there can matter as you're trying to win a battleground state. We'll see how that one plays out. Let's just pop up to North Carolina and see again, 51% to 48% if you round that up. This is an incredibly competitive state. And again, I just want to check in on how Trump is doing in these small rural counties. 80% of the vote in Macon County. He's got 68% when you round up. You come back here, 68%. He's running a tiny bit behind, but that's about equal to where he was before. So you're looking right now, battleground North Carolina, battleground Georgia, battleground
We're about to go to MSNBC. I got to see my girl Joy.
Some votes coming in slowly in battleground Michigan as well.
Say openly fascist and determined and very determined, because of course this is something that he wants to be his signature thing. It's the thing he passed thinking that it would allow him to defeat Donald Trump and move to his right and make him a national star and potentially the heir to Donald Trump in the party. But I want to really quickly talk about the other amendment, the marijuana amendment, which I think a lot of people assumed would pass. A good friend down there that is in politics in the state of Florida, the advertising against the marijuana amendment was really based on the fact that it would empower two very large marijuana companies that are not small businesses. They are two of the biggest companies that are in the national game in terms of legalized weed. And so this was pushed on the people who were the no side, really did push a campaign saying this is not a way to legalize marijuana for like the everyday individual person. It would be empowering two big companies. So there was a really strong pushback against it.
And DeSantis also very strongly pushing, just as he was pushing against the abortion amendment,
that one
also pushing on that one. Let me just interject because we have had a poll closing while we have been talking here at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Polls closed in the great state of Arkansas, and at poll closing, NBC News can project that the winner of the presidential contest in Arkansas will be Donald Trump. Stephanie Roll.
Floridians for Freedom is the group that worked to get this abortion measure on the ballot. In the last week alone, they have had to upgrade, they've had to get bigger office space because they've had so many more volunteers. In the last 48 hours, they did a last-minute fundraise because people came in and said, we want more yard signs. And when I heard from one of their backers, I said, why do they need more yard signs with 24 hours to go? And he said, it's not about the signs. It's about that they are getting this kind of demand in the last week. And what's interesting, they got a whole slew of new volunteers right after Donald Trump's speech at Madison Square Garden. Puerto Rican women in the Orlando area said, we're about to mobilize, we're going to call our network. That's all in the last week and a half. So they might only be at 57%, but 60% isn't that far away, and they have got some wind in their sail.
We should also just note, I mean, they tried, the Republican opponents of abortion rights in Ohio try to maneuver this last summer where they tried to raise the threshold in a other vote to get it to 60% because they knew they would lose if it was 50%. They lost that, then they lost at the ballot box. If they lose 57, 58, 59, somewhere around there, it still means that in a state that Donald Trump is going to carry by quite a bit and a state that has been moving to the right, a strong majority, I mean, a 14-point majority, a 13-point majority, something like that for abortion rights in a state in which the Republican governor was campaigning against it. That 60% threshold is part of Florida law. It's not like a funny game they played, but what it means about public opinion is true whether or not it gets over the line. Of course, it matters greatly to the women and families in Florida whether it does.
We have another projection. NBC News has just made a projection in the presidential race in Delaware. There's a winner in the presidential race in Delaware. The winner is Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris. Nicole, you were going to jump in there.
I mean, I think we're going to be watching these dynamics, and they're not going to fall in the way that we receive data, right? I mean, the story that we've all been covering, the thing we've been talking about, the thing that 7 anchors are getting at, is really at its core a gender gap on the issue of bodily autonomy. And I think that is not. Those are the things you're getting in your ear, right? The calls you have to make. You're not getting a call on the gender gap. And I think that the way it's going to play out is going to be very slow and tedious. And I think it's going to mean that some of the people that used to be Republicans are now independents. We're going to be putting people in categories for a long time, and we're not going to know the results of some of the, because to your point, a state that Trump won handily has 57, perhaps maybe they'll get up to 60% of its voters, men and women, young and old, who support abortion rights.
Let me jump in here with one other call. In the state of Delaware, we just had a presidential call in the state of Delaware, but NBC News can now project the Senate race in Delaware. This is an open seat, the seat that had been held by Democrat Tom Carper. It's Republican Eric Hansen versus Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can project that the Senate seat in Delaware will go to Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can also make a projection in Delaware in the governor's race. Governor's race in Delaware goes to the Democratic candidate there, Matt Meyer. So Delaware, with the presidential race, the Senate race, and the governor's race all going blue.
And can I just throw in that this also, the abortion question in Florida also has impacts across the entire Southeast, because Florida was the one place that people who were in the South could go to for reproductive care. Right. And now all eyes turn back to North Carolina, which will have a Democratic governor, will retain a Democratic governor. It'll be interesting to see if Republicans lose their supermajority, which they have by one seat because one Democrat switched sides and gave them a supermajority. If they lose that supermajority, watch for North Carolina to try to reestablish the right to abortion, and then that will leave one other place, because right now women in the South have to drive all the way to Maryland or Virginia. And so there's a real issue of women who potentially could lose their lives or become extremely ill because the whole South has become an abortion wasteland.
Lawrence, as you've been watching these couple of hours of results that we've had come in thus far, what's caught your eye?
Well, I just want to go back to Lisa Blunt Rochester actually winning that Senate seat in Delaware. That's a former Senate staffer working her way up all the way. It's one of those great stories of this candidate coming in there, and it wasn't a foregone conclusion. She had to mount a serious campaign to do it. She had to win a primary, and she made it all the way. As we watch the Senate unfold tonight, so far, the Democrats have, in effect, lost only one seat, and they had big hopes for Florida, which it didn't come through. The other big hope is Texas. And so for the Democrats, the possible pickup in Texas in the Senate is the big thing they're watching.
And, of course, watching the challenged Democratic incumbents in Montana and in Ohio.
Yeah, can they hang on?
Yeah, can they hang on?
And that is a big question. We don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to Steve, who I know is watching some of the Pennsylvania vote coming in. Steve, what do we got?
Yeah, and again, now a little bit more than 10% statewide, heavily the vote by mail here. That's why you see such a massive Harris lead. Not just heavily vote by mail, but heavily Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, Allegheny County. Those are the two biggest in the state. So I think, why don't we just give you a sense here over the next couple hours as Pennsylvania starts to take shape, what we're going to be looking at, because this could be absolutely critical, obviously, when we start talking about road to 270 scenarios. So, first of all, for Democrats in Philadelphia, it's just a question of margin. Harris is going to win this very big, but let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You could see Biden 603,000, Trump 132,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia. I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is Does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump, there was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia. A little bit of slippage there for Democrats, give it relative to what they used to get out of Philadelphia. It's because in 2020, in part, Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, these 4 right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost 2 sections here. Take these 3 together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic county, this is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's just about running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester County. Now, Chester County, again, this fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while, see what Biden got here, 58%, maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the 2 other northern tier battleground states, what's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016 and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying it, but it's what the stats show, high concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these 3 counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County, this is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020, a potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania, you see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when I say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of something else, changing attitudes towards Trump perhaps? Big question here, and there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question here is, can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations, and that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic, largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything.
It is nerve-wracking.
I will
Nathan.
tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now, very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there, but there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
All right, as we continue to watch that vote come in, as Steve continues to parse those results, we're looking ahead toward 9 o'clock Eastern time. Just a few minutes from now, polls are going to be closing in a wave of crucial and interesting states. We're going to have poll closings in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, and more. We're going to get to all of it. Stay with us.
Well, Jake, you just mentioned Wisconsin, and that is obviously a state that they are going to be watching closely tonight. I've talked with several campaign officials. They're not expecting to get a real sense of those numbers until much later in the evening, but they will be watching Wisconsin very closely. They want to see how abortion lands there and how close the margin could potentially be. But, Jake, one thing that former President Donald Trump will be doing that maybe no other presidential candidate has done is watching the returns come in from Wisconsin with someone who is also on the ballot in Wisconsin, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He fought to get his name off the ballot, but the Supreme Court there told him no because it was too late. He was already on the ballots that people were getting in the mail. And I am told Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump tonight, watching these returns come in. Obviously, the reason he fought to get his name off that ballot, Jake, is there is a concern that with the margin, as small as it could potentially be there, that it could have an effect. The margins are everything in this race, as we are starting to see in these numbers coming in. So Trump will be watching that come in alongside RFK Jr., both of them on the ballot, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. Thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalier now, who has some exit polls from Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. 3 battlegrounds we're hoping to hear from soon. David, what stands out? You look at the data from these 3 key states.
Yeah, as the polls are about to close in these 3 critical battleground states, I wanted to look at Biden's approval rating just as sort of a baseline of the environment in these 3 states. Nationally, his approval rating has been updated to 40% in the exit polls nationally. In Arizona, you see here, Jake, he's at 43%. He's slightly above his national approval number in Arizona.
I'm not a big fan of these exit polls, so I'll take that time just to connect with y'all. How y'all doing? This is just a little station break. Straight facts, no chaser. We're out here trying to keep it factual. Some of these things, you know, I don't like CNN as much as I used to. You know, I find things to be unnecessary. A lot of this stuff is drama. It is. A lot of this stuff is drama, and you kind of get into the mix and you try to figure out what they're talking about. Just to address some of the things here, I don't know where y'all getting numbers from. Y'all be throwing numbers out here, and none of these things have come to fruition. Y'all must be like hours ahead of us. I don't know how that happened, but they had Harris at like 49 earlier and some other number. Y'all just throwing shit out there. That shit hasn't even changed in the last 15, 20 minutes. So I don't know where that's coming from. The 27 and 105 on CNN. CNN has been kind of behind MSNBC a little bit on my end, at least. News showing him and family going to Trump's. Ava, oh, okay. I haven't been watching. Oh, is he done with that? We can probably hear back what they're saying.
Bleed into Harris and the actual votes.
Especially since the Trump campaign tried to do an effective job in tying her to that administration,
Right,
saying
Diana?
not just that she was the vice president, but that, look, you were in the room, you were always there were all kinds of decisions you could have made a difference, and you didn't.
Well, and then, of course, there was her gaffe on The View when she was asked, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years?
Vanessa, your nerves.
Nothing comes
I'm telling
immediately
you.
to mind, which was probably not
I didn't
the-
get anything
the
to
best
drink
answer.
because I know
Jacob,
I'd
I
be
can
lit
just
right now if I
look back.
did.
I think a lot of our viewers may just sort of big picture be looking at this and saying, Trump's got 105 electoral votes,
right,
and Harris has got 27, and there's a half a country of red and a little corner of blue. And I think the point we need to make is at this moment, and I think of it as a tennis match, there are no surprises. There have been no flips. Nobody has broken serve, if you will.
Right.
All the states that Trump won that he's won tonight are states that he won in 2020. All the states that Harris won are states that Biden won in 2020. There's been no swing state that has been flipped yet, and there is just the way the states roll out, that the Republicans get a lot of the early calls and a lot of big red states,
Yeah.
but there hasn't been any dramatic change in this vote. They're both on track to 270.
Yeah.
It depends on states that are
This
still
is
not called.
this is pretty. to
Right,
the
Lunar
point.
Love?
This is
Come
pretty
on,
much
America.
where everybody expected.
But we
the
still on the same
race.
track.
At this point, we still have not projected New
No
York.
overturn,
We still have not projected
states.
California. I mean, there are plenty of places with
Right.
a lot of delegates that would. Not delegates.
I will
Electoral
tell
votes
you
that Democrats
one
are
place that
expected
is
to
a
get.
little bit of a surprise. It's a surprisingly close race in Virginia, which has gone blue since 2008 and Obama, the last 4 cycles. And if you remember, Trump in late October, had a rally there, and people went, what's he doing in Virginia? That's a blue state. He's running
That's
very
true,
close
but
there.
there's only half of the
I understand,
voting. Yeah.
but it's 49-49 right now.
But
No,
John King set the table on that earlier when he said, assuming she wins Virginia, is she going to win the way Hillary Clinton won it with 5 points?
Yeah,
in
I'm gonna switch
2016,
over to
won it with 10
MSNBC as
points
well.
in 2020, and I think that there can be something discerned from her victory and how narrow it is one way or the other.
And just going back to sort of the big picture, which I think is really important, Chris, and now we're looking at Virginia, which we were talking about before, but just earlier we were looking at the returns coming in from the blue wall states, from Michigan and from Pennsylvania, because we're actually finally seeing numbers. It is early, but they are important. Pennsylvania, we cannot stress enough how critical Pennsylvania is that you're looking at right now is to Kamala Harris. Donald Trump, if things go the way that they traditionally go for a Republican, unlike 2020, he could win the White House without Pennsylvania. It is hard to see in most of these paths, Kamala Harris winning the White House without Pennsylvania. And you see there 68%. That's what she has now. It is still extremely early, only 13% in.
Right, and this is the point that Chris is making about the larger electoral map. It also applies to the vote that we see in Virginia and the vote that we see in Pennsylvania. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania,
The thing
who
is,
knows?
we've talked about, I think the Iowa poll and your interview with Dan Salzer really brought this to bear.
I don't like Dana Bash either,
Polling young
Rochelle.
people is impossible, and really nobody gets it right. So we don't have good models for how many of them will turn out. We don't actually know till day of how many will turn out, and it depends on their schedules, it depends on the weather, it depends on the entertainment, it depends on their motivation. And we don't have great models for predicting their turnout, and we have even worse models for predicting how they're going to vote. So it might be one of the, I keep saying we might not know until late in the night or maybe even tomorrow, but this is one of the most opaque voting groups.
Chris, one thing I think, again, we're early in the evening here. One of the things that was so striking about the public polling and the public data going into this election was that the public polling said this is the closest race that we've ever had.
Yeah.
Basically. That was the consensus view.
Tied.
And there was a real question about, well, maybe the
Queen
public polling's
City, I
wrong,
have a TikTok.
and maybe it's going to miss
Mr.
a few
Straight
points in
Facts
one direction
23.
or another. We
It's,
don't know.
privated
at
right
this point.
now,
It's
so you just
very
gotta
early in the evening. But I would say at
follow and then I'll
8:50,
follow you back.
it's a very, very close
Trying to stay away
race.
from those hackers.
That right now, it looks like the public polling, broadly speaking, that this was a very close race, is broadly at 8:51, based on the data we have, about what we're seeing so far. We are seeing signs of a very close race.
I'd say that if you are just joining us right this second at 8:52:06, and I had to summarize what's going on, no surprises.
Yeah, right.
Pretty much that's what's
Yeah,
happened thus
right.
far. There's been no
Right.
surprising result anywhere, I don't think. Now, that doesn't mean, that said, the no surprise result for the presidential race will be, it's really tight, we don't know.
Right.
And that could be true for a very long time.
The turnout thing, to your point, which is so hard to track, is there are groups, both sides are betting on turning out, and we don't know if they will or won't.
Right.
So when you see a huge number in a state like Michigan, seems to be from the strategists I've talked to, the people in Michigan, higher than they anticipated. Is that good for Trump? Is that good for
Right.
Harris? We don't know. And that's one of the challenges, because typically, you know, if there's bigger turnout in certain areas, it's good for the Democrats or good for the Republicans. This year, because there's the low propensity young male voters that Trump is going after, and there is the quiet vote, as we've been shorthanding it, on the other side, you don't. It's harder to know what turnout means in some ways, at least as I've been looking at the early information that we've
And
seen.
there's also, let's not forget the mama-driven young people vote, because I have 3 humans that are grown adult children, and you have a lot of young voters who wait to the last minute, who are pushed really hard by their families to vote, pushed by their parents to vote. So you have some of that, of the youth vote that actually reflects what you're seeing in the sort of, grown folks vote, because there are, especially when you're talking about black voters, I'm telling you that black mamas are making all their kids vote. I made not only my kids, but my bonus son also. I was literally, I mean, it was relentless. I have a bonus. You have to have an extra, because I have 3.
It's like multi-ball and pinball.
So I don't like to be outnumbered with odd numbers. And so we have 3, so we add a 4th so they can team up, and it kind of dissipates their power.
Wow.
Yeah, gives us more influence.
This is a
Always have an extra. We take them on vacation.
deep insight into your parenting strategy, Joy.
Even numbers. Keep me in charge.
Lawrence.
You know, I would like to issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not our fault, it's the founding fathers. They decided on this thing called the Electoral College, which, interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy. And because of that, in presidential terms, in effect, on nights like this, you have a right to think that it feels like no one cares about your vote. If you're in California or if you're in New York. And when you think about how enormous a force that can be in voter suppression, there may be nothing quite like it. Imagine if California voters ever got to think that their votes for president matter. There are 7 million people in California who don't vote. They're registered. They don't vote today. And how many of them would turn out? And oh, by the way, how many more millions would that add to Kamala Harris's total? New York, the state of New York, another 7 million people who don't vote in this presidential election because they know what the outcome is for their state. Most of those, if they voted, would add millions to Kamala Harris. And this Electoral College problem is one that bedevils us in the 21st century as it never has before.
Thank you for saying that, because go ahead.
I'm sorry, let me just jump over to Alex Wagner with the insiders. We're about 4.5 minutes from this next poll closing, and I know that you guys have been talking about what you've been hearing about some of the specific swing states that we don't yet have a result in.
We sure have, Rachel. Thank you. I'm with Maria Teresa Kumar, Michael Steele, and Simone Sanders. Simone, Michigan is among the tranche of states that are going to be closing polls at 9 p.m.
We go to my Michigan page.
Yeah, go to your Michigan page. They're all collated,
Yes, they
alphabetically
are.
according to poll closing time. What are you hearing about the vote in Michigan? We know it's tight, as they all are.
Yes, all of my Democratic friends are saying it's very tight, and they don't want to make predictions, but people are hesitant to say, but they are encouraged. They're encouraged by what they're seeing in Detroit specifically, even with some of the, and I will just say this as I know this for myself, there were some gaps within the Detroit operation when it comes to the Harris-Walz campaign. But even with the gaps, they're encouraged by what they're seeing in those numbers, and very encouraged, like in all of the other battleground states, by what they're seeing on the college campuses. Those cities with large college campuses, the college students, they are in formation.
And that's going to matter.
And that is going to matter, yes.
Maria Teresa, we have some broad national polling exit polling about Harris's strength among Latino men, and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a very big difference from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by, I believe, 23 points. They may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10 points. Again, this is early, But can you talk to me about your thoughts on those numbers and what that might portend for a state like Pennsylvania, where there's a huge Latino population?
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of these exit polls, it really depends on where you're standing, what precinct you're in. So is the volume of the Latino voter representative of that person? We don't know. If we look back at 2020, exit polls were wildly off last time. I suspect it's going to be the same thing. I was in Reading, Pennsylvania over the weekend knocking on doors, and I could share with you the folks that we were able to talk to. Most of them had already voted, and they had voted for Harris. When I was talking to Catherine Clark and her team, they basically guesstimated that they were knocking at 2,000 doors in Pennsylvania a minute. Wow. If you were to ask me in that whole red part of Pennsylvania what I'm looking at Reading, because that is very much a union town, and people were very upset. Not so much supporting Kamala Harris, but really upset at the Madison Square Garden comments. Yeah. That kept coming out and coming up together. Something, though, that someone that you mentioned, too, is Lehigh University. People have been waiting in line for 7 hours.
It's a party in line.
It's a party in line.
Right. They're FaceTiming in. Celebrities are FaceTiming in Pennsylvania from the campaign side to tell people to stay in line.
Right. And so if you look at how much the Harris campaign has spent close to $400 million just in Pennsylvania, they understand that that's the holy grail. And between the Latino vote, and I do think the labor vote, and the young vote is so hard to actually analyze because some of them could be registering to vote right now. Some of them are not on landlines. So I think those are going to be across the country. Those are going to be the two populations that people say, what really happened? We actually don't know. None of the black box actually recognize it.
The kids are always a black box. Even more so this election season. Michael Steele, let's talk about the Senate. We're getting various degrees of bullishness. Claire McCaskill was here talking about Chuck Schumer. We know that Justice has won Manchin's seat in West Virginia. The Senate is officially split here. What can you tell us?
Well, the other race that a lot of people were focused on was in my home state of Maryland with Governor Larry Hogan and my county executive, Angela Alsobrooks, and that race has been called for the Democrat for Angela. So in terms of the status quo ante, that stays in place. The Dems did not lose a seat. And it does speak to a very fundamental thing, and I think it kind of wraps into the other aspects of what we're talking about. That people need to just calm down. When you're running against history, guess what? That's a hard hill to climb, and I think there's a lot more game out there. So just relax, y'all.
Everybody simmer down. That's the message from the Insider Studio. Back to you guys in the main studio, Rachel.
Thank you, Alex. I should mention Michael Steele just said that the Maryland Senate race has been called. NBC News has not made a projection in the Maryland Senate race at this hour. I will let you know, though, as soon as we do. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast. And let's look at some calls. We've got a lot of states closing. NBC News can project at this hour in the Michigan presidential race that it is too early to call. In the just as crucial a swing state of Wisconsin, NBC News can project in the presidential race that it is too early to call. In the equally crucial swing state of Arizona, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too close to call. In the great state of Texas, NBC News projects that there is a winner, that Donald Trump has won in the great state of Texas. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in North Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the presidential race in South Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the Wyoming presidential race. The winner is Donald Trump. In the great state of New York, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. In the great and now very closely watched state of Iowa, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. NBC News projects also that the presidential race in Minnesota is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Nebraska is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Colorado is too early to call. The projection in Louisiana is that it is too early to call.
Why are we mentioning them?
The projection for the Kansas presidential race is that it is too early to call. And back to the Southwest, in New Mexico, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. Looking at the road to 270, with those races called thus far, we've now got Donald Trump standing at 154 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 30 electoral votes. Looking back at the battleground states that have yet to be called, just recapping from earlier poll closings. In Georgia, we've got just shy of 2/3 of the vote in. It is too close to call, a difference of just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates. In North Carolina, we've got less than 40% of the vote in there, and that is too early to call. And in the all-important swing state of Pennsylvania, not even 20% of the vote in yet in Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call in Pennsylvania. Let's look at some of the Senate races, starting with the key and very interesting Senate race in the great state of Texas. Again, we've got a presidential race called in Texas, but in the Senate race between incumbent Republican Ted Cruz and his Democratic challenger, Congressman Colin Allred, it is in the Texas Senate race. Too early to call. Let's now look at the Arizona Senate race. NBC News projecting that this is also too early to call between Republican Kari Lake and Democrat Ruben Gallego. In the Wisconsin Senate race, where Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin is facing a Republican challenger, Eric Hovde, NBC News projects in Wisconsin, it is too early to call. In the closely watched Michigan Senate race, where Democrat Alyssa Slotkin is up against Republican Mike Rogers, the Michigan Senate race, NBC News projects as too early to call. And in the very interesting Nebraska Senate race, here we've got an incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer, up against not a Democratic challenger, but an independent challenger, Dan Osborne. The Nebraska Senate race, too early to call. The Senate at this hour, again, it's a 100-seat Senate. We've got 42 Republicans seated. We've got 33 Democrats seated. This reflects 1 seat gained by the Republican Party in West Virginia, the seat vacated by outgoing independent Joe Manchin. Let's hop back down to Florida, where we've got a call in the abortion rights measure. In Florida, this is Amendment 4, would enshrine abortion rights in Florida. This, as you see here, has 57% yes and 43% no, but 60% is the threshold that the yes side needed to meet in Florida for the right to abortion ballot measure, the amendment to Florida state constitution. NBC News can project that the abortion rights measure in Florida will fail. It will fall short of a 60% threshold. Finally, let's look at one governor's race. We've got a governor's race to look at in North Dakota, and the governor's race in North Dakota at this hour, NBC News is projecting as too early to call. So again, lots of calls there. I think the one that, I don't know if it qualifies as a surprise, but I think one that Democrats were hoping was within their reach here was that Florida abortion rights measure. Joy, as you were talking about earlier in detail, and Nicole as well. Again, it looks like it's going to win, to Chris's earlier point, by a very large margin, but not a large enough margin to put it over 60 points, which is what they'd need to get a yes.
Yeah, and this is the reason that Republicans wanted that 60-vote threshold, because, and as they tried to do in Ohio, you know, Governor DeSantis has bet his political future on being the champion of denying women their rights over their own bodies. He's competing, obviously, with the governor of Texas. He's thinking about a future in which he would like to inherit Donald Trump's white evangelical base. And he's decided that this is his marker, and he's been willing to use really the awesome powers of the state to try to intimidate and bully even television stations in the state against running ads in favor of that protection. So it will defy all of the other states, including very, very red states that have protected women. Florida, in a lot of ways, it's going to be interesting. And when Stephanie is back, it will be interesting to talk about what Florida's future looks like as a place that can attract corporate headquarters and investment in a state where the governor routinely bullies companies, routinely sues companies that displease him, sued Disney, sued cruise lines, bullied schools about mask mandates, bullies TV stations about what ads they can run. It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist right-wing fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place? Or does it make it more like some of the other southern states that don't get a lot of investment and interest from,
it also
particularly
means
international investors?
That Florida, trying to be an international business hub, but also, even without everything you just described, they will now continue to retain an incredibly draconian 6-week abortion ban, which is going to make it hard to persuade any large company that they should move female staff there. That's right. Let alone any staff that has female staff.
In what is of the minority in minority rule in American democracy in the 21st century, beginning with George W. Bush becoming president with less votes than Al Gore in the country, right through to tonight, 57% in Florida loses. That's loses in Republican-defined minority rule government, which is intentionally designed and structured to be minority rule government.
Wait till you hear about the filibuster.
Yeah, right. It looks like a Senate vote where you see the motion fails 57-43. You're like, the motion fails?
Nicole, I want to get you on this, and then we're going to go back to Steve on some
All I
North
was going to
Carolina
say is don't lose sight of the number, 57%. Because if Harris's gender gap ticks up to 57%, that has 57% of all voters in Florida voted for abortion access.
Yeah.
If that number tells us a story about how people voted in a deep red state that wasn't even a toss-up, as Lauren said, we apologize to all the states we have been talking about. 57% in Florida voting for reproductive health care is an important number to keep an eye on. Is 55 to 57? Is that, if that's where Harris comes in with women, with all voters, with men and women, if that question was number one, it might be a long night, but it could be a very good night for the Harris campaign.
Steve, let's go to you. I can see from your board there that you're looking at North Carolina numbers.
Yeah, so we've got some counties where we've got, a lot, maybe all of the votes that I think are very significant. We highlighted at the start of the night in North Carolina, right in county in red. It's a core suburban Republican county, and it's one of those. It's gigantic, first of all. And second of all, it's one of those where Trump still won it in 2020, but he lost ground. Key question tonight, would he lose further ground? That's what Democrats are trying to do in Union County. We basically got all the vote in Union County now. You could see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago, Trump won it by 24. So no, Trump did not lose ground. In fact, he gained back a little bit here in Union County. That is what his campaign wants to see. They did not want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see another trend that I think we're starting to see pretty clearly in North Carolina, and I'll show you that now. This is Anson County, again, just about complete. This is a rural county with a large black population. And one of the concerns for Democrats was they believed the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. When Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question was, would Democrats improve in these counties tonight? What they've said about the ground game, maybe having Harris at the top of the ticket, thinking this might help them. So you see it right here. This county looks like it's going to flip. Joe Biden won this by 4 points 4 years ago. Now Donald Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to Warren County, 26 for Biden tonight, 20 for Kamala Harris, just about all the vote. And I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number so far. You could look down at Martin County. Again, large black population. Trump 5 4 years ago. Tonight, 13, with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this, is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, it's the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. Now, Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican, and we could just show you, you're starting to, this is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it, and you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 3857, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes. In 2016, it was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there, that's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere, of a big turnout issue. There are 2 blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We have about half here with the same day to come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that election day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting, a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county, it's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, there's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here, this is Carrabas County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing, Alice. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations, not getting what they hope for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the triad. You got Greensboro. Again, we don't have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes. And we are getting a lot more clarity in the metro Atlanta area. A couple of things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that election day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Wow. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It has transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see. It's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size and because of the trajectory. So again, and we can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban, fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is. He's one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39.2 points. Tonight, he's winning it. You could see almost the same, as about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020. So any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump.
I mean,
you can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did.
These
Trump
people are trying to give it back
level
to him.
with 2020.
It's
and you can take a look down here, Walton County again. This is
people
the early
died.
vote in Walton
I don't
County.
care. Let's put them back.
Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying. And you can see here, Democrats, it looks like in Douglas, have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here, and I'll show you. This is We were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations, and the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're, seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina. Randolph County, very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same-day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties, too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again, this is a large black population, 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16.5 with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. You know, Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia. 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there. So we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
All right, Steve, we've got a few updates since we have last checked in. The NBC News projection in the state of Rhode Island is that there is a winner in the Rhode Island presidential contest. Kamala Harris is projected to win the presidential race in Rhode Island. NBC News can also project in Mississippi that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. NBC News can also project in Louisiana that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. A couple of other interesting updates for you. Back to Delaware. This is a historic outcome in a House race. So this is the Delaware House seat, an at-large House seat. This is an open seat because the incumbent was Lisa Blunt Rochester, who just won a U.S. Senate seat in Delaware tonight. When she left that seat and opened it up, the Democrat running for it is Sarah McBride. The Republican running for it is John Whalen. NBC News can project that Sarah McBride has won that seat. And I mentioned that this is a historic win because Sarah McBride will be the first openly transgender member of Congress. And she has just won this seat tonight in Delaware. Congratulations to her.
I thought she was a woman to begin with.
Another race that would not necessarily make national news, except for a very important piece of it that will become immediately clear to you in one moment, which is that our affiliate, our NBC affiliate in Georgia, WXIA, has now made its own call in the Fulton County District Attorney's race. Again, we wouldn't generally be following individual district attorneys' races in the national news, but this is the Fani Willis race. Fani Willis is the district attorney in Fulton County who brought the RICO prosecution against Donald Trump and a number of co-defendants. Fani Willis has been reelected to a second term and by a considerable margin by voters in Fulton County, Georgia.
Let's go.
Tonight.
Let's go. Reelected,
news to bring you.
Get his ass once it's over.
NBC News can now report that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats attributable to Russia in Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. We do also have reports of new bomb threats at polling sites in Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro says that there have been multiple bomb threats in Philadelphia, multiple voting locations targeted. All of these bomb threats are non-credible. These are hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs, but bomb threats are being phoned in or otherwise communicated in multiple states. Voting hours were extended to 9 p.m. in Clearfield County in Pennsylvania. This is in the central part of the state because of a bomb threat in the building where votes were being counted there. According to NBC News reporting, it's not necessarily apparent to the FBI that these new bomb threats that we're just disclosing now, these Pennsylvania ones, are attributable to Russia, but they say they are investigating Russian-attributed bomb threats in Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. The FBI also reportedly investigating more threats in undisclosed other states, so it's more even than we have previously mentioned. Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. There aren't bombs. There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
And for kids watching
and
for the first time
happening
election results, they should know
that
we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became a presidential candidate.
Joining us now from a polling location in Reno, Nevada, where we're expecting polls to close at the top of this next hour, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, what are you seeing there in Reno?
Yeah, two things that are all the rage right now, Rachel, in Nevada. One is ridiculously long lines, and two is deciphering the nonpartisan vote. We can do the reporter thing where we take you to one of those lines. Take a look here. This is the Washoe County complex. It's basically the big government complex where everything is, the clerk's office, the registrar of voters, the county recorder, which, by the way, if you've made it to this point, it means you are now 40 minutes from the front of the line. The other thing we should talk about is that nonpartisan vote, right? It's about a third of the electorate. It is confounding pundits who are trying to decipher what the vote is going to be as we continue to walk through the line. You can see just how long it is. But part of that, it is such a big part of the vote now that, you know, these pundits aren't necessarily sure how these nonpartisans are going to vote. And they are that way because primarily of a rule of a law that was instituted in about 2020. It said that everybody that gets signed up, and by the way, this line
Maybe he should stop
snakes
walking.
past the chamber in there. It goes ridiculously long through this building. Eventually, you pop out here and you see the beginnings of the line. Again, about an hour to get to this point. But a rule in 2020 that said that anybody essentially that signs up for a driver's license has to be registered as a nonpartisan. You have to essentially assign yourself to a Republican Party or a Democratic Party in this state. A lot of people chose not to do that. That's why there's such a large population of nonpartisan voters. But I've spent about 6 months here, and I've equally seen many people that are proudly nonpartisans, that don't want to essentially be a part of one of the parties, want to vote the issues, want to vote based on how they feel. And that is the tough part about deciphering a place like this, a bellwether within a bellwether, where so many people are trying to read the tea leaves, so difficult to do. But certainly nonpartisans, as returns are coming back, about a third of the vote between Republicans, Democrats, and now this third group, which we don't know which way it's going to go. I've spoken to both campaigns. Everybody seems to think they have a Trojan horse in this population. Republicans think that they are leaning more right. Democrats seem to think that this is a younger, more diverse population, and that will turn into a Democratic vote. We'll see, although we're hearing lines are particularly long, not just here, but also southern Nevada counties. 3 hours we're hearing for some lines, which could push this into the night. Rachel.
Steve Patterson for us in Reno. Steve, thank you very much. Fascinating. I love seeing people come into the polling place behind you while you're talking with kids in tow, especially if they know it's going to be a long night. Can be hard to arrange the childcare. Why not make it into a field trip for the kids to see how voting works? Steve, we'll be back with you later on as we head toward poll closing in Nevada. Much appreciated. We do have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the presidential race in New York has a winner. Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of New York. Steve Kornacki. Oh, wait, hold. 2 people just spoke to me at once. What did you say? Looking at the road to 270 map, Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 62 electoral votes. Steve Kornacki, you are looking at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and again, the story in Pennsylvania is we say most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here. And this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the Election Day vote, Trump has been chipping away at it, and you're at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county, I think, once we get full results here to understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania, and that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 20. 2 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you could just see here. This is what it lets the mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin, too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where the Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney, it was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in,
Olympics.
You're at about the 2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaukee County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why I did that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County.
Chalking it up.
These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here.
They haven't called North Carolina yet. It's still close.
Every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 190? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Steve, thank you. We're going to go now to Jacob Soboroff, who is standing by in Philly. And Jacob is actually with the Philadelphia City Commissioner,
right back to the numbers.
who is in charge of running elections in that city.
He got to say what he had to say It looked down and
Yeah,
started
that's right,
working
Rachel.
again.
This is Seth
yo.
Bluestein. So there are
No
three
break.
Philadelphia city commissioners, all of them responsible for
Black
administering
Nazi
elections
lost,
here in the
bamboozled.
city and county,
Black
same
Nazi lost.
jurisdiction, at least
Mr.
same
Stein won.
populace in Philadelphia. There are 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. Seth succeeded Al Schmidt, who is now the Secretary of the Commonwealth here. You were the Deputy Commissioner to Al Schmidt, who became very famous when former President Trump was attacking him in the wake of the 2020 election. First thing I want to ask you about, sir, is former President Trump did put out a message on Truth Social this evening, said a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming, triple exclamation point. Again, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. This is former President Trump. Your response, please.
Well, it's absolutely not true that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia. Voting in Philadelphia was safe and secure. We worked very closely with the RNC and anybody else who had any complaints throughout the day to address their concerns. We had open lines of communication, and voting in Philadelphia went really well.
Yeah,
And so
Mark
just
Robinson
to
lost.
put a fine point on it, the allegation of cheating by former President Trump in Philadelphia is false. Is that what you're saying?
It's absolutely not true.
Okay, let's also talk about safety and security here. This is the main ballot processing center for the entire city and county of Philadelphia, where we are right now. You had told me earlier this evening there were some bomb threats here in Philadelphia at or around polling places. How many? What's the nature of those threats? Did it affect people's ability to cast votes tonight?
Yeah, there were concerns at about 10 polling places right at the end of the day. One polling location actually needed to be evacuated for a short period of time, so voting was extended there for about 23 minutes.
You
Okay,
knew
and just
Donald
finally
Trump.
this
You know,
evening,
it's
here in
baked in the
Philadelphia,
cake.
I know
You
that the mail-in ballots, you all don't process
He was
any
gonna
ballots here.
say,
Steve Kornacki was talking about this until
that he-
7 a.m. this morning. Those
that
ballots and that
Philadelphia,
tabulation, that
any
processing is underway
place
right
that's
now in the building
basically,
behind us. What's the status of the count? When are we going to have a
filled with
result here
minorities,
in Philadelphia?
black people, or immigrants.
So
He's literally
in our
going to
initial
challenge
release, right when the polls closed
every
at
like
8:01, we had
rural area that's
115,000
filled
mail
with a bunch
ballot
of white people.
results
We're
that got
going to leave them
posted.
alone.
Over the next couple hours, we'll have in-person results coming in, and then we'll do another release of the mail ballot results right before midnight. Ultimately, when the process is done, isn't really up to us. It depends on the margin of the election. Right? The
So if
voters
it's close,
choose.
this might go into tomorrow.
It absolutely could.
And just finally, I know that you had threats against yourself in 2020 at a police detail. What's the nature of that now? Any threats against you or your fellow commissioners?
We're keeping an eye on the threat environment. We don't have anything specific at the moment, but it's definitely a possibility.
We're glad to hear it. Okay, Commissioner Seth Bluestein, thank you very much. I'll let you go back inside. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Rachel, so that is the city commissioner. I'm going to show you just as he walks in. This is the ballot processing and tabulation center. It'll be the one chance we have to actually look inside because we're not allowed inside here tonight. But this is where the votes are being tabulated right now in Philadelphia, and they're going to push us out here because we're not supposed to go inside. Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
Jacob, that was very intrepid, following up towards that slightly open door and getting everything you could from that momentary peek inside. We count on you for that, Jacob. Much appreciated. And good on the
They're
commissioner,
supposed to
obviously.
stay
Good on
100
Commissioner
feet
Bluestein,
away.
for getting out ahead of this information about that Trump himself is trying
I know
to
they're
spread.
anxious,
to
but
try to
don't mess
intimidate
up shit that
people out of
give Donald
voting
Trump a
in
reason to sue.
Pennsylvania. We've got a couple of updates for you in terms of how things are going. NBC News has made a projection in the presidential race in the great state of Illinois. Democratic
Yay.
candidate Vice President Kamala
Yay.
Harris has won the presidential
Do I have to
contest
clap? Do I
in
have clap?
Illinois. Right now, this is the road to 270.
Doesn't
Trump
have
at
clap on this.
168 electoral votes, Harris at 81. I've also got an update for you on a couple of ballot measures. First, I think we could talk about Maryland. In Maryland, there was a pro-abortion rights measure on the ballot, question 1 in Maryland. This is an amendment that would guarantee the right to make and effectuate decisions to prevent, continue, or end one's own pregnancy. As you see there, an overwhelming 3-to-1 vote in Maryland in favor of abortion rights. Question 1 will pass in Maryland. Also, we've got a result in New York. Now, in New York, it isn't specifically an abortion rights amendment per se, but it does have an impact on that. This is question 1 on the New York ballot. It would create a full state-level equal rights amendment in New York State. And so it's not specifically about abortion, but the measure does protect all New York citizens based on pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes and reproductive health care and autonomy. So the effect of this measure in New York will be to undergird and cement New York law, where abortion is currently legal up to 24 weeks. In New York, the abortion rights measure, this equal rights amendment measure, will pass in New York State. Coming up on 9:41 on the East Coast right now, heading towards 10 p.m. poll closings. At this point, we've got no swing states called. We've got Trump doing well in terms of his margins in the two southern swing states that we've got the most vote in, North Carolina and Georgia, as Steve Kornacki has been portraying it. We've got no surprises really anywhere unless you want to count the Florida abortion measure falling short of the 60% threshold that it needed in order to pass. Alex Wagner, let me ask you, just in terms of how things have been unfolding, so what's caught your eye, or what have you been hearing from people on the inside?
One of the things, and we talked to David Plouffe about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night, was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the electorate. And even though what I think is really interesting, and it's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle, 57% of the state of Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. But Donald Trump and Rick Scott also won that race. So that's telling me that there's a fair number of people out there that are saying, yes, we want to protect abortion, we want to bring it back to the state effectively, or bodily autonomy back to the state, but also we're voting for Donald Trump and Rick Scott, two people who are very clearly anti-choice, and one person in particular who could play a hand in outlawing abortion nationwide. And one of the phenomena that I think is distressing for Harris and people interested more broadly in abortion rights are the voters who are saying, yes, we care about abortion. Yes, we're going to vote on these referendums that are across the country in support of choice legislation or choice rights, but we're also going to vote for Donald Trump. It is a real cognitive dissonance, and it suggests that his sort of very muddied position on a federal abortion ban, which, if you dig deep, isn't actually that mysterious, but that in some ways that might actually have been working.
Arizona is another place where this is an extremely interesting thing to watch. I mean, I talked to Gallego the other night. There could be we don't know yet because we haven't seen the results, but there could be voters who vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion protection ballot initiative. And that bends the mind, there's other ways to describe it, but that's my most diplomatic way. Because how can you vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion ballot initiative? It's similar to Florida. So this is a very interesting trend. And one of the things that Nicole keeps reminding us of this, where you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because we know where the public stands on abortion rights. And that makes us assume that they would all vote against Trump. And we just don't know that at this point in time.
That's exactly right. Lawrence, looking at that split ticket voting, I'm honestly looking at horizons here. I mean, depending on what happens in these southern states, we're going to know how important Pennsylvania is to the whole thing. And then once we know about Pennsylvania, we're going to know how important those western states are to the whole thing. But regardless of what happens with the presidential, we are seeing a sort of a splatter painting in terms of the way that voters are plotting the valence of their politics here, their ideology, and what their priorities are.
So I've heard from more than one Trump voter that this phrase, it's not an issue about abortion. It's not an issue. It's not an issue, which is exactly the feeling Donald Trump has tried to get across. It's not an issue. It's up to the states. He kind of shuffles the deck and pulls out a different card whenever he wants to. And that seems to have succeeded with some Trump voters. But it is also, I mean, the Trump voters I know who are, in fact, staunchly anti-abortion also have other thoughts and could very conceivably want to vote for a senator like Gallego, vote against that measure, vote for Trump. I mean, I know people.
Has anybody who's watching any other station heard anything else about Colin? I haven't heard anything about Colin in a minute.
I've got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the the prototypical swing state, just like Florida. Neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore. I mean, when the Iowa poll came out, when Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll came
Ohio
out,
for
I think
Trump.
people thought, like, if that's the kind of race that we're looking at here, if Iowa is potentially in play for the Democratic presidential candidate, then a state like Kansas could be too, a state like Ohio could be too. It looks like, again, we are in a realm of no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where David Plouffe sat, right where Jen Psaki is sitting. And I think we asked about some of these other states, and he shut it down and said, no. And they are waiting for what you just mentioned. I mean, they're watching the blue wall, and they're watching it not anxiously yet, that would be too strong, but eagerly, if you will.
I mean, right, let's just be blunt about this. If, say, and these are not calls, but let's say Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina. Let's say he also wins Nevada and Arizona. If Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270, she wins the presidency. And so when we are talking about this being a tight race, it isn't just a tight race in each of these individual swing states. It's a tight race, it's a tight race, it's a tight race, even once we start to get first swing state calls, none of which have been called.
And by the way, that is the old-fashioned way, right? I mean, before Georgia sort of shocked the world in 2020, the old-fashioned way that Democrats always won was the blue wall. It was that Donald Trump broke and shattered the blue wall in 2016 that threw everybody's brains, off kilter. And so everyone is sort of waiting on states. Waiting on Florida is a waste of time. Like, it's a red state now, and we understand that. But I think the old-fashioned way of doing it, plus that Nebraska special district that's the one little blue dot, I mean, that is the way, the old-fashioned way Democrats won elections. And I can tell you the one place that at least the folks I'm talking to in the campaign are looking outside of the blue wall and paying really close attention to it, and they'll be watching whatever Steve Kornacki does, is the Georgia suburbs. Because that is where they're seeing overperformance for Vice President Harris, is in the suburbs of Georgia. And if she overperforms Biden in 2020 in the Georgia suburbs, that is where they see the one place to do sort of a reach state. Because again, Georgia's a reach state. I know it's now got 2 Democratic senators, but it's still a reach state for presidential.
Let me interject. I don't have a call to make here, but we have a change in characterization in a couple of very important states. In the Pennsylvania presidential race, the previous characterization of this race had been too early to call. It is now too close to call in Pennsylvania. Similarly, in the Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call.
I'm getting tired of these
Wisconsin, it is now too close to call.
Shut up until you find out.
We can also change our characterization in a couple of Senate races. Let's look first at the Wisconsin Senate race. Again, this is Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin facing Republican challenger Eric Hovde. This had previously been described, this Wisconsin Senate race, as too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race. Also, in the Pennsylvania.
I'm going to save you from all that trash. Care about too close to calls. CNN has it at 154.81. Kamala Harris. They have not called California, so that's like 72. So she's at 153. He's at 154 that we know of now, because Cali's going to the Dems. So we literally just one electoral vote away from him. So we're gonna see. I'll bring her audio back up once they start saying this nonsense. I don't care about too close to calls. That does not do me any good.
Race. Again, here we have got a Democrat versus a
More that's too close to calls. Anybody seen anything about Colin Allred? Maybe she just said something about him. I don't know if he's one of these too close to calls. Doesn't even live in the state. Who doesn't live in the state, Monica? The guy running, you talking about Colin Allred doesn't? Right, it shouldn't be too close to call at all. 81 to 185 is the number now. That's that's tough, y'all. He only need 15 plus 70. We'll see. Let's get back.
about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as nonpartisans since 2020. But in 2022, the nonpartisans, that was the closest Senate race in the country. We all remember Jackie Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single digits, but she still won the nonpartisans. So yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote, but they look at 2022 as a good sign. And that is a sign. That is a state also, I will say, it was so far from being won by the Democrats before there was a change at the top of the ticket.
That's
I mean,
right.
the internal polling numbers there were devastating. That has massively changed. The Senate race there, we don't know what will happen, has massively changed. So that's an interesting race to watch for me. And I think the nonpartisans, there's reason why the Democrats feel good about the nonpartisans.
Let me interject here. We've got a new call. We've got a projection in the presidential race in Kansas. NBC News can now project that the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different battleground states. Claire McCaskill, I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running these Senate campaigns, namely in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and they all feel good about those Senate races. The only two out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over are Jon Tester in Montana, who has to overcome a huge Trump margin in Montana, and Sherrod Brown. We don't know at this point what kind of margin he has to overcome for Trump. We don't know what the final margin will be. I know we've called it for Trump, Ohio, but the rest of them, everybody's feeling really good about. And I'll tell you one other thing that people are feeling really good about, Rachel, and that is what they're seeing on college campuses. This is going to be big in Pennsylvania. It's going to be big in Michigan. It's going to be big in Wisconsin. And everybody needs to take a deep breath. Those are the three states we need. We don't have to have Georgia, don't have to have North Carolina. We have to have those three. And they have been surprised. The campaign has been surprised by the level of involvement on these college campuses today on Election Day. They weren't expecting such long lines that actually is requiring in some of these locations that they keep them open longer.
Claire, thank you for that. Much appreciated. It is, of course, our fate as actors in this Shakespearean drama that you've got to have these swing states that are absolutely, unbelievably crucial to the outcome of the presidential race, and they also have incredibly tight-fought Senate races at a time when Senate control is going to be very, very important. Let's pass it back over to Steve. Steve, I see you've got Pennsylvania up there on your board now. What are you watching coming in?
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail and the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here, we've talked about this, is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now with 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's two very different ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number, Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black, and you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020. Almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations, you start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, Douglas, Cobb County. We also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County. Again, take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And you know, Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big
Nevada
Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So, again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just about under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada. It is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah, Trump win in Montana. Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern Time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator Jon Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown, that is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call. Let's look at some calls from Senate races from the 9 p.m. poll closings in New York State. NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain seat, a flip guy from the West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour. Whew. I mean, we don't have very many more poll closings, right? We'll have poll closings at 11 and 12, and one at midnight, one at 1 a.m. But we're not watching poll closings essentially for all the news right now. We're watching for any one of these swing states to close in on something called.
The final polls were, I think the final Marist poll, right, was +4 nationally. I mean, I think that what we're seeing is what that looks like. And you take a national number and you toss it around and you think, oh, I don't know, that feels fine. I think that you said a few minutes ago, let's be blunt. Let's be blunt. I think when you watched what Donald Trump did in 2020, what Democrats were fantasizing about was a landslide victory, where he wouldn't be able to peer at a red mirage and falsely claim victory. And so some of what was wanted and desired was a sweep that in a 50-50 country where the final best poll had her +4 nationally really didn't, none of the data suggested that something that would disallow Donald Trump to claim victory before the results were known. That really wasn't on the table. We live in an evenly divided country, and it creates anxiety, but it also requires patience. And the fact that there were still people waiting in line during the last live shot that Jacob Soboroff did, the fact that there are still people voting in the West means we really do have to do what Jen said, because we have to wait for the votes to be counted. Now, what will start to be something we keep an eye on is Donald Trump is against all the votes being counted. At least 4 years ago, that was his public position. And so I think there'll be a moment when it is very much still up in the air, when Steve is still tapping counties and we only see numbers like 34, 45, we don't have all the vote in. And I think this will become another test for the country and our patience.
It's also, I think the reason there's so much anxiety is that I think, and I've gotten a fair number of these texts, and I'm sure you all are as well, it is fairly shocking. And I don't think it's something that should make us super proud, that despite all of the things that just we've seen in the last 2 weeks, forget, even if you could somehow forget January 6th and an attempted coup to overthrow the country, even if you could forget taking classified documents and hiding them in your bathroom, even if you could set aside, which is very hard to set aside, an adjudication of sexual abuse against a woman, and then 24 other allegations, and Jeffrey Epstein saying it was his best friend, you name it. You just think about just the last 2 weeks. weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children, and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
49%.
What does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about what does that say about us?
I think that's right, but I think, again, going back to how the Harris campaign approached this candidacy in these 2 weeks, they sat there presuming that 49% of the country was in. They built a campaign designed to defeat a Donald Trump campaign that won over and turned out 49% of the vote.
America
So what you're waiting to see come in is what General Melly Dillon and David Bluff and Stephanie Cutter and these folks envision to defeat a candidate who, all those things are true, but that was baked into the campaign strategy to help Vice President Kamala Harris prevail, and it assumed that 49% of the country would vote and turn out for him. So we're waiting to see if what they built will work.
And to Joy's point, one of the things that we've discovered in these last few campaigns, all of these Trump campaigns, is that these two parties do not have the same rules. It's like two football teams where, offside is a 20-yard penalty for you, and it's no penalty for this other team, right? And so, the idea that if Joe Biden said the wrong word at a certain time, or wasn't able to come up with the word he wanted to say at a certain time, the idea that that's worse than all the words we heard Donald Trump say, that he had no trouble retrieving from his racist thoughts about people, and to say there's no price for those. You won't lose a single voter. You might not gain a voter, but you won't lose one, no matter what you say. That is a new phenomenon, and it applies only to one party and not to the other.
One thing that as Steve Kornacki keeps doing his updates to us that I think is striking and maybe striking about the evening is the rural and urban divide. And we talk about divides every presidential election cycle. But part of this, I think, is it's just a cultural different world. And I was talking to this strategist in North Carolina, he's in North Carolina, he was telling me about North Carolina. He said, really, it's like rural Alabama and Northern Virginia, and it's two states in one state. But that is true in almost every state. As we go through the numbers, we look at, can the Democrats and can Harris run up the numbers in the city, in the suburbs? And then it's like, can they decrease the massive loss in the rural areas? That's where we still are, despite everything that's happened. And that has been a divide that has been the case for many presidential cycles. But to me, it's interesting, it hasn't changed. And maybe that's a kind of a look in the mirror moment, regardless of who wins.
It's not, I'd say I think there's probably another layer to it, which is education. And I think when it's all said and done, what you're going to see is a huge divide over people who are college educated and not college educated. And if that is the case, what is different is that you could be seeing a realignment about the base of each party. And there are warning signs for everybody here. But if the working class, non-college educated voter is now increasingly a Republican voter, Democrats have to rethink the way in which they sell their policies that absolutely benefit working class Americans and in a targeted fashion. But, I was in Saginaw, Michigan at a union hall, and these union voters who are working on infrastructure Act jobs that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris literally created for them did not know who they were going to go vote for. And that, to me, suggests that the Democratic Party needs to do a much better job of selling its achievements to working class voters. And working class voters also need to be more engaged in understanding the chasm that separates these two parties in terms of policy.
Particularly since one of the candidates is being bankrolled by a billionaire. Right now.
Exactly.
And can I just say very quickly?
We're doing a call.
Yes, do a call.
This is the time when I feel least bad about interrupting you. I'm sorry. All right, we do have a projection. NBC News can project in the presidential race in Colorado that there is a winner in Colorado, that Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado. Joy, what were you saying?
No, absolutely. I was just going to say on the realignment thing, one place, and I would actually like to put this narrative to bed, maybe forever. One place there's not going to be realignment, black men. Every 4 years, I go through the ritual of having to talk down, the sort of world that wants to say that black men are just realigning and they're all going to run to Donald Trump. There is literally no difference in the exit polls. A 1-point difference is not a difference at all between where black men were in 2020 and where they are in 2024. it's not black men. They are not the ones shifting. What you're seeing are shifts among Latino voters, for sure. But you are not seeing shifts among black men. Please stop saying black men
The
are
only
the ones
area
supporting
where
Trump.
there has been some, which just seems like an outlier, is Wisconsin, where there's
Yeah.
but again, it's exit polling. So what do we know?
Yeah.
I want to go over to Steve Kornacki because a rumor has floated its way to me, which is that a whole bunch of vote just came in from Arizona.
Yes, absolutely. And this is how it goes in Arizona. They get to that 10 o'clock Eastern hour, and suddenly what you get out of, remember here, Maricopa County, that's what you're looking at right here where Phoenix is, more than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait. Because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come, but as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace, where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here obviously is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now, half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in. And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin, because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And a reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79-20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same-day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same-day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer, or really get us close to an answer, on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because, again, this is a county where a city, the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total, and I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there is one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining Election Day vote still to be counted, is that we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County.
Serious
is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you can take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline and maybe gain some ground back. So
it tells you a lot about this country.
Most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there, 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, you know, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County. Because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, you know, where Democrats just depend on big margins and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, you know, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County. In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, Steve, we'll be back with you. We've got a few projections that we've got to catch up with. There is a projection to make. NBC News now projects there's a winner in the presidential contest in Iowa. Donald Trump is projected to have won the presidential contest in the state of Iowa. We also have a look at some Senate races. NBC News is projecting a winner in the Maryland Senate race. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, will be the next senator from the state of Maryland, defeating Maryland Republican Larry Hogan. NBC News also has a projection to make in the Senate race in Texas. Incumbent Republican Ted Cruz will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the Wyoming Senate race. Incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso will be returning to the United States Senate. And now let's look at Nebraska. Unusually, Nebraska has effectively 2 Senate seats on the same ballot, which is rare. But that is because this one is a special election. The Nebraska special Senate election is to fill the remainder of the term of Ben Sasse, Senator Ben Sasse, who resigned. Pete Ricketts has held this seat since January, so he's running for it in this special election as a de facto incumbent. NBC News can project that Pete Ricketts will hold on to that seat in the Nebraska special Senate election. But now there's another Senate election in Nebraska, and this is this very interesting one. This is incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, who is facing no Democratic challenger, but she is facing an independent challenger. And the independent challenger is Dan Osborne. At this point, this is too early to call in this Senate race in Nebraska. Again, of the 2 that were on the ballot, this one too early to call, even as the special Senate election in Nebraska. The other Senate election in Nebraska has been called for the Republican incumbent. Lawrence.
And that is now, with the Texas seat staying with Ted Cruz, Nebraska is now the only possible loss of a Republican Senate seat that remains for tonight, and that could be serious.
Are you surprised by the Colin Allred Ted Cruz result?
No, you can't be. You know, to every election, it looks like someone might be able to get it in Texas. Beto O'Rourke, every time, and they come close. And so, who knows? Maybe it's next time. And you can't be surprised. If the Democrat comes in second in Texas, you're just not allowed to be surprised by that.
Right.
And it's a question of, how much ground did they gain this time?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's also understanding the electorate, right? The assumption would be demographic change favors Democrats. If it's becoming a browner state, there's a bigger Latino population. And we know from Paula Ramos's amazing reporting on the ground in Texas, just because someone is brown, just because someone's Latino does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the Democratic Party. And I think that there's some real, we don't know how this is all going to shake down on race, but I think there's going to be some really interesting analysis that is going to need to be done in the coming weeks and months in terms of what kind of coalitions are being built, either intentionally or unintentionally in the 21st century.
But Texas is also a state. I mean, you talked a little about realignment before. It made me think about when I worked on the Kerry campaign. I mean, he would still say to this day that he would be president if not for Ohio, which is kind of how it goes. But that was a state that we were waiting. That was the state that determined that night that he was going to lose. That is no longer a state we're watching with the on the edge of our seat seriousness. Texas, and I agree with everything you just said, Alex, but it is still a state where maybe it's 4 years, maybe it's 8 years. That's a state where if Democrats continue to organize, they're betting at some point it couldn't come into their column. It's the same. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia and North Carolina. But those are more purple states now for Democrats than Ohio is. So there has actually, over the last 20 years, been a complete realignment of the states in the country that are leaning each way. And that's kind of interesting. And Texas it's the big whale. I don't know what to call it. It's the one Democrats have wanted for a long time, but it still keeps moving each cycle.
It's also a very voter suppressed state.
I can understand
and
how
the focus of voter suppression coming from that state capital is Harris County, where Houston is.
Ted
And they
Cruz
are
left that
relentless
state
in
when
it.
they
And
were in
that is
trouble
also
to
the
go on
largest single
vacation
physical
and blame it
number
on
of
his
black
daughter.
voters in
It's
any
just-
county other than Cook County in Illinois. That's the largest number of black voters available. And they are deeply suppressed in terms of their ability and access to the ballot. So Democrats would have to do a lot of work there in terms of voter suppression and also voter motivation as well.
And you have to, I mean, this is the thing. You can't just reappear every 4 years. This is true with every demographic group. But the reason why Georgia is a baby blue state, as I'll continue to call it, is because Stacey Abrams organized, and then John Ossoff organized, and then
LaTosha
Raphael
Brown.
Warnock and LaTosha Brown. They all continue to organize. They're on the ground. The reason we're even talking about North Carolina is because they have this amazing state party chair who's like 26 or 27 years old, and because they have a great governor's candidate. It's because they're organizing there and they're not leaving and coming
And
back
the Poor
every
People's
4 years.
Campaign, which is like, I think they did like 900
Harper.
some thousand,
Yes.
Texans. I mean, you've got people that have been in there trying to organize that state and change it. And the thing that's sort of sad about my old state of Florida is that kind of organizing kind of vanished with the money. And now Nikki Fried, who actually is doing heroic work trying to organize Florida, but it's not a state that the National Party invests in anymore. Whether that, the money that used to go into Florida is now going into Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona.
I'll only say this one more time. And there's 7 million people who do not vote in Texas because they know the Electoral College outcome of every presidential election.
That's it. Yeah.
And so within that 7 million who don't vote, there's a possibility that we will never get to because the Electoral College locks down a voter suppression system that is better than anything anyone's come up with in the modern day.
Yeah, and in Florida, it's about 5 million people who did not vote in this election. They just don't vote.
Let's just give a ray of sunshine to California. California could determine that who controls the House.
Yes,
for sure. So I hope people are voting. If they can still vote, my space-time continuum. If you can still vote. But there are states like
California
that where
can
people
still vote until
hopefully
8
are voting.
o'clock.
And
not unless there was some kind of
to sort of synthesize a little bit of what
delays
you
and
guys
they
are
go past
saying.
that.
In Texas, the unmotivated voter who thinks my vote is not going to matter may be thinking about the presidential race. But the reason that Texas may not matter in the Electoral College and it may not be competitive in the Electoral College may be because of state policies that are outrageously vote suppressive, which you can change by voting in state legislative and other state-specific races,
Southern
regardless
Cali.
of what's happening with Texas's electoral votes. And so there is a sort of civics education and a civics awareness and a civics organizing effort that is about changing the way your state is governed so that your vote will matter to the rest of the country.
Gary Chambers has been doing heroic work
32
about this in
minutes
Louisiana.
is
He
for us
literally
to close,
posts
I think.
every day what the voter turnout is, particularly among black voters. This is percentage-wise the largest, other than Mississippi, share of African-American voters. And the voter turnout sometimes is 10% or 12%. And it's that people have given up, forgetting that they just elected a 2-term Democratic governor and that control over things like abortion policy. So, if you're saying that abortion policy returns to the state, you might want to control who runs your state. And you might want to think more about that. But voters are not thinking at that level of, it's not even 3D chess, it's just regular chess, right? That your state votes. And again, to get back to the mama-directed voters, which are my voters, my grown children, my kidults, my Jason and my kidults, I'm not J.D. Vance, so I don't just claim it's just one parent that has the kids, both parents have the kids. Our kidults live in blue states. They don't all live in the same state, but one lives in California. And the way that I've had to lobby them to vote when they say, my vote doesn't matter, I'm in a blue state, it doesn't make a difference, is to explain to them, wait, there's this ballot initiative on your ballot.
And to tell them you're going to shame them on television.
Well, we have a family phone plan, and if you want your phone to actually work, you kind of have to comply. That also works.
2 updates for you. First, on this bomb threat thing that we have been talking about, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has issued a statement in response to reports of an investigation of a bomb threat to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. They say these bomb threats, again, are not credible, but they are investigating, again, at the Recorder's Office. Also, 9 polling states and the Navajo Nation in Apache County, Arizona, have been allowed to remain open for 2 hours longer. NBC News is reporting that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats. Again, hoax bomb threats, no real bombs. Bomb threats attributable to Russian email domains in the states of Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, including the Navajo Nation. So we are seeing the impact of these things in terms of, trying to create an atmosphere of chaos. Again, these are not real bombs. Nothing is blowing up. There's no violence that's being committed here. But this appears to be, according to the FBI, something that they're investigating as a foreign interference effort. All right, we've got a couple of Senate updates to do. First of all, there's a Senate projection to be made in the great state of Virginia. NBC News projects that Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine will be returning to the United States Senate from Virginia. NBC News can also project in Missouri that the incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley will be returning to the United States Senate as well. Steve, over to you.
Why would they want that dude
We'll start here on North Carolina. Look, again, 83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Yeah, again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020 when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. The Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state, and this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here, if Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that that could happen. If Trump wins those 2 states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Steve, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska, the electoral votes are allotted by congressional district. So I need to be specific here. NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest. But at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again, they will go congressional district by congressional district. There is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote or 2 out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though we've got the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you've still got wicked long lines there in Reno.
Yeah, the polls are closed, so why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the afternoon at one of these polling places? In fact, I can show you the line here. This is, again, the county administration building. All the different county offices are here. You can see the line. This line, maybe about 30, 40 minutes. This is one of the good ones, Rachel. The county registrar just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls close. There are 10+ sites in the county with an hour-plus wait, and one of them is the University of Nevada, Reno, which is reporting a 3-hour wait. It is 7:35 right now, 35 minutes after polls have closed. Now, here are the problems that come with this. Mail-in ballots, early voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock this morning. So all of that is being processed. It's going through. But in-person votes that were cast today, that are still being cast, those cannot be counted until the last person in Nevada has voted. And we won't know any of the data until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything, 0.0% reporting until at least 3 hours from now, because we're also hearing this is happening in other places around the state. So not good news if you like sleep, great news if you're a fan of coffee. Rachel.
Steve, just to be clear, the long lines there, if we are still looking, as you said, at 3 hours, we're already more than a half an hour past when polls are supposed to close in Nevada. If we're looking at 3-hour-plus lines, just to totally underscore what you're saying, the state will not report a single vote. They will not report any data at all until the last person has voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day, they've got all that stuff banked essentially in terms of knowing who's cast votes, we won't hear anything from the state at all until the last person's out of line.
You hit it exactly, Rachel,
Wow.
which is, it's good news because this does not indicate that there is a voter problem, does not indicate that there's necessarily fraud or a problem with the system. It just means that there are simply incredibly long lines. We don't know if that is an indication of something that is a problem. The bad news is, of course, that does mean we won't know anything until the last person in Nevada has voted. We don't know where that person is, but I imagine that that person is in one of these ridiculously long lines as we speak.
Wow.
Rachel.
Steve Patterson, thank you. And if you are within the sound of our voice and you are waiting in one of those long lines in Nevada, do not be dissuaded by the fact that your polling places were supposed to have closed a long time ago and the line still seems long. If you are in line, you can vote. And if you are in line, you better vote because you've already committed. You don't want to go home and say, I got bored. You'll never live it down.
Keep calm,
honestly,
carry on alone.
stay in line. Also, you don't get the sticker, which is the shame. It's just, I mean, it's irredeemable. Let's go to our friend Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got a little bit of new intel out of Georgia.
Yes. So in Georgia, Fulton County and Gwinnett County. Fulton County was one of the counties that Steve just had up on the board. They were both targeted by those bomb threats. Again, to reiterate, there were no actual bombs, but I'm told that it shook people in the state and in those counties in particular. And folks I've talked to 3 different people at this point who are familiar with the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the vice president, she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers. And right now, as they stand, she has not overwhelmed them. By overwhelm, I mean she needs to do better than Biden did in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they cautioned that Fulton County's all the way in, and neither is Gwinnett County. People are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well, in those counties affected by the bomb threats, to encourage people to stay in a line, to go back to the polling places. So I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these threats that, again, are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge thus far. That's what the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And I'm going to repeat what Tom Winter said because he's very well sourced. But it did affect how people were feeling on the ground the day of.
Wow. Simone, thank you very much for that. Again, the FBI is investigating bomb threats in multiple states. We've also seen, I've been looking at some of the local press in Georgia. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is headlining what they say is concern that has been expressed to them, sharp concerns expressed to them by the Harris campaign about the potential effect of these bomb threats. Again, there aren't bombs. There are just bomb threats being phoned in order to disrupt and clear out polling places. We've seen a number of both court-adjudicated and election administrators deciding to keep places open longer than they otherwise would have been, because those places had to be cleared out. But there's always, of course, the threat that somebody who has to go home when they're sent home when a place is evacuated, or somebody who's deterred from going in the first place, might not come back once the all clear is given. All right, looking ahead, at this point, it's 10:41 on the East Coast. We're heading toward a few more poll closings at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 1 a.m. Steve, though, is not waiting for poll closings. He's just watching the vote come in. Steve, looks like you're looking at Michigan right now.
Yeah, in Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say what some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit, and this is, of the 2 big suburban counties just north of Detroit, this is the Democratic one. This is the one, with a lot of college-educated, higher-income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden, and in 2016. This was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next-door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue-collar, Trump-friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there, so yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that if the Democrats looked at, they would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said, we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight, some in Virginia. Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County, and again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be Election Day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this, it was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final two-thirds of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the Election Day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to two-thirds of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With two-thirds of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia, is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there. That adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls to give you an update on. First, a Senate race. NBC News has projected that in the Senate race in New Jersey, the Democrat Andy Kim will be the next U.S. Senator from the state of New Jersey. NBC News can also make a projection in the governor's race in New Hampshire. And this was an interesting one to watch. In the end, it looks like it will be Republican. Former U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte will be the next governor of New Hampshire. The current governor of New Hampshire is Chris Sununu, an incumbent Republican. The Republicans are really hoping to hold on to this governor's seat. And in Kelly Ayotte's victory in New Hampshire, they have done so. One other projection for you, and it's a ballot measure, this one in Colorado. This is one of the 10 states that has an abortion rights measure on the ballot in Colorado. This is Amendment 79, it's a right to abortion and insurance coverage. It's a related matter. NBC News projects that the abortion rights measure in Colorado will pass. So we're heading up toward the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have rankings in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. And things are starting, I would say, to come into focus because it's later, but we still have not a single swing state called.
Yeah, one thing I will just say, I'm not trying to be rosy all the time at all, but this always happens on election nights where the bigger cities where Democrats have the bigger share of the vote come in later. And there are a lot of places, Grand Rapids, Michigan, a bigger chunk of Philly, Dane County in Wisconsin. We don't know what they'll be, but we got to wait and see what they are. Before anybody starts drinking on their couch or whatever they need to do.
They're already doing that.
They already do. Can I add just one other thing? Because we talk a lot about national security issues. They don't always get front and center attention. Andy Kim, who you just mentioned, he is a former national security official, worked within the Obama administration. Alyssa Slotkin, we don't know what's going to happen in that race. That's her background as well. We'll see what happens in California with Adam Schiff. But it's interesting because we're also seeing sort of a bit of a changing of the guard of some new people potentially in the Senate who do come from a background where they care deeply about global norms, where they care deeply about defending them and talking about them and elevating
clapping,
them.
that's me. That's me. I want Democrats. Every Democrat, I'm clapping for
that Andy Kim is also just like kind of an
it's
awesome
ridiculous,
public servant.
bamboozle, but it's me.
And obviously, one of the things we've talked to him about him here on MSNBC was this very poignant thing that happened on January 6th, where he took it upon himself to clean the Capitol in the wake of the insurrection. But also just like both well-spoken and like compassionate, like a solid leader, and to see him move into that sort of next tier of Democratic leaders, leadership, particularly after the mess that was the Bob Menendez conviction, it just like good on New Jersey. You'll never be sorry that you've got Andy Kim representing you in the United States Senate. Sure. So that's a good one. As we head towards California, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, again, these aren't states that are thought of as swing states in terms of the presidency, but they're going to be really, really important, particularly in terms of who's in control in the United States House. So we know that a lot of the Western states count very slowly, particularly California. We'll get our first look at those things in about 7 or 8 minutes. Steve.
Yeah, two big things just happened we can tell you about. One, we've been following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in, Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but This is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 is Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000. With 90% in, there is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote-producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County and Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. The University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points. And that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost. In 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but that is a county, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander is in Fulton County at the elections hub there, where the votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and scan them in, each person kind of scanning in what's inside. And then once it's scanned, the memory cards go inside what we're kind of calling this almost fishbowl-like situation. This is just this very large plexiglass-surrounded area in the middle of this giant warehouse where the votes are being tabulated. And you see the three people that are seated right there in the black at the computers. Those people have been in there diligently throughout the night, tabulating and uploading the results. They started with the early vote count. They've been going. And you hear right now, I think you hear a loudspeaker. These are people who are actually announcing that another precinct has come in. Every time someone comes from another precinct, you get a loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I will tell you an update on timing here as well, guys. We understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just waiting on them to be uploaded. And so when I last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen sometime in the next few minutes as more ballots come in right here, guys.
Fascinating, and really news we can use at this point. Blayne Alexander for us in Fulton County at the main voting center there. Again, underscoring what Blayne just reported, that the spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office says the, quote, vast majority of Georgia votes will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m. Eastern and poll closings in 4 western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. In terms of our projections here, NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Kamala Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific Northwest in Washington State, the presidential race in Washington State projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon, NBC News says in Oregon the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall electoral college. The electoral vote map right now, Donald Trump stands at 214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 145 electoral votes. Again, not a single swing state has been called as we're watching vote continue to come in all of them. Right now, looking at some battleground states that haven't been called. This is Georgia, too close to call, a difference of about 136,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Pennsylvania, too close to call, a difference of about 119,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Michigan, too close to call, a difference of just under 75,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Wisconsin, also too close to call. Fewer than 30,000 votes separating the two candidates. Over to North Carolina, NBC News projects that the race there is too early to call. Over to Arizona, NBC News projects the race is too early to call. And in Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races right now. We've got interesting Senate races in some of the states that just closed. In California, where Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is facing off against baseball guy, Republican Steve Garvey. That Senate race in California is too early to call. I'm being informed by the control room that baseball guy is not the right way to think, right thing to call him. I apologize. I'll revise that in a moment. In the Senate race in Washington State, incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is also too early to call in the Senate race in Washington State. This is the Senate at this hour. 48 Republicans seated in the Senate. That includes 1 Senate pickup for the Republicans. The pickup they had was in West Virginia, where independent Senator Joe Manchin gave up his seat, decided not to run again. A Republican picked that up. There are 37 Democrats in the Senate, 15 uncalled seats as of yet in the United States Senate. So again, we don't have many more poll closings coming. We got 1 at midnight. We got at 1 a.m., we got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed, Arizona is yet another state where we have had some delayed results promised because of these bomb threats that we have seen all over the country. Arizona counties are reporting that there will be some delayed results, for example, from La Paz County in Arizona. La Paz County's elections office evacuated due to one of these hoax bomb threats. Also, Cochise County, Arizona. The Cochise County Sheriff's Office is advising of a reported bomb threat to the elections office in Bisbee in Cochise County, Arizona. The county building was evacuated as a result of that bomb threat. Again, we are seeing, and the FBI is confirming, and local officials are commenting, and local secretaries, state secretaries of state are commenting on the effect of these bomb threats called into polling places and now counting centers all across the country. None of these bomb threats is thought to be associated with an actual bomb, with anything actually exploding. There hasn't been any sign of that whatsoever. These appear to be false bomb threats that are designed to disrupt. The FBI says in at least some of these cases, these are attributable to Russia, or they are investigating whether or not these may be of Russian origin. But again, our battleground recap, summing up, we've got too early to call in North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, and it's too close to call in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
I mean, blue wall, baby, that was always going to be a blue wall night. And I think that, I mean, I tried to speak a little bit to some of the fantasies, right, of a landslide victory that would erase any doubt, that would eradicate, you know, the threat of
it is a bad movie.
And that is, you know, I'm so loath to quote Don Rumsfeld with all of you, but I will anyway. I feel like Liz Cheney has made that somewhat acceptable.
I agree with you, Bamboo.
Still not acceptable.
Katie Porter works hard, does her homework, brings
the country
receipts.
that you have and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was. I think that waiting for these blue wall states to come in because they're so close, because households are divided, right? There could be a yard sign in a house that doesn't represent how everyone in the house will vote in either direction. And so I think it's going to be a late night. And I think it's the polls. I mean, I guess a slice of good news that the polls have accurately captured this dead heat.
Ari, since you were last with us, I've got nothing to report. We've got the swing states. We've got too close, too close, too close, too close in Georgia, and then the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we've got too early in North Carolina, too early in Arizona, Nevada. What's caught your eye? What have you been watching?
Well, freedom's just another word for nothing left to report. We all know that one. We don't know who's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which means that when you actually put aside a lot of the energy and the understandable emotion and commitment, we are in a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris wins those states, then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see, because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos, and perhaps in the total national vote. But the total national vote doesn't determine the outcome. So that's what I'm watching. Pennsylvania, there's a reason why Kamala Harris, you know, they have their own plane. They can hit more than one state in a day. She spent her final day campaigning, doing all 5 stops in Pennsylvania. Yeah. The campaign, and we've heard from a lot of people there that still feel that's the path. While at the same time, and I've heard some of the interesting conversation at this table, at the same time, Donald Trump, over in the entire country in places that may not decide the election, doing better among certain groups is a striking and noticeable development given the year he's had and how he closed. But yes, I will tell you that the boring thing, the simple thing, the repetitive thing is the true thing. We're watching those 3 states, and no one can really confidently say at this hour who's going to win them yet.
I do have one call that we need to make, and let me interject here. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the state of Oregon. Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon, per NBC News' projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely, just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat here, won his seat in Congress in an August 2022 special election.
Thank you. We'll
he was
see
up
you
against
tomorrow.
Allison Esposito, a Republican opponent who had been very heavily invested in by the Republican Party. She was one of the so-called young gun candidates for the Republican Party, served in the NYPD for 25 years. But Democrat Pat Ryan will hold on to that seat in New York 18. I also have to tell the control room here just for a moment that I just lost my IFB. And so I am now one of these people who's speaking but can't hear anything.
You can tell me and I'll tell you.
So go ahead. So if control room is saying anything to me from right now, I think my battery's died. So take it away.
Go to Steve.
Rachel, you seem so energized.
I am energized. But I do know, actually, with nobody talking to me, that we do need to go to Steve.
But
Yes.
Steve.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Did you just throw it at me?
Yeah, we did throw it at you. It was just me.
Somebody was talking to me at IFB. I apologize. Here we go. Some more returns in Pennsylvania. As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in Northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is where the city of Stroudsburg, East Stroudsburg, is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here, too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer-term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points, from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56.
Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote-by-mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these three, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County. 59-8 for Harris right now, but the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls that we have to make in Senate races. NBC News can project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. This is a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown losing his seat to Republican challenger Bernie Moreno in Ohio. NBC News can also project—
That's not good.
An interesting Senate result in California. Now, this is Adam Schiff, the Democratic candidate in California, is projected to have won this seat. I need to tell you, though, he wins this both in terms of the regular Senate contest, but he also wins the special, which means that the seat that was vacated by the death of Dianne Feinstein, where LaFonza Butler has been in that seat since Dianne Feinstein's death, Adam Schiff will not only take over the full term of that seat, he will also take this seat immediately in the Senate from California. One additional call in New Mexico, the Senate race in New Mexico. NBC News projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Martin Heinrich will be returning to the U.S. Senate. At this hour, this is the balance of power in the United States Senate. And this was a big one because this means a +2 net gain for the Republicans. They are now at 49 seats.
How do Republicans
Democrats
gain
are
something?
at 39 seats. There are 12 seats uncalled.
It's unreal. Insurrection.
We've got to go in a moment. We're going to go to Michelle Norris, who is
at
at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Lawrence, I just wanted to get your reaction to that Senate news.
Yeah, that is a big loss for the Democrats. It takes them down in terms of the incumbencies as of this hour to 49 in the Democrats in the Senate. If you to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown, and so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So if John Tester goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would absolutely guarantee that they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50. But this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be.
She gave us an option.
Yeah, it's also. I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown.
It was an incredible loss.
They chose
and he was one of those miracle workers politically of the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very.
But they poured massive amounts of money into Ohio against him this time.
Yeah,
just massive.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yes.
Exactly. We're joined now by MSNBC senior contributing editor Michele Norris. She's at Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University. Michele, what are you seeing?
Hey, Rachel. Well, the crowd here is still large, is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic. Not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic. And one of the people I heard that from was LaFonza Butler. I spoke to her just a while ago, and she was speaking about the upcoming results. She mentioned North Carolina, for instance, called by some, not by us yet, thinks it doesn't look good there. But one of the interesting things she said that's echoed by a few other people that I spoke to is that the real focus now is on that blue wall in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that second district in Omaha, Nebraska, that sort of blue oval at the top of the state. Pennsylvania, the thought was that Donald Trump may have had a ceiling, that there was a certain number of votes that he got in 2016, 2020. They were hoping that he would not exceed those numbers. They are actually outperforming Joe Biden in some key areas, but it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton. And so, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long, long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew. That's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real nail biter. And it appears that that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Michele Norris at Howard University, where the Harris campaign is posted up and watching these results as avidly as any of us. Michele, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Symone Sanders Townsend. Symone, I understand you've got some reporting from sources related to the sources on the campaign about Pennsylvania.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour, at least 3 individuals have told me that within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again from, specifically, these are votes from Philadelphia County, and those numbers will bode well for Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Now, and they are saying it is going to be close, very, very close, but they believe that those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a difference. My Pennsylvania people are telling me that the next batch is expected at 11:55.
So, Symone, to be clear, are they enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say? Or are they enthusiastic about their chances overall?
Yes, they are enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say. And they are, as Michele Norris noted, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic. They're clear-eyed. And people within the campaign and then strategists surrounding the campaign have all said to me within the last hour, we have been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the folks specifically very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a close race. They believe Pennsylvania is still in play, and I do also think that it's my understanding of they have a sense of that the reality is that Georgia is not an option for a win this go round, and North Carolina is not looking like it as well, but folks need to wait and see. Wake County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say she, the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that haven't reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right. Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about the results in Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in. I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan are really kind of those 2 bookends, with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much. We do have a little bit of intel ourselves from the campaign. NBC News has obtained an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the Harris campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit. O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight.
Wait
Those
for it,
of you who were
Bamboozle.
around in
He'll come
2020
out
know
and
this well.
claim victory
it takes
probably
time
at
for all the
midnight.
votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction to that.
Well, just reading this, I was thinking of what's happening in the boiler room. That's a very high pressure thing. You call it on a campaign, but Nicole and I have probably spent a collective hundreds of hours in boiler rooms. It's basically where you have the top campaign strategists and teams looking at, like our team looked at the decision desk, right? They have a team of people that do the decision desk. What's different in a campaign is that you're also looking at vote goals in these counties and what you're trying to achieve, right? So in these counties, you know, in Philly, they're trying to run up the vote numbers by a great deal, higher than Biden did. And they're looking at, you know, what the percentages were then. And Biden did about 2 percentage points is better than Clinton in a lot of the key parts of Pennsylvania. So they're looking at that. But they're also looking at the rural counties and where they're doing there and how they can do. So as the information comes in the boiler room, they're recalculating where they need to do better in certain states, in addition to looking at the path. So to me, it's interesting. Obviously, there hasn't been a call from here in some of the states that she doesn't mention in this email, but it is quite telling that she really focuses on the blue wall states here, which again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a baseline of the path and is a core to the path, and they see it that way. The last thing I'll just say, the thing that becomes hard on campaigns is as the path narrows, right? Yeah. Because part of the objective of this email is to say to the people on the team, hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that, too.
Yeah. We do have a couple of calls to make. While we have been discussing this, we've got a couple of projections from NBC News. In the presidential race in Connecticut, NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC News can also project that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington state. The winner there, also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington state. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States
Senate. We need to have a long run, y'all.
From Washington state. Steve, over to you.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective,
we just
Biden
entered
won
our
this state by
7-hour
2
live
million
streaming,
votes
y'all.
in 2020. The margin isn't yet a
He's
million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020. Down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working-class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won
Thank
here
you,
by
Jacqueline
46
Miranda. I
points.
appreciate the
Tonight it's
gift.
28 points.
I
This is
think you're the
basically
first
it in
one
Hudson
tonight.
County.
I
From
appreciate you.
46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties, New Jersey, the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. Okay, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come, but when that hits 95%, they usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You can take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much. It's basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here. Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, it was a 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20.
Enough of this. It's like America did not only go through COVID. There's a pandemic with alternative reality. That's worse than COVID. COVID killed a lot of people. Donald Trump's pandemic ruined a lot of people's mindsets. And they just started thinking alternative reality is reality. It's insane. It's like you get into this cycle of just listening. I think they got projections. I'm going to shut my mouth up real quick.
Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected in Minnesota. We're going to take a quick break right now. There's a bunch of other Senate races right now where we haven't checked in for a little while. Important Senate races in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Nebraska. Lots of interesting Senate races still to come. We're going to check in on those on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
We're going to discuss what we were just talking about till they come back. The pandemic of people trying to believe alternate reality is a reality. I remember the first time that Crypt Keeper looking woman actually said that. Like on CNN, I think it was. Thank you, Tolan. And that was her, whatever her name, Conway. And she said, they questioned her and said, but the reality is this. She said, we're talking about alternative reality. And I'm like, what the hell is this woman talking about? And ever since then, the pandemic of stupidity called alternative reality, alternate reality became a thing. Became a thing, y'all. So much now that Fox saw profit in it. They saw profit in it and decided to lie to their audience to the tune of $787 million. Did they learn from their lesson? No. They continue to lie, just not on Dominion. With Tucker Carlson, they had him forever lying and going to court. Got so bad that they said Tucker Carlson can't even be believed in court. In court, he can't be believed. Who believes Tucker Carlson? Every one of your freaking viewers do that watch his show that was like the top rated show. You had them out there lying their butts off, and they literally got millions of people. Did you guys know that Fox is the most viewed TV show and has been for a long time TV station in America? They are lying to more people in this country than any other station is able to reach. We should have known that something like this was going to happen to some degree. A lot of these people have no idea the facts. They have done zero research. They don't listen to anybody but in that bubble of nonsense. Somebody who's literally a person who's assaulted women. The judge said you can call it rape. 30-something women come out and say he did it. An accusation of a 13-year-old child saying that him and Epstein assaulted her and did you know what, God knows what. If you can go look at that case that was dropped, but the girl still says, or woman now, still says it happened. Him saying he grabbed women by the you know what. It is insane how you can know all this, see all this, and then the insurrection comes. The lady who was a Republican, military woman, I want to say her last name is Abbott or something, she gets unalived at the insurrection. They're hunting for the vice president of the United States, trying to unalive him. Brought a noose, a gallows, to unalive him. And this man said, so what? They want that man back. And there is no way they don't know that shit happened. Me and many others have been telling the facts for 2 years. Some of us have millions of followers. I had almost 200,000 until I got hacked. Many of my mutuals on different social media platforms have a lot of followers, subscribers. Have been talking about it forever. Destiny's been talking about it for years. You got a bunch of other. Brian Tyler Cohen's been talking about it. He's got millions. You got all these different places that have been telling you the truth. America, the truth. You can't have millions of followers and not be able to reach people. And these people still believe. They just called North Carolina for Trump. These people still believe in lies. It's a sad day in America when you got this many people voting for someone who did all that shit. And the woman who's been a prosecutor, the one who has really been Mrs. Law and Order her entire life. She ain't got no record. She's the only one that has a record of putting criminals away. And instead of talking about, oh, I'm scared of the criminals, you're about to elect one. At least on the road to. These people voting to elect a criminal while at the same time saying, oh, I'm afraid of these Latin and people across the country. These criminals, they're going to harm us. You're about to vote for one. You've already voted for one. We're counting it up. How do you vote for a criminal at the same time saying you're against the criminal? You know why? Because the criminal they're voting for is a white man. You think they would elect a Latin criminal? Hell, a white male racist criminal is getting more love than a woman who's black, Southeast Asian, and has followed the law her entire life and put criminals behind bars who deserved it, protected and served American citizens her entire career. She's put away people who've gotten harmed by these criminals. She has protected them from them. On top of that, has gotten their money back when they had their money stolen from these people. And this country is okay with electing a man who is stolen from people, who has harmed women, who has raped women, who has been accused of being a pedo. And he still gets votes? I don't understand this country. I never will. And when black people and people of color say this country is a racist country, I'm getting tired of good white people telling us it's not that bad. This right here tells you it's horrible. When a good woman, happens to be black and Southeast Asian, has to fight this hard against a rapist, a person who's been selling you all kinds of crap, a guy who lies with every time he opens his mouth, a guy who literally has stolen hundreds of to almost $500 million from New York citizens. And that guy comes in close, squeaks it in. He shouldn't even been allowed to run. Tell me what other criminal can go ahead and say he's going to run for president. They set the precedent that a criminal can literally run for office, but a criminal in many states can't even vote. This shit don't make sense, y'all. No matter how you slice it. We've come a long way, but we got a long fucking way to go. There is no way in hell that this racist, insurrectionist, people have died at his hands by his voice of telling him what to do. Officers, he attacked officers. How you talk about you for law and order and you worried about somebody harming you? You should be worried about him. He's the one that's a criminal in this race. And they're still acting as though a law-abiding citizen like Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, you got something against them, but not the criminal. And yet you're sitting here, I'm worried about the immigrants doing what? They have less than, 3 instances of illegal aliens or illegal, whatever they call them, aliens, but it's actually undocumented. And most people don't realize undocumented is not even illegal. That's the way our system works. But undocumented immigrants doing something? Hell. Overturning Roe versus Wade, we already got at least 12 women that have passed away or can no longer have babies because of this draconian law. Every state decided on their own. You can't leave the state unless I get to check and see if your vagina is carrying a baby. It's crazy, boy. You need to be afraid of white nationalist men in this country. Not browning, not brown people, not black people, not Asian people, not Latin people. The people you need to be afraid of are white nationalists. Those are the people that the FBI said that is the biggest threat in this country. They ain't say nothing about Muslims. They ain't say nothing about any other culture, any other race. They said the white nationalist is the one you need to worry about. And they're talking about voting for a white nationalist sympathizer / dictator lover. This country is doomed, y'all. It's doomed. We're going to keep praying that she wins. But if they don't make it so the House and the Senate wins too, it's all for naught. She ain't going to be able to get shit done. Mitch McConnell type people are going to try and make it her only 4 years. She's going to make it 4 years. They ain't going to let her get none of the shit that everybody wants to vote for gets. $25,000 to be able to help you buy a home. $6,000 if you're going to have children to help you decide if you're going to have a baby, your first baby. Now you got $6,000 credit. If you want to start a small business, the backbone of America is small business. It's not Elon Musk and all these others. It's not them. It is small businesses that run this damn country, that gives the most jobs in this country. And she's talking about giving $50,000 write-off for your startup. That's going to create more money in this country, more opportunity in this country, more jobs in this country. Donald Trump ain't got nothing. And all he's talked about is tariffs, which is going to destroy our economy, going to make everything go up. You was worried about gas and eggs and all this other shit. And this man's talking about putting tariffs on everything so that gas and oil and all this shit, food is going to skyrocket. It's just insane how people don't know how this country works and how our government actually rolls. Ugh, it's disappointing. Let me get y'all back to it.
He forgave student loan debt for college-educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten. And so while they haven't found any policy solutions for him, and I can go through everything that Joe Biden has done from beyond what he's done with unions. We can talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. We can talk about infrastructure plans. We can talk about all the training programs in many of those rural communities, whether it's Georgia and Pennsylvania. But many of them aren't underway yet, and it takes time, right?
But just briefly, I'm not speaking to that. I'm just saying that when the economy is bad enough and that's front and center, people tend to vote against what they see as the incumbent party. In this case, you had an incumbent vice president. And all I'm saying, and we don't know yet, right. I'm just saying that, is it that everyone gave Donald Trump a bigger hug because he closed so well? Again, I'm talking about the total vote. We're not issuing any new calls other than the North Carolina call Rachel just made. But in the total vote trends, is it that, or is it something we've seen from time going back to the beginning of elections, that when people are mad about the economy, they vote against the incumbents?
Or they don't vote at all, because I think we also forget that we are a 60% on a good year turnout country. There are a lot of people, especially low wealth people, this is the Bishop Barber thing he talks about all the time on our shows, is that poor and low wealth people actually don't vote for the most part. They normally sit it out. And so there's a checking out of the system and saying, I'm not receiving economic benefits. College loan forgiveness doesn't impact me. And so people are actually, in some cases in this country, backing out of voting altogether. So I think there's a tendency to think it's poor people voting against their best interests, when in many cases, poor people aren't voting at all. And so they're just not a part of the system. And so what you have is higher net worth and higher education voters voting versus rural working class voters. But just remember, working class does not mean poor. You could be working class, meaning you're a non-college voter, but you actually have, a second home somewhere in, the Hamptons, and you work in a plumbing business, and you have you're not necessarily poor. So I think we have to be careful in characterizing it as necessarily low-wage people voting against their interests and figuring out how to get them in the system at all.
We have a call to make. NBC News can make a projection of a winner in the governor's race in the great state of Washington. Do we have that? You guys didn't know that's how I usually do it.
You make it happen.
NBC News projects that the governor's race in Washington, the Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the next.
I agree with you, Bamboozle. It took me 10 years to pay off my college loans. Not only mine, but I helped pay off my ex-wife's as well. So it took me 10 years to get both those knocked out. And I had no problem with getting people theirs getting knocked out. If I could have got mine knocked out, you think I wouldn't have signed up for it? I am not one of those people that consistently want everybody's life to be just as bad as mine was or equal to mine. It's like, dude, I want yours to be better than mine. The shit I had to struggle for, I do not want young women, men, black boys, black girls having to go through what I went through. That is one of the most selfish ass things I could ever hear. I had to go through it, so do you. No, each generation is supposed to be better for the previous generation. If we can be able to help these people get a head start, oh God. Every last one of us wanted that head start. Do you understand how much further we would be if we had gotten that head start as soon as we got out of college? Instead of spending like 60% of our freaking income paying off a bill, 40% living off of it until we can get a raise and a raise. Why we want everybody's life to be worse than ours, I don't get. There's more than enough for everybody's life to increase. This is why I don't understand how people talk about you can't give them a living wage. You got people out here working their butts off, and then you got the people who own the businesses making $1 gazillion. And every year they're trying to increase their profits for their investors 25-fold. And at the same time, 3-5 years go by and their employees haven't had not one freaking raise. The increase of our economy has been roughly 12 to 13% for a long ass time, which means every year shit's going up 12 or 13%. If you ain't getting any raise, that means your pay is going down and down. Even though you may make $50,000, when it goes up 13%, you're making 13% less because it goes 13% less further. Shit costs more and your money decreases. That's simple math. And businesses know this. They're going out and buying yachts with the bonuses they make, not their normal salary. The bonuses they make, they're buying yachts, and their employees are eating fucking like manwich sandwiches and shit. They know they can do better by their people, but Republicans are greedy. They want to squeak out everything, and they don't even realize, give people more money, they spend more money. They have a better opportunity in life, and therefore they're willing to spread that wealth. When they're poor, they get in debt. Most people are dying in debt, which means you don't get your money back. But if you pay them well enough, they'll pay that shit back. It's just insane how greed has people thinking, I don't care about anybody else. I give a damn about money more than I give a damn about somebody's life. That's why I can't trust anything they say. And even, greedy Democrats or just greedy human beings that may not even be, affiliated to any party. I just can't understand your ideology. Life would be so much better if we all just did our thing, made good money doing it. Didn't have to get rich unless you want to take it to that level, but just enough to be able to have a living wage. We wouldn't have all this division. But you got these greedy people wanting 90% and taking away from the poor people and the middle class people. Keep lying to people saying that they're going to give you a tax cut and give it 90% of it to the wealthy. And you get like $1,300 or $3,000, that shit gone in like a week or two, and they got it for life, or at least for the next decade or so. They're getting tax cuts and they're not creating jobs. They're buying back their stock, creating more wealth for themselves so they can go out and buy another yacht, buy $1 million watch, and you sitting here making them billionaires, buying their products so you can play their games and all that shit, and they don't give two shits about you. And because it's wealth, you got so many people in America chasing it, they're allowing. This is why Trump is who he is. This is why Elon is who he is. Because regular ass people want to be him, want to be as wealthy as him, think that that is possible, but not realizing how many people you've got to fuck over to get there. You saw Elon talking about firing people just because of the hell of it, even though they're in a union. I don't care. Good night. For what? Oh, just so I can make more money. You guys are making, what, $200,000 each? I cut y'all out of the whole situation. That's $30 million for me. I'm about to go buy me another jet. And we want to aspire to be that? That's the problem with this country. The greed got your ass caught up like a crackhead. You allow people to do shit to you just because you think you can get opportunity from them when they don't give two shits about you. People, you don't realize how much power you have. You drain them of that power, they're nobodies. You stop buying their products and start buying somebody else's, they'll get, you have to create some kind of leverage to get them to do what you want them to do for you as Americans. But we got too many people willing to sell themselves out just so they can make something real quick. Americans need to come together and decide that the 1%ers don't have our backs. No matter how much money they want to give 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 of us, for the majority of us, that's just a divisive product to be able to get you to want what they got while at the same time stabbing you and the rest of your family in the back. Don't believe it? Just do some homework. You'll see. For every person you see Elon Musk giving away $1 million to, he is destroying somebody else's life without a problem. He's buying up property, kicking people out of their homes. He's cutting jobs and giving it to a robot. You don't see that. You just see the $1 million. and you start to like, oh, he's kind of, no. Do your homework and you'll find out how maniacal these people are. He's talking to Russia, our enemy. I don't know why the government hasn't tapped in on that yet. Maybe it's because it's a political season. They don't want to seem like they're biased. But even that, just because somebody's powerful, you won't go after them? It's insane, people. Oh, I ain't talking about it's over yet. I'm just pissed off at the whole process. But let's get it back to it.
Hey, Sherrod Brown was doing 5 points better than the Harris finish, or Moreno was doing 5 points worse than Trump. Either way you cut it, there's some edge there of incumbency and populism, but he's running in an area where the Republican is up 10, and so he's got to deal with that.
Yeah, and I just, to speak about Sherrod Brown, his board we're showing right now, we have the Call That Race for the challenger, Bernie Moreno. I mean, here's an example of the river, the motion of the river of the realignment that's happening across all of these democracies that everyone is swimming in. No one swam against that river more than Sherrod Brown, who I first profiled in 2006 when he was running for the Senate. He wrote a book railing against NAFTA when it was the least popular thing in the world to do as a first or second term congressman. All of the stuff you hear from Trump and J.D. Vance about trade and about building America, this has been Sherrod Brown's brand, his core belief, his principles, the things he's fought for and voted for his entire life in that state. And so far, he has been successful in managing to swim against that tide. And tonight, a Mercedes-Benz dealer really, like beat him, and that's where
not
like
just a Mercedes-Benz dealer, a man who's made a tremendous amount of money in cryptocurrency.
Yes.
So Bernie Moreno's first target is going to be the SEC chair, Gary Gensler.
Let me also say there was about a $40 million spend from the outside crypto super PAC against Sherrod Brown, precisely because of his role in regulating finance. Another thing I know that he.
Right, James,
can we just also note that I wonder if
no matter what
Ohio
state
Democrats will rethink putting that abortion ballot measure off of the November election, right? Because this was a candidate, Bernie Moreno, who just openly insulted women in the state of Ohio. And yet, I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening. We are closing it on the top of the hour. Joy, I'm sorry. Just under 10 seconds to
Gotta be Hawaii.
a poll closing tonight, a single poll closing tonight. NBC News. As the polls close in Hawaii, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner. Kamala Harris projected to be the winner in the presidential race in the state of Hawaii. Right? Yes, there it is. In terms of the road to 270, those 4 electoral votes from Hawaii make the road to 270 look like this. Trump right now standing at 230 electoral votes. Harris standing at 189. Again, the only swing state that has been called thus far by NBC News is North Carolina, which has been called for Trump. But here's a look at the other battleground states. In Georgia, it's too close to call, a difference of under 120,000 votes between them, with 93% of the vote in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, too close to call. 84% of the vote is in. Just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, it's too close to call. 44% of the vote in. Difference of about 100,000 votes between them. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. We've got 3/4 of the vote in. Just under 90,000 votes between the two candidates.
20 years ago.
And in Arizona, it's not too close to call. It is too early to call. You see just over half the vote in. Also in Nevada, it is too early to call. We've got 2% of the vote in Nevada. All right, let's go over to, let's look at where the Senate stands right now, actually. Forgive me. In the Senate race in Hawaii, where polls just closed at midnight Eastern time, NBC News projects the Senate race in Hawaii at this point as too early to call. This is Democratic incumbent Mazie Hirono. Sorry for my confusion there for a moment. I thought we were going right to this slide. This is where the Senate stands at this hour. There are still 10 uncalled Senate seats, which is a lot. Republicans have a net gain of 2 already. That's in Ohio, Sherrod Brown's state. They flipped to Bernie Moreno, and that is in West Virginia, where Jim Justice picked up the seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Steve, what are we seeing at this hour?
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight.
Astronomy.
Also,
we'll
we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania. South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue-collar of these these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same-day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update, and Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door, in Chester County. Now, this is more significant drop-off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58, but there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue-collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again now, about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020.
We did it to ourselves.
Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well.
We did it to ourselves.
We also
said
in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote-by-mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So, again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains, and frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, as in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote-by-mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this, and you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come. That did knock Trump's number down. That did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before. But again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia, because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia. Now 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County.
JW.
This is a giant one. More than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Steve, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you. We've been periodically updating you over the course of the night about a few House races that we have been watching. This is a notable House race just because it's a flip, and there have been very few seats that have flipped from one party to the other tonight, but that has happened in New York 22. There was a whole passel of Republicans who were elected in more or less blue districts in New York in 2022. One of them was Republican Brandon Williams. Well, in New York 22, Brandon Williams has just lost his seat tonight. Democrat John Mannion, who's a state senator in New York, will be taking that seat in Congress from that New York congressional district. Interesting result there. The only other flip that I know about at this point, it's a gain, is in Alabama's 2nd district, which is a gain for the Democrats. This is essentially because of redistricting. Shamari Figures there defeating Alabama Republican Caroline Dobson. So this is a race that is in a district that was created because of a big redistricting fight that went all the way up through the very top of the court system. And Shamari Figures will be joining the Alabama congressional delegation from that 2nd congressional district there. One other race to update you on, and this is a ballot measure in Missouri. And this is interesting. Missouri called very early on for Donald Trump today, and Missouri's Republican incumbent U.S. Senator will also be returning to the U.S. Senate, Josh Hawley. But on that same ballot, Missouri voters voted to increase the minimum wage and have paid sick time. And it looks like this is winning by a significant margin. Look at this, more than 80% of the vote in, 59-41 in favor of raising the minimum wage. Again, a phenomenon that we're seeing in lots of different races in lots of different states over the course of tonight about people picking politicians who are absolutely opposed to the policy position that they are then voting for in a ballot measure.
Well, which tells us something important about policy, right?
Yeah.
That maybe this was never about policy. Maybe it's about cultural alienation from the pro-democracy coalition. I mean, I don't even know if you can call it the Democratic Party. Vice President Kamala Harris ran alongside Liz Cheney, and a whole bunch of people, large numbers of Latino men, mostly men, but women also felt no magnetic pull toward that coalition. And I think there's a lot to learn. I just read some comments Chuck Todd made that are similar to comments you made and that Ari's made. I mean, there is a story about realignment. And of course, the ultimate outcome is not known. But what we're learning about how people voted, they did not vote in along sort of even traditional party lines. I mean, your point earlier about black voters, but there are policies that you're talking about that didn't make a difference in terms of how people voted, and then there are policies that mattered very much to how people voted, but just not at the top of the ticket. So there's a whole lot of information that we're going to be digesting in the coming days.
We can see that impact right now, and I don't want to get too wonky on you, but right now the bond market, the 30-year bond market is absolutely getting decimated, and here's why. To your point earlier, inflation, people don't like the cost of things. We're going to vote for the business guy. The reason the bond market is getting crushed right now is because people are anticipating corporate tax cuts, which are going to balloon our deficit. Yes. They're also saying, well, if Donald Trump imposes tariffs, it will reignite inflation. So this whole thing is we're voting for someone based on a personality of a celebrity business guy because we don't like the economy. But what he would actually do to the economy, the policies he will put forth, right? The corporate tax cuts, which he's not just going to sunset, he's going to make them even bigger. Right. And then these tariffs are terrible for the economy.
I think that's absolutely right. And 2 points on that quickly. One is Democrat Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, which we're all watching, closed his campaign not by pantomiming a sexual act on stage, which is not how most candidates in most parties ever close, but he did close with an ad.
Thank you, Monica. 210,
touting
230.
his support for the, quote, Trump tariffs in Pennsylvania as a Democrat. That's point one. Point two I want to share. We've talked about a lot of races. We don't do a ton with exit polls, and I think when you dice them down really small, the numbers don't work. But on big questions, here's a nonpartisan exit poll question I just want us to touch on. This is out of all votes around the nation. You ask people, in the last year, mind you, that's not 2 years ago. In the last year, inflation has caused your family, not everyone else, your family, what? And if you ask for a moderate or severe hardship, it's 75% of the voting public. A bunch of those people voted for Democrats and Harris, but that's a reminder that, with no insult to the people trading in the bond market every day, and the only thing I know about bonds is word is bond, which is an old saying. You know way more about how bonds actually work. But the people doing those trades, the so-called self-anointed masters of the universe, Elon Musk and his bro buddies and people in D.C., most of those people don't feel and couldn't pass a lie detector test claiming that inflation personally affected their family as a severe hardship. But it's a heck of a lot of Americans.
But by the way, the question about raising the minimum wage almost never loses, by the way. Whenever it's put on a ballot, on a state ballot, whether it's a red state or a blue state or a purple state, it is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more. But think about the disconnect here. The same people who are working class voters who are saying, I want my wages increased, are also voting for the candidate, in some cases, who is bankrolled by Elon Musk, who said into a recording device that there would be pain and hardship, which he's not going to feel. He's a billionaire, but that they will feel. So you're saying that your minimum wage increase will not be enough to deal with the 20% tariff that will make everything that you buy in Walmart much more expensive. So there's a disconnect between people's perception that the actor from The Apprentice can make me better. Essentially, you're saying, I want to be under the sort of care, right, of a very rich person who I think will take care of me economically because he was on television. But literally, the policies that you're going to get. And this is what listen, you get the government you ask for. And if you're saying you want 20% tariffs and mass deportation that will make everything unaffordable, this is what will happen.
But there is a group of people that we often don't talk about that aren't, to how you like to say, down with the care. and it's small business owners. And the reason small
you like
business
to say?
owners are not down with the care economy is because when you increase minimum wage, when you offer
not down with
maternity
this.
leave and paternity leave to low-wage workers, that sounds great, and we all support this idea. But there's lots of small business owners that don't want to say it in public, but are saying, I don't want to do that. I can't afford to do that. My margins are small. So there is this quiet universe of people out there that run small businesses that want absolutely no regulation. And while they like the idea of paying someone more money and giving them more jobs with dignity, they're saying, well, let the government cover that. Because in my small business or my restaurant, I cannot afford to do that.
I just want to say one thing, just as we're talking about this Pennsylvania races and the Missouri race. You know, one of the things that happens is because of the sort of nature of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race after close race after close race after close race, is that when we're interpreting results, again, we're talking about what is looking right now like a 3 or 4 point swing in the national political environment from 2020.
Right.
These are, again, extremely important, meaningful switches for who wields power and what the government does and who it serves. As a sociological fact, these are relatively small margins, right? Yeah. We're not, you know, when you look back at what happened in 64 or what happened in 72 or what happened in 1980, we're talking landslide, huge elections, right? Like 10, 15 point, like.
Right. One of the candidates wins one state.
Right, yeah, wins one state. Like we're just in a completely different world than that. And what will happen in the days to come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called, is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking, again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So, like, there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is this. Right. And everyone used to be that, and now everyone is this. No, it's there's 2 people in the room of 100 people who put a different color shirt on.
Right.
And that's what happened. That determined the election. And again, that's, you know, millions of people, and it matters in the structural forces, but like it's always just really important because there is a tendency to draw out enormous conclusions about the nature of the American soul to keep that in mind.
But a lot of people think those shirts cost way more than they used to. And some,
well, they're right. They're correct.
And some of them actually don't. Some of them have leveled out, and the price of shirts is not as bad as it was 18 months ago. But again, if you look at issues, which is, we've talked a lot about reproductive rights and freedom, and how Donald Trump got 2 Supreme Court seats, and they basically stole a third, and those justices went before the Senate and said under oath, Roe is a super precedent. They were either lying then or they later acted in a way that made that a lie. What did the voters say? Again, national exits, immigration issue, is that your top issue to vote on? 11%. Abortion, is that your top issue? 14%. Economy, 31%. Yeah. That is not great news for Trump or MAGA or any of his claims, which I think Stephanie just fact-checked to great effect. But it was bad news, I think, for incumbents.
But it also exists alongside the reality that the United States economy is the envy of the world.
Yeah. It absolutely
That the only reason there's a positive economic outlook globally is because the United States economy is doing so well, it's dragging everybody else upward. It's the best job market in the history of the United States. Inflation is back to where it was, not only just before COVID, but before Donald Trump left office, right? I mean, this is the inflation numbers, the economic growth numbers, the fiscal numbers, the U.S. standing in the world numbers are all off the charts positive. Even the freaking stock market, right? All off the charts positive. And yet, the pain, the old pain from having gone through the rise in prices, which is over, and which we weathered better than every other advanced economy in the world, to me, it can't be prescriptive because of what's happened since, because we voted today, or we voted in this early voting period, right? I mean, if we were a country where all the economic indicators were going down, you would expect it to be a big economically driven change election. But all of our economic indicators are 3 feet high and rising.
And there was nothing else for the Harris campaign to offer or do. They delivered a very strong economy, and they put a plan forth for one going forward. And what Donald Trump has offered is only going to worsen the economy.
And also, the polling above the economy was democracy. Is actually the number one thing that are, and so there was a tremendous concern about what might happen to us if we are no longer a democracy. That was also a driving, more of a drive, at least if you believe the exit polls, than the economy, and yet it wasn't necessarily enough to not make it a tie, right? So
let's turn to Alex Wagner, who's standing by with our political insiders. Alex.
We are here in the insiders room. Simone, we were talking a little bit about Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania, what you're hearing on the ground over there, expectations.
Simone, don't even look
being
happy.
set.
Look at her.
Do you have anything
She's all
you wanna share
leaning.
with us?
Well, I first want to say that, Claire McCaskill, I've sat next to her at tables with her over the last couple months of this election cycle, and everything that Claire has said, even when I'm like, Claire, that's no. It hit, in this cycle has come to fruition. So I was fighting Claire McCaskill about 2 hours ago, but what I am hearing there, again, as Steve Kornacki just told us at the big board, there were a number of votes, absentee ballots that came in this latest batch, lots from Philadelphia County. The lead that needs to be insurmounted is not the gap may not be insurmountable, but it may be
mountable.
But they're cautiously optimistic. Now, there's still additional absentee ballots out there. I don't know if they're, I don't know exactly how they're left out, but I can tell you, I personally don't think that they're enough. That means that there were not enough, I want to be honest with people, there are not enough absentee ballots out there to make up the gap that currently exists for the Harris Walz campaign. The vice president will not win Pennsylvania. And if she does not win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump then hits 270. Now, Pennsylvania people are saying Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, right? The Lehigh Valley, with the Puerto Rican vote, there is still a chance. And then some of these suburbs in the collar counties outside of Philadelphia. But the numbers, the margins, because this is an election about the margins. Yeah. The margins have not been large enough in the state thus far. But again, there's still some votes out there. It's not over till
we are still in it. We've been talking, Claire, about Michigan and Wisconsin, and looking at those two states in the context of the Senate races that are happening there. And as a former senator yourself, I wonder how you look at the way in which Alyssa Slotkin is in a very, very tight race with Mike Rogers, and Tammy Baldwin is in now, I believe, slightly, maybe even behind her Republican challenger.
Yeah, and of course, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What started out as a hopeful sense that maybe we could knock off Ted Cruz and maybe the independent candidate in Nebraska, while not caucusing with Democrats, would deny the Republicans a seat. Now we're looking at whether or not I think the Republicans end up with 51, 52, 53, or 54 seats. And why is that so important? Well, one reason it's so important is because it probably means, if this all happens, this is very depressing, I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but it means maybe the worst instincts of Donald Trump as to who he would appoint to the cabinet can become real. Because there wouldn't be enough people that would say, no, you're not putting somebody who's been in prison in charge of the National Security Council. This is not a good idea. So that worries me. Now, the other thing about the Senate races that I think we need to take a moment and talk about is now the House becomes very important. Yeah. And these House races that, frankly, some of them are in California, so we haven't had a chance to do deep dives yet. Kornacki has not really educated us yet fully on all of these House races that are out there. But we flipped some already. And Hakeem Jeffries may be the most important person in Washington for the values we care about.
Yeah, when you're looking at a landscape, Michael Steele, in which Donald Trump does get the White House and they have 52, 53, 54 seats in the Senate, all eyes then go to the House of Representatives. I wonder, first of all, we are all on an emotional roller coaster, right? We're all calibrating our sort of psychological profiles by the hour. I wonder how you're sort of looking at the state of play and what you're thinking focused on.
Well, look, The thing about that strikes me about where we are right now is, in many respects, you kind of saw it coming a little bit. I mean, when you're pulling at the threads of trying to move the narrative around the idea of women's reproductive health, and there's resistance to that. When you're talking about our role in the world, and there's resistance to that. And I think what we're seeing playing out is that resistance to those narratives. I think what we're going to spend time with, if this plays out the way it seems that Donald Trump wins this election, is trying to understand what that resistance was about. What is it about our supporting Ukraine that you did not like beyond the talking points? What is it about women's reproductive health that did not move you enough in Florida?
Yeah.
Right? To actually draw the line in the sand.
Although, can I just say, 50, these numbers, again, this is a
Thank you,
quickly
Jedi
moving
James,
storm front,
man.
but I believe
We doing the damn thing. We're
57%
coming up
of
on 8
Florida
hours.
voters voted for.
But you knew what the threshold was.
60.
You knew.
But and 56 or 57% also voted for Donald Trump, which gets to the phenomenon of people voting for Trump and for abortion
There
rights.
you go. There you go.
But I don't think it's as black as white. Like,
no, I'm not saying it's black and white. I'm saying it's absolutely every color under the rainbow. It is every shade of how we start to parse and understand elections like this, because it's going to be important for what happens next. If the MAGA movement continues to expand, as it seemingly has, I mean, there's some real consideration about whether or not Trump hits the national popular vote here tonight. There's some things for us to sort of think about. So, for me, I'm looking at some of the states, and I'm with.
It's
I'm
crazy.
with my
He's
friend
winning the
Simone.
popular vote
Claire
right
is a
now.
savant in many
This
respects,
country
but it's
is
born
way
out
off
of an
than what we
experience
thought
of
it was.
understanding how elections kind of drive and how they're
And
built.
margins.
And how they're built.
And, I wish I could ignore the margins, but it's hard.
Exactly.
You can't.
How elections are built. And I think that this is for a lot of folks, myself included, a recalibration of thinking about, and it really draws me back to one thing, that 2016 focus group where I saw a young mother. I've told a story of a young white female suburban mother of 2 divorced. When asked why she was supporting Trump, said he's just like me. And in many respects, as we sit here tonight, that question, that understanding has not been met. To understand how, in the face of Dobbs, in the face of everything else that's happened, white suburban women tonight
Still voting for Donald Trump.
are still voting in a bigger number than you would think for Donald Trump.
Well, I just will say, and yeah, I would love to hear what you have to say on this, Simone. I wonder how much it's voters consciously saying, I'm voting yes on this, no on this, yes on this, and not more just a kind of feeling about Donald Trump and his strength and the fear-mongering he's done around immigration and the fuzziness he's had on women's rights. And, I'm not entirely sure it is a sort of list of kind of policy pros and
I'm
cons
not
that
saying
they're
that
going
at
in
all.
there.
I think it's mostly emotional.
I think you have to understand the voters. I just think about Governor Phil Murphy, who, after New Jersey was very, very close in that, 2020 race? What was that? It was 2020. He commissioned these focus groups afterwards.
So they're
Governor's race
saying
was close.
that
He
after
commissioned these
all
focus
what
groups
happened to white
and
women,
his own internal
and what they've
focus
been
groups,
doing
and
to
what he
y'all,
saw in the focus
in a
groups
high
of
percentage, you
these
voted
of these,
for the
of these
dude
voters
that wants to take your rights
went out
away.
and did things that Democrats in New Jersey were like, well, wait, what is happening here?
Wow.
He said that we have to listen to what the voters are saying. And so I want to know what the voters have to say about this, and we will have to ask them more questions about their vote in the focus groups in the weeks and days to come. And again, the election is still not over. Okay, it's not over until all the votes are counted. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is many things are happening tonight. In this election in 1968, it was the same election where Shirley Chisholm was elected as the first black woman to the U.S. House of Representatives. And that same election, Richard Nixon was elected as president. Right. And so I fundamentally believe that the legacies of both of those individuals were on the ballot in this election. And Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela also Brooks now
You're right,
joined the
Monica.
ranks of black women who have been elected to the United States Senate. Shamari figures in Alabama, a district that was created because people in Alabama, with the help of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the ACLU, and so many others, went all the way up to the Supreme Court to fight for their voting rights, their right to be represented, to have their voices heard, got districts created in Alabama, in Louisiana, and now and they're called Black Opportunity Districts, majority black districts, and now there's more representation. These are the seats that are going to make Hakeem Jeffries the first black Speaker of the House. So there are many things that are happening tonight, and I think that everything, everywhere, all at once.
With that,
And all over your head at the same time.
I send it back to you, Rachel.
Joining us now from a tabulation center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is NBC's own Shaquille Brewster. Shaquille, it is great to see you tonight. What have you been seeing? What are you seeing now?
Good to see you as well. Let me just set up where I am, because we are in downtown Milwaukee, and how Wisconsin counts the ballots, especially in these bigger cities like Milwaukee, is when you look at the early vote and when you look at the mail-in vote, they essentially all go to one location and they're counted, and then those results are posted all at once. And we just heard from the clerk that they are still working through these ballots, but we're likely not going to see the results from Milwaukee until the overnight hours. And you can see a little bit of the process. Just look at how wide open this entire room is. And we just got an update saying that clerks are working through some of the larger wards right now. So far, they processed about 80,000 ballots today. You see some of that processing going on right now as we speak. Once those ballots are processed, then they go into the tabulators, and then that's when they are finally tabulated and sent over to the county. Now, this is all important because there are about 107,000 ballots in this room alone for the state of Wisconsin. And when you talk to Republicans in this state, they are getting more and more optimistic. I'll tell you, they are very chatty right now, reaching out to us saying that, one, they don't think that Vice President Kamala Harris got enough vote out of Dane County. That's in Madison, big college area. But two,
I am surprised,
we know
to be
that
honest with
Milwaukee
you.
is usually the last to post its results.
I understand
and when you look at the margin
just
right
shows me
now
what
in
America really
Wisconsin,
is.
with Donald Trump currently ahead with about 100,000 votes, if I'm telling you there's only about 107,000 ballots here that will be posted later tonight, Republicans are pointing to that and saying that they are very skeptical that the Vice President will be able to make up that total. So the votes are still being counted. There are other places
They
where
want
votes
women
are
back in the kitchen,
outstanding right
barefoot
now,
and
but it's
pregnant,
because of what you're
and-
seeing here,
and
the fact
just
that
like
we're
clockwork.
waiting on a lot of these ballots
White
to
women
come,
are
that
fucking
Republicans in the
themselves
state are
over
saying they're
again,
very optimistic
according to
about.
their stats right
Shaq
now.
Brewster,
I don't know how
for
it's
us
going
in
to end up.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll be coming back to you, Shaq. And Parks, I have some follow-up questions, but I have to interrupt my own train of thought to bring you a call. For the second time this evening, NBC News is able to make a projection in a battleground state. NBC News now projects that in the battleground state of Georgia in the presidential race, Donald Trump has prevailed in the presidential race in Georgia. So again, of our swing states, we've got two
Who's all
called
in there,
thus far, in
JW?
Georgia and in North Carolina, per NBC News. That puts the electoral map at Donald Trump with 246 electoral votes, and Kamala Harris at 189 electoral votes. Again, both candidates aiming at 270. Of the of the 7 states that we consider to be battleground states, 2, North Carolina and Georgia, have
She
been
literally
called by
had
NBC News as of
less
this
than
hour.
3
Both
months
of them called
to run a
for
campaign,
Donald Trump.
which was
Steve, over to you.
flawless.
Yeah, and
He's
Rachel,
been
what we
running
can
it for
say
9
now
years.
with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, 2 counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east, has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far. And unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though, this would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie, we saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In Southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, it's more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican Party will control the United States Senate. Now, what tipped this over is that NBC News is also projecting a couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent. Ran a very close-fought race against incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer, but NBC News now projects that Deb Fischer will be returning to the Senate.
What has happened to America, yo?
Shows you a little bit about how things proceeded in this Nebraska Senate race. I should also tell you that earlier than this, in the Utah Senate race, NBC News has also projected a winner in the Utah Senate race. This is the seat that is being left by Mitt Romney, by Utah Senator Mitt Romney.
What the fuck am I missing?
Held by the Republicans, by Republican candidate John Curtis. So after John Curtis secured that seat and Deb Fischer secured hers, that puts the Republican control of the Senate on the books, according to NBC News projections. Lawrence, let me just get your reaction to that.
And this is huge because in the event of a Harris presidency, she probably would not be able to get any federal judges confirmed. I mean, any, like not any district court, not any appeals court, not any Supreme Court for an entire 4 years. On the other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that all of those judges can just sail right through. It could mean that Donald Trump manages to broker
Stuck
the
at the DMV, and I
retirement
think
of
I'm
two
late on my card.
Republican Supreme Court justices and replaces them with much younger justices. So the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they really have control of government. They do not have control of the confirmation process. That's gone. That is already gone. But in terms of what could happen legislatively, the House would be in control of that, meaning they could prevent any of the worst things.
And let me just interject for a moment. We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting, we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think, actually, if we can go to this live so we can hear the NatSat here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to say to the crowd, and also
looks
how
like
the
he's
crowd
walking to the
receives him.
podium right now.
This is live from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to-the-point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one to start to leave the grounds. They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking
more kids,
on
but don't
any
want to help pay
subject
for them.
over the course of this evening. Cedric Richmond saying we still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. You will not hear from her tonight, but he did say that you will hear from her tomorrow. I think indicating that she may be speaking from Howard tomorrow, both addressing HU, Howard University, but also addressing the nation, in his words.
I just wanted to sort of re-emphasize a point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere in a national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party. We have called the Senate for the Republican Party. That they were always favored to take the Senate, given the map, so it's not hugely surprising. There is a weird wrinkle here, which is the House of Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course, when Donald Trump won that race, despite losing the national popular vote, he won the White House, the Senate, and a House majority. He had a trifecta. When Joe Biden won in 2020, he had the Senate and the House a trifecta, thanks to those 2 Georgia runoffs. It is a genuine possibility that should Donald Trump win the presidency, which is not yet called, the Senate is called for Republicans, the Democrats take back the House from Republicans. This is not like crazy talk. This is not like some, it's 1 a.m. and I'm punchy. Like mathematically, based on what we know so far, based on the flips we have, that is genuinely an outstanding possibility. That could be massively consequential in ways that I cannot overemphasize.
And we're going to have to, as we start to see House races get called and as we watch for additional flips, and ads. We're going to have to talk about those consequences over the course of this night. You're not going to get away with it, with leaving without talking about those consequences. But before we leave Howard University, I want to go actually to MSNBC's Michelle Norris, who's at Howard University for us, who just saw those remarks from Cedric Richmond. We saw the reaction from the crowd from that aerial or that high-mounted shot in terms of people turning and leaving. Cedric Richmond, Michelle, making clear that the vice president will not be speaking tonight. Nobody should be waiting to hear anything from her. But it does sound like, was I right in understanding what Cedric Richmond was saying, that she will be back at Howard tomorrow to make remarks both to Howard and to the nation?
Yes, you heard that right. The crowd, you can probably see behind me the rush to the exits. I mean, as soon as he said that, people turned on their heels and they were out of here. The evening was getting increasingly somber as people realized what this map is looking like. He did indicate that she would be back tomorrow to speak to people here and to speak to the nation. That, of course, is a logistical nightmare on several levels because the university was not expecting her to come back tomorrow. I don't know how large the crowd will be. There are a lot of unknowns in that statement. I do know that there was a lot of hand-wringing and consternation in her camp about when she should leave, about when she should start to head here. And her victory party, which was in another part of town, at what point they turned off the TV set and just piped up the music because the room was starting to get increasingly somber. So a lot of people here, I haven't had a chance to talk to people who expressed disappointment.
Miss Class, we haven't
There
forgotten
really is
about
still a lot of people
2020.
who are holding on to hope, trying hard to hold on to hope. But the numbers, it's hard to do that in the face of a map that really looks like it's presenting a very steep challenge. And a country that at this point is still very divided.
And to be clear, Michelle, NBC News has called 2 of the 7 swing states. They have called Georgia and North Carolina for Donald Trump. They've also
Good night,
called
Monica.
Senate control
Thank you
for
for
the
sticking with
Republican
us.
Party. 5
8 hours
swing
and
states
18
remain
minutes
to
in.
be called. But as you say, the internal
see you
map,
tomorrow.
which we have been
We'll see what
following with
happens.
Steve Kornacki, the wins in Georgia and North Carolina have created the mood that you're describing. The last thing that we have reportable from the Harris campaign, the top of the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, said, we always knew it was going to be down to the blue wall, and the blue wall is still uncalled at this point. But it sounds like the Harris campaign is sort of keeping things tight in terms of whether or not they're going to string people along into thinking this is going to happen.
And in that note that Jen O'Malley Dillon sent out earlier, there was an indication there, if you noted, that came out, a little more than an hour ago. And she was telling people at that point, get some sleep. We'll continue to count these votes, and we'll be back at this in the morning.
Yes, that's right. Michelle Norris, we, I imagine, are not freeing you to go sleep anytime soon. I imagine we may be back with you yet. But thank you for being there for us. It's much appreciated. Seeing Cedric Richmond come out and make those remarks at Howard, you can see how it could be different, right? You can see how they could expect that to be the candidate. I think they planned for everything in terms of, it's close or Harris is ahead, but Trump declares
Take care,
victory, and
Vanessa.
all these things that
It's been a
everybody gained
blast.
out.
It's been,
now we're just waiting
historic.
for the blue wall states to come in and watching the math. Sending people home is also like asking people to conserve their emotional energy, I think.
And it's not possible. I mean, I think there's no other way to describe how people are feeling leaving that venue and people on the campaign than deflated in this moment. Yes, all of the other states have not been called. But what they went to that venue tonight hoping to see and witness was a historic election of Kamala Harris to the presidency, was the end of the Trump era as they knew it. And so we don't know the outcome yet, but that is not what they are receiving, and they are being told to go home and wait till tomorrow. It's a hard thing to hear. I just want to say one more thing, and this has also made me think a lot about the campaign team, and I've done a lot of these campaigns, as you all know, and Jen O'Malley Dillon has 3 little kids. She spent years electing Joe Biden. She stayed in the White House to be the deputy chief of staff. Then she went to the campaign and moved there to run this campaign. You have thousands of young people who have worked across the country because they believed in Joe Biden, and then they're like, we're here for Kamala Harris. We believe in this. We're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for abortion rights. All of those people are also sitting deflated and waiting at this moment, and maybe still hopeful too, but I've been thinking a lot about them as well because it's been quite a 107, 200 days for them as well.
And I think it's important to say that, anyone who has experienced or been in the United States for any period of time and experienced this country's history and knows it cannot have believed that it would be easy to elect a woman president, let alone a woman of color. Let's just be clear. And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. She had Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed. You know, I mean, she had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift, she had the Swifties, she had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true. And I think that the other piece that I think is really important to say to people, because this is where it gets dicey, is that the fact that we now have to wait for more vote to come in, that is how the process works. There is an absentee ballot that needs to come in and that must be counted because those are also legitimate votes. This is where we get into that point where Donald Trump can do the thing Donald Trump does, which is to say, I like where we are right now. And anything that changes that, because there is still a chance that the absentee ballot, that some, you know, the remaining ballot could change what's happening now. And so we need to be really, I think, vigilant and important in telling people and reminding people that until all the votes are counted and there's an actual call made, we don't have an outcome. And people going home at Howard, you know, my concern would be that it feeds a disinformation, you know, sort of doom loop that could be exploited by those who've been exploiting this campaign. We've had Russia, someone maybe with a Russia, you know, VPN or maybe in Russia calling in death threats. And those death threats were going, let's be clear, to minority, black, and indigenous counties. Bomb threats.
And 2 points on that. One, to reinforce what Joy is saying and what we know, but the truth bears repeating, we are counting all the votes and following the facts. We are not in a race to get the facts. We will follow them, and they will come when they come. We are not in a prediction contest. We're not in a probability contest. We're not in a is your needle right contest. We are going to do that. So that's number one, and we are committed to that. And I wish everyone was committed to that, but we've learned not everyone is. Full stop.
Why are you saying that? You sound like you're defending against something that other people are doing wrong.
I think there are a lot of folks out there that don't care about that, and so either they
don't care about the real result. They want to jump to the. They want to jump to it before we know it. I got you. Okay.
So that full stop. Then there's the journalism of what we're seeing right now in the last 10 minutes, and we are seeing where both campaigns are at, which doesn't mean they know the future, which is why I so laboriously made that point. But we've seen Donald Trump think he might win re-election and sound like that.
They won the Senate, not the House yet. The
Clinton
Senate
campaign, I say this in the most bipartisan way possible, on election even 16, really think they were going to win. So that's not predictive or dispositive, as the lawyers would say, but I stopped practicing. So it doesn't mean anything, really, but I will say in reporting it, what we just saw from the Harris campaign looks like their expectation is more pessimistic than optimistic. We didn't see them bring out a real fire breather who's acting like, hey, give us a little more time. We got this. It wasn't a long speech. It didn't even, and Jen can speak to this, as can everyone on the panel, didn't sound like a battle plan of here's the next 36 hours. It sounded more pessimistic. And on the flip side, and I don't mean this as an insult to Donald Trump, although it is a negative observation, the only time he's quiet and talks about things being fair is if he thinks he's already won. When it's uncertain, he accuses everyone of cheating and undermines people's trust in this, which is unfortunate. And when he's losing, he's the loudest. And we all were at this table late night last cycle when we know in the end he lost, and he came out and did that. And so I just want to observe, and I'm sure many other people can add insights to this, that the Harris campaign sounds like that. And he is as quiet as we've seen him.
I think that's exactly what we're all observing. Is kind of the vibes that you're seeing from people rush out of a venue that you just saw Cedric Richmond speak at, and not Kamala Harris saying, I'm so proud to be the next president of the United States. I'm sure, I would bet, I should say, to be accurate, that they had debates internally, and you referenced this. Should she go out and speak? Should Tim Walz go out and speak? And there are different choices you make on campaigns. And this is not reflective of what the outcome is necessarily going to be. But in 2004, John Edwards went out and spoke, right?
They sent Edwards out.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
We all thought he was the great next hope. We were a little off in that, but that's fine.
I erased him from my memory banks.
I know.
It's like he didn't exist.
I'm returning him back. I'm sorry about that. we saw when Hillary Clinton at the Javits Center, we saw the campaign chair also speak then. You have discussions in the campaign about what message you're sending. So I do think, to your point, Ari, sending Cedric out there, who is not the candidate, not the vice presidential nominee, is trying to be more businesslike, right? Than sending a message that, guys, we don't want to keep you up till 5 in the morning. It's going to happen.
And not the running mate and not the campaign manager.
Let me interject for a moment. We do have a call. NBC News can project that in the presidential race in New Mexico, there is a winner, and the winner is Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. When the Trump campaign was getting very, very, very cocky about how they were going to do tonight, they started talking about expanding the map, expanding to Virginia, which they lost tonight to Kamala Harris. They talked about expanding the map to New Mexico, where they sent Donald Trump in the closing days. Now NBC News projects they have lost New Mexico to Kamala Harris as well. We shall see. I think the Democrats were hoping they'd do so well they'd expand the map to Texas and Iowa, and they didn't win either of those either. At this point, we've got 2 of the 7 swing states called. They are North Carolina and Georgia, both called per NBC News for Donald Trump. We're still watching the results come in all of the other swing states. We're heading toward a 1 a.m. closing in Alaska. That'll be our last poll closing of the night. Steve, as we're heading toward that, what are you watching?
Yeah, I'm watching Pennsylvania because now we've inched over 90% of the vote in, and Trump's margin now has moved over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's a 3.5 almost point advantage for Trump. What just happened and what's left? Well, we just got a big piece of the puzzle. York County this is a biggie. Again, we talk about that south central Pennsylvania region as a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. There was a lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago. And that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020. He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight. Lebanon County, Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican suburban, some rural areas too, certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there, 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it, somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning. Get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there. Oh.
Sorry, Steve, didn't mean to cut you off mid-word there. This is our final poll closing of the night. It is 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and that means we've got our final poll closing, and that is in Alaska. Right now, the projection in the presidential race in Alaska is that it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. In terms of the road to 270, this is where the two candidates stand right now.
You and me both, Marie.
Try to get to 270 electoral votes. Shazam! There it is. 246 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 194 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. In terms of the battleground states right now, let's look at battleground states right now. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 92% of the vote in. In Michigan, it is too close to call with just over 60% of the vote in.
I feel you, Leslie.
In Wisconsin, it is too close to call with 114,000 votes between the two candidates, 86% of the vote in. In Arizona, it is not too close to call. It is too early to call. We've got just over half the vote in Arizona. You can see the numbers there. And in Nevada, similarly, it is not too close to call. It is too early to call, with 70% of the vote in Nevada. Looking at the Alaska House race, there's no Senate race right now in Alaska, but there is a House race in Alaska that is of interest, and it's one of these races to watch in the country right now. In the Alaska House race, where Democratic incumbent Mary Peltola is trying to hold on to that seat, facing Nick Begich from a famous Alaska family. Nick Begich running in this race as a Republican, despite his family's Democratic history in the state. This race is, at this point, too early to call in the House race in Alaska. That is where we stand. Steve, I'll get back to you.
Yep. So again, in Pennsylvania here, it's about 220,000 just to reset. We were just looking at where else could votes be coming in significant numbers. Centre County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. Now, Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020, so an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State University right there. So there are some pockets.
Right,
frankly, this should be a Republican county in a big way by the end of the night. We still have a ton of votes to come. We knew it was going to take a long time here. The vote by mail, it looks like, has been processed.
Let's just say
there are
rarely
pockets here where Trump can gain too. But again, Philadelphia, by far the biggest thing outstanding. Democrats just trying to squeeze everything they can out of those collar counties, but with 93% in, making up a deficit of 220,000, getting to be a very tall order for Democrats. I wanted to update Wisconsin as well as we approach 90% in. The Trump margin there, about 4 points, as you can see right now, 116,000 votes. We have been following this story of Dane County, and it's been a bit of a mystery for some of the night exactly how much vote was left. We actually believe, now take a look at this, we said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020. And we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting? Every election this century they have, it looks like they may be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, we expect them to break decisively for Kamala Harris. And one other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on the record, as we look at the map of the country here and you see in gray the states that aren't called, you take a look on the East Coast here, and this one stands out. New Jersey, which in 2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90% of the vote is in here, and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But a couple things we can note here. I wanted to call your attention to this. This is Passaic County. The city of Paterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This is a plurality Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic. Look at this. With just about all the vote in, Trump is leading in Passaic County. This was a 17-point Joe Biden victory in 2020. Trump has turned that around in leads here. And again, this is just, as I look at this map, county by county across the country tonight, even outside of the swing states that we're concentrating on, I am seeing this over and over again. Counties with substantial Hispanic populations, that's where Trump is making his most dramatic gains. I think we had just mentioned New Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign said they were targeting this. It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris. But just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I'm going to show you just 2 counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been seeing around the country tonight. Bernalillo County, this is where Albuquerque is. This is the big sort of metro, suburban, high concentration of college degrees county we've been talking about. And Harris almost gets to the Biden level here. There isn't much of a drop-off for Harris here. And this is where Albuquerque is, just giant vote-producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost 70% Hispanic. Down where Las Cruces is. And you see, again, this is going to be a Harris County tonight. But look at the change. This was almost a 19-point victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10 points here. Core Democratic county in New Mexico. The counties in New Mexico with the highest Hispanic populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that, outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories to how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been all of these small and mid-sized cities, counties that have these small and mid-sized cities in them with significant Hispanic populations. that's where Trump's made gains.
Steve, thank you very much. Looking now at what remains outstanding, obviously we've got Senate races that remain outstanding. We've also been talking about control of the House. Now, as far as I understand it right now, the best thing that we can say, most definitive thing we can say about the House is that we're not going to know. And that's because there's so many contested House races that are going to come out, even just in California. And California, very proudly and with no compunction whatsoever, takes weeks to count.
Yeah, they're just like, you'll wait.
You'll wait, and it'll be really important for the country, but we'll get to it when we get to it. And they've done it that way for years in many cycles, and there's no fighting with them about it. Right now, at this hour, I understand that there are roughly 2 Democratic flips, meaning seats that were held by Republicans that are now held by Democrats, and roughly 4 Republican flips, seats that were held by Democrats that will in the future be held by Republicans. And so we'll look at some of those details, and we'll try to keep an eye on, look at all the uncalled races. There's tons of them here. But with a Republican-controlled Senate and with the sort of vibe check that we're getting from the 2 presidential campaigns, control of the House, as you mentioned, Chris, could become one of the most important things in the country.
And, let's go back to control of the Senate for a moment. It's only control of the Senate for 2 years. And in the next 2 years, the Democrats will have the advantage in the Senate campaign that the Republicans had this time, which is to say more Republicans will be defending incumbent seats against Democrat. More Republican seats will be exposed to being flipped. And so it is a 2-year hold by the Republicans as of now, and know that
I'm sure
starting sometime tomorrow, Chuck Schumer is going to be working
I'll talk about
on how
this
to
in a
get that
minute.
back in 2 years.
There is, you mentioned the judges, which is such an important generational piece of this, but in that 2 years, there's also the confirmation of nominees. And if it's Kamala Harris sitting in the White House, it's going to become extremely difficult to get nominees through.
Let alone judges.
Let alone judge. It's true. It's the flip side. If Trump is in the White House, some of these nominees, and this might be, we don't know where things will be, an interesting thing to watch, might be very easy to get through, or maybe people like, there might be some who feel they're at risk in 2 years, and maybe they'll surprise us. But will have a huge impact. Some of the people that Trump would nominate might get through, even if there should be greater
there's something
concern.
you should also remember. David Jolly made this point when he was on with me the other day, is that Vice President Harris's coalition, this broad coalition she built that includes the Liz Cheneys of the world and the Adam Kinzinger, her allies are not in power. They're mostly, members who are now turfed out.
Yeah.
So the actual existing House, the current House majority, is very Trumpy. It's very far right wing.
Led by Mike Johnson, who led the coup.
And so even if you had like a narrow Democratic majority, it would be incumbent upon Hakeem Jeffries. He would have to do what Speaker Pelosi has been able to do, which is to navigate a narrow majority, because it doesn't look like either way would have a very large majority.
If the Democrats take the House, which again, it's going to be a while, everybody settle in, Jamie Raskin will be the chairman of the Oversight Committee. And there will be people like that who will take on outsized leadership roles and help guide through to be a check on if there's a Trump in the White House with Senate control by Republicans. And that could be an interesting dynamic of this that people are undervaluing at this moment.
I just wanted to add one note of explanation about why California can take as long as it does. They actually don't have all the ballots tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
The ballots can arrive in California, I think, as much as 7 days after Election Day, but for several days after Election Day. So once they get all the ballots in a very, very close House race, then we can start to get to it. But it's not like they're sitting around being slow about it. They literally are waiting for some ballots to arrive later this week.
Yeah, and it's the culture in California. There's no drama about this in California. It's not like people are gnashing their teeth in the state, going, "Why is it taking so long?" Everybody knows that they can still receive ballots 7 days after Election Day and have them counted.
Just, I want to say one more point about checks, because there's a sort of saying you've heard for years in the world of sort of the, democratic development about democracy is more than elections. And the reason I think that's an important statement to think about is It's possible. We don't know what the night is going to bring. The Senate, we've called for Republicans. Donald Trump is currently up in Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, he would be the next president of the United States.
Education is going to be a
Know
trip
for weeks, but it's possible.
Getting rid of the Department of Education, if they allow to
the
do it.
Republicans will have a trifecta.
A lot
as
of the
they
money
did
for
in
these
2016.
kids,
in which case the
to be funded for their schooling,
against
is going to go
whatever
down.
overreach
And we
there
already
could
got
be
a
and
problem
whatever
as it
those,
is.
Depredations might be, and I think
being
they have a
able
tendency
to
to
take
overreach
care
if
of
they
our
do.
schools and fund them.
Is the kind of thing
it's
that's
insane.
democracy between elections,
But yeah,
which is
have a
the
good
work
night,
of
man.
civil society, it's the work of the Fourth Estate, it's the work of institutions, it's the work of citizens. All that's super important stuff. We've seen it before. Donald Trump won an election in 2016. He got a Republican House. He got a Republican Senate. They were all fired up, and they're going to repeal Obamacare, and they tried twice, and it didn't work. There was a lot of things they wanted to do, and they didn't work because basically of the other parts of what American democratic culture is. And that was an important and meaningful lesson for the vibrancy of the American democratic experiment, and there's been lots of tests of and threats to that in the intervening years, but those are, no one gets elected those things tonight.
Yeah.
We're not going to make a call about those parts of civil society, those institutions, what citizens do. Those things are there on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, no matter who gets called where, and in some ways, those are some of the most important attributes of American democracy.
And governors.
Sure.
Is another important part of this. And there are some incredible Democratic governors out there who are overseeing in big important states like California and Michigan and Pennsylvania and Maryland. And they become part of the defense of democracy and the defense of rights. And they take on a big role.
Right? Because if you're talking about policies like mass deportations, if you're living in a red state, you're more exposed in a way than you would be if you're living in a state with a governor who intends to protect you. And so I think, these are the questions. And again, we're not there yet, and we haven't gotten to that yet.
it's
but
already
those are the
bought
things
by
that people would then have to think about
Republican
is
guy right
is
now.
where you live then suddenly becomes
Billionaire.
very important to what actual rights you have as a citizen.
Let me interject just for a moment. We have a change in a characterization. This is not a projection of a winner, but in Nevada, we had previously had word from NBC News that this race was too early to call. Now in Nevada, in the presidential race, it is too close to call. You see 70% of the Nevada vote in, a difference of just under 40,000 votes between the two candidates. Similarly, in the Nevada Senate race, the previous characterization by NBC News had been in this Senate race that it was too early to call, but now in the Nevada Senate race, this is too close to call. This is Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen facing Republican challenger Sam Brown. It is too close to call, and boy, is it. Look at that, 70% of the vote in Nevada. The difference between these two candidates, just barely 3,000 votes. Look at that, 483,000 and something versus 480,000 and something. A very close and therefore too close to call race in Nevada in that Senate race. And again, that's crucial not just to the future of Jackie Rosen versus Sam Brown. It's crucial in terms of what the margin's going to be in the Senate, which has all sorts of material consequences for what the Republicans are going to be sort of capable of doing there. Ari, I interrupted you.
Oh, well, we were going around doing this new exercise. We're not there yet, but.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd throw one in.
Okay, good. Hit it.
No, I say it every time, right?
Yeah.
We're not there yet. But we have now NBC's called a Republican Senate. Donald Trump has busted through his past ceiling and is doing very well, better than he ever has before in the national trends. And then we have several races that are too close to call, as Rachel just reminded us. So we're not there yet. But in the event that you would have another Trump term, you then have a very important thing that happens in democracies that builds on what you each were saying, which is, what did you vote for? Did you vote for a different economy? Did you vote for things that were promised to you to fix prices and inflation, for populist agenda? Other things? Were you told that changes to certain international policies would benefit you in your own community? And just as we talked about the reaction to inflation, how many years that takes, and here's some of what people said, democracy and the economy really out front there in people's own estimations today of their biggest issue. And do you find in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, none of those things are being addressed, or none of those real-world realities are changing, right? That's why we often see this back and forth with the midterms. So I don't think anyone here is getting ahead of the calls. We've emphasized that, or underestimating what I think looks like a very significant set of outcomes. But if people voted for the economy and other improvements and they don't get them quickly, there's no reason to think that they and others in the country will suddenly be just at peace with the non-delivery of that. The energy that's against Washington and incumbents and some of these things can just shift on to the next incumbents. We have had waves of angst from 15, 16, through the first term, where the Democrats came back in the midterms, through the COVID era, and through the recent era. And so that's another piece here is, did the person you elect deliver on anything they told you would get better in your life?
I'm just advised, can I ask the control room if we have somebody to go to on this? I think you just told me that we do. Thank you very much. We think that Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is on his way to go address his supporters. Trump would be on his way to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We don't know exactly the plans or exactly the timing for the plans, but that's why we're lucky enough to be able to check in with NBC's own Vaughn Hilliard, who was at Trump's election night headquarters in Florida. Vaughn, what are you seeing?
Hey, Rachel, we're in West Palm Beach. He, it's our understanding, is beginning to make his way from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach here to West Palm to the convention center, where I am told by a campaign official that he is set to speak soon. They were waiting, the campaign was, for North Carolina and Georgia to be called, and they were hopeful that they would be able to see a trajectory that was beneficial to them in the state of Pennsylvania before Donald Trump were to come and make his remarks. It's not clear whether he intends to declare victory here or not, or signal that the votes are coming in and they feel like they are in a good position. But this, when talking to folks that worked in his first administration White House, former staffers that are here, as well as other political allies, there are folks that are already talking about potential jobs in Washington. They say they don't want to jinx it or get ahead of themselves, but there's a great many staff members that have been working here in Palm Beach that have their eyes on working in a second Trump administration. I talked to Roger Stone, the longtime friend and informal advisor to Donald Trump, who was over at the Mar-a-Lago estate, where Trump was joined by the likes of Elon Musk and UFC's Dana White, as well as others who have really helped lift him up politically in the last months, including individuals like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It was a closer group of family and allies that were at the Mar-a-Lago estate watching these results come in before now to understanding Donald Trump is making his way here. And Roger Stone, I mention him because really he's seen through 60 years of the Republican Party, and this is a moment in which I asked him very directly, you know, again, I understand that we are still counting votes here at this time, but at the least bit, there is a part of the American electorate that has chosen to elevate somebody like Donald Trump potentially back to the White House. And I asked Roger Stone, what did he make of this for the history books of watching after 9 years of America become acquainted with Donald Trump, somebody who is so transparently brash and somebody who is so willing to denigrate his perceived enemies. And the way that he phrased it to me was, quote, "How very American. No one argues that he's perfect. No one is perfect, but he's genuine. He's not a construct or handled or managed. We embrace the imperfect. We're Americans." That's Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is on his way now here at a moment, of course, that would potentially in the days ahead lead to many conversations about the potential policy impact of what a Trump White House with a Republican Congress could look at. But for now, of course, there are ballots still to be counted in several battleground states before Donald Trump would be able to decisively declare victory. But nonetheless, he plans to take the stage behind me here, just a few miles from his Mar-a-Lago estate, the place that he has all but camped out and over the last 4 years, ever since that January attack, and not attending the inauguration of Joe Biden, moving to Florida in isolation, rising back up to prove his prominence in the Republican Party by helping get MAGA allies of his elected in the 2022 midterms.
I got to get out
and
the
Donald
numbers.
Trump here
What
today
has done
about
what,
to take
but
the stage at a moment
From what
in
they
which
said
he and his
earlier,
team
I'm really
feel like they
disappointed in
have
white women,
politically proved
to be
from
honest.
these early results that he is in a good position here.
They did not believe.
Vaughn, I don't know if
that
you can hear
these
me. I know there's big cheers going up from the
chauvinistic
crowd there. You had
pigs
mentioned at the
literally are
outset
trying
of
to
your
destroy
remarks
their
that they had
lives,
wanted
and they
to see
voted
the
alongside
results
of them
in Georgia
based
and
on
North
the stats
Carolina, and they
earlier.
had
But
wanted
we'll
to see
see.
things
We'll
going their
see.
way
I
in
could be
Virginia
wrong by the end of the day.
before he
Or by
spoke.
tomorrow, rather.
He did not win Virginia. Do you know anything about the calculus as to have him speaking anyway without another state that they were watching for under their belt?
Right. Apologies for misspeaking on my part. I meant Pennsylvania, where we go back to 4 years ago, of course. It was Steve Bannon that urged Donald Trump to prematurely declare victory. Donald Trump at 2 a.m. on election night in 2020, he did exactly that. We asked, our colleague Jake Traylor asked Donald Trump earlier today inside of the West Palm Gymnasium where he voted, whether he would potentially acknowledge that it may take several days to count ballots and be willing to acknowledge that he may not be able to declare victory tonight. He did affirmatively say that he understood that we may not know the results at this point in time based off of NBC's, another news organization. We have not called it. But of course, Donald Trump has shown an eagerness to, in 2012, in 2016, in 2018, 2020, in 2022, to declare victories even when news organizations have declared otherwise. So, of course, we expect now in a matter of minutes here, guys, to hear directly from the former president.
Vaughn Hilliard for us in Florida. Thank you very much, Vaughn. We'll be back with you as the night progresses. As
only
was just reporting there,
489,000
Trump has
votes
been
left
watching election
in
returns
Pennsylvania,
at his home,
and there she's down by 200 and something
Mar-a-Lago,
thousand.
which I used to call a golf club.
She
and
had to
then I learned
run the
there's
whole
no golf
gamut.
there. Nope. No, wrong one. He's on his way from there by car to the convention center there in Palm Beach, and we expect him to be addressing that exultant crowd. So we shall see. I mean, presumably he's going to declare victory. We thought he would declare victory even if he was losing badly at this point in the night. So given the way things look, we assume that he's going to declare victory, but we'll have to wait until we see what those remarks are.
Yeah, I mean, Ari made this point before, which I thought was a really smart one about how he's loudest when he thinks he's losing and more quiet when he thinks he's winning, at least in terms of what was coming out of that operation. I mean, Trump has this sort of he could pretend to be magnanimous if he thinks he's winning.
When has he ever done that?
He can briefly pretend to be. He'll talk. You know, he will sometimes talk about things like unity, or they'll try to keep him on unity in a prompter speech for like a few sentences.
Yeah. I'm not expecting a lot of that.
I'm not expecting that. I'm just preparing people. There are these sort of brief glimmers of when his handlers have sort of puffed him up enough where he does that. He may just, riff about 1980s movies. Well, I mean, you really never know.
Or sharks?
Alex.
I feel like there's an aspect to all of this. It's 1:30, almost 1:30 in the morning here, and some people are going to go to sleep. Not us, of course. But in Western Europe, and in the UK, and in the Middle East, people are waking up to this.
Oh, and they are.
And I'm thinking the people who are going to wake up to Donald Trump's remarks tonight are people like Emmanuel Macron and Vladimir Zelensky and, the people of Poland and people in Gaza and people in Tel Aviv and
I've
Jerusalem.
already gotten a text from Ghana and South Africa.
And I've gotten people from Western Europe who are extraordinarily alarmed and terrified about, as a friend of a friend said, maps being redrawn in Western Europe if Donald Trump is president. I mean, we think about the implications of all of this in terms of domestic politics, but the world is at a hinge point. And, this is very much an election about the global world order. And I think we shouldn't forget, as we are kind of trying to think about how to go to bed and grapple with all of this, there's another side of the world that's waking up to this and is trying to figure out what this may mean, not just for America, but for them.
May I reiterate, there are 2 of the 7 swing states that have been called by NBC News right now, which is Georgia and North Carolina. None of the other 5 states have been called at this point. You can see this is the battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall. None of those states called by NBC News. Neither has Nevada nor Arizona. What has been called is Senate control, and of course we can read the campaigns in terms of what they are saying without saying anything yet.
Yeah.
And it's 8:25 a.m. in Kyiv, where people they wake up earlier than that, and they are very worried as they look at where this election stands at this hour.
And you've seen, there was a whole sort of conflagration over whether the Harris campaign would embrace the uncommitted movement, which actually wanted to move in her direction at the convention. And the question was whether they should allow a speaker to happen and whether there should be meetings, whether she should go to Dearborn and try to engage the Arab and Muslim community. You did see one of the co-founders of Uncommitted, actually on Andrea Mitchell's show here on our network, support Vice President Harris in the end. The member, the state senator in Georgia, who was going to be the speaker had they allowed it to happen, also endorsed and supported her. But the irony is you did have Tiffany Trump's husband, who's Lebanese American, and others go in and try to really push Arab and Muslim American voters. Stephen Miller was crowing about it, to try to push Arab and Muslim voters in the state of Michigan to go for Trump. The irony of that, of course, is nobody wanted Donald Trump to be president. Nobody wants Donald Trump to be president more than Bibi Netanyahu, who is backed by a far-right coalition that would like to clear-cut Gaza, that would, would truly like to complete a complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza. And so the consequences, ironically, for those, Mark Lamont Hill, who's been a staunch supporter of the Palestinian rights movement, came out in favor of Harris as well. And so I think, we don't know that this would be the case, but I think that's one of the interesting questions, is that the outcome for people in Gaza and in Lebanon, if Trump were to become president, would be absolutely devastating. It would be everything Bibi Netanyahu has wanted to do for 30 years, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Lebanon. And so I think for people who care about that issue and who that was their voting issue, it would be highly ironic if the outcome, it was literally to make it far worse than the Biden administration has made it.
And to Alex's point about the sort of reckoning that's happening, or at least just sort of like thinking through the possibilities, right, that are happening. Obviously, there's like intelligence apparatuses in all these places. There's briefing apparatuses in all these places. Like, there are a lot of conversations happening right now. There are going to be a lot of conversations happening right now, whichever way the night went, and whatever the indications were at this hour. But those conversations are happening in a lot of very different places at an incredibly high level, with enormous stakes at play in both the Middle East and in Europe.
Yeah, one of the things that's going to happen if this goes the way that if we follow this train of thought, is that intelligence sharing between America and our traditional allies is likely going to end. The whole Five Eyes thing is likely going to end. If you've got America switching sides in the Ukraine-Russia war to instead support Russia, or to become neutral, which would mean in this case to support the aggressor, to support Russia. If you've got ongoing secret communications eaten out of government between the Republican nominee and the person who funded his campaign and led his ground game, right? Both of whom are communicating with the Russian government without reporting that information to the U.S. government. And on top of that, you've got reporting from the New York Times that they're considering, once there is a second Trump administration, if it happens, to stop performing background checks before giving people security clearance, meaning giving classified information to anyone. That's supposedly at the instigation of a Trump campaign official who was born in Moscow, who was unable to get a security clearance in the first Trump term, who has had multiple arrests and is currently under indictment, and who has reportedly been put at the top of a short list to be White House counsel. And he is the one who has proposed getting rid of all background checks for security clearances, which means handing out classified information on the corner. You are not going to have American allies who have been relying on us as the pinnacle intelligence agency in the world since World War II. You are not going to have continued sharing of information with a new administration that has an open line with Vladimir Putin. And that is going to essentially be willing to handle classified information the way the man who was indicted for handling it the way he did at Mar-a-Lago at the top, and with handling security clearances the way they've purportedly described. It's just going to be, that's something that'll happen.
It's a different world.
That will happen during the transition. That's not something that happens in January. And if we're at that level, if that's the kind of transformation that's happening in terms of America on the world stage, the idea of there being a part of the U.S. government that is still in Democratic Party hands becomes a very interesting thing in terms of the stability of the world, right? Yeah. Because it puts Donald Trump in the position, if the House is controlled by Democrats, puts him in the position of having to decide whether he's going to do what other autocrats have done, which is to essentially eliminate the function of the legislature. Right? That's one of the things they do, from Orban to Putin to everybody else. You have a Potemkin legislature that's not allowed to actually do anything, and you do that when your opponents still have some foothold there. But that's just going to push those questions right to the very front, very fast. And I, for one, am glad to have a little breathing room before we get there.
Well, and the other piece that Stephanie was here, she would also say that you think about the U.S. bond market, you think about the way that the U.S. is sort of a reserve currency for the world, and the rest of the world counts on political stability here to help to create political and financial stability globally. So, I mean, and these are the things that people who are voting, on very pecuniary, very particular issues, the price of eggs. I'm voting on this one thing. It's not something you have to think about. It's not your job to think about it, right? You're thinking about the things you want or who you vibe with as a candidate, but the implications of who is the American president go far beyond, right, who you like and who you prefer performatively in that White House. It matters for the stability of our currency. It matters for the stability of our economy. And if our economy cannot survive an unstable White House, well, then everyone will suffer. Everyone who's thinking they're going to get, $1 a gallon gas. Welcome to the world in which the United States is an unstable, unreliable country with whom Western Europe cannot ally. Welcome to the world in which the United States is seen as maybe a threat to global security. And these are the things. It's not that it's any voter's job to think about it. Yeah. But somebody's going to think about it.
The last profile, the Vanity Fair James Pogue profile of Steve Bannon that ran, the last profile of him before the election, which ran while he was in prison before he got out. The sort of culminating point of it is that Bannon's dream for the second Trump presidency is to get rid of the dollar.
Welcome back, Rochelle.
And so, if that's
the kind of
crypto,
just crypto.
But that the dollar should no longer be the world's reserve currency, and that in fact maybe the dollar itself is a bad idea. Yeah. And so, if that's what we're going to be entertaining, then exactly what you're talking about is exactly where we're at.
I'm open to eliminating the penny. But that's as far as we want to go.
Trying to get rid of that forever.
Forever. Daylight savings. Let's go.
Well, and you have, multiple Senate seats, at least the ones that one that we've called, actually being purchased, in a sense, just straight out by people who are crypto multimillionaire. That class of sort of U.S. oligarch is actually not anymore just funding the candidates they want. They're just going to be the candidates they want. And so you're now seeing the U.S. go in a position so much more like the oligarchy that it started out as, that it does make you wonder sort of what does that look like if the U.S. goes very far in the direction of a Hungary? What does it look like? Because Hungary is a small economy. Russia is a tiny economy. I think it's smaller than Texas' economy. We're the United States. If our structure, our political structure, our social structure, and our economic structure is more like Hungary, Katie bar the door on what that does to the global economic outlook.
Let's go back to Steve Kornacki, who is looking at ongoing returns in Pennsylvania. Steve, are we at 94% in Pennsylvania? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, we are. He's 94%. Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That works out to about a 3 percentage point lead. It is a very significant hill for Kamala Harris to climb here. Just in terms of what's left, the picture is really kind of condensing and clarifying. Obviously, the biggest outstanding source of votes is right here in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia. You see with 83% there, it's a lead there of about 58 points for Harris. I'm just glancing over to get the number. We expect there are still 137,000 or so votes to come out of Philadelphia. Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail that's going to come out sometime tomorrow morning. The wild card in Philadelphia, and what's I think has kept folks at bay a little bit here, is provisional ballots. There's a big number of provisional ballots, and these are expected to break decisively to the Democrats. How many? Well, in 2020, the COVID year, things were all, it had been a one-off, but there were about 100,000 provisional ballots. In the 2022 midterm, this is in Philadelphia, in the 2022 midterm, about 45,000. And so the question is, how many of them are there? And what does that remaining provisional ballot pool look like when you get the rest of these votes in? Is there plausibly something there that could boost the Democrats enough to make up for this big gap that they have statewide now, which again, I'll show you, 190,000 votes there. So you got what's left in Philadelphia, you got the provisional ballots in Philadelphia. That's what the Democrats are kind of hanging their hopes on, because the rest of these counties here, you know, we're just waiting on a little bit from Chester County. Democrats will gain some here, but at a 54-44 clip, anything like that, it's not going to be a huge gain. Same in Montgomery County. There's some left here Democratic, but again, if it's about a 60-40 split of what's to come, that won't net out to a ton. And then there are places to come with significant vote where, you know, look, Trump is running ahead in Bucks County now by 2.5 points. Votes to come there may net out a bit in his benefit. You could look here. This is just the mail-in ballot in an overwhelmingly Republican county. You know, you're talking tens of thousands of votes still to come here in a place Trump won by almost 40 points. So he's going to make up ground there. He's going to make up ground still in a place like Schuylkill County, you know, core Republican county. He's winning it by 52 points. There's still votes to come. There are still pockets of votes as well in these deeply red Trump counties. They add up as well. So again, Democrats stand to make some gains in these places, maybe some very substantial gains out of Philadelphia. The provisional vote, we are trying to figure out how much there is. That looms as a wild card here. But again, looking at a mountain of 191,000 votes, you got to make up with this little left in Pennsylvania.
We got a lot to talk about.
You know, that's looking like a close to a Mount Everest there for Harris. But let's get a sense of that provisional.
Steve, can we look at Pennsylvania Senate before we leave the state of Pennsylvania?
Yes, let's call it up right there. And again, this is basically the same situation here. It's 49-4-48. So there is a bit of separation there where Dave McCormick, the Republican Senate candidate, is running a bit below Trump's number. Bob Casey, the Democrat, you can see is running a bit above Harris's number. Again, I'll just show you the sort of the eye test here, 49-4-48. And we'll show you again the presidential race, 50.9-48 flat. Why that is significant is because while this is a very, as we say, a very big margin for Democrats to try to overcome, and we'll see what happens as we learn more about the provisionals. But while 191,000 is that steep, when you look back at the Senate race, 88,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in Philadelphia, in terms of potentially the provisional ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable. Just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much would the sort of the partisan split just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania.
14th and 15th
is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there.
Project 2025.
Steve, while we are waiting for Donald Trump to speak to his supporters in Palm Beach, I'm going to put you to work a little bit on a couple more Senate races, if you don't mind. You can say no if it's inappropriate, but I'd love to hear your take, either Wisconsin, Michigan, take your pick.
Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with Trump and Harris here. So again, if this thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point.
All right. I've had enough of it. The numbers are driving me crazy. Let's get to the real numbers. But I want to say something real quick. You guys, I've been paying attention to what you've been saying, and welcome to fascism and how the country's going, and who she had problems to vote for, whether it was black men or whether it's white women or whatever it may be. America, we gotta have a conversation. I mean, damn. You know, people like myself who have been out here spreading facts, Midas Touch, our sister Tabitha, Political Sis, Coach D Speaks, and a bunch of other people. I can go down the list, and I know y'all know a lot of them. Brian Tyler Cohen, Destiny, a few other. I forgot the young white brother's name. I forgot his name at the top of my head. He did a video with Obama earlier last year, I would say. We have been out in these streets telling the world the truth, telling the world the facts. And a lot of these Americans have no clue what the facts are. They have gotten into a silo and started listening to one-sided ideas, one-sided alternative facts, and they're allergic to real facts. Now, what are we going to do about that? I mean, there is no source with the majority of human beings watching spitting enough facts to get Americans to understand what's at stake. Many of you guys in this room have been watching me and many of those other people who have been learned, have listened to Donald Trump speak his rallies. You went and read Project 2025. You watched the documentaries. You told your friends and loved ones the absolute truth, and they sat and looked at you like you was trying to spell donkey backwards. It's like, I'm telling you the truth. But they spit at you QAnon stuff and Jewish space laser craziness, and you really think America's like going to just, throw that shit up, regurgitate it, and that shit won't go down. They're like, tastes good. This lion shit tastes good. Can I have another? So disconnected with reality that they've gone down this alternative reality like wormhole. And to be honest, I don't know what we're going to do. I'm not like a person who thinks like a pessimist. I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. You've been seeing me and many other people fight, give you facts, bring you receipts, tell you don't trust everything I say, go find out for yourself. And you've been seeing people like Charlie Kirk and all them saying, trust what I say because I'm smart. Don't go look it up. And these people literally did not go look it up. And we're in the situation that we're in now because we have these low propensity, these lower educated people, these people who just trust in their feelings and don't look for facts. And they think alternative facts are real because they match up with their feelings. And they're out here voting for their own demise. Latin people, Puerto Ricans, black people just went and voted for a racist, known racist, been a racist since the 70s. This man has been known to be a racist for 50 years. And just because he assimilates with rich black people ever so often, people think, oh, he's not racist to me. You aren't counting his money, are you? You're not trying to live on his property, are you? You got a lot of money. He's always trying to get you to buy shit from him. Of course he isn't. He's an opportunist as well as a racist, as well as a sexist, as well as a rapist. I mean, it's just insane how this country just threw law and order out the window. This didn't happen in a vacuum. You got Republicans, independents, and Democrats that didn't show up the way they said they were going to show up for women. I'm not a woman, but I have daughters. So how are they going to be treated? These people decided to not fight for their own family members. They'd rather fight for misogyny. They'd rather fight for testosterone than their daughters and wives at home. I do know they want to take it to a point where there's one vote per household, that women don't count, only their husbands do. And if they don't have a husband, they can't vote. And if they don't have, like, if it's like 5 people in the family, they got a boy that's of age to vote, a daughter of age to vote, and the wife, if they live under the same household, only the father gets to vote. This is what they're saying. This is Project 2025, people. And we've been screaming at the top of our lungs. Just read Project 2025. Don't listen to me. Go read it. Think I'm lying to you? It's right there in black and white. And they chose to look at us and think that we're liars when they wrote it. All Donald Trump had to do is say, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I didn't write it. Well, idiot, we know you didn't write it. You don't even read well. But we know that when you went into office before, you weren't prepared for it. You relied on everybody else to do the work while you golfed all the time or took your vacations in your household. At the White House, he didn't even get up till after 11. He was up all throughout the night, but he would sit there and have executive time where he sat around eating McDonald's and shit and watching news and entertaining himself while everybody else was running the country. Who do you think is going to run the country now? Steve Bannon and all of these nut jobs? I just don't get it, yo. I just don't get it. I'm praying a miracle happens overnight, but I just do not get it. We got Steve Kornacki back on his Olympic gold medalist whiteboard, whatever the heck it is, but we're going to get the stats later, and we'll know who did not show up or who did show up. But for me, I'm trying to figure out, like, we can't break this fever of misinformation, disinformation. These people are eating it up like it's crack. They are hooked on this shit like a drug. And no matter how much we tell the truth and how much we tell the facts, these people are allergic to it. And we thought, us people out here giving out these facts, we thought that shit was dissipating. It's growing. These people are falling more in love with disinformation, misinformation, than they are with facts. What do you benefit? What do you benefit by doing that? What do you benefit by doing that? They went to commercial. I don't see it. You're going to destroy the country you live in for what? What are you getting out of it? How do you win when the guy who may win is looking toward that direction? Not unless a miracle happens overnight. Still can cross our fingers and pray before you go to bed. But how is this country this even closely this big of a this much of a divide that we literally have 50, 51 or 55, 45 right now to say degree for a person who has did everything to destroy America and its democracy? Our country is literally trying to put that person back in power. It tells me that a majority of America wants to destroy America and start back over somehow. But what are we going to start back over as? A dictatorship? So now that one man can decide the winners and losers? This man literally was saying he created a weave because the man can't stay on topic. He created a weave. I created a weave. I was talking over here, bang, bang, boom, bang, and I'm over here, bang, and I come back here, bang, and it all comes together. It never came together, yo. All nonsensical. None of this shit mattered. Everything he said had nothing to do with doing anything for Americans. He did not once say what he was going to do for America. I'm going to raise tariffs to bring back jobs to America. How? How? You're about to raise up the economy, the tariffs, which is going to increase the cost of everything, which is going to destroy the economy. You think you had it worse then. If he's allowed to follow through on what he's talking about, oh, it's about to go crazy. Y'all better save y'all money and don't spend jack shit. Because if you live in paycheck to paycheck, you're going to be hurting during this presidency. If he gets into that White House, based on the things he says he wants to do, without any person within the office, if his administration to say, that ain't necessarily a good thing to do. No, you got sycophants now that he'll say, oh, shoot that person. Where at? Knee, leg, arm, head? Where you want me to go? That's what he has now if he gets in. Where before he had Esper and all these other people and General Milley saying, that's not good. That not going. We can't do that. It's against the law. Can't do it. What do you mean you can't shoot him? You just can't. Now you don't have that. That to me, if he wins, I don't know what America's about, yo. It's like we're teetering on like destruction. I don't understand where our boundaries are, where our standards are. What do these people think the country is moving toward? I don't see how you see a person having untethered power, doing anything he wants. Immunity. I don't see how you think that's going to be good for you as a country, as a person. And trust me, you understand, they think of it as like these nationalists thinking of it, oh, it's just for white. Do you understand how many white people he's fucked over? It ain't about, for him, white, black, Asian, immigrant. If you can give him something, if you can give him a compliment, he's down for you. The moment you say something, he wants you taken out. And now he has that power. It's a wrap if he gets back into office. And yes, I am trying to stay optimistic, but these numbers are pissing me the fuck off. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's pissing me off with Americans. It's really pissing me off. 34 felonies. Insane. I think they're back. Donald's going to be speaking here pretty soon, but yeah, Sir Pup Jones. A lot of these Latin people voted for him in droves before they heard him say, and you know, at that rally where he hired the guy. To bring that up once again, to let people understand the facts of the case, Donald Trump produced that rally. So how are you going to tell me Mr. Producer Extraordinaire did not know who the hell was up on his stage? He knew. He would not allow that guy to come on if he didn't think that he was going to put on a good show. You think Donald Trump just puts on a show to build on a show? No, he puts on a show to try and be a good master, like executive producer, Mr. Entertainment, to tell you what he can do. And you telling me he put a comedian up there that's going to do racist jokes? He was reading off a teleprompter. So that means somebody knew the exact jokes, had it written. No campaign just throws people up on stage. They're trying to win. They got to make sure he doesn't say anything that goes against whatever they're trying to do. Hence, everything that comedian said was lockstep with Rudy Giuliani, lockstep with that Cordone guy, whatever his name was, lockstep with Donald Trump Jr., lockstep with Donald Trump. All of it was in lockstep. That thing was exactly the way they wanted it to be. All the way through it from beginning to end. It was nothing but racism, sexism, misogyny, xenophobia. The only thing they didn't talk trash about were white people. You don't think that was on purpose? It's insane, y'all. It's insane. These people put themselves in harm's way. And it only has to be that she, one, is a woman, and two, is a minority woman, a black woman, Southeast Asian. Because there is no way in hell somebody's preaching positivity and joy and opportunity, and the other one's talking about grievance, hatred, disrespect, sexual stuff, going to jail, breaking the laws. Oh yeah, let's make him president. What does that say to Americans and to people out there right now who see themselves in Donald Trump? What does that say about Americans, our kids growing up and seeing that this man has broken every law under the sun and America don't give a shit about it as a whole, as a majority? You can promote a criminal, so why would our kids grow up to be law-abiding citizens? Why would I want to do the right thing when you're promoting the wrong things? It makes no sense. You're telling the youth in this country, you can assault women, you can grab them by their you-know-whats, you can steal money and not pay it back. You cannot pay people. You can fraud people. You can ask people for money and spend it for something that it's not meant for. You can grift on people, and you can still become the president, breaking every law under the sun, become the most powerful human being on the planet, even breaking laws in the face of everyone, not being held responsible ever. And when you are held responsible, this country will come and save you if you're a white, rich man. Will save a criminal. But if he was black, they'd be ready to lynch the same guy for one of the things he did, not even all the things he did. It's insane. It's just insane. All right, let's get back to what we got here.
Be fine with them being shot. There's a reckoning here of whether Donald Trump is ultimately called the victor in this race or not. Of course, the ballots are going to be counted, but at a minimum, the MAGA movement has grown over the course of 9 years, and we have watched it up close. And Donald Trump feels like this Republican Party is not only his, but also the American electorate here has given him a resounding head nod that they back his intended use of a greater executive office and a teaming up with a Republican Congress potentially that could very well pass the MAGA agenda that Donald Trump has been clearly outlining for the American public over the course of these last years. Rachel.
Vaughn, in terms of what happens next, one of the things that's been sort of an unusual, like a thing to kind of, it's hard to get your head around, and the reporting on it has been really fuzzy, is that the Trump campaign didn't participate, at least didn't seem to participate in any of the standard transition things that campaigns are supposed to do. The way the transition process is structured, it's supposed to be set up so that if either candidate from either major party wins, each of them already has plenty of runway, plenty of on-ramp, plenty of ability to integrate their transition team seamlessly into the government so they can take office on inauguration day one sort of seamlessly. The Trump campaign has refused to do any of that. And in fact, Trump has refused intelligence briefings throughout the campaign itself. And so part of the question here is how well stood up are they as a professional organization in order to take on the responsibilities of governing if that is in fact what's going to happen here?
Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon are the two co-chairs of the Transition Project, and I was talking with Howard Lutnick, who insisted to me just the other day that he has been engaged in phone calls with the litany of not only top executives but other political allies, as Donald Trump will make very clear who he intends to surround himself with in this administration. But you've also seen members of Congress, but also people like Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who have been traveling with him on the campaign trail. And I covered the transition 8 years ago when Donald Trump was living at Trump Tower
Right,
in
Simone?
Midtown Manhattan.
I'm looking at him different too, side eye.
Many people came up and down those elevators to meet with him. We could see, I'm told, a similar operation taking place here out of Palm Beach, Florida, and Mar-a-Lago, effectively serving as the transition office. I was talking to one potential staffer who was indicating to me that they could envision sort of half of the operation being here, the other half being in Washington, D.C. I think that this is, Rachel, a transition here that Donald Trump has been very keen and very specific that he would intend to only have loyalists around here. Of course, Johnny McEntee, who is a part of Project 2025, used to be as director of personnel in the White House. They were building a database in which they were taking essentially applications from potential MAGA political appointees. There's about 3,000 political appointees in the executive branch that are appointed by the President of the United States. And I've been told that that database still exists. And to the extent that the transition team would like to use it, it could be made available to them. And when you're looking at J.D. Vance as being the vice presidential pick, it was back in 2021. I remember listening to his podcast while he was actually running for the U.S. Senate in Ohio. And I was driving through Ohio listening to quite a lengthy podcast. And he talked about the federal civil workforce and his intent, believing that most of the civil workforce should be fired, saying that, in his words, that 95% of them were liberals and that they should be replaced with individuals who pledged to uphold the Trump agenda, as he was foreshadowing a second Trump administration come 2025. Of course, J.D. Vance has been a little bit more cagey about those previous statements, but there are allies from Project 2025, J.D. Vance, who have suggested that they want to ensure that there are more loyal civil servants. And Schedule F was something that was actually signed, an executive order by Donald Trump just before he left the White House in 2020, which would have effectively allowed potentially thousands, if not tens of thousands, of federal civil servant jobs to be turned into political appointments. And so the anticipation is that Donald Trump would sign a similar executive order to give his executive branch greater authority to make more federal career employees a political appointee so that they could be more easily removed. There's a lot of layers to this, Rachel. I know that you guys are not naive to the conversations of what a federal or what the executive branch under Donald Trump could look like, but they have made the case, people like Jeffrey Clark and Steve Bannon, that everything from the Department of Justice on down should be directed by the President of the United States. The President is the chief executive, and therefore what the departments and agencies that fall under the President, that he should have greater authority over, for example, the prosecutions that take place. This is, if Donald Trump is declared the 47th President of the United States, it's going to be a very intense several weeks as we ask questions about exactly whether people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are actually going to be tasked with overseeing the U.S.'s 13 different health agencies and the HHS and potentially vaccine policy. And those are conversations that would begin immediately just a couple miles from where we are, theoretically over at his Mar-a-Lago estate.
Don Hilliard, thank you very much. I would be interrupting you if you had not just concluded your remarks, because NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris at 194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket. In terms of what's going to happen here next, we are expecting that Donald Trump is going to speak to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We've seen in the backdrop there, while we are speaking with Vaughn, we've seen how excited the crowd is. You see the crowd there now wrapped and waiting for Donald Trump to speak. We do not have guidance as to when Trump's remarks will happen, but we expect that it could be any moment now. Chris Hayes, with the projection in Pennsylvania, we pretty much know how this is going to end.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. I think the writing has been on the wall. And, you know, one of the jobs that we all have in the media is to be truthful with people and transparent. We're very transparent about the process that brought us to this point. I'll just say this as we're preparing for Trump to take the stage. You know, Steve was going through the numbers. We have this very funky and terrible system called the Electoral College, which decides elections in a way that's totally different than every other election in the United States is decided, and the way that anything's decided anywhere else in the world. We should scrap it. From the perspective of basic democratic legitimacy, which is something I'm pretty concerned about, something we talk about a lot on this network, it looks possible that Donald Trump might emerge with a popular vote majority when all the votes.
We won't know for a long time.
We won't know for a long time, but this is not outside the realm of possibility. The Electoral College looks strongly in his favor. And if that is the case, if he has won the election, then he has won the election. And the reason I say that is because we've spent many years talking about democracy and its vibrancy and the importance of the peaceful transfer of power. We had a violent insurrection staged against the constitutional order by the man we're expecting to speak here, who urged his supporters to march to that Capitol, where they assaulted police officers and attempted to essentially steal power away from the majority of the country that had voted for Joe Biden. It's really important to note that while I believe that institutions have failed dramatically in putting us in the position we are, including the Supreme Court and other institutions, the Republican Party, that if he won, then he won. And that's what the Constitution says. It's what our current constitutional order says. It's what Democratic majorities, at least in the swing states, the Electoral College, have said. And that means we're in a new world for this country, but the sort of preservation of American democracy and the constitutional order begins as an ongoing process anew tomorrow.
Steph, go ahead, but just keep your eyes on that monitor because we are expecting these remarks any moment.
But unlike 2016, there are no surprises, right? In 2016,
Yes.
Many people in this country said, you know, I'm sick of the system. I want something different. Let's see what this gives us. When you talk about what happened in 2020, this whole country, this whole world saw it. People know exactly who they're getting, and they chose this. So as we go into this next phase, I'm sure for the next month, it's going to be an autopsy of Kamala Harris's campaign and what she did or didn't do. I don't actually think this is about Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I think this is about the American people. We know exactly who he is, and we, or the majority of the people who voted for him and created this outcome, chose this.
And I think that's the important point, right? To elect is to choose. To vote is to choose. And you were never given, I think, in the modern era, a clearer choice than voters were given in this election. In 2016, Trump was, at least as a politician, an unknown quantity. People knew him as a television star, people knew him from TV, and that's all they really knew. But to Stephanie's point, they absolutely know not just who he is, but who he closed as. Calling a powerful woman the B word, his running mate calling Kamala Harris garbage, trash, calling her trash. We're going to take out the trash, vowing to arrest his supporters, you know, talking about Liz Cheney being shot in the face. I mean, and so it's not as if this was a surprise being pulled on the American people. This was a very clear message. It was not done through a ground game. This was Elon Musk doing a fake lottery in Pennsylvania. This was not a ground game situation. This was nothing to do with Kamala Harris's campaign, which was, again, flawlessly run in 100 days. And so that wasn't the reason for the choice. And so whatever the reason for the choice was, a choice is made. and then you get what you chose. And so if Donald Trump then does what he has promised to do, people need to understand that he didn't pull one over on the American people when he does it. If he does the things he said he was going to do, it was chosen by this country, at least by a majority of voters.
And the media didn't get snookered. And the media
No.
didn't get snookered on his policies or Elon Musk. Just 2 nights ago, Rachel laid out for our audience the national security risk and the conflicts that Elon Musk poses. This isn't the media let, all of those surrogates on TV and you got... All of it has been laid out, and this is what was chosen.
I'll just say one thing, I think. One of the weird axes that sort of developed over the course of this campaign, to your point about sort of choices, was a sort of pro-system, anti-system dynamic. And one of the very intentional cultivations of the Trump campaign was the kind of anti-system people. Like, you bring RFK into your coalition to get his voters, right? Like the sort of, the conspiracists or the skeptics or the people that are like, it's all corrupt and it's all rigged and it's all wrong. And that axis, has ended up, I think, being a potent one. I think we see it in some of the realignment figures we're seeing. But I would also say that, like, the valence of that should also be viewed in the context of a international situation in which we have seen incumbent parties in just about every developed democracy across the ideological spectrum, left, right, and center, get their butts kicked coming out of the period of post-COVID inflation. The Labour Party in the UK, which couldn't win an election for 20 years, it was completely one of the most sort of deficient and moribund parties since Tony Blair finally took power of that government. Massively in the context of and when you polled voters in the exit polls in the election that Labour won for the first time in basically 2 decades, they said they didn't like the cost of living, they didn't like the economy. It's true in a whole bunch of countries across the world. So, like, there is a context here that we've seen from democratic republics and publics across the country. That is a huge part of this. And then the last thing I would just say is, like, it was a 4-point swing from 2020. And majorities matter because they matter for democracy, and they matter because we care about democracy, and we care about all of us choosing together what we do. But it's going to end up being about a 4 or 5 point swing.
But by the way, it's a 4-point swing, and it's not even across the board.
No.
Because it does appear that Vice President Harris did really well with young voters, with the voters who have the most at stake, who are going to have to live with the consequences of this in a way that they can do the least about. At least if these early sort of exits are accurate, it's 18 to 29-year-olds and 30 to 34-year-olds with whom she did the best. And she also did well with seniors who understand the consequences of things like losing Roe. Unfortunately, we're talking about my generation, the generation that grew up under Trump, that were his sort of fan base.
Gen Xers.
In the Gen Xers, who were his fan base for The Apprentice, are the one constituency, but it's a big group. They're now larger as a share of the electorate than seniors. And so, there you go.
I mean, I would just say, I remember when Obama was reelected in 2012, and for both that president and the people that worked for him, in many ways, the reelection was much more meaningful than the initial election because it was basically an affirmation that it wasn't an aberration, right? That he was someone the country wanted and wanted again. And I think when you have a result like this, potentially, it's obviously not concluded. We're still waiting for more count. But if Donald Trump is reelected, given the entire history that you outlined, Stephanie, that we've talked about a lot on this network, it suggests that MAGAism needs to be considered a real movement with potentially legs. J.D. Vance is 20 years old, not really, but he's young, There is a real question about the sort of tenets of MAGAism that exists beyond Donald Trump that I think people need to take seriously, both in terms of their threat and the weight that they pull on American democracy.
One thing I would add to that, which I totally agree with, is that in the specific case of Donald Trump, we will be inaugurating, again, if things go the way they appear to go at the moment as we wait for him to speak, we will be inaugurating a lame duck president for the first time since Grover Cleveland in the late 19th century. Now, that's a strange thing.
That's the only other time we've done it.
It's the only other time
Yeah.
we did it, and the political dynamics around that are completely new and untested because of the question of political capital, the question of legacy, the question of how the people in that room read their mandate. And what I will say is this: the people in that room right now, and the Vivek Ramaswamis and the RFKs, they are going to read this as an enormous, bold mandate. They are going to read this as a mandate to do whatever they want. They're going to read it as a mandate on abortion, which the political coalition of the right is going to push extremely hard for, because they're going to show up tomorrow at Mar-a-Lago and say, see,
Especially after
they're with
Florida
us on
couldn't
abortion.
protect women there.
Push on abortion, national abortion ban. They're going to read this mandate broadly. And I'm telling you, to the extent the seeds of their own political destruction are planted, it is in that. Which I'm telling you right now, in that room, they are feeling it, and they're thinking about it. But again, nothing in politics is permanent. Nothing in democratic politics is permanent, and every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and Trump sometimes is the action, and sometimes he's the reaction. And we've seen him on both sides of that coin, and he's neither a complete idiot nor a genius. And that's where we find ourselves tonight.
While we've been talking, we do have some results that I can share with you. You just mentioned some of the abortion referendums. We have projections on those in 3 states that we haven't talked about already: in Nevada and in Arizona and in Missouri. We've got the abortion referendums, the abortion ballot measures that were on the ballot in front of those voters. They have passed in all 3 of those states. So this is Nevada. You see the yes vote here for right to an abortion, question 6 on the Nevada ballot, with 62 to 38. So that passes in Nevada. That is the projection. In Arizona, we have similarly the Arizona abortion rights measure, Proposition 139, right to an abortion. Look, similar margin there. 63% vote in Arizona in favor of abortion rights. Pretty stunning result there. And also a third one in Missouri, in deep red Missouri, where they have both elected Donald Trump president tonight and also, or cast their electoral votes for Donald Trump and reelected Josh Hawley. You see, even in deep red Missouri, a 52-48 win, at least with 97% of the vote counted, a majority win and a win, a yes, for the right to an abortion in the Missouri state constitution.
But is that not a greater incentive? Because you did hear J.D. Vance, I believe it was J.D. Vance, who said that you can't have a state, you can't have different abortion rules in California than you have.
He said he'd like to see a national ban.
And so I think those who want a national ban are going to want that more.
They're going to push very hard
because the idea of women in Missouri being able to protect themselves, and not. I just do not see the forced birth movement being satisfied with the idea that the states get to decide. And so I think the conversation about a national abortion ban just got a lot more important.
I think it's actually much less likely because of these votes tonight, because these Republicans can count those votes, and they can count 57% of the vote in the state of Florida. They know how to count that. The Senate is going to have a new Republican majority leader, probably John Thune. He is not going to want to bring an abortion ban through the United States Senate. Very unlikely that they would try to even get it through the House. Donald Trump will tell them, don't do it. We've seen the way Donald Trump plays the abortion game. He says what he thinks the right wing really wants to hear, to the extent that he needs to get those votes. But we've also seen him be very afraid of the consequences of this and very afraid of what's happened. And that Trump chant all year, which is, it's gone back to the states.
He's not running for election again if he wins
That's
this.
what you want.
He ain't gonna be afraid to do shit. He's got immunity
that
too.
Would be
I like
the
Lawrence
Trump
O'Donnell,
White
but
House
that's a
position
stupid
on
argument.
this. I think he's made himself, clear enough about it.
I will say I agree with you that I don't think they'll try to do it through legislation, but I think that his right-wing commitments will be that he'll do it through executive action, essentially by putting, brainworm guy or whatever at the FDA and saying, okay, you can no longer have abortion medications. They'll use the Comstock Act. They'll use other measures that they can do without having to have legislative fingerprints on it, but so they can still tell their right-wing, the right wing to whom they owe so much of their organizing efforts. That they've done it.
Because to your point, there's a midterm that will be coming shortly, 2 years from now, in which evangelical voters who've stood down on the abortion issue could come back up And if those Republicans want to be reelected, there's going to be a demand. You know, what is it called, the Susan B. Anthony? Those folks are going to be demanding a national abortion ban, whether it's done through executive action or legislation.
Both the Republican Speaker and a Republican Majority Leader of the Senate will both know that the way for us to lose both of these bodies is to pass this bill. That's the way to lose it, and they won't do it.
Well, and you also saw this weird phenomenon. These states are red states in large part, or they have elected Donald Trump, or they've gone for a Republican Senate candidate, and they've also enshrined the right to an abortion. And what that tells you is, A, the mixed messaging from Republicans or Donald Trump worked to some degree, but also potentially that the abortion referenda acted as kind of a permission structure, maybe for voters who understood, I know Trump says a lot of controversial stuff. This is a way for me to effectively have my cake and eat it too. Be on the record supporting abortion rights, the right to bodily autonomy, securing them, and then also voting for Trump because potentially, theoretically, he has my economic.
I'm not defending it, but the other things that seem to matter to a lot of people, right, were the economy, immigration, and again, I'm not saying it's my view, and wokeism. And many people felt like their voice wasn't getting heard, right? So immigration is no longer an issue just at the border. And obviously, nobody is eating dogs and cats in Springfield. However, there are many, many people in communities around the country that do feel like their cities and towns are strapped. Their resources are at capacity. And while they don't want mass deportations, they're saying, I'm going to roll the dice and see what Trump is going to do because not enough has happened. Now, what a lot of those voters might now realize, be careful what you wish for. Because you just said, I don't like the system, so you just chose somebody who is going to blow that system up. Well, giddy up. Look what you're about to get.
Can I also say something about the uncharted territory that we appear to be on the precipice of? One of the things we saw with Joe Biden, who was, when sworn in, the oldest man up to that point to be sworn in as President of the United States. We all knew this going in, but we all seen the pictures of Abraham Lincoln and Barack Obama before and after. We all know the job ages you. Now, that was very clear with Joe Biden. The job aged him, and because he was already at advanced age, it really took a toll. We've never had someone this old about to be sworn in.
Certainly one who has not released any detailed medical information since 2019.
Or his taxes.
So we are in, again, there's a lot of uncharted territory, but this is one of the places, I mean, we all heard him in the campaign, and I have to say, at 78, it was somewhat remarkable to me that he was doing 4 rallies a day, even if he sounded at the end like a record player was a little out of whack. But it's a demanding job. And to the extent that he'll spend a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago, which he will, and a lot of time on the golf course, which he absolutely will, I just don't know what that is going to mean for how he does the job. I mean, the big concern that they ran on in the spring about Joe Biden was that he had lost the capacity to do the job. That was the argument against Joe Biden, and fundamentally, I think that was what ended up being reaffirmed enough by the debate performance that we had the switch.
Yeah.
That didn't just disappear as an actuarial fact because Joe Biden left the ticket. The exact same reality of aging exists now with the man who it appears will be the oldest man ever to
And then the question becomes of how much of the responsibilities get outsourced to people like Elon Musk, who have tremendous power, to people like Peter Thiel, who have tremendous power, Bill Ackman, who's already crowing all over Twitter. And so these sort of oligarchs, these men who have bankrolled this effort, and who Donald Trump would presumably rely upon. I mean, the idea, as you said, of RFK Jr. having tremendous power and also maybe tremendous leeway, because it's not, Donald Trump was not exactly an involved supervisor of the federal government the first time. And so, perhaps he spends a lot of time. I mean, he wants the office because he wants the accolade of the office. He wants the respect and he wants the power and he wants to be lauded and he doesn't want to be sentenced, which now it's very clear he can pardon himself because the Supreme Court has made it clear he has broad power and likely he's gotten out of that, right, potentially. But how much power is he ceding to these oligarchs?
Let's watch as Trump takes the stage in Palm Beach, Florida.
much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
His daughter
It's
finally
a
showed
political
up.
victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. For the American people, for the American people,
See,
that
and
will allow us to
MSNBC trying to take it down.
make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the
We've been doing it for
networks
10 hours
did,
now.
or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey.
This says
with
fear
me,
always
and
wins, yo.
We're going to make you
Making
very
people
happy. We're
afraid
gonna
of
make you
the
very proud
other
of your vote.
is the reason this country
I hope
decided
that you're
to
going
put
to be
itself
looking
through
back
hell.
someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
She like, don't touch me.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy
Why
right
is he
now,
asking?
standing on
We
this
miss her,
stage.
huh?
She'd be so proud.
With a question
She was
mark?
a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest
He's
country
losing
and
it.
potentially the
Lost that
greatest
thing special.
country in
He's
the world
losing
by
it.
far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry.
Why is he talking about this,
And
yo?
I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down.
We all saw the rocket,
I
bro.
didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina.
4 more
came
years
to
of
me
this
and they
show.
said, would it be possible, at
This
all
man is
possible,
talking about
for you to
rockets,
speak to Elon Musk?
Elon
we need
Musk.
Starlink. I
And
said,
all of
"What's
it came
Starlink?"
about
It's
because
a
the
form
dude in
of
the audience said,
communication. So I
hey, but
called
what about
Elon.
Elon? And then
I'll
this
tell you
man's
what,
going
he
on a
had- and it
fucking
was very
20-minute
dangerous. People
rant
would die.
about
They had no
Elon.
communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls.
He's
Bryson.
calling out people who ain't even on stage yet.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, my God.
He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
This dude has no doctorate degree and nothing. It's insane. How can you put somebody who doesn't have a doctorate degree as the head of the CDC?
And he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said,
this
this
dude
is
is
our
still
last
rambling.
rally.
It's like,
but now we're going on
you
to
have nothing
something
to
that's
say.
far more important.
Nothing
because
to
the
say.
rallies were used for us to put
It's
people
just
in
nonsense.
this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before
Good night,
us will
Tori.
not be
It's
easy,
going to be a
but
long
I will
4
bring
years for
every
me
ounce of
having
energy,
to keep
spirit,
any of this shit factual.
and fight
It's just
that I have in my soul to the job that you've
America failed us tonight,
entrusted
man. The majority
to me.
of
This
Americans
is a great job.
failed us
There's no job
tonight.
like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is insane, yo.
Former President Donald Trump speaking to supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida. I should tell you that while he was speaking, we did have a little bit of news to make. NBC News can make a projection for the presidential race in the great state of Minnesota. NBC News projects that Minnesota has been won by Vice President Kamala Harris. So Donald Trump, at this hour, Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 204 electoral votes. The speech that Donald Trump just gave was essentially a victory speech. At this point, NBC News has not projected a winner in this race. Obviously, a commanding lead for Donald Trump with victories in the swing states of Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania. But he does not have 270 electoral votes. As I just mentioned, Minnesota has just been called for Kamala Harris, and we continue to watch the still outstanding swing states and a few other non-swing states that remain outstanding. May I check in with Steve Kornacki at this moment? Or am I not allowed to check in with Steve Kornacki at this moment? Am I allowed to check in with you?
Let's go.
Great. What do you have for us in Michigan?
Yeah, so I was just checking this out. See statewide, 80% of the vote is in here. Trump with a 7-point advantage. More than 300,000 votes is the plurality. A couple things. A lot still to come in Wayne County, the big core Democratic county. Like a quarter of the vote in the state comes out of here. About a third of the vote is in. But again, as a benchmark here, now Wayne is Detroit, but it's a lot more than Detroit. As a benchmark, though, overall, this was a county Biden won by 38 points, a 330,000 vote margin here in 2020. Currently, with what's in Wayne County, again, this will vary by the cities that report. But the Democratic number needs to get up, to that Biden level and above, because of what I'm about to show you. What I wanted to show you in Michigan was we said at the start of the night one of the key tests for how the state was going to go would be a tale of two counties. The counties are Oakland County, the big, gigantic, enormous, any adjective you can think of, suburban county, high income, high concentration of college degrees, Democratic growth area. So we got Oakland County in right now, and Harris wins this thing by about 10.5 points. How does that compare to 2020? Well, that's down from what Joe Biden was able to do in Oakland County in 2020. He was able to win it by 14. It comes down, by about 3.5 points. Now, we said at the start of the night the test would be Oakland, the margin Democrats get out of Oakland County, would it vastly exceed the margin Trump gets out of Macomb County? That's what happened in 2020 when Democrats won the state. Or would it basically be canceled out by Macomb County, which is the big blue-collar suburban county right next door to Oakland? That's what happened when Donald Trump won the state in 2016. So keep your eye there. 81,000 votes with Oakland in. That's the margin that Harris gets out of Oakland. Now take a look in big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb County. Still more to come, but look at this. Donald Trump's winning this currently by almost 70,000 votes, with more to come. So the possibility exists here, the very distinct possibility exists here, that Donald Trump's margin out of Macomb County, to the extreme likelihood, isn't just going to almost cancel out of Oakland County, it's going to blow it away. Trump's going to get far more out of Macomb, a somewhat smaller county, potentially, than Harris gets out of Oakland County. Now, again, 77%. This is almost an 18-point margin for Trump. Just to put this in some perspective, this was 8 in 2020. This was 11.5 for Trump in 2016. And if you went back one election farther, this was an Obama County. Again, the Midwest, northern tier of battleground states, they are filled with counties like this. Maybe not quite this big, but big, blue-collar suburbs. A lot of blue-collar white voters here, but there's a lot of diversity here, too. There's a sizable non-white population as well. These are, and in Macomb, if you really want to zoom out, and you're a political history nerd, you ever heard the term Reagan Democrat? The blue-collar voters who flocked to Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, that term came about because of Macomb County. There was a study of Macomb County, Michigan. They said this is the backbone of Ronald Reagan's working-class coalition that he's put together here. So the talk when Obama came along in 2008 and was reelected in 12 was the Democrats had finally just broken down the Reagan Democrat areas and brought them back into the fold. Trump comes along, goes up double digits, takes a step back in 2020. And now look at this. We just took a big jump in Macomb County, 84% in. That Trump margin has gone up further. This is just an overwhelm. He's up almost 80,000 votes now in Macomb County, 80,000 for Trump there. And in the economically upscale Oakland County, it's 81,000. Trump is now getting more out of Macomb County than the Democrats got out of Oakland County. We thought in a good night for Trump, potentially he gets close. He's gone past it. That's very significant. There's also two, we said tonight, two kind of big swing counties. One of them is Saginaw County. We now got Saginaw County in. And again, this is one that Joe Biden won narrowly in 2020. Good night, we said Trump would win it. Trump is winning it by 3 points. And the other one here is just north, is just on the coast there. Muskegon County, about half is in. And again, this was a very narrow Joe Biden win. And currently, Trump is ahead by 16 points there. Take a look at Genesee County. This is where Flint is. This is very significant as well. Again, this is a diverse, blue-collar, enormous county here. Joe Biden won this by about 9 points in 2016. Clinton won this by 10 points. You go a step further back. Look, Obama had that blue-collar coalition still intact largely in 2012. He won here by almost 30 points. Coming into tonight, the Trump folks were saying they could take another big step forward in a place like Genesee County. Looks like they have 4.5 points, cutting this in half from 2020. They wanted to make gains in places like that. So, again, we are waiting on, still a lot of vote to come out of Wayne County. And as we really sort of slice and dice the Wayne County vote, we'll be looking at Dearborn. There's some indications in the returns. Dearborn, large Muslim American population, large Arab American population, indications that Kamala Harris may be significantly underperforming what Democrats want out of a place like Dearborn. We'll be analyzing that and getting more of that vote coming in. But you can just see around the state the reason why, with 80% of the vote counted, Donald Trump is more than 313,000 votes ahead. It's not just because we're waiting on Wayne County. It's because some of that significant movement taking you through right there.
Steve, while you have been covering those results in Michigan, we did get a little bit more news. NBC News does have a projection to make in one additional presidential race, this time in the state of New Jersey. NBC News projects that the winner of the presidential race in New Jersey is Democratic Democratic candidate and Vice President Kamala Harris. New Jersey, believe it or not, was one of the states that the Trump campaign was sort of bragging on. Were they able to expand the map? They said that New Jersey was one of those states they'd be able to win. They said the same thing about Virginia. They said the same thing about Minnesota. They have not been able to expand the map, but they have won important swing states already that have put them on the precipice. 266 electoral votes right now for Trump, 218 for Kamala Harris. Lawrence.
The Trump speech had about 12 minutes of teleprompter written speech in there, and then another, 15 of rambling and inviting other people up to the microphone to speak. In the 12 minutes that they put in the teleprompter, it was a very modest and non-Trumpian speech that had only 2 words of policy, and those 2 words were reducing taxes. There was not another word of policy. Nothing about mass deportation. Nothing about trying to jail his opponents, which he cannot do and will not be doing. None of that kind of political terrorism language that he was including in his rallies. That's gone from the person who stepped up to that microphone tonight. And remember, that's a staff-written speech. That's a consensus group-written speech. And in the middle of it, there's the understanding you're going to talk about a golf guy, and you're going to talk about some guy who runs a fighting show, and then you're going to bring your campaign manager up to say so, and you can let the vice president elect say about 3 words. But it's an extremely modest speech. That's the state of the Trump policy going forward. And I think it's probably extremely accurate that, like the first term that he was president, reducing taxes was literally the only thing he did.
And it's the reason that he was supported by so many billionaires. Look, at the end, if you've studied enough Donald Trump, and unfortunately having written a book about him, I studied more Donald Trump than I probably wanted to. The thing that he leads with is his neediness. His need for adulation, his need for adoration, his need, that's the reason that he's enjoyed cultivating a sort of cult of personality. He needs the world to think of him as this amazingly powerful and smart and brilliant and whatever. That's what he wants. And so that speech said to me that this is a very needy elderly man who wants to be president because he believes that finally he will get the respect and love and adulation of the country, and particularly of the very media elites that he used as a cudgel to get himself back in. And the threatening language, it's interesting that most of the threat that he made was directed squarely at Latinos, at people who the right fears will sort of outproduce them in terms of children. But that is where he did the best. That's where he gained the most among the people who voted, despite having directly insulted them. And he held steady, it seems, with white American women, despite having really insulted them in J.D. Vance. So he didn't lose much for being insulting and cruel.
Stephanie Roll?
Well, then I guess, who he's going to be, we're going to see who he's going to choose. Because we noted his family members, we saw Dana White. I didn't actually see Stephen Miller up there. I didn't remember when the last time he won, we saw Steve Bannon up there, we saw Stephen Miller. So it'll be interesting to see who his cabinet choices are. Howard Lutnick, his new favorite transition head, the guy who runs Cantor Fitzgerald, was there. So yes, for Trump, it was quite moderate, but that only lasts so long. We'll see what we're in for.
Alex?
I mean, I just say to Donald Trump and the people around him, good luck having Bobby Kennedy as your HHS secretary, an anti-vaxxer running the country 3 years after a deadly pandemic that created mass death that you, Donald Trump, grossly mismanaged. Good luck doubling down on fossil fuels and a fossil fuel economy at the precise moment that the Earth is heating up to historic proportions and monster storms supercharged by climate change are laying waste to red states. Side note, Democrats cannot control the weather. And good luck to you, sir, with your sales tax that's going to raise taxes, a tariff that's going to raise taxes on middle and working class income Americans. Good luck to you with all of it. It feels like the dog that caught the car.
The tariffs, by the way, were not in the speech. I don't think he's going to do those tariffs. I don't think that's going to happen.
He is monomaniacal on that. Look, I have invoked this cliche before, but it's a central one, which is that the future is unwritten, and the thing that we often do analytically is we see a dot here and a dot here, and we draw the line up through like that. And I have never felt more wide openness about what era we are entering into.
I appreciate you.
Than I feel right now, even particularly watching that speech, because I don't know what we're about to step into. The only thing I'll say is that I do know that the country that existed before tonight is the country that we have right now, and that's what matters, is all the other stuff that isn't Donald Trump and which group of his homies are up on stage at any given moment. And that's what we had on Tuesday, and it's what we have now on Wednesday morning.
And I would, and to that point, Chris, I would just say that for all the Americans who looked at this election as a choice between different forms of government, between keeping the U.S. system of government or keeping whatever it is that Trump is promising to do instead, and Trump is promising to turn us into instead, well, the way that you fought to keep the U.S. system of government,
which is odd,
is that you fought to try to get the outcome that you wanted in this election. And now as this election comes to a close, you have to figure out how else you're going to fight.
Yep.
Because your country still needs you. We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage of this election night continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
I don't see what Lawrence O'Donnell's talking about. I understand he's trying to be optimistic in the middle of destruction and shit, but I mean, keep it 100 like you kept it before. We was watching MSNBC before he became close to being a president. We still got some time left, but it doesn't look good. Lawrence O'Donnell was getting in on that ass every night, talking about how stupid he was and this, that, and the third. And now he's talking about, I didn't hear this in that speech. Well, that was just one speech. It ain't like he's going to talk about the entire country and what he's going to do to it in one speech. Donald Trump was rambling. The stuff that they talked about was just about the let everybody feel good in that audience right now, not espouse hate. It's a celebration. But best believe on January 20th, I think we believe, when this man takes office, day one is going to be a destruction about how can we go about getting rid of all these particular laws, going back to 1789, taking women's rights. Project 2025 is going to slowly edge its way in, one little thing at a time. The people have already been hired by Project 2025. They've been working on this for a while. They got over 15,000, I think, employees that they have been interviewing and said that they'd be ready to go on day one. Trump's name was mentioned all throughout Project 2025. We got to look forward to January 20th and see how many of these people are actually going to be in the office once he comes in. How many of them are going to be hired and ready to go? That's going to let you know how much Project 2025 was really the game plan to begin with. Those people who are in these documentaries and videos that Project 2025 showed, if those people are hired to be in the administration, Project 2025 is and always was the plan. You'll know that Donald Trump lied his ass off to you. As a Republican, as a Democrat, whomever you are, independent, and you voted for Donald Trump, once that Project 2025, January 20, if he so wins, and you see some of these people start to go in, you'll know he lied to you, but you still ain't going to admit it, because the problem with a lot of human beings, specifically Americans, because that's all I can speak on, it's hard for them to take responsibility for their actions. They'd rather lie than accept the truth. They'd rather make it seem like they were right even when they were wrong, because it's easy to lie and escape responsibility than it is to tell the truth and man up or woman up to your fuck up. And that's exactly what's going to happen. They're not going to admit they messed up. They're going to see these people start to get into the House and the Senate and working in his administration that were a part of this madness to begin with. Like we said, and many people here said in the comments section, there's nothing we can do about that now. Now it's about how can we help each other. Because in this process, I'm telling you, Republicans do not focus on helping Americans. They focus on how much money they can make, how much money they can save from other people so that they can put into their own pockets. They're going to cut back on programs, allot that money toward the government, and then give themselves huge tax cuts and take the money that was meant for Medicare, take the money that was meant for some parts of the military, take the money that was meant for the CDC, just in case we have another like pandemic. Take the money from all these other programs and go say we cut down on that. Then what'd you do with the extra? Oh, we're just going to give everybody tax cuts. We didn't need this money. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. All to the billionaires. And you may get a $2,000 or $1,500 check. But with the tariffs, that money's already gone. For the billionaires, they're not going to invest it in you. They're not going to start new businesses. No. They're going to take this money, reinvest in the businesses they got, and send the rest overseas and start buying properties other places, buying up homes, corporate, that you should be able to buy, and then pushing up the cost of it. So that if you want to buy it, a $300,000 home may be $550,000. Because they done bought them all up, the whole block, fix them up, and start selling it, edging you out of your own community. These are the plans these people said they was going to do. Now we got to ask ourselves, are they going to do them? I say they will. I don't see what would deter them. We gave them the House. We gave them the Senate, rather. Gave them the president almost. We don't know for sure. And the House is leaning that way right now. Carte blanche. America just literally said, fuck America. Fuck democracy. Let's just give it over to rich white men and see what they can do just because they're filled with greed. And they think that white rich men are going to take care of their white asses. And in history, it's never happened. Even during in slavery times, rich white people wasn't giving shit to poor white people. They just weren't treating you like they were treating the slaves. But they still had you as indentured servants. They still had you working for low wages. It's crazy how poor white people, middle-class white people, will sell their souls to rich white people thinking that they're somehow going to help you, and they never do it. How people say, oh, I had more money under Trump. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You know damn well you didn't. The only money you got was the money you got from PPP loans and the money you got from stimulus checks. Prior to that, we were having all kind of financial issues. And when you came in with Obama, you literally came off of 72 or 75 months of progress. 75 months of progress. And then Trump comes in and within less than 2 years destroys it. 75 months. It's only 12 months in a year. There was like 72 to 75. I think the number's kind of off, but it's still in the 70s. Which means what? 12 times 6 is 72. 6 years of progress took this man less than 2 to fuck it over. And somehow you were doing better. You don't remember that it was Obama's economy. And once he decided to give up taxes to everybody and the big time wealthy, our economy started fucking tanking. We hit a pandemic. Nobody could guess that the pandemic was coming. But guess what? Obama and all the others who were working in his CDC, Dr. Fauci, they had a game plan for this man. A game plan. Because they knew another one was coming. Because during Obama's time, we had at least 2 or 3 of them. Where in which only 1 or 2 people died. Because they had a game plan. This fool threw out the game plan, and the money that was reserved for that threw that out, and the reserves that we had didn't stock it. As soon as we got a pandemic, blamed Obama for everything, even though his ass didn't even, he mismanaged the fuck out of it. And they put a man who can't manage his way out of a garbage bag back in office. It's fucking insane. We only can hope for, pray for a miracle. Wake up tomorrow or something and shit just changed. But I'm gonna stay optimistic as much as I can, but I'm right in that realism. Optimistic, realism, pessimistic. I'm in that realism, still trying to hope for positive things happening when we go to sleep tonight. But I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. I don't understand how people could see a man destroy our country, lose last time, and try to kill his vice president along with Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, along with anybody inside of the place, just because he couldn't handle he lost. And you're going to celebrate this man and give him another opportunity after he did that. And then you get Dana White up there saying he deserves it because the machine came after him. What, the machine called the law? You mean that thing that's put black men and women and people and Latin people behind bars on the regular that you guys thought was good? That you guys created laws so that it could put more of us behind bars? That thing comes after a white person, all of a sudden it's a powerful white person. It's a machine now. There's a problem with it now. Because it's coming after a powerful white man. No, it's called the law. And even though it has its flaws, it's the only one we got. And what they allowed Trump to go through and get away with, ain't nobody else getting that opportunity. The law is the law. You go out there and do something right now as a middle-class white man, you're going to receive some time for the shit he did. As a black person, you're going to receive some time, maybe more than a middle-class white man, but you're going to receive some time for it. You may get 10 years. That white man may get 3 with 2 years probation. You may get 10 with 10 years probation. But you're going to be held accountable in this thing he calls a machine. But somehow the machine comes after Trump, and it's a major problem. You mean to tell me he can break the laws? And now the machine's not supposed to come after him? It's supposed to say, oh, okay, pat on the back. Yeah, go ahead and do your crimes and shit. You're supposed to do that. You're a white male in this country. You should be able to commit crimes and get away with it. We see that. And what does America do? Excuse it. And not only excuse it, you celebrate him for breaking the laws because America tried to hold him responsible for his actions. And you demonize America and its legal system for coming after someone who broke the law that happened to be a rich white man. And you guys don't see that this country is racist as fuck? You don't see the double standard? Hell, this is a triple standard because, I mean, even poor white men wouldn't have got it like him. Middle-class white men wouldn't have got it like him. This should show you that billionaires don't care about anything. They don't care about keeping the laws what they are. I mean, the things that even Elon Musk got away with, trying to buy votes, $1 million each. If you gave somebody $50 in a line to go vote, you would go to jail. This man gave $1 million in the public sphere. The world saw it. And a judge said, he can do it. Say what? How can you break the law? And then the judge say it's okay. You don't see this divide in America. You don't see this division between the haves and the have-nots. It's not only racism, sexism, misogyny, it's classism. On top of all of that. It's insane. Just insane. See what we got coming up here.
Track to be the closest margin, the closest Republicans have come to winning New Jersey potentially since 1992. Look what New Jersey was 4 years ago, a 16-point Biden win. Keying Trump here in New Jersey, getting this close, heavily Hispanic areas, just leaps and strides, gains for him there. Take a look at Illinois. How about this one? 91% of the vote is in Illinois. 4 points for Harris, 17 points for Biden 4 years ago. Big, enormous blue state. Trump not winning it, but look at the popular vote margin that he's cutting into there. Another one we didn't talk anything about tonight. It's not close, but look at Maryland. 60 to 37 for Harris in Maryland. This was a 33-point state for Joe Biden a few years ago. So you're just seeing Trump lop off. Those add up potentially to millions of popular votes that he lost 4 years ago that he's now losing tonight. And so the possibility that Donald Trump, even when California is all counted, ends up winning the popular vote in an outright majority, that's very real right now.
Steve, there's a lot to take in and digest. I wanted to just go back, if you don't mind, to Wisconsin for a moment, since we're waiting on that one. And that is a state that we've been talking about for months as one that was within 1% the last two presidential cycles. I know we're waiting for a vote. But as you look at that state and where things have gone wrong, I should say, for Harris, tell us a little bit more about that, and also the margins and what are the possible margins in terms of what it could be, because it does not seem like it's within 1%, but you tell me if I'm wrong there.
Well, it should close, and maybe considerably, because again, the biggest outstanding, the biggest sources of outstanding vote here would be, again, in the city of Milwaukee, in Milwaukee County. Look, it says only about 69% of the vote is in. Overwhelmingly, what that is the absentee vote from the city of Milwaukee. So the most Democratic-friendly type of vote, absentee, from the most Democratic city, most Democratic city, one of the most Democratic cities in the state. So whatever happens there, Harris is going to net tens of thousands of votes more when that absentee vote is released there. Look at a place like Brown County where Green Bay is, 90% is in. But again, this is a place that does that absentee late separate location. So this might come down a touch. There's a few other places on the map where she's going to benefit from that late absentee count. Is it enough to overcome what is now a 120,000 vote lead for Trump statewide? That's difficult. It's not impossible for her, but that'd be very difficult right now. But to come down and land back in that, really tight zone we know Wisconsin likes to be in, that's very possible. In terms of the big picture story you see out of Wisconsin, is a continuation of the trend here in the Trump era in Wisconsin, and it's simply this, that a transformation of Wisconsin politically. It is not long ago that you would have been looking at this map, even in a close race in Wisconsin, and you would have been seeing blue all over the place here, along the Mississippi River, all sorts of rural blue-collar counties. Democrats were winning right through Barack Obama in 2012, and Donald Trump came along, and we could show you counties where he's had net gains of like 40 points over what Barack Obama was doing. And you just take them one by one. They're small, rural in a lot of cases, but Trump's made further gains in those places tonight. So they just add up. You could take dozens of these counties, aggregate them together. Trump's made significant gains just by adding 2-3 points in those places. We called it at the start of the night, to look at Outagamie County, to look at Winnebago County. This is where Oshkosh is. Was Trump going to be hitting his 2020 number, or was he going to be hitting his 2016 number? Now it's 12 right now. There is some of that mail to come in, but right now he's above both of those. And the Democrats, meanwhile, look, they did get ahead here in Dane County where Madison is. That 188,000 does mark a bigger margin for them out of Dane than they got last time. I think they might have wanted more out of here. But again, with that mail to come in Milwaukee, there's still a chance here for Harris in this state. But I think wherever it lands, it will be in that very close zone. And again, we just see this Michigan and Wisconsin, even in Minnesota earlier, those rural blue-collar counties. Trump just squeezing more and more out of them. He turned them Republican in 2016, and he's held them, and now he's growing in them further.
That rural blue-collar divide is just over and over again, as you said, has been watching you all evening, so stark. Thank you so much, Steve. We'll be back with you in a moment, too. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who is standing by at Trump HQ in Florida. Vaughn, we all just listened to Donald Trump speak earlier. Tell us what it was like in the room and what you're hearing from his team at this point in time.
Straightforward, Jen. It kind of felt like a end of a Trump rally, actually. It was some similar riffs, including about Elon Musk's rocket that was landing. Of course, he noted that this was a great American comeback. It was the likes of Dana White, the head of UFC, who he introduced to the microphone, who called this moment karma. But for the room here, this was a confident crowd that thought that Donald Trump was going to win, and he did exactly that. I think last night I was talking with the producer colleague, Dan, who I traveled with the last 2 years on the road. We were talking about the extent to which we didn't even understand the own country, despite traveling to all 50 states and back here and talking to as many voters possible, because this was a moment, a reckoning, to wholly understand just how far the MAGA movement had expanded, just how far Donald Trump's realities or his proposals that an American government under his type of executive power would be able to benefit lives of Americans who didn't even vote for him in 2016 and 2020. Just how far-reaching would that play? And he was able to get Elon Musk on board. We watched Twitter, now X, essentially become a town hall of so often falsehoods and conspiracy theories and pro-MAGA content and material, and all of that amounted here to this moment. And what you saw up on stage was a rather small campaign brass of Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles, the two co-campaign managers who were with him from November of 2022 when he announced his presidential bid till now, but also some other key staffers that left the White House in 2021 with him after the January 6th attack, moved down to Palm Beach, and were loyal to Donald Trump, even at a moment in which he was isolated even from his own party. And it was those very campaign staff that led Donald Trump to allow him to run the campaign that he wanted to run. That was an unvarnished one, an uncensored one that included name calling, no apologizing, proposals that included putting 20 to 30% tariffs on all goods coming to the United States, having Elon Musk come in and cut 1/3 of the federal budget. Just this weekend, he suggested he would put Herschel Walker in charge of U.S. Defense Missile Shield System. Even in the closing week here, this was Donald Trump in his purest form. And tonight, you could say it kind of seemed like perhaps a little bit of a surprise, Donald Trump, that it was called so quickly. But one, in talking with his campaign's advisors over the course of the last months, they wholly believed that there was an American electorate that was buying into what Donald Trump was selling. And so far, based off of the ballot count here, that's exactly what America delivered for the former president, and based off of where the count stands, the likely next president.
Yvonne, we have not yet called it here. I should just reiterate for people who are just tuning in, NBC News has not yet called it. But I want to ask you, Yvonne, I mean, one of the things I noticed is that Ivanka Trump was on the stage. We haven't seen her around the Trump campaign. Were there other people in the room, former advisors, or people who really haven't been around the campaign who reappeared tonight?
I haven't seen the popular vote numbers.
Corey Lewandowski was up on
Nobody's
stage.
showing
Stephen Miller was up on stage. Stephen Chung, who is that spokesman, who usually puts out derogatory statements on behalf of the former president, he was up on stage. You also had Tucker Carlson was in the room. Elon Musk, we know, was over at Mar-a-Lago watching the results come in. Robert F. Kennedy is here. He was at Mar-a-Lago watching the results come in as well. This was right. There was no Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or members of Congress who were urging Donald Trump to move beyond his political status or not run again, right? Tim Scott wasn't here. There was no Asa Hutchinson. We could go through the list of those primary challengers. Of course, his own former Vice President Mike Pence was not here. This was Donald Trump is
5 million,
what we've, Howard Lutnick, who is one of the transition co-chairs, he was up on stage, and I was talking to him just last week, and he said that they will make sure that there are only members in his next cabinet administration who are truly loyal, who they trust, noting that the likes of Mark Milley and James Mattis and John Kelly, they will do everything in their power to make sure that they have vetted and they know the entities that are coming into the next administration. And I think that this was a moment here where those people lifted Donald Trump up to essentially the greatest resurrection in American political history. And now, just in the last couple minutes, you see the likes of President Zelensky and Prime Minister Netanyahu already posting statements on X congratulating Donald Trump, a key recognition that this immediately has major international repercussions that extend well beyond American politics, but one that has direct impact on two active wars that are going on. Of course, Donald Trump, if he is elected president, wouldn't take office until January 20th, yet that does not mean that there are not calculated decisions that are taking place in real time overseas, understanding that very well there's a likelihood or potential of this current Republican candidate for president potentially taking the White House again.
It's such an important point. The national security differences between these candidates are a very important part of what the impact could be here, and one we'll definitely be discussing. Vaughn, I know you've been up and standing there for about 19 hours. Thank you for staying up with us, and really appreciate you bringing us your insights. You know the team, the Trump team, so well. Let me just turn to our amazing panel here, and there's so many things to discuss, but I want to start with you, Jim Messina. You and I have worked together a lot over the years. I was describing what a boiler room is earlier. You can probably describe it better than I do, but you're a data guy. As you're looking at this data, I don't want to ask you what surprised you. I want to ask you kind of what struck you as different from what maybe a lot of people out there thought would be where things stand right now.
I don't think so.
The fact that the Trump theory of the case on rural voters really was true. I freaked out a bunch of Dems on Sunday on your show when I said, look at the early vote numbers. The enthusiasm for Trump in rural is real. And that's exactly what you saw. Kornacki was just going over it. He's just doing better than he'd ever done before and just running up these things. And the other thing was the Latino number. It's just, you cannot look at those exit polls and not think that is amazing. Going forward, the Democrats have a real rural problem, and they have real communication challenges to a whole bunch of groups, including young voters and Latinos, that we thought we had a better message to and just didn't at all. Those are the two things that really struck me so far.
The rural city divide is one that struck me earlier as well in the evening. And 8 years ago, a lot of the focus was on education. Is education a part of that as well, or is it more community cultural and kind of you're living in a rural area, you're living in a city?
I think it's cultural, right? I think the Democrats no longer speak to a whole group of people in these places. I mean, they were just laying it out. Barack Obama did 40 points better than Kamala Harris in some of these precincts just 12 years ago. Like, we have just stopped being able to communicate with these people, and they no longer feel seen by the Democratic Party. And that is a challenge going forward. I hope we don't all rush. I hope we all take some time, look at all these things, do a comprehensive report, and talk about how to move forward, because we got our butts kicked tonight, and we got to figure out how to move forward in a way that gets us back to being the majority party we used to be.
Tim, as I said to you earlier, I always hate it when people say it's a communications problem. It's not the totality of it, and that's not what Jim Messina is saying either. But there is this question of how to reach, because there's been a reliance by Democrats on running up the city vote, running up the suburban vote, expanding the blob, as Steve Kornacki always says, the blue blob. You've actually worked in Republican circles. What is going wrong here on that front?
And I just think the Democrats right now have to just reckon with the fact that there's a fundamental brand problem with the party as far as not reaching like huge swaths of the country. Jim listed a couple of them with rural and Hispanics. But if you look at the exit polls, Trump gained with every demographic group except college-educated women. Everyone. Black men, Hispanic men and Hispanic women, non-college women. It wasn't really even a race and gender thing in particular. It was widespread. And there's a brand issue. To your reference about my kind of time at the Republican Party, I look back at 2012 when we lost with Romney, right? And afterwards, we did the autopsy and we looked at it and we're like, we need to fix this little thing or that little thing. And that might make the difference if we reached out to this group more or that group. The reality was that the Romney-Ryan party did not appeal to broad swaths of the country. It did not appeal to black and brown Americans. It also didn't really appeal that much to working class Americans. Obama cut into his margins there. That's where the Democrats are right now. They get so when you say communicate, but it's more like we got to figure out how to talk to them. It's not about a talking points. Democrats have to think about how their brand is resonating outside of college-educated, urban and suburban, white America.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's bigger than a set of words.
Yeah.
And so people shouldn't define it as words, in my view. Michael Steele, I just want to ask you a big open-ended question about how you're taking in what we know now. We don't know everything. Right. There's still more votes to come in, but based on what we know now.
So, there's a lot of stuff inside of my head that wants to rage at this, but then I really kind of went back to what I wanted to do in 2010, and that's exactly what happened here tonight with the Republican Party or the MAGA Party. What I learned in that period of time was the American people will always tell you what they want. You just better listen to them.
But what do you think the American people are telling us they want?
They don't like the whole thing, the impression that their kids are being put through some type of, deprogramming or reprogramming, imagined or real. They think the economy is not their friend. They blame Joe Biden for this economy, right? No, for their personal economy. They're frustrated with, and you talked, Jim, you hit on the cultural piece, as did my friend here, Tim. The cultural piece is a huge piece for the American people. And what we learned tonight, it's not just the folks who live in the rural parts in the country.
Thank you, Tina.
In the backwoods. It's people who live right over here off of Park Avenue. The people who live off of Pennsylvania Avenue in D.C. And the reality of it is, I think for our political system, because I'm going to set aside the MAGA piece for a while, because those Republicans, like myself and Cheney and others, the question becomes what is the other narrative that you put up? Because once MAGA begins to do its thing, which it will, I mean, tonight was Donald Trump standing there basically reading everything that was on the prompter, looking like, okay, we got this. But you could see, and you know that there's going to be a slide into something else.
Well, we've seen this movie a thousand times.
But here's the thing. The American people are okay with that. So what's the countermeasure? What's the countermeasure to what we see Donald Trump do every day? Because clearly it's not enough to say democracy's at stake. Because the American people are like, yeah, I don't really feel that. I don't think that. Now, even though, ironically, in our own exit polling, folks were like, a democracy was important to them, right?
Well, but just to dig into that for a second, yes, but majority say democracy under threat, 75%, but among voters who believe that, half went for Harris and half went for Trump.
There you are. Right. That's exactly where I was going. So you've got this space where there's a lot to learn from tonight. The challenge is going to be how the Democratic Party learns what it needs to learn and deal with what's going to come beginning on January 20th, when the further deconstruction of all the administrative states that we think hold this union together come under assault. Because, at the end of the day, it may not be Donald Trump, but a lot of people on that stage and a lot of people who are going to be in that oval with him, that's what they want to do. And as much as they want to lie about Project 2025, they laid it out. They're not going to just go, oh, well, we just 900 pages of nothing. That's not how this works. So you're going to see two competing moments that the country's going to confront, one of which they won't care about, right, which is all the stuff because they think Trump is good. So they're not going to be concerned about that. The Democrats are going to have to worry about that, plus, to Jim's point, how do you begin to level up a message to turn around those numbers that they saw tonight?
And we will get into together a couple things, including the fact that Trump also has a Republican Senate. We don't know where control of the House is, right, which is a big factor. But Molly, I want to ask you, there's a lot of data to dig through. One of the things that you and I've talked about a lot is women voters. I mean, Trump improved among women from how he did in the past, according to the exit polls. The other thing that struck me is that these ballot initiatives on abortion in Florida, Arizona, and some other states where the majority of voters voted to protect abortion rights, and there was a big overlap of people who also voted for Trump, which to me means we maybe didn't capture or didn't discuss or didn't accurately analyze the fact that people can think about things in multiple ways that bend the mind, but they can vote to protect abortion rights and still vote for the guy who essentially killed them. But give me your what as you're looking at women voters, abortion rights.
The only bright spot in this entire night was that white college-educated women were not having it. That said, white, non-college educated women were all in. And I think that, look, we're in a completely different media universe than we were in 2012 or 2010. And I think that's a really important point. We don't know where people are getting their news. And remember, Donald Trump in that speech said it was a huge win for democracy. So his people also think that he's protecting democracy, which in itself is a huge communication problem here, right? And I think that, it's, when you would talk to the campaign, they would always be like, are we reaching people? Mm-hmm. And that is a media problem, right? Newspapers, some of the reasons why newspapers aren't endorsing are complicated and scary, but some of the reason why is because it doesn't matter. It doesn't move the needle. Newspaper endorsements used to really matter. Like a decade ago, 2 decades ago, we have had a seismic shift in the way that people read news, watch television, all of that information. And I think we have to look at also sort of the level of disinformation, misinformation that people are getting and what that looks like.
No, I think this is a big, huge part of the story that it's hard to even digest fully at this moment. But you have Elon Musk, who owns Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it these days, X, who is a disinformation propagandist and now could potentially have a direct line to the Oval Office. You have, to your point, the way people are receiving information. There are platforms that many people have never even heard of that are massive communicators to voters, including Telegram, including...
on the stage tonight, during the acceptance speech, they shouted out the Nelk Boys, Theo Von, Joe Rogan. There was one other one. I'm sure folks have heard about Joe Rogan, but a couple of those other ones that Trump, Aiden Ross, that Trump did interviews with, niche outlets, but have huge audiences. And a lot of the people, not everybody, but a lot of the people that are consuming those kinds of news environments aren't. It's not like, to your point, how it's not 2010. It's not like they're then watching the nightly news.
Right.
You know,
Or
like they're not watching Lester at night.
Right.
No offense to Lester. Right. You know what I mean? Like they're in their own bubble, and that's like the majority of the news that they're consuming. And it is going to be incumbent on Democrats and it's kind of funny that the Nelk Boys got mentioned in the acceptance speech tonight, I guess. But you also have to take this seriously and figure out how to talk to those people and how to have a message for those young men, because the Democrats do have a message for the young men, but a lot of times they weren't really trying to offer one.
I want to come back to this. I think this is such an important part of the conversation, because it's like how you think about how campaigns are run and operate, and it's just different quite a bit. But I do want to bring in right now Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Congressman, let me just start by getting your top line reactions to what we know at this point tonight.
Obviously, I'm disappointed. But look, the rebuilding starts today. No political party in modern times is out in the wilderness for more than a few years. I remember 2004, I was volunteering as a young guy all over for John Kerry. I totally was opposed to the Iraq War. And I was devastated that George W. Bush did not get defeated.
That's hilarious,
and
Josie.
Alan Solomon was there. I still remember Boston quoted Dr. King, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Keep going." And guess what? 4 years later, we had Barack Obama, the singular political talent of our time, in my view, and he ushered in a whole new hopeful vision of America. So I'm confident, we still have to see where the House is going to go, but I'm confident we're going to rebuild in 2026 and we'll win back the White House in 2028. And we've got to listen. We've got to go on some of these podcasts. I was just on All In. We should have done, in my view, Joe Rogan. Go on all the podcasts and listen to what we need to do and have a compelling economic message. But I'm still very hopeful about the party and our future.
Let me ask you about control of the House. I mean, Republicans are projected to control the Senate. As we've noted, as you just noted, Trump is on the verge of winning the White House, which is going to make the House quite important. What are you hearing from your House colleagues about how things are shaking out tonight in some of these key races, some of which have been called, but some of which we're still waiting for, including a number in your state of California?
We're hopeful. We're hopeful for 3 pickups in California. It's a world of difference if we have Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House or if we have Mike Johnson. I served for 4 years in Congress in the first Trump administration. The first 2 years, 2016 to 18, we didn't have Congress. That's when he had his extraordinary tax breaks and handouts to the ultra wealthy. That's when he had no check. When Nancy Pelosi took the gavel, that was basically at the end, effectively, of the first Trump term. So getting Hakeem Jeffries in there would be a huge blessing. I think we have a real shot at it. It's going to be close.
We're going to be all watching California. It could be some time, which doesn't mean anything is going wrong. It just means that ballots are still coming in. That's how the state of California works. I just want to remind everybody. Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you for reminding us, which I've been trying to do as well, that there are lots of forces for good, lots of forces for democracy. We have a strong country, so thank you for reminding us of that and for joining us at 3:45 in the morning our time. All right, I just want to come back to the table and continue kind of the conversation that we've touched on here. I mean, there's a lot of information we're getting in, but there is this question. I mean, the bro vote, as I'm just going to shorthand it, right? Trump got his highest share of young men that he's ever gotten in his 3 presidential runs. In North Carolina, Trump almost doubles his support from black voters since 4 years ago. So there are some key demographics that I think at this point, from what we know about the exit polls, everybody needs to be quite sober about. Yep. You've run a successful campaign, Jim Messina. Things change and evolve. I mean, I like to say that I had a Palm Pilot and I had a fanny pack when I did my first campaign. Yeah. Things have changed quite a bit. They change all the time. How do you think, as people look to 2028, this changes where things sit? How people run that campaign?
Well, I think it's really about 2 things. First of all, having a real message. And, Ro said something I think is very right, which is listening. shutting up for a little bit and actually hearing people and hearing their concerns. The second thing you have to do is go to some of these things. Tim called them niche, and they are, but if you look at their numbers, they're not. They're mammoth. They're bigger than some cable networks.
We need to stop, by the way. I'm just going to double down on this, calling anything niche. When I was the communications director for Barack Obama, people would say it wasn't presidential to do something, and it's like, the job of a candidate or a president is to reach the public wherever they're consuming information.
That's
it's
exactly
not to
right.
write an op-ed in the Washington Post, which, no offense to them, nobody reads. So
right. Well, and TikTok is now the most dealt with political platform in America. And as you know, Democrats weren't on it for 2 years because the Biden administration was fighting about it. That evolution, figuring out what the next generation is, it really is both a message and it's a medium. And you've got to kind of continue to grow with that. But some of it is just really hearing these people, feeling seen. Part of the rural vote numbers, I think, those communities didn't feel seen by the Democrats, didn't feel seen by this. The other word we haven't mentioned yet tonight is economy. I mean, if she was going to win tonight, she would have been the first person in 50 years to lose the economic argument and win the presidency. And, we have an economic messaging thing, and it's really been Donald Trump's sweet spot. And Democrats have got to figure out how to take back the economic argument, because when Bill Clinton and Barack Obama and Joe Biden were winning presidential elections, they won the economic argument.
why do you think that is on the economic? You're a messaging guy. Give us your take, Tim.
Bill Clinton was good at making people think that he cared about them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yep. And so, this is not really a particular critique of any Democratic candidate themselves, but do the people that watch the Joe Rogan podcast, or do the people that live in Winnebago County or whatever, do they think that the Democrats care about them? I don't think so. And maybe that's not fair, right? Or maybe, you could do plenty of things about how Donald Trump's a phony and he pretends to care about them. But that's politics, you know? And I think actually showing up, right? Actually being there and saying, hey, I'm going to talk to you like a normal person, right? And I'm going to demonstrate that I care what you think about it. And I'm going to say, okay, well, here's what Trump's saying that's BS, actually. And, he's saying this, but the economy is doing this. And I don't know, in my life, I got these concerns, right? I feel like the Democrats have gotten into a very talking point friendly way a lot of times. So it's not really about me giving them something to say. It's about just being more authentic, right? In these we're not calling them niche media outlets, right? But when you go there, being more authentic. And I obviously think that there are actual economic policy issues you need to talk about as well. But the very first step right now is being missed. I think we can just be honest about that.
Can I just ask a question? What do you think the culture war is? What do Democrats think the culture war really is? I mean, because it is economics. It's not just transgenderism. It's not just some, religious piece. For a lot of middle America, it's all of that for them. And, I think that that's part of what Trump has been able to successfully define and really connect with people. I mean, I said this a little bit earlier this evening, and it really, I think, resonates for me even more tonight. In that 2016 cycle, to hear a white single mother, divorced, from New Hampshire, refer to Donald Trump as being just like her. Right? So why do you like Trump? Because he's just like me. I think for a lot of, I think this is a culminating moment from that period to now, for at least for me, that those underlying threads have still never been fully understood by the political class, by the media class. And meanwhile, middle Americans go, y'all don't even see me, do you?
Here's, and I'm going to point this question back to you, Michael Steele, be our translator, because you referenced transgender rights in this ad that the Trump campaign put tens of millions of dollars behind. This is not an issue that to me, this is just to put my cards on the table here, very much a morality issue where young people are born one gender and are another gender, and they have made it into a wedge issue, a cruelty issue. but they've successfully brought people to their side by suggesting, which is ludicrous, that people are going to be sent to school and their teachers are going to change their gender and send them home. That's not factual. It's not accurate. It's cruel. It's harsh. And he has not, at the same time, put forward any economic plan aside from tariffs that will raise costs.
Doesn't have to.
Well, so I guess what I'm asking you is,
I mean, because absent anything else, right? And absent anything else, everyone's going to believe that's exactly what happened.
But isn't this a disinformation
they believe that's
problem?
what's going to happen.
Isn't this a disinformation problem?
But you got to go in there and combat the disinformation.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
There
right?
you
Like,
go.
I'm not saying that the Democrats have to throw trans kids under the bus.
There you
but
go.
did any Democrat go into a conservative space and say, you're saying that Kamala Harris is going to do, or Donald Trump's saying that Jimmy's going to go into school and come out Jenny. Like, that's not true. Here's what we want to do. Like, here's how we do, here are the protections we want in place. Here are the protections for the girls' sports we want in place. Like, we want to respect everybody. Did anybody actually try to do that? I don't think so.
And that would be a criticism I might have about the campaign, is that they were very cautious.
Very.
At times, no, you don't have to be sorry. We're having an honest talk here. We're all trying to delve in and understand what's going on.
You'll remember Trump world just threw anything. I mean, obviously they have a different set of morals and values, but they threw everything against the wall. Whereas the Harris campaign, just like the Clinton campaign, very, very cautious.
Do you guys agree with that?
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think they tried to be focused. I think they tried to stay on message, and their theory of the case was democracy and abortion. And they ran that play, and they were very focused on it. Now, it turned out not to be the right play, but I think one of the things that they should get some credit for is they had a theory of the case, and they prosecuted that case.
They did, but it goes to what Tim just said. So their theory of the case was democracy and abortion. And Donald Trump's theory of the case was everything else.
Yep.
And no one bothered to pay attention to what his theory of the case was. And so when you couple that, and I was just looking at some of the responses from, some of my friends, who've kind of been watching this and are aligned with Trump. Their view was, you guys completely missed what the country was saying. And the country was saying, yeah, you know what? We're not about forgiving student debt because a lot of hardworking people out there spent a lot of money, and you got to pay your bills. I mean, and so you've got to be able to have an answer for that mindset that believes that if you go and incur a debt, right, I don't have to pay for it, because that's what it boils down to. You incurred $100,000. Nobody told you to go to Harvard. My kid went to community college, paid his bills. So now you're asking me and him to pay yours? So that's part of the culture piece that oftentimes gets misunderstood or mistranslated into something else. And there's just a visceral reaction to it. And meanwhile, Trump goes, see, they still don't get who you are, do they? Meanwhile, he's marching on down the road with folks. And tonight is what you see. America will always tell you what they want. You just need to listen to what they're telling you. He did. And apparently the Dems, Kamala's campaign, however you want to fashion it, over the course of time, and the shift to Kamala and all of that.
All right, I'm going to have to interject into this. I don't heard enough bullshit. I don't heard enough of it. What bothers me about this, again, this gets into the mainstream media of it all. Because you're in the mainstream media, you can't say exactly what the fuck you're thinking. You have to be politically correct. You have to say the things that you think America wants to hear, and only the ones in which you want to appease. Nobody on this panel, because you see everybody on this panel is either a Republican who's black, right, who's fishing for ideas of what the fuck is going on, and a bunch of white people that are just throwing out shit out of nowhere, just throwing shit out their ass, just trying to figure something out. None of them are talking about it was a black Southeast Asian woman going up against a racist, sexist, criminal-ass white man. And you really think that was not the big issue? I mean, you just jump right over that shit. You just thought like, oh, let's go to these particular bullshit issues. Donald Trump did not talk about not paying anybody's bills. You're talking about a man that literally tried to sell everybody like NFTs that are worthless for tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars and shit. You're talking about a man who would sell you a worthless watch that was made in some little factory in the middle of some Botunk town that literally was worth probably like $20, selling it to $100,000. You really think he gave a fuck about, kids getting their college paid off so they could become productive citizens? They don't give a shit about that. Half of them didn't even know that shit was going on. They listened to Fox. This was all about preserving whiteness. Preserving whiteness. That's all it was. We couldn't deliver a white man a loss to a black woman. No. We wouldn't do it for a white woman. We sure as hell ain't going to do it for a black woman. We were optimistic that America had moved, and every time we think America has moved to a better place, it shows us that not enough of us have moved there. They start talking about, this is the part what gets me about, again, we have in these mainstream media, we have a bunch of white people, not racist, I would say good white people, but because they don't see racism like everybody else sees it, they refuse to go there because, the racist card, everybody don't play that too much. I'm sorry, racism exists. It ain't no playing no card, it's reality. It's day-to-day life for people. There is no reason there is a reason that black families teach their kids how to act around white people who have power because they may end up dead. Why do we still tell them that? It ain't because we believe in old Negro spirituals. It ain't because we used to be or still are slaves. No, because we understand the country in which we live in. And if you are a white person, you don't understand that. You have never set your child down unless you have mixed children to prepare them for racist people in this country. So you'll never hear these mainstream media people tell you the fucking truth. Forget all this side shit. Talking about, you didn't listen to the Americans. Donald Trump said for a reason that he loves the ignorant. He loves uneducated people. Why? Because they don't do research. They don't know the facts. They go with their feelings. Uneducated people, especially uneducated white people, they're just going to vote with white people. This man heard a poor or middle-class white woman with a child said she voted for Trump because he's just like her. Do the math, bitch. Quit sitting here going all over the fucking globe. Oh, it could be because of this or that. He's rich. She's poor. They don't have that in common. He's a man. She's a woman. They don't have that in common. She has values. He's trying to take her fucking sexual values away. She can't do certain things. He's trying to get rid of her vote. Project 2025. They don't have that in common. So tell me, what is a rich white man that's been privileged his whole fucking life doesn't pay people like her if she doesn't do a good job? Or if she says something that he doesn't like, she don't get her money. What does he have in common with common folk? Not a damn thing. So by deductive reasoning, she's saying he's white just like me. Why would I vote against my whiteness? It's quite simple. Quit trying to make this shit rocket science. There ain't shit she got in common with him. Not a damn thing other than race. She ain't rich. She ain't privileged. The only thing she could be is sexist, racist, and white. All of which are horrible things. They ain't got shit else in common. They have absolutely nothing in common. So quit trying to seek all this. Oh, because keep coming back to that. And maybe tomorrow when you wake up and out of this fucking Michael Steele, out of this bubble of conservative BS, listening to America, it wasn't about women's rights. Educated white women voted because they knew their rights were on the line. They're trying to take them back to 1789. Dumbass white women decided to vote with the guy that they believe they have something in common with. What they got in common with him? They have more in common with Kamala than they have with him. The only thing they don't have in common, Kamala's a woman. She was a woman. She had kids. Kamala had stepkids, which she helped raise. Donald Trump ain't raised nobody. This fool is too much doing anything. His kids don't even know him. Kamala went through everything that woman went through. They both grew up with a father and a mother. Both grew up at 13, 12, whatever, going through that menstrual cycle, going through those cramps, going through all that shit. They both grew up more alike than different. She has more in common with Kamala Harris than she had with Donald Trump. Every woman does. Based on being a woman, based on going through the same things, based on the same kind of health that she had to deal with, based on possibly having breast cancer, based on dealing with going to get pap smears. They have more in common with her than they have with him. So tell me what they got in common with him. Rich, privileged, don't have any responsibilities, never had to be held accountable for all his actions. You got more in common with him. Please tell the truth. Quit lying. And quit trying to dig deeper and say, oh, it's got to be something else other than race. No, it's quite simple. It was race, because she didn't have more in common with him than she does with her. There's only one thing different between her and Kamala, and that is race. She had to deal with helping raise babies. Tell me what she has different than you. It always kills me. These people come out and they say, you think they literally going to get in front of a camera and say, you know what, I don't like her because she black. I ain't voting for no black person. They literally think racist ass white people going to come out and say that. No, they're going to say everything else but. Just that statement alone, I have more in common with him. He's like me. How? Why don't you go deeper? Ask her, how does you have more in common with him, a rich man that's privileged, and you're a white woman that's raising a baby? What do y'all got in common? We pick the same stocks. We both believe in the same things. What is it that you believe in? They never go deeper. They like to pontificate on what the hell it is. Ask her. She's right there. Press her. What do you have in common? As you see a lot of these TikTok people or YouTube people that were asking all these MAGA minions at these rallies, they have them stumped. What does Donald Trump have that, in common with you? Well, he's richer than the other. And every time they catch him, realizing they have nothing in common with this man, they just freeze. Well, go watch him. All these videos when they interview these MAGA people at these rallies, and they get to the point of, what does Donald Trump have in common with you? What do you have in common with him? What do you see yourself in him? They have no answer to that shit. Which tells me they don't give two shits about policies, because Donald Trump didn't give him any. What policy did Donald Trump? I'm going to give you tax cuts and tariffs. Excuse me, sir. How are you going to pull this off? I got concepts of pulling it off. Oh, that's enough for me. Kamala, could you give me a thesis on what the fuck you going to do? Are you going to get $25,000? How you going to do that? And are you going to sign a check yourself? Or are you going to do this? And who are you going to put in the office? And what's the person's name that handed you the check that handed it to me? asking her everything under the fucking sun. This man just literally says, I'm going to do it. Therefore, it is done. Oh, that man's got plans. What plan? This man ran on smoke. Smoke and mirrors. Didn't give you a plan whatsoever. Just told you what he was going to do. Even in his speech just now, his acceptance speech, told you nothing. Tax cuts. I believe in promises kept, promises made, promises kept. What was your promises? Because Project 47 didn't tell us shit. Project 2025 did, and those are maniacal. But these people, be honest with yourself. Quit lying to the people. This shit was all about race and will continue to be about race and classism. I remember we used to have this thing, it happened like, I don't know what, a decade ago or something like that. When we were protesting, America was protesting the 99%ers against the 1%ers. We were protesting the fact that 99% of the people make less than the 1% combined. And we were fighting against that. What the hell happened to that? It went from the 99%ers finally rising up to them giving up to the rich people. It's a damn shame. America, it's a shame. No plans. Want it all. The Senate, when the Democrats were running it this past time, did more work than the House. The House didn't do shit for 4 years. And they're edging up on getting it again when they did shit. They were the worst House in American history. And this country voted them to come back to this bitch? To do what? They didn't do shit the last 4 years. 2 years, whatever it's been. They haven't done absolutely shit. James Comer and the other dude held a trial or a investigation of sorts that literally came up with nothing. Spent millions of dollars that came to the fact that Joe Biden didn't do shit. Oh, let's bring him back. When in this country did we say hard work is BS? Let's do less and celebrate people who are mediocre at best. The House was mediocre. And that's being nice. They actually sucked. Did absolutely nothing for the American people. And this country said, all right, let's bring them back. Say what? You mean to tell me I spent my whole life busting my ass, working hard in every position I was in. All I had to do was turn white and do nothing, and you guys would have gave me a promotion? Would have hired me back for coming to work, getting paid, and doing absolutely shit? That's what we want to tell America. You can become a senator or a person in the House, and as long as you're white and don't do a damn thing, you deserve to get a check. They achieved absolutely nothing for the American people. And many of them are back. Ted Cruz left his state in their time of need. Said, fuck y'all, I'm out. I'm going to Cancun. And was there until people in his state was like, wait a minute, we freezing and dying and this bitch went to Cancun? Oh, it's my kids' fault. Since when do adults do what the fuck their kids tell them to do? I thought you was a leader. You're supposed to say, oh yeah, y'all can go, but I got to take care of my people. Nope. Fuck my people, left. Then they bitch and moan about it. Oh, okay, I'll come back. See, I'm here. We're going to reelect that. Jesus Christ. It's just insane. Enough of my rant. Let's get back.
Democratic machines. There's no better machine in America than the Wisconsin Democratic Party run by Ben Wickler. And they were sure. They were saying for the last 96 hours, we have this. This is ours. And I really think it's the conversation Michael and I were having. I think this is above ground operations. I think it's culture. I think it really is. They did not see this coming.
And culture, because Michael asked this question, but it's the right one, I think. What does culture mean? Because I've been saying this, and then I'm like, what do I mean by it? What do we mean by culture in Wisconsin? And
I really do think there's a whole bunch of voters, to Tim's earlier point, that do not think the Democrats see them, that do not think we represent their values. And the traditional machine got to the numbers they had to get. You saw Steve talk about it in Dane County. The Milwaukee numbers are fine. It was the butt kicking that they had in the rest of the state that the machine did not see coming, because it wasn't the traditional voters they were used to voting. They just didn't see this coming because it was bigger than this. And I think that's the story I'm learning tonight.
To me, almost the more interesting thing than what's happening in Wisconsin, because at the end, just doing some back-of-the-envelope math, maybe Trump improves by 2 points, maybe 3 points in Wisconsin, which is decisive in a swing state. But look at what happened in the big states that weren't swing states, where the campaign wasn't waged. Yeah, New York, Texas, it goes from 6 to 15 in favor of Trump. Florida, I didn't see what the final number was because
And let me say one more thing before we get back to this dude or whatever. It is a red herring for people to think that Latin people, Black people, Asian people are not a part of this racist ideology. I'm not saying that they're racist, so to speak. Can't say that 100%. But they bought into this racist ideology. So you got to go back into history to realize how this country works. There are Black people. Just think about the movie Django. Do you really think it was just so creative to the way Django was written that there weren't these scenarios in real life where the house Negro and the field Negro were both trying to appease the white person? That's exactly what the Candace Owens of the world do. That's exactly what some of these Latin people who can claim white on their census, on their job applications. Didn't know that. People probably didn't know that. But when you see the census, it says white non-Hispanic or Hispanic white, whatever. They can claim white on everything they got. White power is something they cling to. They'll sell out their other Latin brothers and sisters in a heartbeat to get closer to whiteness because it means they'll have a better life. They'll have better opportunities. They'll be closer to white power. Don't believe me? Look at Enrique Tarrio, whatever his name is. This dude's Latin, head of the Proud Boys, leading a bunch of racist white men, and he's Latin. Spending more time in jail than anybody else because he's Latin. Got 20-something years. There was one other one, white guy, who was in it even just as strong as he was. They got like 20-something years too. But the rest of them got like 10 years, 5 years, whatever. Some of them got scot-free because they turned on him. Don't get it twisted thinking because people have brown or black skin that they're not a part of the Klan. They're trying their damnedest to get close to it so they can have better opportunities than the rest of Black people, than the rest of Latin people. I'm not new to this history thing. I'm true to this. I know where we stand. Black people, people of color. I know where we stand in this country. There are good people in every race and every culture. And when I talk about white people, I'm talking about racist white people and those who act like their aunts and uncles and their bosses aren't racist, but will not say a thing just so that they can move up in the world. Realizing that their friend at work who's Black or Latin didn't get the promotion because they know that person didn't get it because they were black, but still take that promotion themselves and move forward while still going out and having lunch and beers with the black person that they knew they took their position, that they deserve more. But who am I to say anything? Let me just take this job and move on up. That's what I'm supposed to do. Take care of my family. Fuck his and him. But I'm still cool with him because I ain't racist. But yes, you are. Because you know he or she deserved that more than you. But you took it because of the white situation in this country. I've seen it many times in my life. I don't make these things up. I ain't new to this. I'm 53. I'm true to this. I tell you the fucking truth. I ain't gonna sit here and lie to you. I ain't got no reason to. And there ain't no black card to play. It is a life thing that I've lived, I've seen, I've been a part of. I've had to train white people who didn't know what the fuck they were doing in my position to become my bosses. And even though they had no idea what the hell they were doing, they were being trained to be my boss before they even got into the room for me to train them. And they sat there and lied to me in my face that they were going to be part-time, knowing they was going to be full-time. Played alongside with me as I trained them 10, 20 years, depending on when it was, because I was in the industry for over 20 years. It was going on the entire 20-some years I was there. When I was doing it for 10 years of hard work, college education, spent over $100,000 to get where I'm at. Some white kid comes in, I'm teaching them to be my boss, and they haven't spent one iota of money in college. They just knew somebody. That's been my life. That's been my friends' lives. And as they skate into positions without having to put in the hard work, you see the same thing with Donald Trump. This man has not put in the hard work to do shit. He moves his lips, but has no skills. His skills is talking shit and being white, and every time he opens his mouth, just because of that, somehow he's right. To those who feel aggrieved that, hey, I should be higher than I am, even though I haven't worked hard enough to be any higher. I just want these people who are new that just came in, they haven't put any skin into the game. They're immigrants. They should still be picking stuff. They should not be driving nice cars. They should be picking, oranges and shit. They shouldn't be at my level yet. We don't see in those videos this past year of white people thinking that they're supposed to be somewhere. I don't work my whole life to get where I'm at. And then the immigrant comes in and got a Lexus. You don't know that immigrant's life. That immigrant could have been rich in the other town that he's in and brought his vehicle over. And even though he was a doctor over there making good money, came here, he's an Uber driver with that nice car. And you sitting here telling yourself, oh, I should have better because I'm white. Fuck that. You did not, and you should not. You should be better because you worked your ass off to get there. And you'll see these people on this mainstream media tell you all the bullshit. Come up with all kind of stupid theories. None of them making any sense. All of it just grasping at straws because they can't tell you the fucking truth, because they'll turn that damn camera off in a heartbeat if they told you that the reason why these people are getting where they're going is because they're white, and this country decides that if you're white, you're right. And if you got that racism in you, that's even better. And I'm not even talking about Kamala. I'm just talking about this country. She just happens to be a byproduct of this all. She went far in like 3 months. She did a great job for those 3 months. She ran a flawless campaign. But this country is not ready for women to have power. This country is not ready for a black woman to have power. Even though millions of us of all different races, colors, and creeds went out and voted to make that happen, the majority of this country that we know of so far didn't want to do it. And once again, poor white women, or nothing to say poor, take that back, uneducated white women voted against their own best interest. It is about time black people, Latin people, Asian people, people of color, educated white people, we need to figure out how dealing with poor, uneducated white women, we have got to cast them out for any kind of possibility of doing shit. You can't count on them for jack shit. They are not for good white people, educated white people. They're not for them. They're totally for whatever misogynistic, racist white men want. That is their base. Their base is uneducated white women. They vote too strong against their own best interest. They did it before, you lost Roe versus Wade. They're doing it again, you're about to lose the right to vote. If Donald Trump follows through on Project 2025, they just fucked themselves once again. I am not a woman, but I will be able to vote. Once they fuck with you, you won't. And I'm not going to cry one tear for poor white people. When that, poor white women, that is, when that shit happens to you, I'm going to celebrate it. Sit your ass on the couch, eat your bonbons, and be treated like a slave by these white men that you decided to vote for. Don't come running to the black people. Don't come running to people of color. Don't come running to educated white people asking them to save your ass. Fuck you.
And I think it's going to be tough. I think for we talked about the big wave appeal to Trump. Tens of millions of people voted for Kamala Harris tonight, and they have children, and there's going to be a lot of people that are really disappointed tomorrow, and speaking to them, I think that's going to be her job.
I have a tough combo, potentially, with my 9-year-old daughter.
Yeah, same.
Jim Messina, what do you think she needs to say tomorrow?
I think she needs to do two things. One is kind of bring the country together, heal the country, what Trump didn't do in 2020. And then there are a whole lot of people, especially women, who are suffering today, who've now, to Molly's point, looked at this and said, we've now had 2 women in a row lose. Like, this is beyond bad. This is and people who saw themselves in her, minorities, young women, like the numbers were huge. And so there's a bunch of people that are waking up tomorrow saying, is this still my country? I don't understand how to move forward. And I think she needs to help them process that. And that is insanely difficult. And I think as the future and where the party goes and all that stuff, that's not for tomorrow. Tomorrow is about trying to bring this country together. And that's what she can do really, really well. And then speak to these women who are waking up tomorrow saying, where do I go?
Michael, I just save all the easy questions.